Who could have imagined that in Kobe's farewell game, he began with 5 missed shots, leaving the spectators on the verge of tears? Yet he fixed his gaze on the hoop, his eyes fierce like a wolf eye would rather shoot 0 for 30 than 0 for 9. 4 minutes later, he scored 15 consecutive points. At halftime, he had amassed 22 points, but the Lakers were trailing in the fourth quarter. He unleashed his fury. Three-pointers, quick jump shots, driving to draw fouls. 40 points, 50 points, 56 points. In the final minute, he executed a step-back three-pointer from the top of the arc, taking the lead. The crowd erupted. The Staples Center was filled with deafening cheers. Did the Jazz wish to be mere background players? Not a chance. Kobe stormed into the paint, drawing a foul and sinking both free throws 60 points. When he was substituted, he stood tall. Reminiscent of that day, he scored 81 points. After the game, during a speech, he blew kisses to the crowd. How many were moved to tears by his final words? Mamba out? That was not just a farewell to basketball. It was the farewell of our youth, exiting alongside him. Fong stared at the screen, and suddenly darkness enveloped him when he regained consciousness. He found himself clutching Kobe's signed sneakers, with the calendar reading April 13th, 2016. What do you think he could do, having returned to the day before Kobe's retirement game? Was it to advise Kobe to take it easy, or to assist the Lakers in assembling a stronger roster? The next chapter would explode off the screen. Fong raced to the Lakers' training facility, shouting at Kobe, "On your last shot tomorrow, pass it to me." Kobe raised an eyebrow and chuckled. "Kid, do you think you're worthy?" Was this time travel exciting enough? Fong awoke to find himself lying in an unfamiliar bed, clutching a Nokia screen displayed April 1st, 2005. He was bewildered. I didn't get electrocuted. I didn't help an old lady. How did I travel through time? He rummaged through his pockets and pulled out a student ID, University of California, Los Angeles Bruins. In this life, Fong averaged 10.5 points and 5.6 rebounds, a child from a middle-class family whose parents sent him to America for his basketball dream. The Staples Center, so close to Kobe, Fong nearly leaped with joy last life. He was merely a spectator, and now he was playing at a prestigious basketball school. Suddenly, his phone rang, and the screen read Dad. Fong's hands trembled. In his previous life, he was an orphan, and since his grandfather's passing, no one had ever called him son again. "Hey, you little rascal, are you out chasing girls again?" The voice on the other end was rough, but warmed Fong's heart. Of course not. "I'm practicing. I need to surpass Yao Ming." He blurted out, and he was stunned by his own words. "Surpass anyone you want, but first, find yourself a girlfriend. Your mom keeps nagging." After hanging up, Fong gazed at his reflection in the mirror. At 1.98 meters tall, with well-defined muscles, his physical condition was far superior to his previous life. Yet he was troubled. Should he enter the draft this year? Averaging 10 points, a first-round pick was out of the question, and even the second round seemed precarious at that moment. The dormitory door swung open, and a towering African-American entered, announcing, "Fong, the coach wants to see you. There's an NBA scout observing the training session." Can you guess whom the scout has come to watch? Well, Fong seized this opportunity to showcase his skills in front of the scout and aspire for a chance in the draft. The next chapter unfolds with explosive energy. In the training facility, Fong executed a swift spin, evading the defender, then performed a graceful layup to avoid a block, slamming the ball through the hoop suddenly. Someone from the sidelines exclaimed, "This kid resembles a young Kobe." The speaker was none other than the general manager of the Lakers. Is a remarkable turnaround on the horizon? After hanging up the phone, warmth enveloped Fong. "So, this is what it feels like to be chided by one's parents." He shouted at the ceiling, "Goddess of mercy, where are my benefits from this transmigration?" Just as his words faded, a chime echoed in his mind. System binding in progress. Completion in 24 hours. Fong leaped up, exhilarated. "I have a system now. This guarantees my entry into the NBA." Without hesitation, he drove his second-hand pickup truck straight to a fitness equipment store, purchasing an array of dumbbells and resistance bands. Larger equipment simply wouldn't fit, so he had to train at the school's gym. In the supermarket, he stockpiled beef and chicken breast, declaring, "From now on, every meal will be high in protein. Junk food has no place in my life." He patted his stomach, recalling how in his previous life, neglecting his diet had always left him lagging in physical performance. Upon returning to his apartment, Fong hunched over the table, calculating expenses. Preparing for the draft would require considerable funds, so he needed to budget wisely. He scrutinized the statistics with dismay. An average of 10 points per game, lacking any standout features. That I must prioritize practicing stationary three-pointers and mid-range shots. Entering the NBA means starting as a role player. Defense requires honing positioning and man-to-man skills, which are fundamental for establishing oneself. Rebounding must also be perfected to secure additional scoring opportunities. Just as he contemplated this, his phone buzzed. It was the coach. Tomorrow, there's a private tryout the Lakers scout will be attending. Phone's heart raced. Lakers. Kobe's team. The system was still binding, and he was merely an unremarkable small forward. Never mind, they'll push through a night of shooting drills. He clutched the basketball and dashed towards the training facility, the moonlight stretching his shadow long behind him. Can you imagine, before the system even activates, what performance Phone might deliver in front of the Lakers scout? Will he manage to perfect his three-point shooting? The next chapter is bound to be explosive. During the tryout, Phone sank 10 consecutive three-pointers. Just as the scout prepared to applaud, Phone executed a steal and soared for a ferocious dunk. Someone from the sideline shouted, "This kid can defend better than some guards who face Kobe." Will the Lakers extend an opportunity to him? Phone dialed the coach's number. "Coach, I want to enter this year's draft. May I borrow the training facility?" The coach paused before responding, "Yes, but the training regimen will be quite monotonous. Can you endure it?" "I must endure." Phone clenched his fists, hung up, and rushed to the coach's office. This was the closest he had ever been to the NBA. After conversing for 2 hours, the coach handed him a training plan. "First, focus on shooting and strength. That I will inquire about your agent. But given your current ranking, it may be challenging to find a prominent one." With the plan tucked under his arm, Phone returned home in his modest apartment devoid of sound equipment. He hummed a tune while lifting dumbbells, counting 1, 2, 3, 4. Sweat dripped onto the floor, creating small puddles. Dinner consisted of chicken breast paired with salad. As he chewed the tasteless meat, a sudden smile broke across his face. Who would have thought he could be so disciplined in his previous life? His friend Jack called, lamenting, "Beach party. The bikini-clad beauties are waiting. Are you not coming?" "Not going, practicing basketball." Phone hung up and added another set of squats to his regimen. A notification popped up on QQ from his sister, Phone 1. "Brother, are you going to be a basketball star? Send me an autograph photo." Phone typed back with a grin. "Not selected yet, but once I am, they'll send you one every day." Closing his computer, he gazed at the Kobe poster affixed to the wall, vowing, "One day, I will stand in the same arena as you." The following morning, Phone was the first to rush into the training facility. As he picked up a basketball, he noticed a man in a suit standing courtside the agent the coach had mentioned, surprisingly arriving early. Can you guess whether this agent will take notice of the unremarkable Phone? How many three-pointers will he successfully make during today's shooting practice? In the next chapter, anticipation builds. The agent watched as Phone sunk 20 consecutive three-pointers, suddenly pulling out his phone. "I know an assistant coach with the Lakers. Shall I arrange an additional tryout for you?" Phone was momentarily stunned. This opportunity had arrived far too swiftly. Was this a guaranteed turnaround? As he drifted into a deep sleep, his mind played out a cinematic scene draped in the national flag. He claimed championship after championship, the basketball courts in his homeland bustling with more spectators than even table tennis. Suddenly jolted awake. The alarm blared 7 o'clock sharp. "Greetings, host. I am Xiao Jin, the Celestial Emperor." Phone was bewildered. "What? Xiao Jin? Are you the system?" "This system is designed to help you become the greatest player, offering 3 main functions: learning, check-ins, and lotteries." Upon viewing the panel, Phone's face turned pale. Three-point shooting at only 45, dribbling at 40, speed at 55, Xiao Jin added with a sting. "At present, host, you are quite inadequate, not even worthy of a water dispenser." Gritting his teeth, Phone charged towards the training facility, setting a goal of 500 mid-range shots for the day. The vast gym echoed with the sound of only his solitary presence, the relentless clanking of missed shots filling the air. After reaching 300 attempts, his clothes were drenched with sweat. He collapsed to the ground, gasping for air, when suddenly, Kobe's words surfaced in his mind. To succeed, one must make sacrifices. Rising abruptly, he leaped, raised his arm, and flicked his wrist swish. The ball sailed through the net. "One more," he exclaimed, retrieving the ball, his eyes alight with determination. "What does it matter if I'm inadequate? Even the unremarkable can achieve greatness." Just after completing his 500th shot, a system notification chimed. "First training completion. You may check in once." Phone's heart raced with anticipation. His first check-in. What rewards might await him? A Kobe Bryant fadeaway jumper, or the sheer power of LeBron James? What do you think? Could this check-in reward catapult his three-point shooting to a staggering 80? If he were to acquire a miraculous skill, would the Lakers tryout be secured? The next chapter promises to explode off the screen. Phone clicked to check in, and the system chimed. "You have received the Kobe-style 4 a.m. shooting package, enhancing shooting accuracy from 4 to 6 a.m. by 20. He burst into laughter, setting his alarm for the night. "Tomorrow at 4 a.m. See you at the training facility." Is this golden opportunity enough to make a significant impact? After completing 500 mid-range shots, Foam collapsed onto the gym floor, his sweat creating a silhouette yet. After catching his breath, he picked up the dumbbells to work on. His strength, counting 1, 2, 3, for his muscles ached as if they might tear. Yet he grit his teeth and counted to 100. In the afternoon, he practiced his three-point shooting, but the first 3 shots all clanged off the rim. Bang, bang, bang. In the vast gym, the sound of missed shots outnumbered successful baskets tenfold. And as fatigue set in, his vision blurred, and the sweat on the floor made it slippery. Yet he mechanically repeated the motions. Jump, release, retrieve the ball. Until nightfall, when finally the last three-pointers swished through the net. He leaned against the hoop, utterly drained, lacking even the strength to raise his hand. Returning to his rented room, he found a fried egg cold. Chewing on boiled beef brisket, he nearly dozed off when suddenly he remembered. He had yet to claim his system rewards. "Little Gene, have you swallowed my benefits?" Little Gene stammered. "No, I haven't forgotten. The newbie gift package has arrived. It includes a random superstar physical attribute card, a skill lottery, and 10 million gene worms." Foam's eyes widened in astonishment. "A superstar card? Who can I draw? Kobe? Jordan? Or perhaps LeBron?" The cards on the screen flashed rapidly, each adorned with familiar names and astounding stats. His heart raced faster than during a game. What do you think? Which superstar's physical attributes will this random card grant him? If he were to draw Michael Jordan's hang-time ability, would he not soar into the air effortlessly? The next chapter promises to be explosive. The card finally halted, and the system announced, "You have received the T-Mac pull-up jumper basic skill, enhancing your jump height by 5 cm in conjunction with your height and wingspan." Foam leapt from his chair, rushing to the training facility. "Let's test it right now. Is this skill sufficient to outshine his rivals in the draft?" At last, the screen froze on the peak of Michael Jordan's illustrious career. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a physical prowess card of Michael Jordan during his prime. Yes, finally, no longer a mere underdog. Although not LeBron James, Michael Jordan's athleticism is undeniably exceptional. Little Gene, how does one utilize this superstar's physical prowess card? The host. The Michael Jordan physical prowess card has an 80% compatibility with the host. Due to the host's height, complete compatibility is unattainable. Foam was bewildered. What does compatibility mean? The physical attribute card, a star athlete, merely represents the physical prowess of that athlete during a specific period. However, true compatibility can only be achieved through the athlete's own alignment with their physical attributes. Given the host's current physical attributes, which surpass those of Jordan in height, wingspan, hand width, and Achilles tendon length, the compatibility of the host's Jordan physical attribute card is assessed at 80%. There is no need for further contemplation. This is undoubtedly the optimal choice. Foam couldn't help but smile with delight. At the bottom of the system's interface, a message appeared. Host. Even a mediocre option could lead to a significant enhancement in your physical capabilities. Even Nick Young could substantially improve your attributes, albeit with a compatibility rating of only 70%. The physical attribute card has been successfully issued to the host. Please utilize the star athlete's physical attribute card within 24 hours, or it will expire. The host is advised to take heed. Without further ado, the host decided to use the card. Little Gene, activate the Michael Jordan physical attribute card. Foam's body began to undergo subtle transformations, not earth-shattering. Nor did he experience any fainting spells over the course of 24 hours. He could sense certain changes within himself. His strength was gradually increasing. He no longer felt like the small forward who could hardly approach the restricted area. The physical discomfort he experienced was intensifying, yet after a quarter of an hour, this pain began to dissipate, eventually fading into nothingness. Congratulations, host. The Jordan physical quality card has been fully integrated. The fusion was finally complete, and he was filled with an overwhelming desire to challenge the top-tier basketball stars to one-on-one duels, certain he would best them. Wow. The future star is about to emerge. Let the league tremble. I am coming. He checked the physical quality system panel. 1. Physical qualities. Speed. 81 strength. 75 flexibility. 65 agility. 80 endurance. 78 host body analysis. Height. 206 centimeters wingspan. 225 centimeters standing reach. 275 centimeters body fat percentage. 11 vertical jump. 85 centimeters running jump. 96 centimeters hand width. 22 centimeters host capability. 64, sufficiently qualified as a role player. As it was primarily a physical quality card, the most significant changes were in the realm of physical attributes, so other statistics are omitted to avoid unnecessary verbosity. After the successful integration of the Jordan physical quality card, he suddenly heard his stomach growling. What on earth? Why am I so hungry? I need to eat. I must eat. With that, Fong Fong eagerly drove his dilapidated pickup truck to a nearby restaurant. Chapter 7. The Birth of a Star 10 minutes later. Fong Fong arrived at a fast food establishment. On the evening of April 2nd, 2005, at 8:30 p.m., he began his dinner at a restaurant near the school. Boss, 3 large hamburgers and 3 servings of steak, please. Moments later, the restaurant staff delivered 3 large hamburgers and 3 servings of steak. Fong Fong, unconcerned about his image, began to eat voraciously. After consuming 3 large hamburgers and 3 servings of steak, he still felt hungry. I shall have 3 more hamburgers and 2 pizzas, he declared as he devoured the final hamburger. Fong Fong lifted his head and noticed the hushed whispers of the surrounding patrons, all glancing in his direction. Was there something about him that was particularly captivating, or was it merely his imagination? Even after finishing his meal, he still felt a gnawing hunger. He called out to the waiter once more, requesting another large hamburger and a pizza. No, wait, make that 2 large hamburgers and 1 pizza. The restaurant manager approached Fong Fong, saying, Sir, though you possess impressive stature, consuming such an excessive amount of food at once is unwise. It could jeopardize your health. You have already devoured 6 hamburgers, 3 steaks, and 2 pizzas. We sincerely appreciate your patronage, but are you certain you wish to proceed? The manager and the staff expressed their concerns, genuinely fearing for the well-being of this towering young man. They worried that his voracious appetite might lead to unforeseen consequences for the restaurant. I am certain, Fong Fong insisted. I still desire these items. This will be my final order, a 1 TB ordering again. I haven't eaten in several days, and I am utterly famished. The onlookers gasped, covering their faces in disbelief. Is this a starving ghost reborn? They murmured amongst themselves. The staff exchanged glances, noting that Fong Feng's attire did not suggest he was a beggar. However, given his height, it was plausible that such an appetite could be expected. Moments later, the staff delivered the 2 additional large hamburgers and 1 pizza to Fong Fong, prompting the surrounding crowd to begin taking photographs while whispering among themselves. The manager kept a watchful eye on Fong Fong's consumption, not daring to miss a second. He contemplated whether he should call for an ambulance, recording the events, as he worried about the potential consequences if this young man encountered any health issues. Under the scrutiny of all present, Fong Fong unabashedly began to eat. Strangely, he felt no sense of fullness despite the quantity he had consumed. As he ate, he pondered what he would ask Xiao Jin upon his return, curious about the reason behind his overwhelming hunger. After finishing the last slice of pizza, he felt a significant reduction in his hunger, though a slight craving lingered. However, noticing the gazes of those around him, he felt reluctant to eat any further, fearing that continuing might lead to dire consequences. Turning away, he made his way to the cashier, ready to settle the bill and depart. After collecting the payment, the staff member cheerfully said, We welcome you to visit us again. Internally, they thought, You can return, but please refrain from doing so while I'm on duty. If something were to happen due to your excessive eating, I would bear some responsibility. How terrifying. Besides, I'm still single, though he does seem somewhat handsome. As he prepared to leave, the manager called out to Fong Fong. Excuse me, sir, would you be willing to help promote our fast food establishment? We shall provide you with appropriate compensation, and you are welcome to dine at the restaurant frequently. Many individuals approached, eager to seek autographs and photographs with Fong Fong. This unexpected commotion startled him, prompting him to flee while assuring everyone that he would engage with them another time. Terrified, he dashed out of the fast food establishment, contemplating the absurdity of the situation. After all, he merely indulged a little more than usual. While driving, he mused that although the scene was somewhat overwhelming, such occurrences would inevitably become commonplace for him in the future. Yet, he could not fathom why he felt so ravenous. Despite the rigorous training he had undergone during the day, which was indeed substantial, it seemed unfathomable that he could feel this famished, having consumed several meals, albeit not traditional ones. He had still enjoyed ample chicken breast and steak. After a while, he returned to his rented apartment, refreshed himself, and lay down on his bed. April in Los Angeles was already quite warm. Following Fong Feng's departure, the fast food restaurant experienced a significant transformation over the ensuing week, as numerous patrons flocked to catch a glimpse of the remarkable young man from the East. However, contrary to expectations, Fong Fong did not return to experience such hunger again, nor did he visit any restaurant thereafter. It took several weeks for the restaurant's foot traffic to return to its pre-Fong Fong levels, which remarkably boosted the establishment's revenue during that period. The manager jubilantly announced to the staff that due to the surge in customers over the past weeks, their sales had multiplied substantially. He declared that everyone's bonuses would be doubled this month, and they would also take turns enjoying a day of paid leave as a reward for their hard work. Yet, as the excitement faded, the fast food restaurant returned to its usual ambience. The young waitress pondered why the charming young man had not returned. She hoped that if he did, she could share a phone number with him and perhaps enjoy a paid day off. Unbeknownst to Fong, he remained engrossed in training, reserving just one day each week for rest, with no intention of frequenting any restaurants again, as the mere thought of that previous scene sent shivers down his spine. The narrative returns to his rented apartment. After lying down, he entered the system space. "Little Jean, what is going on today? Why do I feel so famished? What has transpired? Please explain," he inquired. "Host, the reason for your hunger is that you utilized the physical enhancement card, which necessitated a considerable amount of energy for the transformation of your body, resulting in an increased appetite. Once you replenish your energy, you will gradually return to normal. This situation has already been resolved, and such extreme hunger will not occur again. There is no need for you to worry." Slowly, Fong succumbed to sleep. Chapter 8. The continuation of rewards 1. The first rays of morning sunlight streamed into the room, slightly blinding. The pervasive soreness from yesterday's rigorous training was gradually fading away. After a night of slumber, he had not even dreamt. Excessive training had significantly enhanced the quality of his sleep. However, upon reflection, the intensity of yesterday's regimen and the notion of what Los Angeles resembles at 4 in the morning lingered in his mind. Though this statement may sound impressive, I'm still young and unable to rise so early. After all, I'm still in the midst of my growth. Fong, having completed his morning routine and donned his training attire, embarked on today's regimen. He ran 10 kilometers, executed 500 mid-range shots, followed by 500 three-pointers, and concluded with 2 hours of strength training. Exhausted, he returned to his residence, performed a brief wash-up, and had dinner. Suddenly, he recalled the large gift package from yesterday that remained unutilized. He swiftly entered the system space. "Xiao Jin, I have arrived. I still have rewards to claim." "Host, you have accumulated rewards. System training time, 13 hours. System lottery, 2 chances. System check-in opportunity, 1. Gene worms, 10 million. What would you like to use?" "Xiao Jin, what exactly are these gene worms? What purpose do they serve? How do I use them?" "Host, gene worms can enhance certain abilities. Their effects vary depending on the area of application, primarily improving your resistance to injury and illness, resilience, agility, and reaction speed. They can induce qualitative changes in the area of application, though the results depend on the quantity used. Using one is not the same as using 10 million. Thus, I recommend applying them to crucial areas and concentrating their use rather than dispersing them too widely. To use them, simply inform me of the targeted areas, and I will assist you accordingly. Then, I shall apply them to my ankles and knees, using 5 million gene worms on each. I am curious to see the changes that will ensue. Perhaps I shall leap as high as Raven, thereby becoming the future king of dunks. Just thinking about it fills me with joy as countless riches beckon me. At the moment the gene worms were applied, a warm sensation coursed through his ankles and knees, an indescribable comfort that was truly unforgettable. After utilizing the gene worms, he felt a significant enhancement in the resilience and flexibility of his ankles, as well as a marked increase in his vertical leap. Fong began to ponder. If merely using 10 million gene worms could yield such improvements in his ankles and knees, what would happen if his entire body were infused with these gene worms? Would he not transform into the legendary Golden Core powerhouse? Host, do not be absurd. These gene worms are exceedingly precious. It is impossible to become composed entirely of them. Are you dreaming of standing shoulder to shoulder with the sun? Look at how ambitious you are. I was merely contemplating, is that a crime? Can I not indulge in a little daydreaming? Fine, I shall cease my imaginings. I still have the check-in reward remaining. I wish to use it. How do I proceed with the check-in? Host, the check-in process is quite simple. Just use it in the designated space. Very well, Xiao Jin, I shall utilize the check-in once. Host, having completed the check-in, you have received your reward. The sign-in rewards appear at random, and one could potentially receive anything. Please be patient, esteemed host. Ding! The host has received a reward for signing in, an increase of 1 centimeter in the Achilles tendon. Please accept this reward. Oh, host, your luck is extraordinary. How could you possibly receive such a reward from signing in? The probability is astonishingly low. Have you perhaps assisted an elderly lady across the street? In an instant, a warm sensation enveloped the area around your Achilles tendon. Henceforth, my Achilles tendon shall no longer be as susceptible to injury as it used to be. My resilience against injuries is growing ever stronger. With reduced chances of injury, will I not set records in scoring for the NBA? It is inevitable. I possess unparalleled strength. While others suffer minor injuries, I remain unscathed. When they endure severe injuries, I merely have a slight setback, and when others are sidelined for the season, I may only miss a handful of games. Giggle, giggle. Just thinking about it brings me joy. Shout, Gene, could you enlighten me about the lottery function? How does one utilize it, and what could be won? Certainly, esteemed host. For the lottery function, you simply need to default to the draw. However, you possess the basic lottery function, so the likelihood of obtaining desirable items is relatively low, thus tempering your expectations. To initiate the lottery, you need only to default to the draw. Shout, Gene, initiate the default lottery once. The classic big wheel has emerged. The wheel is divided into 100 segments, of which 50 are labeled "Thank you" for your patronage. Goodness, is this truly a lottery? This is utterly absurd. Let me examine the other potential rewards. Kobe's fadeaway jumper. Tracy McGrady's pull-up, Derrick Rose's drive. What? There's even a Minion toy, and even more absurdly, a box of pickled vegetables. What on earth is this? Are you jesting with me, system? What are these items? This lottery seems rather disappointing. It pales in comparison to the sign-in rewards. Nevertheless, let us proceed with the draw. I must partake regardless of what appears. The big wheel has commenced its rotation, and as the pointer approaches Tracy McGrady's pull-up, I urge it to halt. Stop. Stop. Why won't it stop? Host, you must default to calling stop for the wheel to cease its spinning. Phone closed his eyes and exclaimed, Xiao Jin, halt. The pointer came to a stop beside a square marked "Thank you for your patronage." It unmistakably landed on Leonard. Death Grip, Level 1. Description of Leonard. Death Grip, Level 1. This ability grants the offensive player ample space for passing and receiving, refraining from prematurely obstructing passing lanes or closely marking the receiver, thereby quelling any thoughts of a pass from the opponent. Instead, it employs a relaxed, regionally defensive strategy within the range of effective arm span, while keenly observing the ball handler's intentions, patiently awaiting the opportune moment for a pass. Only at the instant of passing does Leonard utilize strength to confront and intercept the receiver's pass, or leverage his reach and speed to sever the passing route, executing a disruption and interception. The minimum level of Death Grip is 1, while the maximum reach is 10. Naturally, attaining level 10 signifies the pinnacle of this skill, transforming it into a divine ability. The host can enhance this skill gradually through routine training and within the confines of the system's training space. Chapter 9. Continued Rewards 2. The thought alone brings joy. It truly is no small feat to acquire such a formidable skill. Fong hummed the tune of I Believe, envisioning himself soaring alongside the sun, with the world awaiting his transformative touch. Dreams unfurling without fear of judgment. He felt a childlike exuberance wash over him. It was as if he had transitioned from a beggar to the heir of vast wealth, contemplating a life free from the pangs of hunger. He imagined donning golden chains and a wristwatch, indulging in daily barbecues with skewers in one hand and a plate of peanuts and edamame in the other, accompanied by a few bottles of chilled beer. There was no problem that a hearty meal couldn't resolve. He envisioned sipping soy milk in the morning, treating himself, and even gifting a cup to a child on the street, leaving an extravagant tip of 10,000. Such thoughts were pure bliss. However, his reverie was abruptly interrupted by the vibration of his phone. Exiting the system space, he noticed a call from Jack and pressed the answer button. Hello, Jack. What's up? Hi, phone, what are you up to? I'm at a gathering and thought you might want to join. There are plenty of lovely ladies here. Sounds tempting, right? Remember Alice? She has been insisting I invite you. Should I come pick you up? That old pickup of yours 1T do you any favors? Jack, I think I'll pass. I just finished working out and feel too exhausted to go. Enjoy yourself, though. I'll hang up now. All right, but you might regret not coming. Jack's enticing voice trailed off as he hung up, heading to the party alone. Let's set that aside for now. Phone returned to the system space. Xiao Jin, let us continue the lottery. Within the system space, the grand wheel reappeared, similar to the last time, but the odds in favor of receiving a thank you gift had increased by 10%, now standing at 60%. The portion allocated for skill packages had diminished, leaving only 5. The skill levels seemed to have significantly decreased, and the 5 available skill packages were the off-ball movement of the masked man Richard Clay Hamilton, Nick Young's three-point shooting skills, Saker's prowess as the NBA's best towel waver, Tim Duncan's enigmatic smile, which, when activated, raised the likelihood of receiving a technical foul from 10% to 90%, and Radmanov's skiing technique. In other locations, is akin to the previous box of cookies. A pure gold lighter, a single pair of foul socks. Xiao Jin, could you step out for a moment? Why is this happening? The disparity from last time is staggering. How could such worthless skills manifest? Is this deliberate on your part? How can it be that only these trivial items are presented? This is quite deceptive, Xiao Jin. Host, as per system regulations, when multiple lotteries are conducted within a single month, the quality of prizes progressively diminishes. Given that this is the second lottery of the month, such an outcome is to be expected. Therefore, this lottery is entirely valid. I cannot believe this. This is quite unfair. Xiao Jin, may I forego the lottery for now? Can I wait until next month to participate? Host, while it is permissible to abandon the lottery, the opportunity will still be deducted. Would you like to cancel this current draw? No, no, no. I shall proceed with the draw. Feng pondered to himself, oh, what a tremendous loss this would be. I cannot cancel. I must not cancel. Although the items drawn are not as splendid as the last time, I shall persevere. Xiao Jin, let us continue the lottery. The grand will begin to spin, the pointer advancing incrementally. Goodness, another thank you for your patronage. No, I cannot stop now. What on earth is this snowboard? What on earth would I do with it? I have no fondness for skiing, nor do I intend to partake in it. No, no. Pass, keep spinning, spin faster. Feng, feeling quite helpless, resolved to put an end to it with a firm determination. Feng dared not to open his eyes, fearing that the needle would rest upon, thank you for your patronage. Though apprehensive, he realized that there was no avoiding the inevitable. Whatever the outcome, it mattered not. He wore an expression that suggested a profound indifference towards life itself. Feng's heart raced dramatically as he slowly opened his eyes and lifted his head to gaze at the lottery panel. The pointer ominously rested on the skill of the masked man, Richard Clay Hamilton, specifically his level 1 off-ball movement ability. To my astonishment, this was no trivial matter. My heart nearly leapt into my throat, yet fortunately, it was not a mere consolation prize. The system panel unveiled a description of the skill. Richard Clay Hamilton's off-ball movement. This skill encompasses two distinct forms of movement. The first entails seeking opportunities to receive a pass and score. The second focuses on creating space for teammates, either through isolation plays or setting screens, thus facilitating scoring chances for others while also affording oneself the opportunity to assist. The critical requirement lies in the element of surprise. One must adeptly evade defenders to create significant openings. Common techniques include feigning in one direction before abruptly halting and sprinting in the opposite direction, often accompanied by spins, retreats, and a series of other maneuvers. With the caveat that these subtle actions must remain undetected by referees, as scrutiny of such nuances has intensified. When teammates exhibit seamless coordination, they may also engage in screens. Utilizing the baseline is a tactic frequently employed and proven effective by shooters. For instance, when defenders concentrate on the ball handler, one can slip away and traverse the baseline to the opposite side. Richard Hamilton is a formidable adversary, and I always exert my utmost effort to defend against him. Yet, paradoxically, I find myself growing increasingly respectful of him. Sean Battier's assessment. In past matches, Hamilton has utilized his off-ball movement to leave opponents bewildered on the court. Is this not precisely the skill I require? I cannot shake the feeling that I am evolving into a 3D player. Feng took a moment to reflect on the day's acquisitions before swiftly exiting the confines of the system space. Upon emerging, he perused the internet to catch up on the NBA games of the day, only to discover that the Lakers had suffered yet another defeat, losing 82-102 to the Grizzlies. With Kobe's scoring being disappointingly meager, his heart ached for the once great player, pondering when he might emerge from this cycle of failure. Yet, he decided to cast aside such thoughts, recognizing their futility, and resolved to prepare for bed instead, realizing it bore little significance to him. An obscure voice whispered from within the system space, questioning the improbable fortune he had experienced. How could the rewards for signing in and participating in the lottery be so remarkably generous? This seemed anomalous. Could it be a glitch? Chapter 10. The first training session in the space. Suddenly, he was jolted awake by the blaring sound of an alarm, reluctantly rising from his slumber. The previous day's training had been exceedingly grueling, leaving him utterly drained, both physically and mentally. Although he had assimilated Jordan's athletic prowess, his own fatigue remained insurmountable. Nevertheless, the image of that resolute gaze lingered in his mind, motivating him through the early hours of dawn in Los Angeles. He forced himself out of bed and attended to his morning routine. Initially, He had intended to organize his thoughts regarding the previous day's achievements upon waking. However, lacking the habit of rising early, he donned his attire and departed, embarking on his daily training regimen. As he drove, the trees lining the roadside seemed to move in reverse, contrasting with his forward momentum. Upon arriving at the training facility, he immediately engaged in a relentless session of shooting practice, only returning to his residence around noon for a brief meal before resuming his training schedule. Unbeknownst to him, the angle of sunlight streaming into the gymnasium shifted throughout the day, eventually rendering it untraceable. Although he had completed his shooting drills, the lower body strength training still awaited him. Fong Fong turned and entered the strength training room, commencing his daily regimen of strength training. Just one more weighted squat remained to conclude today's session. Taking a deep breath, he descended into the squat and then laboriously rose, thereby marking the end of his training for the day. He drove back to his residence, had a simple meal, and began to organize the bounty he had received from yesterday's lottery. The joy was overwhelming, so much so that he could hardly contain his delight even in slumber. However, the exhaustion from the previous day made it impossible for him to wake up with a smile. Reflecting on his lottery winnings, he had received a grand prize package containing a Jordan physical fitness card, already utilized, a grand prize of 10 million gene worms, already used, 10 hours of system training, a sign-in reward of 1 cm Achilles tendon growth, a lottery prize of Leonard's death grip, level 10100 claimed, and a lottery prize of the masked man Richard Clay Hamilton's off-ball movement level 10100. A rough calculation revealed an abundance of rewards. It seemed fortune had favored him, granting him such a plethora of prizes that aligned perfectly with his recent developmental aspirations. As for physical fitness, it is undoubtedly the key to entering the NBA league. Without a robust physique, even if one gains entry into the NBA, achieving significant success will be exceedingly challenging. After all, physical prowess is the foundation of revolution. Without a sound body, how could one aspire to become the league's future star? The enhancement of his Achilles tendon significantly reduces the likelihood of ankle and tendon injuries in the future, ensuring he would not face situations akin to that of the Mamba, wherein tendon ruptures could lead to season-ending setbacks. The growth of the Achilles tendon simultaneously improves his agility, as the ankle muscles are minimal, predominantly comprising tendons, thus allowing for greater flexibility. His explosive power is set to undergo significant improvement, enhancing his jumping ability. The utilization of the gene worms yields results equivalent to the 1 cm growth of the Achilles tendon. Their application around the knee area benefits various movements such as direction changes, sudden stops, and jumps during athletic endeavors. Moreover, this mitigates the risk of knee injuries and contributes positively to enhancing explosive power, minimizing the adverse effects of friction on the knee to the greatest extent possible. This also serves as the foundation for one's future ascent to stardom. The relentless pursuit of Leonard at level 100 proved advantageous during his early days in the league, as it allowed him to leverage defense to increase his playing time, preventing him from becoming merely a water cooler attendant. The off-ball movement of the masked hero Richard Clay Hamilton at level 100 similarly grants opportunities for shots in future matches. While one's physical attributes have significantly improved, contending with the muscular athletes of the NBA remains a formidable challenge, as they possess innate physical prowess. During confrontations, one's shooting percentage may plummet alarmingly. However, with this skill, the opportunities for a point guard to shine will multiply, thus providing a greater chance to score. This prevents the occurrence of dismal statistics, such as Fong Fong's 20 minutes on the court yielding 0 points, 0 rebounds, and 0 assists, with a woeful 0 for 5 shooting record. Although one firmly believes in the wisdom of the legendary Kobe Bryant, who stated he would rather attempt 30 shots and miss them all than go 0 for 9. The latter signifies surrender to self-doubt and intimidation by the game. Yet, that sentiment belongs to a superstar endowed with boundless shooting freedom, while Fong Fong is undeniably a novice, unlikely to possess such privileges. If his shooting percentage were higher, he might earn a few attempts, but otherwise, he may not even be granted the chance to shoot. After organizing the rewards he had acquired, Fong Fong deftly entered the system's training space, eager to explore what surprises it might hold. Little Gene, I wish to train. How can I commence my training? Host. The training space of the system is divided into 2 categories. The first is individual training, where you train alone. The system will play corresponding training videos, and you can train according to the videos. The second option is to hire a training instructor. Of course, the cost varies with the level of the instructor. For instance, If you choose a level 1 trainer, each hour of training will consume 2 hours of your training time. Conversely, a level 2 trainer will require the expenditure of 4 hours of training time, and so forth. The training instructors range from levels 1 to 5. A level 1 trainer corresponds to 2 levels of the skills you're training. If you're training a level 3 skill, you cannot select a level 1 instructor, as the outcome will be identical to training without a guide, yet the time consumed will remain unchanged. May I inquire whether you wish to commence training? Do you require a training instructor for guidance? Feng pondered the nature of training, contemplating what kind of preparation he should undertake. Should he emulate Leonard's relentless defense, or perhaps the off-ball movement of the masked vigilante Richard Clay Hamilton? After a moment of deliberation, he ultimately decided to prioritize advanced defensive training, for it was the sole aspect that could capture the head coach's attention as he aspired to enter the league. Chapter 11. The Training of the Expressionless Xiao Jin. I choose the training instructor. Within the confines of the system space, a three-dimensional holographic image materialized before Feng. A figure clad in a white number 2 Spurs jersey appeared in his presence. Abruptly, Leonard hurled the ball towards him with force, gesturing with a flick of his finger for Feng to commence his offensive, while he assumed a defensive stance. Feng pondered within himself. Could this fellow possibly be afflicted with facial paralysis? He uttered not a single word, were it not for the numerous matches he had observed. One might easily mistake him for a mute. There was no alternative. Having chosen to be the guiding trainer, the formal commencement was inevitable. Feng, having received the ball thrown by Leonard, assumed an offensive posture. He first lifted his right foot, testing Leonard's defense. However, for reasons unknown, after several attempts to probe, Leonard remained utterly motionless. Could it be that he discerned Feng's intent to merely gauge him rather than prepare for an immediate attack? Regardless, Feng resolutely decided to act, dismissing any hesitation. Though he was no Anthony, a dazzling offensive virtuoso, he had nonetheless averaged 10 points per game during his NCAA tenure. Feng dribbled slowly, making his way to the left side of the basketball court. Although he had reached the left, he still desired to breach Leonard's defense from his right side, for his offensive prowess was confined to that hand. Just as he thought this, he perceived that Leonard was not focused on his right, but rather on his left. In that fleeting moment, he surged forward, propelling himself with a powerful push off his left foot, darting towards the basket. Suddenly, at that very instant, as he bounced the ball again, he realized that the basketball had vanished from his grasp. Feng stood in a daze, overwhelmed by a whirlwind of questions. What had transpired? Where was he? What was he doing? Where was his basketball? Who was he? The barrage of inquiries left him pondering if he truly was as inadequate as he felt. Turning around, he spotted the emotionless figure of Leonard behind him, leisurely dribbling the basketball. The atmosphere was eerily silent, save for the rhythmic sound of Leonard's dribble. Why had Leonard snatched the ball from him? How had he done so? This was merely his first offensive attempt, and he was already beginning to doubt his capabilities. What was to come next? Leonard tossed the ball back to him, and both Feng and Leonard positioned themselves at the apex of the three-point line, Leonard standing a meter away. He prepared for a second breakthrough, employing a feint to initiate his attack. This time, he focused intently on the basketball in his hands, lowering his gaze as he aimed to penetrate Leonard's defense. At last, he succeeded in surpassing the stoic figure. Finally outmaneuvered you, the emotionless one. I'm still quite formidable. Do not underestimate me. After all, I am taller than you and possess Jordan-esque athleticism, so getting past you should be a matter of mere moments. However, just as he was preparing for a layup, a shadow surged from behind him. With a resounding slap, Leonard ruthlessly swatted the ball out of bounds before it could even cross the rim. Hadn't he just successfully evaded Leonard? How could his layup still be thwarted? This was unexpected. He was slightly taller than Leonard, so how could he have been blocked? He refused to accept this misfortune. Feng launched yet another offensive play, but once again lost possession of the ball. Time and time again, his efforts proved fruitless. Either the basketball was intercepted or was ruthlessly blocked by Leonard before it even reached the height of the hoop. After 10 minutes of relentless attempts, his desire to score had all but evaporated. It was no wonder that players like Kobe and LeBron, who could secure 20, 30, or even 40 points amid such defensive pressure, seemed almost otherworldly. Fortunately, Leonard broke the silence with a simple yet motivating phrase. I attack, you defend, come on. As he positioned himself defensively, Feng found himself utterly unprepared during Leonard's first offensive move, failing to react in the slightest, allowing him to pass effortlessly. He couldn't even manage a basic eye defense, lacking the focus to track his opponent. After approximately 10 minutes of defense, Leonard's shooting accuracy astonishingly reached a terrifying 100%. Was this truly the essence of my defense? A full 10 minutes without a single successful stop. The coach, with a stoic expression, instructed, follow my lead. Quickly rotate your hips. Focus on enhancing your lateral defensive movements. Lower your center of gravity and adopt a defensive stance. Then swiftly pivot your hips to alter your defensive angle. Move, move, move. Accelerate. Do not halt. Keep going, come on. Maintain a slight crouch. Use your weak side hand to interfere, while your strong side hand oscillates to disrupt passing lanes. Yes, yes, yes. Keep it up. Follow the offensive player's steps in direction of attack without turning. Only slide laterally in the same direction. Shift to the next maneuver. Allow for some space. Do not pressure too tightly, and read your opponent's path while gliding. Be mindful of your footwork. Do not simply retreat. Instead, slide diagonally backward to prevent being faked out. When your opponent receives the ball, execute rapid, little steps to stay in front of them. While retreating defensively, be vigilant with your foot movements, continuously adjusting your pivot foot in alignment with the offensive player's direction. Finally, engage in auxiliary drills. Set up 3 markers in a triangular formation and swiftly move your feet to touch each point. This exercise significantly enhances footwork agility. At long last, after completing a set of training, Phone collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, overwhelmed by a sensation akin to suffocation. Was this the essence of relentless struggle? An experience that left one feeling breathless? After several more sets, a voice from the system chimed in. Host, 1 hour training time has elapsed. You have 12 hours of system training time remaining. Phone gracefully exited the system space, beginning to reflect on the training he had just undergone. He absorbed the nuances of each movement, meticulously comparing them with Leonard's defensive actions, documenting the adjustments needed for his next training session. Once he had recorded everything, he checked the level of his technique, death grip, which stood at level 1, with a score of 20-100. Subsequently, he drifted into a serene slumber. Chapter 12. Leisurely viewing the match after enduring 6 consecutive days of rigorous training, coupled with nightly system drills, Phone opted to take a day of rest. Every other day, he would select a training instructor to guide him, as their insights often unveiled numerous erroneous movements. On the subsequent day, he would forego the instructor's assistance, focusing instead on self-correction and repetitive practice. However, having never experienced such an extensive training regimen before, he chose to pause for a day. Coincidentally, the Los Angeles Lakers had a game that day, albeit an away match against the Seattle Supersonics. Regrettably, he could only watch the game on television, which left him with a twinge of disappointment. The game commenced at 11:30. The arena's DJ exuberantly beckoned the crowd to welcome their illustrious player, our all-star, Ray Allen. The audience erupted in a deafening cheer, chanting his name. The DJ then called for none other than Kobe Bryant. The crowd rallied, fervently chanting, "Beat LA, beat LA, beat LA." This phrase was not exclusive to the Supersonics. It had originated during a pivotal finals matchup known as the Green and Yellow Clash, and many teams adopted it to undermine the Lakers' morale, especially during crucial moments of the game. As the time came for the starting lineups, the primary players for the Lakers were Kobe Bryant, while the Supersonics featured Ray Allen. The starting centers faced off with a tip-off, and with the referee's whistle signaling the start, the game began. The Supersonics secured the jump ball, which landed in the hands of Jerome James. Under Kobe's defensive pressure, James faltered, resulting in a successful steal by Kobe. Excellent defense. Truly formidable. Could this be another iteration of the death grip? Phone mused. Why can I not replicate such performance? It seems my experience is still lacking. After several exchanges of possession, the ball found its way back to Kobe, who executed a clean mid-range jump shot, only to hear the unmistakable sound of the ball clanging against the rim, eliciting a chorus of boos from the audience. Undeterred by the fans' jeers, Kobe remained focused. Swiftly transitioning to defense, the team awaited the onslaught of the Supersonics. Just shy of the 2-minute mark into the game, Kobe received an assist from Karen Butler and effortlessly sank a 3-pointer. From that moment, both teams exchanged leads until there were 6 minutes and 38 seconds remaining in the first quarter, when Kobe assisted his teammate Grant, who capitalized with a 2-point basket. Gradually, as the latter half of the first quarter unfolded, Kobe intensified his efforts, delivering 3 consecutive assists, drawing a foul, and executing a mid-range jump shot. He played the entirety of the first quarter, amassing 7 points, 5 assists, and 1 rebound, guiding the Lakers to a narrow lead of 27-26 over the Seattle Supersonics. During the brief intermission, Kobe took a sip of water as Coach Han Buren outlined the offensive strategy for the second quarter. Just 2 minutes into the game, Kobe was substituted for Butler to rest. The score remained tightly contested in the first half of the second quarter, with both teams trading points. With just over 5 minutes remaining, Kobe petitioned the head coach to return to the court, having rested for less than 5 minutes. Upon re-entering, Kobe immediately seized the ball, poised for an offensive maneuver. With no opportunity to pass to Divac, he executed a well-timed off-ball movement. Divac then handed the ball back to Kobe, who rose up for a jumper. The basketball soared through the air, tracing a perfect arc. Fong held his breath, quietly awaiting the moment as the basketball swooped into the hoop. With a swish, the ball gracefully found its mark. Gradually, the Lakers began to widen the gap in the score against the Shanghai Supersonics, while Kobe diminished his ball-handling attacks, began to focus intently on defense and orchestrate the offense. In the final 8 seconds, the Lakers secured possession. Kobe Bryant received the ball, leaping from beyond the three-point arc to release a shot. With a sharp beep, the first half concluded, and Kobe's three-pointer found its mark. The score stood at 56-42, with the Lakers leading by 14 points at halftime, thanks to Kobe's prowess. Years ago, Kobe was exceptional. His graceful fadeaway jumper was unmatched. After his retirement, it seemed that such elegance in shooting had vanished, as fewer players attempted fadeaways, particularly following his passing. In the first half, Kobe accumulated 12 points, 5 assists, 2 steals, and 1 rebound. While not as explosive as anticipated, he still guided his team to a 14-point lead at the break. Despite this advantage, Kobe found little respite, having played approximately 20 minutes in the first half. The exhaustion weighed heavily, a sense of helplessness creeping in as the Supersonics proved a formidable playoff contender. Yet, Kobe's indomitable spirit refused to accept defeat, regardless of the team's circumstances. As the second half commenced, Kobe initiated an offensive play, facing a triple team. He executed a series of probing steps, his gaze fixed on Butler, who was 5 meters away. Ray Allen sensed a potential pass, giving Kobe's 5 assists in the first half. At that moment, Kobe abruptly accelerated, prompting Ray Allen to pivot for a block. However, he realized he was unable to do so. Kobe leaped, executed a fadeaway, and, as the shot was released, a whistle pierced the air. Ray Allen had committed a foul. Nevertheless, Kobe completed the fadeaway jumper, the ball swishing through the net, and he earned a free throw opportunity. Approaching the line, Kobe faltered, the weight of Allen's foul evident, and he missed the free throw. The game continued, and another foul by Kobe resulted in yet another turnover. Time slipped away, with Kobe and Butler exchanging baskets until 3.5 minutes remained in the third quarter, at which point Kobe was substituted. The Lakers had extended their lead to 20 points, with the score at 77-57. In the fourth quarter, Kobe relentlessly pursued the offense. Despite the Supersonics trailing by over 20 points, their playoff resilience forbade them from conceding. Kobe mirrored that determination, refusing to relinquish victory from his grasp. Upon entering the final quarter, he led his team in maintaining a 20-point buffer, never daring to relax. With 3 minutes left, Kobe sank another three-pointer, having tallied 21 points in the final period. He placed his hands on his knees, lowering his head slightly, sweat glistening on his forehead as a droplet fell from his arm. The exertion was palpable. Against a strong opponent, he knew he could not afford to ease up. With 1 minute remaining, Kobe committed a foul and was subsequently substituted for Devin George. Finally, he could rest. As the final whistle blew, the Lakers triumphed with a score of 117-94. After watching the match, Fong sincerely felt that engaging in casual conversations during these recent games had been rather exhausting. In this particular match, he benefited from Butler's assistance, as Butler scored 30 points, while only 2 other players managed to exceed 10 points. Following the game, Fong casually browsed through this year's rookie situation when he received a call from his close friend. They went out and spent a few hours together, and he also purchased some food for the upcoming training session before returning home. Chapter 13, the first phase of training, concluded with the end of the NBA's 2004-2005 regular season. The Lakers' season also came to a close, finishing with a record of 34 wins and 48 losses, placing them 12th in the Western Conference, thus missing the playoffs. Kobe would have to resort to fishing instead. The standings in the Western Conference were as follows: Phoenix Suns, 62 wins, 20 losses; San Antonio Spurs, 59 wins, 23 losses; Seattle Supersonics, 52 wins, 30 losses; Dallas Mavericks, 58 wins, 24 losses; Houston Rockets, 51 wins, 31 losses; Sacramento Kings, 50 wins, 32 losses; Denver Nuggets, 49 wins, 33 losses; Memphis Grizzlies, 45 wins, 37 losses. The Eastern Conference playoff teams were ranked as follows. Miami Heat, 59 wins, 23 losses. Detroit Pistons, 54 wins, 28 losses. Boston Celtics, 45 wins, 37 losses. Chicago Bulls, 47 wins, 35 losses. Washington Wizards, 45 wins, 37 losses. Indiana Pacers, 45 wins, 37 losses. Philadelphia 76ers, 43 wins, 39 losses. New Jersey Nets, 42 wins, 40 losses. The playoffs for both conferences were set to commence on April 23, 2005. After 2 weeks of regular training, he could sense a significant improvement in his abilities, not only in terms of strength, but also in his defensive skills. Fong Fong has seamlessly entered the system space. Xiaojin, please review the personal panel. Host system panel. 1. Physical attributes. Speed. 83 strength. 78 flexibility. 66 agility. 84 endurance. 82. Offensive skills. Post play. 65 mid-range shooting. 68 three-point shooting. 55 layups. 67 second chance points. 75. 3. Basketball intelligence. Offensive awareness. 57 defensive awareness. 74 tactical awareness. 51. 4. Defensive skills. Rebounding ability. 78 one-on-one defense. 74 help defense awareness. 65 stealing ability. 50 blocking ability. 75. 5. Ball handling skills. Dribbling ability. 41 ball handling breakthrough. 46 assisting ability. 52 host physical analysis. Height. 207 centimeters wingspan. 227 centimeters standing reach. 277 centimeters body fat percentage. 9. 5 vertical jump. 86 centimeters running jump. 101 centimeters hand width. 23 centimeters host capability. 69. A competent player. Beginning to transition towards the end of the bench. Fong Fong perused his data dashboard and realized that after 3 weeks of rigorous training, he had undergone a qualitative transformation. Although his ability ratings had yet to elevate him to the status of a competent NBA player, he had certainly become an adequate substitute. His capabilities now transcended mere statistics. He was a skilled individual. Upon inspecting his skill levels, he noted that he possessed 2 skills, both of which had improved through the course of his training. The first was Leonard's death grip, now at level 2 with a score of 10, 100, and the second, off-ball movement inspired by Richard Clay Hamilton, also at level 2 but with a score of 20, 100. The advancement in both his defensive and movement skills marked a significant leap for him. Reflecting on the time since he began training, he realized he had not contacted his family. Thus, he dialed their number, as it had been quite a while since their last communication. After several seconds, the call connected, and he heard a voice that was both familiar and foreign. "Hello, you rascal. Finally decided to call. I wanted to reach out before, but I was hesitant to interrupt your training. Didn't you say you were aiming for the NBA? Your mother advised me to refrain from bothering you, trusting that you would call when you had the time. Yes, Dad, I just wrapped up 3 weeks of training. Your son is fit as a fiddle, muscles all around. If only you could see for yourself. Oh wait, you can't." He nearly slipped up, forgetting that at that time, there were no messaging apps for video calls. He caught himself just in time, realizing the need for caution in his words. "See what? Silly boy. No need to see. You're undoubtedly the most handsome. Just look in the mirror, and you'll understand. After all, with a father as handsome as I am, how could you possibly fall short? Goodness, Dad, still so full of yourself at your age. You're in your 40s, yet still so shameless. Indeed, I am the most handsome. Son, it's your mother. How are you managing over there? Is your money sufficient? If you need more, your father can send you a few thousand. We don't have much savings, but there's not much to spend on anyway. Your sister is still in middle school, so expenses are minimal. Mom, there's no need to send me money. I'll be earning soon enough, so don't worry, it's enough for now. That's good to hear. Have you found a girlfriend yet? Hurry up and find one. I'm still young enough to help you with the children. Why is this a recurring theme? Why the relentless push for me to find a girlfriend? It seems that no matter how vast our country is, we all share the same concerns as mothers. Those with sons worry about them finding wives, while those with daughters fret over them marrying off. Mom, don't worry. Your son is quite handsome. At merely 19, I am still below the legal age, hence there is no rush. Well, since there's nothing pressing, I shall take my leave, mother. I have matters to attend to and will be stepping out shortly. Very well, my son, do take care of yourself." After concluding the call, Fong Fong decided to reach out to his old confidant, Jack, whom he had not contacted in quite some time. "Hey, Jack, what have you been up to lately? Are you out charming the ladies again? Don't be ridiculous, you madman. How could someone as upright as I indulge in such pursuits? Not long ago, during our conversation, I realize that I will soon be a sophomore. It's time for me to become independent, as I can no longer rely on my parents. I must dedicate myself to my studies and prepare to support myself. It is no easy task. It appears you too are beginning to abandon your hedonistic lifestyle. Wasn't your ambition to woo countless women? What has caused this transformation? This isn't like you. Enough with the jokes. Indeed, Americans often follow this path, despite many coming from affluent families. Most parents raise their children to adulthood and then expect them to fend for themselves. All right, I'll come over soon so we can discuss some matters. After ending the call with Jack, Fong began contemplating his next steps. Recently, the training regimen had proven to be quite costly. Although his diet consisted mainly of substantial meals, steaks, chicken breasts, eggs, shrimp, low-calorie yogurt, and various fruits and vegetables, it nonetheless amounted to a significant expense. Thus, he needed to start earning money. To make quick profits, gambling seemed the only option. However, he had little recollection of other avenues, such as lotteries, which he had never paid much attention to. What lingered in his memory were primarily basketball-related details, particularly the significant paths to playoff advancement. This was sufficient. He could enlist Jack as assistance in acquiring some basketballs. After all, he possessed a certain foresight and could potentially earn some money. After a brief interlude, he arrived at Jack's doorstep. "Hi, Fong. Are you here to see Jack?" inquired the elderly white gentleman at the apartment entrance. "Yes, Mr. Smith. I just spoke with Jack on the phone. I have some matters to discuss with him. I shall enter now." He knocked on the door and waited a moment before Jack opened it. Fong entered the room and settled himself onto Jack's genuine leather sofa. "Hi, you lunatic. Would you care for a drink? Beer, soda, or perhaps some red wine?" he inquired. "Never mind. I aspire to become an athlete in the future, so I shall refrain from beer and soda. I still need to drive back later, so no alcohol for me. Just a bottle of mineral water, please. I presume you don't have any vegetable juice or fruit juice available," he added. Jack tossed him a bottle of mineral water. Fong opened the bottle, took a sip, and placed it on the table. "So, Jack, although we are both studying economics, I must confess that this past year in university has yielded little in terms of actual learning. How do you intend to earn a living?" Jack lowered his head in contemplation. "Well, I haven't given it much thought yet. It was only this morning that I resolved to become self-sufficient, so..." Fong has finally revealed his true colors. It turns out he merely contemplated it, and only decided an hour ago. I should have known better than to trust this fellow. Indeed, even a sow could climb a tree before I would place my faith in him. He is utterly unreliable. Had it not been for our year-long acquaintance, during which I gleaned some understanding of his character, I would have surely deemed him a consummate fraud. Well, fortunately, I did not place my trust in you. I still possess a modicum of discernment. Madman, do you have any wise counsel? In the coming months, I shall rely on you for sustenance. What do you think? If you could assist in earning some income, I would willingly offer myself in gratitude. Nonsense. With your corpulent figure, you and T fetch a buyer at the market. Very well. Come here. I wish to discuss something with you. Fong glanced at Jack and beckoned him over. Have you forgotten my expertise? I'm a basketball player, after all. What do you say? Shall we wager on this year's playoffs? I possess an uncanny accuracy. Jack looked at Fong with a puzzled expression, as if to say, "Are you serious? You, who are not even part of the team that made it to March Madness, and certainly not the primary player." He then playfully punched Jack in the chest. "What is the matter? You'd better believe me. Recently, in addition to my training, I have conducted analyses on numerous teams. Let's first examine the first round of the playoffs. As for the Western Conference, we need not elaborate. Consider the matchup between the Suns and the Grizzlies. This year's Suns are exceptionally formidable. I predict they will secure victory with a score of 4-0 or 4-1. However, if we were to place a bet on this, the return would likely be minimal, as the consensus is that the Suns are undeniably dominant. Therefore, we shall pass on this matchup. Regarding the Spurs versus the Nuggets, it is unnecessary to comment further. The seasoned veterans have a high probability of clinching the championship in odd-numbered years, making this matchup similar to the previous one. Thus, we shall also pass on this. The Mavericks against the Mavericks is a more ambiguous situation, and wagering here does not seem promising. Hence, we will also pass on this duel. As for the Supersonics versus the Kings, I have a favorable inclination towards the Supersonics, predicting a probable conclusion in 5 games. Many experts believe that while the Supersonics will triumph, most forecasts suggest it will extend to 6 games, with a significant portion even anticipating a decisive 7th game. Therefore, we might consider placing a bet on the Supersonics to conclude the series in 5 games. What do you think? Jack nodded along, feeling that Feng's analysis was quite insightful. Yet there remained an air of ambiguity. Jack finally conceded. All right, we shall keep this matchup as a backup option. Now, what about the others? In the clash between the Heat and the Nets, we need not elaborate. The current Heat, featuring Shaquille O'Neal and the dynamic Dwayne Wade, should not be underestimated. However, betting on the Heat would yield minimal returns. Therefore, we shall refrain from wagering on this matchup. In the face-off between the Bulls and the Wizards, I foresee the Wizards pulling off an upset. However, it is difficult to predict how many games it will take to conclude the battle. Thus, should we choose to bet on the Wizards, the potential returns could be more substantial, making it a secondary option. As for the Pistons against the Mavericks, is there even a need to analyze this matchup further? Have you seen ESPN's predictions? The mere prospect of a digital entity securing a victory would indeed be miraculous. Therefore, it would be prudent for us to refrain from selecting this group, as it is abundantly clear that the Pistons, being the reigning champions, should encounter no difficulties in the first round. As for the final matchup between the Celtics and the Pacers, both teams appear evenly matched, making the outcome uncertain. Jack, lost in contemplation, seems to lack any profound understanding of the matter. Very well, I shall heed your advice. I will check which odds are more favorable, and we shall place our bets accordingly. All right then, use your identification to make the purchase. As a foreigner, I would encounter certain complications in this process. Once it's all concluded, you can simply return the funds to me. Phone withdrew all the cash from his pocket and counted it, discovering approximately $500. He handed $2,000 to Jack, instructing him to place a bet on his behalf, while also keeping a watchful eye on Jack to ensure he did not wager excessively. For gambling is not a commendable pursuit. All right, I will heed your advice. You can count on me, Jack assured confidently, thumping his chest. After exchanging a few casual remarks with Jack, Phone drove back home. Goodbye, Smith. I'm leaving now. Until next time, he called out to Smith as he departed. 15 minutes later, upon returning to his residence, he opened his computer to review ESPN's predictions for the upcoming match. Aside from his own favorable outlook on the underdog, the other forecasts were largely similar, with several predicting a sweeping victory of 4-0. Thus, Phone need not be concerned for this time. He is certain to earn a considerable sum of money. I have perused some information regarding the 2005 draft, particularly about prominent figures such as Andrew Bogut, Marvin Williams, Darren Williams, Chris Paul, and Channing Frye, who occupy the top ranks. However, I have yet to detect my own name among the first 100. Reflecting on my path forward, I must contemplate how to generate buzz for my own draft prospects, primarily through NCAA competitions. Regrettably, my participation has been minimal, and I have not distinguished myself significantly. Alas, my notoriety remains scant, and I have only played a single year in the United States. Athletes with statistics akin to mine are plentiful. Perhaps it is best to dismiss such thoughts and consult my coach. Although I possess some understanding, I lack the necessary connections. Without connections, one's efforts may prove futile. Chapter 15. Draft Preparation. I take immense pride in the training I have undertaken over the past 3 weeks. It is indeed astonishing that I have persevered without interruption. While my improvements have primarily been in shooting, defense, and positioning, such advancements should not be underestimated. Prior to this training regimen, I was akin to an athlete blessed with height but devoid of any other advantages, which explains my lack of recognition. Thanks to systematic training, my defense and positioning have ascended to a new level, albeit slowly due to my previous inadequate foundation. After more than a month of training, I have genuinely begun to master this new physique. Setting aside other aspects, in terms of physical prowess, I undoubtedly surpassed the majority of this year's draft prospects. However, in ball handling, I still find myself lacking. During this period, I have exerted my utmost effort, motivating myself with the belief that I am capable. After all, I am a methodical individual. Should I be selected, even at the tail end of the second round, I am confident I can swiftly establish my footing. My focus during tryouts must be to showcase my strengths in defense, positioning, and shooting. I must also commence preparations to generate interest in my candidacy and begin submitting my draft application, which is a relatively straightforward process. Should any uncertainties arise, I can consult my coach, who I trust will provide assistance. How can I attract attention and captivate the audience? Phone murmured to himself that the playoffs had only just begun and the draft picks of various teams had yet to be accurately determined, rendering the idea of attending tryouts rather impractical. He realized that he needed an agent who could assist him. Lacking fame, he contemplated seeking help from the future owner, Mr. Yao. Yet he acknowledged the possibility that Mr. Yao might not even be familiar with him. Perhaps it would be wiser to consult the coach on this cloudy day, for the coach undoubtedly possessed far more knowledge than he did, and would surely provide sound guidance. Feng resolved firmly. There are certain matters he can accomplish independently. Yet some tasks undeniably present a formidable challenge. For instance, understanding which teams require what types of players is a realm in which he lacks clarity. The significance of a proficient agent cannot be overstated. Lacking a network of connections, he must seek assistance from coaches. As for generating buzz for his draft prospects, it seems feasible to create a few videos and share them online, likely yielding a commendable level of exposure. Indeed, this is the course of action he shall pursue. Additionally, participating in the street basketball scene, which enjoys considerable popularity in America, could also prove advantageous. With his plans meticulously formulated, he is ready to take action. Feng rose and picked up his phone, dialing the number of his coach, Hayland. In the endless twilight, the sun slowly descended beyond the horizon. "Hello, Feng. What can I do for you?" The coach inquired. "Coach, I wish to participate in the draft this year, but I believe I require your assistance." "I sincerely hope you can help me," Feng replied. "What do you need help with?" Hayland questioned, perplexed. "You are my student. Although you haven't progressed far with the team, you remain one of the players I have mentored, and I would be glad to assist you." Despite his doubts regarding Feng's prospects of entering the NBA, given his previous performance, the coach felt obligated to offer his support. "Yes, coach, I truly need your guidance. I am quite unfamiliar with the draft process, how to register, how to participate, and how to reach out to teams." Feng articulated his inquiries in the areas in which he required assistance. "Very well. You seem to have quite a few questions. Shall we schedule a time for an overcast day?" "All right, coach. Would noon at 10 o'clock on an overcast day work for you?" "Excellent. It is settled then. 10 o'clock at noon on an overcast day." Feng took a deep breath, finally receiving assistance and feeling an immense sense of relief wash over him. In an instant, the weight upon his shoulders lightened considerably. After all, he possessed nothing in the present, yet he alone knew that he could one day emerge as a star in the league. Having completed his tasks for the day, he finally allowed himself to unwind. Today marked the first day of the playoffs, and he was eager to witness some thrilling matches. He opened his computer and browsed the ongoing games, landing on the matchup between the Mavericks and the Mosaic team. Right from the outset, Yao made a two-point shot with an assist from McGrady. The long-awaited Yao-McGrady connection was a sight to behold, reminiscent of classic moments from past life. The comments section lit up. It was no surprise, for Yao's fervor was undeniable, and nothing could diminish the admiration the people held for him. Comment 1. Yao is magnificent and powerful. That is how it's done. Outshoot those little guys. Comment 2. I concur with the previous comment. But let us not forget that my McGrady is quite formidable as well. Comment 3. Indeed, let us keep this up. Comment 4. 1 comment 1008. The commentary online was genuinely entertaining, whether one sought the brilliance of the stars or the humor of the comments. It was akin to the vibrant bullet screens of later generations. Feng was quietly encouraging Yao Yin, asserting that they should confront their opponents head-on, as Brother Yao was formidable. Soon, the third quarter concluded with the score standing at 70-63, the Mavericks leading by 7 points as they entered the final quarter. At the onset of the last quarter, Yao Yin made his entrance, immediately executing a block that thwarted Stackhouse's layup. Ryan Bowen secured the rebound. Yao Yin launched into a fast break, though his speed was somewhat constrained. He established a favorable position in the corner, raising his hands to signal for the ball. Mike James, positioned beyond the arc, delivered a perfectly arched pass that found its way to the basket. Shortly thereafter, Yao Yin disrupted the Mavericks' offense 3 consecutive times, yet failed to secure the rebounds. Before long, he accrued another foul, reaching a total of 5, prompting the coach to substitute him out for fear of risking further penalties with only a few minutes remaining. Uncle Mu replaced Yao Yin, as the team maintained an advantage of around 8 points. This allowed Yao to rest on the sidelines until just 2 minutes remained in the game. However, due to his limited playoff experience, Yao soon committed another foul, resulting in his disqualification. Throughout the match, Yao played only 20 minutes, scoring a modest 11 points before being sidelined. His presence in the game was notably subdued. Nonetheless, McGrady shone brightly, amassing 34 points and leading the team to victory. Ultimately, the Mavericks triumphed with a final score of 98-86. After the game concluded, noticing the late hour, preparations began for Yao Yin's meeting with the coach. Chapter 16. The coach was left speechless. Feng did not abandon his training regimen today, simply because he had a meeting with his coach. As per his usual routine, he began with a run, followed by continued practice at the gym. Recently, he has been preparing for an upcoming trial, and, more importantly, seeking to enhance his visibility. To capture the public's attention, one must present something spectacular. Hey boy, back for training again? You're the only one in this entire basketball gym. The other players are off enjoying their vacations on the beach, basking in the sun, and wearing their bikinis. Why do you keep coming here to train every day? Inquired the African-American guard. What can I say? I am simply passionate about basketball. A true love, Fong thought to himself. I wish I could indulge in that too. Who would want to embrace the glamour? Yet, given the current circumstances, I have no choice but to obediently train, to flaunt my skills in the future. I must endure the grind now. Upon entering the gym, he glanced at the clock. It was only 8:30, well ahead of his agreed-upon time with the coach. He commenced his warm-up, reflecting on his thoughts as he stretched. After much contemplation, he concluded that it would be a spectacular dunk that would truly captivate an audience. Memories of exhilarating dunks from a past life flooded his mind. The most iconic of all was Michael Jordan's free throw line dunk, a feat celebrated and revered, unmatched by any other. This is something I could attempt, especially since I possess the athletic prowess reminiscent of Jordan. I could also draw inspiration from Vince Carter, known as half man, half amazing, whose dunks are equally electrifying and eye-catching. It would be fitting to emulate these two legends' breathtaking dunks. Jordan's dunk was nothing short of extraordinary. With a leap from the free throw line, he astonished onlookers, as if ascending on steps in midair, sprouting wings and soaring high. Gracefully, he glided through the air, slamming the ball into the hoop, a breathtaking spectacle that rightfully earned him the title of champion in that dunk contest. Fong, clutching a basketball, strode to the center of the court. He forcefully dribbled the ball against the floor several times, then tucked it away, fully prepared for a dunk. Suddenly, he took his first step, accelerating swiftly to the vicinity of the free throw line, although his leaping ability and height could facilitate a dunk from that distance. He lamented that he had never attempted such a feat before. Thus, he could only begin with a dunk from just a step inside the free throw line. Positioned at the designated spot, he leapt, holding the ball in one hand, and with great force, he slammed it through the hoop, hanging on the rim. The gym echoed solely with the sound of the basketball colliding with the floor. Time and again, he attempted the dunk, inching closer to the free throw line with each leap. After a dozen attempts, he finally executed his first authentic dunk from the free throw line. He picked up the ball and walked to the opposite side of the court, lightly dribbling it before gathering it in both hands. He set off, dribbling, accelerating, jumping, and with a powerful one-handed slam, the ball swooshed through the net. He landed, exclaiming in sheer exhilaration, releasing his pent-up energy with a triumphant roar, oblivious to the world around him. At that moment, an overweight figure entered the gym from the other side, having witnessed Fong's successful dunk in its entirety. He gazed in disbelief, thinking, my goodness, is that really Fong? Surely, he hasn't been possessed by aliens. How did he achieve this? If he had displayed such leaping prowess and explosive athleticism when he was on the team, the Brown Bears would not have failed to make it to March Madness. Hal Land mused, convinced that this individual could carve out a niche in the NBA. If he could enhance his skills further, he would be the larger-than-life version of Michael Jordan. Reluctant to interrupt Fong's training, as it was a veritable showcase of dunks. He felt that even the slightest noise would be a desecration of the spectacle. He turned and headed to his office, retrieving his camcorder to record the moment. A few minutes later, he returned to the gym, standing rigidly, careful not to make a sound as he began filming. Fong commenced his attempts at the illustrious 360-degree windmill dunk, a tribute to the great Vince Carter. With each endeavor, he strived for perfection, executing resounding dunks that resonated with clarity and power. Each repetition bore witness to incremental improvements, each slam captivating the onlookers anew. With every dunk, tangible progress was undeniably evident. Once more, he gathered momentum, leaping into the air, performing a flawless 360-degree rotation, and executing a majestic windmill dunk, the ball held firmly in both hands, before descending gracefully to the ground. He had perfectly replicated Carter's iconic feat undeterred. He embarked on his next practice, initiating from the baseline. He aimed for a reverse 360-degree windmill dunk. With relentless determination, he repeated the movements, seeking to elevate his performance further. From the baseline, he leapt, spun in a reverse 360, and delivered another breathtaking windmill dunk, flawlessly echoing the classic. Hal Land felt an urge to cheer loudly, yet he hesitated, fearing that he might disrupt Fong's focused practice. Fong walked to the spot where he had placed his phone and glanced at the time. It was nearly the moment he had arranged to meet with his coach. He decided to elevate the difficulty of these 3 dunks and concluded with one final attempt. Foam raised one hand towards the azure heavens, imploring the divine, "O God, bestow your blessings upon me. I shall surely succeed. Although my faith in you wanes, I firmly believe in my own capabilities." Once more, he positioned himself on the court, preparing for the task ahead. He took off, accelerated. From a half step away from the free throw line, he leapt. A thunderous dunk. Yet again, at mid-court, he began anew, accelerated, leapt. A magnificent 540-degree spin. He soared once more, another resounding dunk. Once more, from a distance slightly beyond the baseline. He commenced, gained speed, leapt. A 540-degree reverse spin. He launched into the air, another emphatic dunk. He exhaled deeply. Dunking is utterly exhausting. While undeniably beautiful, the relentless practice of this art is truly taxing. At that moment, a voice pierced the silence of the gymnasium. Clap, 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 clap. The sound of applause erupted. So exquisite, truly, Foam. Why do you not perform more of these breathtaking dunks during the games? You could seize more rebounds, accumulate greater points, and lead our team forward. Had you played like this today during the tournament, we might have had a chance to compete in the semifinals. And you wouldn't be fretting over the draft now, would you? Indeed, that was an exceptional dunk, so ethereal that words fail to capture its beauty. Foam could only scratch his scalp, feeling helpless. It was impossible for him to confess that he had no system back then. But now not only did he possess a system, he also held a card for Jordan's athletic prowess. He could only offer a sheepish smile to Haaland, unable to respond to the question, for he was at a loss for words. In order to participate in this year's draft and elevate my visibility, I have resorted to practicing some dunks, compiling them into a video, and posting it online to capture people's attention, hoping to attract the interest of some teams. Wow, it's truly magnificent, Foam. Could you possibly play for the school team for another year? I believe that after a year, you will undoubtedly enter the NBA as a top 5 pick, making you a coveted asset for many teams. No, coach. I do not wish to wait any longer. I want to enter the NBA as soon as possible, even if it means being picked lower. I desire to gain a year of experience and more advanced training, for in 2 or 3 years, the Olympics will be held right in my backyard. I envision myself draped in the national flag, bringing honor to my country. Well, that is truly unfortunate. Please freshen up and come to my office. We can discuss any questions you may have. With that, Haaland turned and walked towards his office. As he walked, he slapped his thigh and muttered to himself, pondering why he had not recognized that sooner. He lamented that he should have given him more time. Otherwise, this year's team would not have faced an early exit from the competition. Shit, I truly regret it. Foam walked towards the washroom, oblivious to the scene unfolding before Haaland. Chapter 17. Guidance from the coach. Arriving at the doorway of the coach's office, he noticed the door ajar. After knocking gently a few times and hearing the invitation to enter, he pushed the door open. Haaland was still engrossed, repeatedly watching the video of Foam's recent dunk. Marvelous, absolutely marvelous. Observe this spin. Now, take note of the explosive speed. Truly remarkable. Witness the height achieved. And behold, the hang time is exquisite. Indeed, look at this dunk. This is nothing short of a feast for the eyes, simply perfect. You are the dunk champion in my heart, my eternal dunk champion. Haaland lifted his head, gently rolling his neck. It was evident that he had been fixated on the video from the very beginning, not realizing the strain in his neck until Foam knocked at the door. Your physical prowess is exceptional. By the way, didn't you inquire about your elective courses yesterday? Yes, coach, I have many uncertainties. I don't even know when to submit the required materials for registration. Haaland's hands gently massaged his neck. Do not fret. I will assist you with this. Whatever you need, I shall procure it for you. If anything is missing, I will simply ask you for it. This is quite straightforward, so there is no need for concern. Foam chuckled. Evidently, the recent slam dunk had left quite an impression on the coach. I have certainly reaped numerous benefits from this. Thus, I can now dedicate myself more fervently to training. Thank you immensely, coach. As for the realm of agents, I am utterly ignorant, unsure of how to select one or participate in tryouts. Do you have any suggestions, coach? Oh, that is no trouble at all. I have been a coach for several years and have successfully mentored NBA players. I'm also quite familiar with various agents and possess some connections. I shall reach out to one for you. However, it may not be a top-tier basketball agent, but for your current standing, it should suffice. All right, coach. What do you suggest for enhancing my visibility? After all, I haven't had any remarkable performances in the NCAA league. No. You need not worry about that. Just look at your slam dunks. How many players in the entire NBA can execute such feats? To elevate your profile, these are the very things that will best enhance your visibility. Indeed, I had intended to film some dunk videos to bolster my fame. Otherwise, what is the point of toiling away in practice all day? A day of rest followed by the next phase of training sounds much more appealing. Exactly. That is a splendid idea. Coach, could you provide me with a copy of the video footage? I'll find a time to upload it online. However, Coach, I am not proficient in video editing, and when it comes to dunk videos, I am even less capable. Fear not, I shall assist you with that. Before I became a coach, I did some video editing myself. Otherwise, do you think the training videos you see were sourced from nowhere? I will edit it and send it to you later. After chatting with Haaland for about an hour, he helped Fong resolve many of his uncertainties, leaving him enlightened and free from confusion. He could now train with peace of mind. It was delightful. Before he knew it, it was nearly noon. Fong bid farewell to Haaland and headed back. Haaland then commenced his video editing task. It was not until after 2 in the afternoon that he finally completed the editing. Only when his stomach began to grumble did he emerge from the exhilarating world of Fong's dunk videos. He stood up to stretch for a moment before heading out for a belated lunch. He picked up his phone and dialed a number. It was the familiar contact of Bill Duffy. Hi, Bill. How are the new rookies signing this year? Any notable ones? Things are going well this year. Currently preoccupied with Yao Ming's contract. Unfortunately, with the end of the next season, we must begin preparations for the renewal negotiations. How unfortunate indeed. It must be quite exhausting. I had intended to introduce you to an exceptional newcomer, but it seems I shall have to reach out to Divac or Dan Fagan instead. I shall not trouble you any further for now, dear Mr. Bill. Holland feigned a desire to end the call. No, please don't. Let us converse a little longer. It will not take too much of your time. However, I recall that your school does not seem to boast any particularly remarkable players. I have been following your team, and there appears to be a player from the Celestial Empire, yet his abilities seem insufficient to qualify him as an NBA player, don't you think? Holland nodded in agreement. Indeed, until today, I shared the same opinion. As the saying goes, great minds think alike. So, you mean to say that prior to today, your views were aligned with mine? What has changed? Yes, however, after witnessing his dunk today, my perspective shifted. Truly, that graceful and crisp dunk is beyond description. Fortunately, I recorded a video, and after editing it post-meal, I decided to call you. How can I express my gratitude? Oh, is that so? Was it truly that exquisite? Might you share it with me? Certainly, I shall send it to you shortly. After you have viewed it, please consider whether you would like to assist this young talent from the Celestial Empire in entering the draft. If I do not receive a response, I shall reach out to others. Very well then, I shall await your video, and we will be in touch. Until then, let us conclude our conversation. After hanging up, Holland forwarded the video to Bill Duffy and Fong, and subsequently sent them a text notification. He then returned home with the DV camera in hand. Upon receiving the video, Fong pondered the most opportune moment to share it. He opened his computer and browsed the internet to see if there were any current trending topics that could be leveraged to showcase his dunk video. He noted that a game between the Mosaic and the Mavericks was taking place on a cloudy day, which could potentially serve as a relevant hook. However, if no suitable angle presented itself, he decided he would post it regardless, confident that a well-executed dunk would naturally attract considerable attention. Logging onto his QQ account, he noticed his sister was online. He opened the chat window. Dear sister, have you thought about your dashing brother? Soon, your elder brother will be an NBA star. Really? Does that mean you'll be more famous than Yao Ming? Will your signed photos be worth something? At that moment, a silence enveloped the conversation. Fong was taken aback. He initially intended to put on a show, but to his astonishment, he experienced a critical hit of 10,000 points. No, 100,000. Surely this signed photo could fetch him a meal. After all, it eclipsed even Yao's prowess. However, he pondered, in this land, no matter how exceptional your basketball skills, it is nearly impossible to surpass Yao's historical stature in the realm of basketball. After all, this generation of basketball enthusiasts in our country grew fond of the sport by watching Yao play. Comparison is simply out of the question. Unlike Jordan's prominence among the Chinese populace, as evidenced by the subsequent rise of Kobe, who indeed managed to eclipse that legacy, even if one were as formidable as Jordan. Kobe or LeBron, none could rival the influence of brother Yao within the annals of Chinese basketball. Oh sister, do consider Yao's esteemed position in our basketball hierarchy. It is not something one can effortlessly surpass. How absurd. Let us revisit this conversation when you achieve fame. At that point, I shall request a stack of your autographs to sell. Perhaps I should suggest to our parents that they should have another child. My sister truly possesses an eccentric charm. Sister, would you care to witness my dunks? I assure you, they are far more aesthetically pleasing than Yao's. With that, he sent her a video showcasing his dunking prowess. Moments later, he received a message from her. Brother, you are incredible. Should I showcase this at our school? You won't have to worry about remaining single. Stop joking. Little sister, do not share this. We cannot tarnish the nation's blooming flowers. After some light-hearted banter, he noted the time. It was quite late. Chapter 18. Truly famous, he returned to his place of residence and refrained from venturing out again. Opening his computer, he discovered that the game between the Mavericks and the Mosaic team was about to commence. Just in time, the players were being introduced as they entered the arena. Yao Ming. Yet, the audience's cheers were scarce, overshadowed by a feeble chorus of support from the few Chinese fans. Go Yao! Go Yao! Go Yao! However, the predominant sound was that of boos from the crowd. Understandably so, as it was an away game during the playoffs, and cheers were not forthcoming. The scant applause came from fans who had traveled from neighboring cities to witness a game featuring Yao. Although the Mavericks once had a player from our country, he merely warmed the bench, missing the prime opportunity for growth. Thus, he could only lament his circumstances, wandering in obscurity. The starting players of both teams had already taken their positions at center court. Yao and the West's second center, Eric Dampier, prepared for the jump ball. The whistle blew. The referee gently tossed the ball into the air. Yao Ming leapt, deftly directing the ball into Tracy McGrady's hands, thus commencing the match. At the outset, Yao positioned himself in the low post, engaging in a one-on-one against Dampier. Utilizing his height and weight, he gradually pushed Dampier back, just 2 meters from the basket. With his right hand raised high, exhibiting an exquisite touch that seemed almost unbelievable, he flicked his wrist and sent the basketball soaring towards the hoop. Swish! The ball went through the net, leaving Dampier momentarily dazed, struggling to comprehend the situation. It was a display of sheer dominance, with such height. Who could possibly defend against his jump shot? There was simply no way to withstand it. After a lackluster presence in the previous game, due to 6 fouls, Yao was determined to make his mark tonight. He initiated the match with a decisive play, laying the groundwork for his performance that evening. It was also a declaration to the spectators. I'm the starting center of the All-Star team, a title I rightfully hold. Watch this. I intend to dominate the Mavericks' interior defense. In quick succession, another offensive play unfolded, still against Dampier's defense. There was no alternative without physicality and an outstretched arm. It was simply impossible to defend him. Although extending his arm might not guarantee success, it was worth a try. Yao, instinctively calling for the ball at a high position, began to maneuver towards the basket. This time, forsaking a jump shot, he executed a single step, coupled with a feint that left Dampier off balance. With both hands, he delivered a thunderous dunk. To add to his triumph, he converted the ensuing free throw. A successful three-pointer contributed to establishing a 5-point lead for the team. Throughout the quarter, Yao Ming was either engaged in isolations or taking free throws following his individual efforts. The Mavericks' interior defense struggled immensely against him. No one could contain him. When faced with double teams, he would execute a jumper, and triple teams would result in drawn fouls. With approximately 1 minute remaining in the first quarter, Yao was substituted by the coach for a brief respite. In that quarter alone, he amassed 17 points, 2 rebounds, and a steal, with only 1 foul and a flawless shooting percentage. Compared to the previous game, he exhibited better control over his fouls. As Yao departed the court, the Chinese fans present fervently chanted his name, Yao Ming, Yao Ming, Yao Ming. Although the number of supporters was modest, their voices overshadowed the jeers from other spectators. This marked a significant milestone in Yao's NBA journey. With 17 points in a single quarter and an impeccable shooting percentage, he silenced the doubts of American fans and delivered a resounding rebuttal to those harboring prejudice against him. This performance unequivocally demonstrated his capability as a genuine superstar. As the second quarter reached 7 minutes and 27 seconds, Yao was summoned back onto the court, replacing Mutombo. Upon his return, the Mavericks were trailing closely, just 3 points behind. Yao received a primary pass from McGrady and executed a powerful dunk, extending the lead to 5 points, thereby stabilizing the game's momentum in response to the Mavericks' scoring attempts. By the conclusion of the first half, Yao had accumulated 23 points and 5 rebounds, aiding his team in a narrow 60-56 lead. The score remained tight, with both teams alternating in their advantage. With 2 minutes left in the game, Jason Terry of the Mavericks made a crucial 2-pointer, leveling the score at 109. As the game reached its pivotal moment, McGrady controlled the ball, initiating an offensive play from beyond the arc. After a probing step, he accelerated toward the basket, suddenly halting to take a jump shot. Time seemed to freeze as the basketball arced toward the hoop. With a resounding swish, countless fans watching from their screens lamented, "What a shame. The Mavericks surely committed a foul. Look, McGrady fell." The officiating is egregiously biased in favor of the Mavericks. There is no way around it. This is the playoffs. Without overt fouls, the referees remain indifferent. Moreover, this is the Mavericks' home court. In a critical moment, the red-hot Yao Ming, upon receiving a pass from Tracy McGrady, gently flicked his wrist, sending the basketball soaring toward the hoop. The ball swished through the net. The Mavericks trailed the Mavericks by 2 points, 111-109. With a slight edge on the court, the scales of victory tilted in favor of the Mavericks. After both teams experienced a missed shot, just 26. 9 seconds remained. The Mavericks held possession, and at this juncture, Dirk Nowitzki received the ball, positioned just a step inside the three-point arc. He prepared for an attack, but unexpectedly executed a classic one-leg jump shot, scoring. The score was once again tied, 111-111, with the final possession at hand. McGrady held the ball. Countless viewers urged from their screens, "Pass the ball to Yao." Just look at his shooting percentage, 14 of 13. This is the other side of the Iron Mamba. He gives up after one miss, while you continue to miss 30 shots. Quickly, give the ball to Yao. Victory belongs to the Mavericks. Time ticked away, second by second, amidst a cacophony of crowd noise. McGrady leaped effortlessly for a clean pull-up shot. This time, the rim welcomed the basketball. Perhaps Yao had imparted his shooting touch to McGrady. The ball went in with only 0.3 seconds remaining. The Mavericks saw no opportunity for a comeback. Yao was substituted, greeted by the cheers of the visiting fans and his teammates. In the game, Yao scored 33 points, marking his highest playoff score throughout his career. His shooting percentage of 14 of 13 was truly formidable. Yao Ming's prowess was undeniable. Witnessing Yao's efficient performance, Fong felt elated for him, as if he were a child, secretly telling himself that in the future, he would not be alone. He was willing to help carry the banner of basketball for their nation. Wasn't this precisely the story I was hoping for? Yao's remarkably efficient game, a victory over the Mavericks, and a new playoff career high. It was perfect. Seizing the moment, he shared a video of a dunk edited by Hayaland, captioned with the words, "You are not alone, for I have arrived," along with Yao's social media account. Then he shut down his computer, no longer concerned, and prepared for sleep. Unbeknownst to the slumbering Fong, his video had indeed sparked a sensation, garnering both criticism and accolades. Chapter 19. The call from Yao Ming after Fong released the video yesterday. He did not revisit it. Today marks the final day of his rest, as overcast skies herald the commencement of a rigorous 3-week training regimen of 666. Upon opening his computer, he glanced at the video he had posted the previous day. The comment section was ablaze with reactions. What a plethora of remarks. It seemed as though a genius had emerged from the comment section. Could this be real? How could anyone achieve such perfection? This must be fabricated. I can hardly believe it. A classic revival, flawlessly replicating the iconic moves of Boss Chiao and the legendary UFO dunk. Wait a moment. Let me cleanse my eyes and watch it again. It seems too unreal. There's no need to watch further. It's confirmed. This is a hoax. Who is this handsome individual? I want to bear your children. Regardless of its authenticity, the editing deserves a thumbs up. Haoland was baffled. Surely, one thumbs up is insufficient? The comments varied widely. The spectrum of reactions was vast, ranging from skepticism to awe. Switching to Houston. A girl who has yet to attain the status of a celestial being wore a bewildered expression, her face a canvas of astonishment. She watched the video repeatedly. "Hi, Al, what are you watching?" "I'm watching a dunk video. The dunks are incredible, though I cannot ascertain their authenticity. I find it hard to believe that someone from our homeland could execute such flawlessly graceful dunks. If it weren't for the playoffs, I would truly wish to meet him." Bill Duffy, with his head bowed, inquired of Yao Ming, "What do you think this kid's potential is?" Yao Ming shook his head. "I cannot say. I've only seen these dunks, the authenticity of which I cannot verify. How I wish for one of my compatriots to emerge as an NBA player." Bill Duffy grinned mischievously, observing Yao Ming's bewildered expression. He teased, "So are the dunks impressive? I happen to possess the original video. Would you like to see it?" Bill extended his hand, offering the original footage. "Here you go. This is first-hand dunk footage of this boy from our homeland, along with his practice videos. Interested?" Yao Ming accepted the video, puzzled. How could Bill have access to this dunk practice footage when it was only released yesterday? It seemed improbable, yet he took the material. As he watched, he clapped his thigh, exclaiming, "This is absolutely thrilling. It truly is perfect. What a pity I cannot discern its authenticity, but it certainly does not appear to be fake. Yao, I am confident that this dunk video is genuine, without a doubt." Just yesterday, his coach contacted me, hoping I could assist him with this year's draft. We have yet to discuss whether I will sign on as his agent. Is that so? Then you must have his contact information. Could you share with me? I apologize. Yesterday, I was engulfed in melancholy. As you are aware, this year marks the culmination of my contract, and I have just accomplished an extraordinary milestone. I must attend to matters concerning my renewal contract, and I have yet to agree to assist him. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Yao Yin. It all made sense now. "Bill, might you offer him some assistance? My contract renewal negotiations can be postponed for a while, and that is perfectly acceptable. Do not worry. Even if you ultimately do not finalize the contract, I shall bear all expenses. This should not concern you." "Very well. I shall request his contact details shortly and reach out to him. I will visit him for a discussion in due course." Not long after, Bill Duffy provided Yao Yin with Feng Feng's contact information. "Yao, this young man is named Feng Feng." "Understood." Yao Yin picked up the phone and dialed the number Bill had given him. Feng Feng, having missed basketball practice at school today, opted to engage in a modest upper body strength training session at home. As he heard the ringtone of his phone, he answered the call. It was an unfamiliar number, devoid of any saved contact, leaving him with a tinge of curiosity. Nevertheless, he picked up the receiver and inquired, "Hello, who is this?" A voice, so familiar yet imbued with a hint of a Shanghai accent, responded, "Your dunking skills are impressive. Would you be interested in coming to the venue to cheer for me in person?" "Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Yao Ming." Feng Feng hesitated momentarily, unsure of how to address Yao Yin, and remarked, "Brother Yao Yin, I never anticipated that you would call me. I appreciate your kind words. However, how did you obtain my contact information?" Yao Yin responded with a cheerful smile, much to the astonishment of his personal trainer, who was taken aback by the rarity of such a display from Yao Yin, known for his amiable demeanor. It was undeniable. One could not help but feel elated. It had been far too long since the nation had witnessed a basketball athlete with such remarkable physical prowess, especially one capable of executing such acrobatic dunks. This truly challenged society's preconceived notions about individuals of yellow skin. "I acquired your contact details from Bill Duffy. Your coach, Hayland, is hopeful that he can assist you in participating in this year's draft. How do you feel about your prospects?" Feng Feng possesses the finest physical attributes among all the basketball athletes from the Celestial Empire that Yao Yin has encountered. If one is capable of enduring monotony, then all other skills can indeed be cultivated, thus positioning oneself as a flag bearer post-retirement. Recently, it has come to my attention that Feng Feng has been diligently training over the past few weeks, which has subtly elevated Yao Yin's regard for him several notches. What do you foresee regarding your draft position? English should not pose a barrier for you, correct? During the NCAA competition, my ranking was not particularly high, so I anticipate that merely entering the second round would be quite commendable. My English is certainly proficient, especially considering my flirtations. I chuckled foolishly while conversing with Yao Yin. The second round is certainly attainable. With your physical prowess and by honing your skills further, your future achievements are bound to be significant, and you are still quite young. Yao Yin genuinely struggles to envision Feng Feng's future prospects, as she is not endowed with the foresight of a sage from the future. Even with memories of later times, none possess the caliber of Feng Feng. Indeed, I have been training consistently, preparing for the next phase of training over the next 3 weeks, following which the combined trials will commence, and the draft positions of various teams will be confirmed. Upon learning that Feng Feng intends to continue training, Yao Yin nodded, recognizing that his optimistic demeanor, resilience, and self-discipline are all commendable traits. They then engaged in an extensive conversation in English. After concluding the call with Yao Yin, Feng Feng browsed the day's NBA news and stumbled upon his dunking video. A smile crept upon his face, suggesting that many indeed recognize his talent. It had been a while since he chatted with his younger sister, so he opened the app and began discussing recent events with her. Adopting an authoritative tone, he delivered a lecture to her, not affording her the chance to retort. He quickly wrapped up the conversation. It was no easy feat. Fortunately, his reflexes were sharp enough to navigate through it, avenging the previous slight with a resounding comeback. Chapter 20. An unexpected visitor. After Yao Ming's team was eliminated by the Mavericks, I had a few brief conversations with him. My days have been consumed by training, interspersed only with meals and sleep, while I keep up with the draft and NBA playoff news. Unbeknownst to me, the second 3-week training regimen has concluded. In the interim, I submitted my draft information to the league with the assistance of Howland. My draft ranking continues to hover between the 60th and 70th positions, and I have yet to break into the second round. It is time to commence preparations for the draft. Throughout this period, I have maintained communication with Bill Duffy regarding matters related to the draft. Fong Fong heard a knock at the door and opened it. "Hello, Fong Fong. I am Bill Duffy. May we come in to discuss?" Fong Fong was quite astonished that Bill Duffy personally traveled to Los Angeles to meet with him regarding his draft prospects. After all, he was a prominent and influential agent within the league, taking the time to visit his home for a player who might only be a late second-round pick. Bill Duffy enjoyed a stellar reputation in the NBA, both in this life and the previous one, known for his commendable character. His capabilities were formidable, as evidenced by his role in securing Mike Conley a historic $150 million contract, a testament to his adeptness in the field. "Hello, Bill Duffy. May I address you as such?" he inquired. "Of course, no problem. Your room is remarkably minimalist," Bill remarked. Fong Fong made an excellent first impression, as it was rare to see an athlete's room so tidy and unpretentious, even for a prospective draftee. This corroborated Yao Ming's assessment of him being a diligent and commendable basketball player. In one corner of the room, a collection of strength training equipment was present, further enhancing Bill's impression of Fong Fong. "Please, make yourself comfortable. I just finished my training session and will freshen up shortly. Feel free to sit and look around," Fong Fong offered. Bill Duffy surveyed the room and then ventured into the kitchen to fetch a drink, seeking relief from the sweltering heat. To his surprise, the refrigerator contained no carbonated beverages, only mineral water and some fruit juices. Inspecting the food, he found no sweets. Instead, there were steaks, chicken breasts, eggs, shrimp, low-calorie yogurt, gluten-free cereals, sliced almonds, and raw nuts. The unexpected selection was remarkable. A few minutes later, Fong Fong emerged from the washroom. "I apologize, Bill, for not having coffee or any other drinks prepared, as I was unaware of your visit today. I've been training lately and have refrained from carbonated drinks and sweets, concerned about their impact on my health. So, you have to settle for mineral water, juice, or some fruit," he explained. "Oh, I apologize for my curiosity about your room, which led me to look around," Bill replied, acknowledging his impolite behavior. "No worries, I've been monitoring my weight as well, but it's quite challenging to maintain such discipline as you do. That's an admirable trait, indeed." Lately, life had become monotonous for Fong Fong, revolving solely around training, akin to a machine endlessly replicating the same routine. Jack had repeatedly invited him to join in some leisure activities, yet he had declined, only to realize that Jack hadn't reached out in over a week, leaving him oblivious to any earnings for basketball. Unexpectedly, he found himself disinterested in women, perhaps due to not meeting his own standards. One is not a saint and possesses the full spectrum of emotions. Although I have previously communicated with Bill Duffy through emails and phone calls, this marks my first personal encounter with him. It was your coach who recommended you to me. Initially, I was preoccupied with Yao's new contract. However, Yao expressed his desire for me to assist you in participating in this year's draft. This further solidified my conviction that, had it not been for Yao Ming's influence, I might have had to attend the draft independently. Yao has also suggested my involvement to you, though I have not heard him mention this matter before. Recently, after the Rockets' elimination, I reached out to Yao once more. Indeed, Yao informed me that you have been training diligently, and as I calculated the conclusion of your training, I came to meet you to discuss the draft. Fong Fong pondered whether he should establish his own management team in the future. However, considering the challenges he faced in achieving significant accomplishments over the past 2 years, he deemed it prudent to initially sign a 2-year short-term contract with Bill Duffy. This would allow him the opportunity to form his own management team when he encounters a suitable agent. This approach seemed reasonable. Bill Duffy continued, stating, "My current agency primarily handles Yao's basketball-related affairs and contracts in the United States, a fact you are undoubtedly aware of." It became evident that Bill Duffy was indeed an adept agent who skillfully leveraged emotional connections. Everyone recognized Yao Ming's immense influence within the domestic basketball realm, which naturally endowed him with a magnetic charm. Bill Duffy elaborated on some of his plans and discussed the upcoming arrangements for the draft trials with Fong Fong. "Given your height, I believe you can play as a shooting guard, small forward, or power forward on the team. However, it seems your scoring ability may need some enhancement. Thus, I feel the small forward and power forward positions would be more fitting for you." Having glanced through the teams with such requirements, he noted the Atlanta Hawks, Portland Trail Blazers, Los Angeles Clippers, Los Angeles Lakers, New Jersey Nets, Toronto Raptors, Indiana Pacers, Boston Celtics, Memphis Grizzlies, Sacramento Kings, Utah Jazz, Seattle Supersonics, New York Knicks, Golden State Warriors, Charlotte Bobcats, Detroit Pistons, Miami Heat, New Orleans Hornets, and Phoenix Suns, all of which were teams in need of players for these two positions. Fong Fong nodded in agreement with Bill Duffy's analysis, clearly recognizing his expertise. It would have taken him days to conduct such an analysis himself. Indeed, professionalism speaks for itself. As for the Los Angeles Clippers, they were swiftly dismissed due to their notoriously frugal owner. This very owner, with his underlying racial prejudices, has significantly marred the team's chances of clinching a championship in recent seasons. The Toronto Raptors were also ruled out, despite the substantial Chinese community, owing to the city's frigid climate. The environments surrounding the Portland Trail Blazers and the Detroit Pistons were deemed quite unfavorable as well. The Sacramento Kings have lost their former glory, and the Utah Jazz find themselves in a similar predicament. The Bobcats have not fared well in recent drafts, leading to their exclusion, while the Warriors also did not seem promising. This left the Atlanta Hawks, Los Angeles Lakers, New Jersey Nets, Indiana Pacers, Boston Celtics, Memphis Grizzlies, Seattle Supersonics, New York Knicks, Miami Heat, New Orleans Hornets, and Phoenix Suns as potential candidates. However, the Nets, Grizzlies, and Heat did not possess a first-round draft pick this time, while the Hornets pick was expected to be among the top selections. Moreover, the cities of Indiana and Atlanta were considered somewhat smaller. Thus, the Lakers, Celtics, Supersonics, Knicks, and Suns were shortlisted for tryouts. The Golden State Warriors might also be worth a shot, given some connections. Indeed, these teams were quite commendable. Reflecting on the future, it seemed that the Lakers, Nets, Celtics, Heat, and Suns would likely be contenders in the playoffs or finals over the next 5 years. Additionally, if all goes well, the New Orleans Hornets are poised to select Chris Paul, an exceptional guard known for his strong organizational skills. Hence, it was prudent to select a few teams for tryouts, as attending every opportunity was unrealistic. Bill Duffy then spoke, "Let's finalize this. I will reach out to see which teams might be interested in you. We will select a few teams from larger cities for the tryouts, and I will also arrange for a joint tryout. I will contact them and keep you updated on the results." Finally, Bill Duffy presented a 2-year agent contract, with a commission rate of 3 on player contracts and 10 on commercial endorsements. "All right, I will have someone review it. If all is well, I will sign," came the response. After an afternoon of discussions, the upcoming plans were set, and Bill Duffy began contacting the general managers and coaches of various teams. Chapter 21. A chance encounter with Kobe. Driving to the Angel Park basketball court in Los Angeles, I was met with a bustling crowd on the court. At that moment, a young black man approached me. "Hi, boy. Want to join for a game? 3v3, what do you say?" With no acquaintances around, I figured I might as well join in for some casual play. "Sure, let me warm up for a few minutes." Upon arriving at the court, a throng of individuals quickly surrounded him. Many of those present grew up on the streets, embodying a raw confidence that stems from their environment. And upon noticing Fong Feng's yellow complexion, they further disregarded him. As the game commenced, Fong Fong positioned himself beneath the basket, prepared to defend. In the realm of the NBA, his height could be advantageous from the perimeter, yet on the neighborhood court, it conferred an immense edge. A shorter African-American player initiated an offensive maneuver, while 2 others spread out to create space, assuming that Fong Fong's towering stature implied a lack of agility, planning to exploit this by employing speed to outmaneuver him. The young man was utterly dismissive of Fong Feng's potential to intercept, hence he did not deliberately lower his dribble. He geared up to launch an attack from the side, intending to glide past Fong Fong in a single swift move. However, he was unprepared for Fong Feng's adept skills, honed through rigorous recent training that had significantly enhanced his overall capabilities. As the young player attempted to dart past Fong Fong, he reached out and deftly intercepted the ball midair. Seizing possession, he stepped beyond the 3-point line, ready to counterattack. Meanwhile, the African-American player remained momentarily stunned beneath the basket, bewildered by the sudden turn of events and the unexpected loss of the ball. Cheers erupted from the surrounding crowd, punctuated by a frustrated exclamation of disbelief. Fong Fong observed a teammate approaching from the corner to assist in defense. With a deft flick of his left hand, he delivered the ball to his ally stationed at the corner, then commenced a movement without the ball, simultaneously creating space for his teammate while seeking an opportune moment to cut towards the basket. At that instant, the defender, torn between double-teaming the ball handler and maintaining his individual assignment, hesitated. Seizing this opening, Fong Fong made a decisive cut, smoothly advancing to the basket. His teammate, recognizing the opportunity, lofted a high pass directly into Feng Feng's hands, who executed a thunderous dunk to score. A triumphant shout escaped his lips, an outlet for his pent-up frustration, amidst the chorus of cheers surrounding him. Yet, amidst the applause, jeers rang out. "Smith, you're pathetic. You can't even guard him." After several exchanges, Feng Feng's consecutive dunks and three-pointers had found their mark. Smith, now with the ball, attempted to initiate another offensive play. Having been stripped of the ball on his previous attempt, he was cautious, lowering his dribble to avoid being easily intercepted. Given his naturally modest height, he dribbled close to the ground, effectively minimizing the risk of losing possession to Feng Feng. With his teammates spreading the floor wide, Feng Feng hesitated to apply pressure, aware that such a tactic would allow Smith to exploit the wings for an offensive advantage. Smith commenced an impressive display of dazzling dribbling maneuvers, eliciting a wave of cheers from the crowd. "Good job, keep it up. Make that big oaf lose sight of the ball." Smith aimed to break directly past Feng Feng, summoning his strength to reclaim the ball he had previously passed to himself just moments earlier, as the crowd erupted in applause once more. At this juncture, Smith positioned his right foot forward and his left foot back. Instead of turning immediately, he executed a simple slide step, lowering his head and bending his body to slip past Feng Feng's defense. Little did Smith know, Feng Feng had deliberately allowed this maneuver, testing the limits of his shot-blocking prowess. Just as Smith prepared to launch his shot high into the air, as Feng Feng executed a swift turn. He leapt high into the air, extending his right hand. With a resounding clap, he forcefully swatted the basketball away, delivering a stunning block. Nearby, a figure clad in a hoodie murmured that it seemed impressive, hinting at a desire for a match soon. The onlookers in the park erupted in exhilaration. Smith, bowing his head, muttered to himself, questioning the origin of this madman, labeling him a lunatic. The crowd at the sidelines began to cheer, chanting "Madman, Madman." Observing Smith's despondent demeanor, the atmosphere reached a fever pitch. Outside the court, spectators began to discuss Feng Feng. "Look at him. Although somewhat lean, his physical prowess is remarkable. His leap is extraordinary, and he possesses such striking good looks. I think I might be falling in love." Many young women began to shout for Feng Feng, transforming into his admirers in that fleeting moment. One decisive block ignited the entire arena's spirit. Thus, they played for over an hour, consistently dominating the game, leaving many opponents utterly disheartened. Gradually, the daylight began to fade, and the number of onlookers dwindled as they started to depart. Feng Feng glanced at the time and realized it was rather late. Just as he was about to tidy up and head back, he heard a familiar voice. "Hi, Celestial Empire boy. Can we engage in a bullfighting match?" Feng Feng turned to the direction from whence the sound emanated. "My goodness, it is him, indeed, our hero. The young Neza. No, that cannot be right. It is Kobe. How could this be?" Feng Feng could scarcely believe that it was Kobe who had called out to him, wishing to engage in a game of basketball. Such a familiar figure, and yet disbelief lingered in his heart. Feng Feng rubbed his eyes vigorously, seeking to confirm that he was not merely experiencing an illusion. He had neither misheard nor misseen. It was indeed Kobe, clad in a training outfit, wearing a hoodie and a cap. It was no wonder that those around him had failed to recognize him. Hello, are you Kobe?" "Yes, indeed. But let us not linger on pleasantries. Let us engage in a game of one-on-one first." Feng Feng gazed into Kobe's eyes, a familiar yet daunting presence. The aura he exuded was unparalleled. As the play commenced, Kobe dribbled the ball, and with a sudden change of direction, he surged towards the basket, executing a thunderous dunk. The swiftness of his movements left me utterly astounded. It felt as though I was completely unprepared. After 2 months of rigorous training, I seem to have made no tangible progress. Kobe's taunts echoed. What is going on? Why do I feel as if there's no one defending me? Where are the defenders? Someone step up. As Kobe launched into another offensive maneuver, I remained more vigilant, keenly observing his every move. Suddenly, he executed a behind-the-back dribble, followed by a step back, and took off, releasing the ball in a fluid motion. It swished through the net, leaving me in a state of bewilderment. Is this truly what the elite of the league looks like? The gulf between us is staggering. I must commit to training harder. Regardless, I shall focus intently on perfecting my defensive play in every single possession. Feng Feng, in his offensive endeavor, barely commenced when the ball was deftly intercepted by Kobe. Is this truly your attempt at offense? Even a novice could surpass your efforts. Are you even capable of defending? However, this time you impressed me. I finally sensed the strength of a formidable defense. Well done. You have made progress. Thus, the interplay of offense and defense unfolded, one after the other. After more than an hour of play, it was only in the final moments that Fong managed to successfully defend against a few of Kobe's attempts. With but one instance where he blocked Kobe's shot, while the others merely resulted in missed attempts by Kobe. Fong managed to score only a few points, some of which were achieved through dunks, while others were made from beyond the three-point line, capitalizing on his height. In the end, Kobe remarked, "All right, let us conclude here. This is rather uninspiring, lacking even a semblance of defense. I shall cease playing." Fong collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Having relied solely on sheer willpower to endure the final minutes of the game, I had exerted every ounce of my defensive effort. This was my utmost defense. Kobe lifted his head and inquired, "You are not a member of the Development League, nor are you a player in the NBA. What do you play?" Fong endured the excruciating pain coursing through his body as Kobe barreled into him during the offensive play. The agony was unbearable, yet he reminded himself, "I'm a player of the Brown Bears." Kobe chuckled lightly. "You must have played far worse before, otherwise, how could I have no recollection of you at all?" The slap to the face left him speechless. "Indeed, my previous performances were subpar, which explains my lack of recognition. I thought as much. No wonder I didn't know you. So, are you participating in this year's draft?" Fong hesitated, then recalled, "Wait, I think I've seen your dunking video. You're that young lad from the Celestial Empire?" "Yes. I am preparing to enter the draft this year. Bill has been assisting me in contacting teams for tryouts, and I might be heading to one in a couple of days." "Bill, your agent, is it Bill Duffy?" "Yes, that's correct, Bill Duffy." "Well then, give it your all. But have a look at your defense. It barely felt like there was any effort in it." With that, Kobe turned and walked away. As he strolled along, Fong rubbed his shoulder repeatedly, muttering to himself, "Does this guy not know how to temper his strength while playing? Although my defense may have failed." The impact was genuinely painful. It seemed he would need to discuss matters with Phil and Pelinka. This guy had potential, and with plenty of second-round picks available this year, perhaps they could select him. Just as he was about to leave, a sudden voice echoed. Unknown to Fong, the host had gained Kobe's acknowledgement for his first match against him, earning a single lottery draw. "They recognize me, yet still just so mercilessly. How intriguing." Driving home, he noticed the array of bruises on his body while showering. The pain was intense. Chapter 22. System upgrade. He decided to check the lottery from yesterday as well. Personal system panel of Little Gene. Host system panel. 1. Physical attributes. Speed. 86. Strength. 81. Flexibility. 68. Agility. 87. Stamina. 82. 2. Offensive skills. Post play. 66. Mid-range shooting. 72. Three-point shooting. 65. Layups. 73. Second chance points. 83. Basketball IQ. Offensive awareness. 63. Defensive awareness. 78. Tactical awareness. 52. 4. Defensive skills. Rebounding. 79. Man-to-man defense. 79. Help defense awareness. 68. Stealing ability. 54. Blocking ability. 78. 5. Ball handling skills. Dribbling. 42. Ball handling breakthrough. 47. Passing ability. 52. Host physical analysis. Height. 207 centimeters. Wingspan. 228 centimeters. Standing reach. 278 centimeters. Body fat percentage. 9. Vertical jump. Static 88 centimeters. Vertical jump. Running 103 centimeters. Hand width. 23 centimeters. Host capability. 72. Finally becoming a player at the end of the bench. Players are primarily categorized as undrafted, ability below 60. Second-round picks, ability 60 to 70. Late first-round picks, ability 70 to 80. Lottery picks, ability 80 to 105, though lottery picks exceeding 90 are rare. This classification merely reflects the system's ability value divisions and does not necessarily dictate the final draft rankings. NBA player capability classifications include role players, ability 60 to 75. Bench players, ability 70 to 85. Substitute players, ability 80 to 90. Starting players, ability 85 to 95. Team mainstays, ability 90 to 95. All-star players, ability 95 to 100. League superstars, ability 100 to 105. And historical superstars, ability 105 to 110. Xiaojin, how much system training time do I have left? How many lottery draws are remaining? How do I check in? The host still has system training time available. As of today, the host has acquired 1 hour of system training time, leaving a total of 4 hours. The host has one opportunity for a basic lottery draw remaining. Would you like to proceed with the draw? As for the check-in, it occurs at the beginning of each month, with additional opportunities available on special holidays. Do I still have several check-in opportunities? The host has 2 check-in opportunities remaining. One can be used for Labor Day and another in May. Note, check-in must be utilized within the current month. Any unused opportunities will expire at the end of the month. Lottery opportunities can accumulate. After calculating, I find that my remaining rewards are indeed scarce. I possess merely 4 hours of system training time, 2 sign-in rewards, and 1 lottery reward. Perhaps it is best to claim them all today. Xiao Jin, please collect the sign-in rewards. After a brief wait, I receive the notification. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a master-level barbecue skill and 10 lyrics from your previous life. Note, these are songs that do not yet exist in this world. Goodness, I have opened a barbecue restaurant, yet I do not receive a skill suited for it. May I inquire if the host wishes to claim these rewards? Feng Feng suddenly conceived a cunning idea. Xiao Jin, is it possible to reacquire rewards if they're not claimed? Host, dawn has arrived. If the rewards are not claimed within 24 hours, it will be deemed that the host has forfeited their right to claim, and subsequent rewards will be drawn from those already obtained but unclaimed. Will the host claim the rewards? What is there to deliberate? Of course, claim them. It is essential, regardless of their usefulness. As an athlete, I cannot indulge in barbecues. Why was I given this barbecue skill? And so many songs, yet I cannot sing. Never mind. I shall claim them anyway. Xiao Jin, let the lottery commence. Once more, the grand wheel of fortune reappears. The wheel is divided into 100 segments, half of which simply say thank you for participating. Let us examine the forthcoming rewards: the indomitable spirit of Iverson, the dunk packages of Carter and Levine, and the eye of truth. What? There's even a wireless mouse. ISNT that impressive. And absurdly, a package of pickled vegetables. What on earth is this? System, are you truly not jesting with me? Xiao Jin, initiate the draw. Congratulations, host. You have received a dunk package from Carter, level 1. Mastery in dunking requires practice to enhance. How splendid. I no longer need to imitate. I now possess Carter's dunk package. Claiming the reward. A plethora of Carter's dunk packages from various eras and games flooded my mind. I organized my skills, which now total 3. Leonard's death grip level 4, 5,100. The off-ball movement of the masked man, Richard Clay Hamilton level 3, 80,100, and Carter's dunk package level 1, 0,100. It seems further training is essential. I revel in training. I genuinely wish to witness Los Angeles at 4 in the morning. By afternoon, I received a call from Bill Duffy. Bill. I'm calling to inform you of the upcoming tryout schedule. On May 20th, we will first attend the joint tryout in Chicago, followed by tryouts with the teams we previously arranged, namely the New York Knicks, Boston Celtics, Phoenix Suns, Golden State Warriors, and Seattle Supersonics. Finally, we will return to Los Angeles for a tryout with the Lakers. Does that sound acceptable? All right, should I travel to Chicago alone or accompany you? You may go alone. I will be there at 2 in the afternoon on that cloudy day, and we'll finalize the contract. Is that agreeable? Yes, no problem. I will arrive in Chicago punctually on that cloudy afternoon. With that, the call ended. Feng Feng glanced at the money in his pocket, realizing it was insufficient even for a plane ticket. Fortunately, during the training period, he had spoken with Jack several times, discussing the upcoming arrangements for purchasing tickets. Jack was overjoyed, as they consistently emerged victorious with each purchase, and the two had garnered considerable profits. Feng Feng has nearly garnered several $1,000s in profit, and after accounting for taxes, he is left with approximately $20,000 to $30,000. He drove to Jack's location, collected several $1,000s, and conversed with Jack regarding the forthcoming purchases of basketballs. He would not be in Los Angeles for the next fortnight, as he would be participating in joint training sessions and trials with several teams. Should any matters arise, a simple phone call would suffice. The government's taxation policies are exceedingly harsh, with frighteningly high rates. Although rental income is substantial, investing in basketball remains fraught with risks. Once the draft concludes, he shall cease such investments, as the possibility of scrutiny looms large, which could adversely affect his career in basketball. Once a contract is secured, he will no longer engage in this venture, for he possesses a prophetic ability that grants him foresight regarding certain matters. It is prudent to explore alternative avenues for income, thus relinquishing the notion of purchasing basketballs. He has booked a flight to Chicago for the following day and engaged in an additional hour of systematic training. Upon concluding his training and preparing to exit the system space, a voice resonated. Congratulations, host. The system has upgraded to level 2. The system upgrade will require 24 hours. The upgrade process has commenced. Please be patient, host. Chapter 23. Joint Training Sessions. As Feng naturally awoke, having undergone over a month of training, he had cultivated the habit of rising early, commencing his daily regimen at the break of dawn. Boarding the aircraft, he arrived punctually in Chicago at 2 o'clock in the afternoon to meet Bill Duffy, where they duly signed the contract. Preparations for the overcast joint tryout ensued, during which Bill Duffy elaborated on pertinent details regarding the joint session. The following day, Feng accompanied Bill Duffy to partake in the joint tryout. Owing to his prior extensive experiences, he preferred to arrive an hour early rather than be a minute late, a habit formed out of respect for others. Wishing not to keep anyone waiting, upon arrival at the venue, the security guard, noticing Feng was from the Celestial Empire, couldn't help but cast a few extra glances, as it had been quite some time since anyone from his homeland had participated in a joint tryout. The last rookie, Yao Yin, had not even attended the draft trials. Half an hour later, the players and staff for the tryout gradually filled the gymnasium. Upon seeing Feng, astonishment spread across the faces of those present. Their attention riveted upon him. Many highly ranked prospects had opted not to attend the joint tryout in Chicago. Whispers of confusion arose. Who is this person? Is he from the Celestial Empire? Surely this must be a jest. Not everyone can be Yao Yin. Some recalled him as the one who had replicated Jordan's free throw line dunk and Carter's iconic 360-degree spin dunk. Among the attendees were familiar figures from the future, including three-time dunk champion Nate Robinson, the renowned sharpshooter Gerald Green, and the dashing David Lee, among others, totaling around 30 to 40 individuals. Shortly thereafter, a staff member presented the tryout list, introduced himself briefly, and announced that the tryout would commence in 5 minutes, urging everyone to prepare. Those whose names were called were instructed to proceed to his right for body measurements. After approximately an hour, more than half of the participants had completed their measurements. Next, it was Feng's turn to step forward for his assessment. Feng's physical assessment garnered considerable attention from onlookers. The staff approached Feng with an air of routine detachment. Although the nation has produced a towering figure like Yao Ming, it is evident that not every tall individual can emulate his success. While the agility of our compatriots surpasses that of their American counterparts, succeeding in the NBA demands more than mere nimbleness. The static athleticism data testing commenced. Height without shoes, 207 centimeters. Height with shoes, 210 centimeters. Wingspan, 228 centimeters. Standing reach, 278 centimeters. Such stature and wingspan are indeed formidable. For a basketball player, these static attributes are quite remarkable, prompting a flurry of discussions among the spectators. With such height and wingspan, his physical gifts are extraordinary, certainly surpassing many others with less impressive measurements. Body fat percentage, 8 weight. 95 kilograms. His weight has notably increased since the beginning, explaining the rapid enhancement in his strength. However, he still appears somewhat slender. The next test involves his vertical leap. Feng engaged in a simple warm-up activity, prompting a flurry of discussions among the management of various teams, especially considering his history of explosive dunks. A soft beep resonated as the machine recorded the data. Standing vertical jump, 89 centimeters. The challenge of enhancing his vertical leap had become increasingly arduous, as if he had reached a plateau. Another soft beep sounded, marking the next measurement. Running vertical jump, 104 centimeters. At this moment, many executives from different teams began to exhibit signs of excitement. Such an impressive leap was not even guaranteed among many African-American players. Feng felt a surge of pride, which was certainly justified, for he possessed the physical prowess reminiscent of Jordan himself. Next came the speed test, conducted with professional equipment. Feng was required to perform a full-court shuttle run, followed by a sprint across the 34-foot court, both standard assessments. As he prepared for the shuttle run, Feng launched himself with all his might, akin to an arrow released from a bow, his speed escalating as if he were a titan charging forward. Upon reaching the three-point line, he decelerated slightly before pivoting at the baseline and accelerating once more towards the backcourt. The management team on the sidelines exchanged subtle glances, their eyes betraying their intrigue. A scout from the Bucks approached the staff to examine Feng's side data. An impressive 10.9 seconds flashed before them, eliciting excitement. After all, James had only clocked in at 10 for seconds in his prime. This speed was indeed commendable. During the 34-foot sprint, Feng astonishingly recorded a time of 3.1 seconds without the ball and 3 for seconds while dribbling. His height complemented his remarkable performance. The subsequent test involved unopposed shooting drills, drawing the attention of many to Feng's prowess. He began with stationary three-point shots, missing only his first attempt but subsequently sinking 10 consecutive baskets, an impressive display of accuracy. His shooting percentage soared to around 90, a remarkable feat compared to his usual training average of 80. It was evident that his motivation stemmed from an insatiable desire to succeed in the NBA. However, he sensed a slight inconsistency in his shooting technique. A minor adjustment could yield even greater results. It was truly astonishing. The scouts of the team began to diligently document the scene unfolding before them, preparing to return to the management with recommendations. Should their preferred players be chosen by other teams, Feng would serve as a viable alternative. Each scout's eyes sparkled as they observed Feng's shooting accuracy, akin to admiring a precious jade that, with a touch of refinement, could blossom into a sharpshooter. His two-point shooting percentage remained impressively high. However, as he transitioned to ball handling and shooting, the situation took a turn for the worse. The speed and accuracy in this aspect were truly disheartening. The scouts lamented the lack of any self-initiated offensive ability. A team devoid of players capable of self-sustained scoring began to reconsider their options, as they hoped for at least a modicum of offensive prowess from their recruits. Even if a player was not exceptionally talented, there remained the potential for improvement through training. Yet, a player lacking any semblance of self-created offensive capability posed a significant challenge. Such players are primarily needed by teams with superstars like LeBron, Wade, Anthony, Kobe, and McGrady, as they do not require the burden of creating their own offense, but merely need to catch and shoot the ball effectively. Many scouts began to ponder what draft position would be appropriate for Feng. With his explosive physical attributes and formidable innate talent, a second-round pick still held merit. The strength testing commenced, featuring standard bench press training. Given his relatively light weight, there were notable deficiencies in his strength. He managed to complete 12 repetitions in the bench press test, an improvement indicating that his training had not been in vain. His maximum bench press reached 145 kilograms, which added to his appeal. Numerous scouts and managers reached out to Bill Duffy, expressing a desire to invite Feng for a private workout with their teams. Bill Duffy neither declined nor immediately acquiesced, aware that many individuals from China possess strong opinions, necessitating a discussion with Feng before proceeding. At that moment, David Lee approached Feng, engaging in a brief exchange and leaving his contact information, expressing hope for further practice opportunities. Upon hearing that Feng would also be training privately with the Knicks, his expression shifted slightly, but quickly returned to normal. Chapter 24. Workout with the Lakers today. Through the Lakers scouts, Feng's physical metrics were revealed, solidifying the intent to recommend him to Phil. Although Feng's self-creation offensive skills and ball-handling capabilities left much to be desired, the scout had personally experienced his defensive skills, which surpassed those of over half the players in the league, despite Feng not yet having entered it. Since it was merely the second round, and the Lakers possessed 2 second-round picks this year, utilizing one of them for a trial seemed prudent. Phil, have the team's selections for this year's draft been determined? Kobe, at present, nothing has been finalized. The team is still inviting rookies for individual tryouts. Do you have any promising players in mind? Who are they, and what draws you to them? Indeed, I have a player in mind who shows potential, although his highest draft position would merely be in the second round. Since we possess 2 second-round picks, it would be worthwhile to take a chance. After all, if it doesn't pan out, it's just a second-round selection. Oh, who is it that has captured your attention? Surely, there must be something remarkable about him. Yes, he is a forward with commendable defensive skills. When he defends against me, I can feel a certain level of discomfort. All right, what is his name? His name is Feng, and he hails from the Celestial Empire. Very well, I understand. The focus returns once more to Feng. Feng and Bill Duffy hurriedly made their way to the New York Knicks, Boston Celtics, Phoenix Suns, Seattle Supersonics, and Golden State Warriors. During the team's training sessions, they also got acquainted with rookies such as Gerald Green, David Lee, Monta Ellis, and Lewis Williams. Under Feng's guidance, they established a QQ group named the 5 Tigers of 05. As the date of May 29th approached, amidst the frantic tryouts, Feng diligently dedicated an hour each day to training in the system space, never neglecting to claim the rewards for system upgrades. Though he struggled to find time to organize them, his days were consumed by training or the journey to tryouts. Eventually, he arrived at the Los Angeles Lakers for a private workout. The allure of the Lakers, with their 10th overall pick in the first round, was undeniably strong. Drawing in rookies like Channing Frye, Andrew Bynum, Danny Granger, Ronnie Turioff, Von Wafer, and Lewis Williams, especially with 3 draft picks, 1 in the first round and 2 in the second round, at the 7th and 9th positions. On this day, Kobe also made his way to the training facility. Although it wasn't the early hours of the morning, it was still quite early. Fong arrived promptly at the Lakers training venue, the Toyota Center. Upon entering the gym, he spotted Kobe already practicing his shooting. "You come for a tryout? It's still early. Come join me for a few rounds of one-on-one. There's plenty of time. You attack first." The pressure was immense. Why'd he arrive an hour early? It felt akin to a vulnerable maiden, clad in a bikini, walking alone towards a predator in the night. Ugh, my preferences are perfectly normal, he thought to himself. All right, let's go. On the first offensive play, he nearly had the ball stolen by Kobe. Regardless, he had been focusing on ball handling drills in the system space recently. Yet, he still felt a bit disorganized. Nevertheless, he managed to drive to the basket. As he attempted a layup, the ball rimmed out after bouncing off the hoop several times. Kobe seized the rebound, dribbled beyond the three-point line, and initiated his own offensive play. With a swift start and acceleration, Fong anticipated closing in on Kobe's layup. Ready to perform a reverse layup. Why are you playing like a coward? Can't you exert a bit of strength in your defense? Kobe's relentless teasing echoed as time slipped away. Lakers staff gradually arrived at the facility, their eyes fixed on the showdown between Kobe and Fong. A back-and-forth exchange of offense and defense. Just as the tryout time approached, Lakers general manager Mitch Kupchak entered the training venue. The fierce contest between Fong and Kobe is drawing to a close. In the final moments of offense and defense, Fong's gaze is fixed intently on Kobe's dribbling hands, rather than observing the shifting of Kobe's weight between his feet. With an expression of icy indifference, Kobe drives past the steadfast Fong. As he approaches the basket, the hand that was previously raised in a show of an impending dunk suddenly retracts, and his entire body curls inward, preparing for yet another acrobatic layup. Fong was taken aback, truly astonished. He had believed that his time in the air was sufficiently prolonged, especially given his physical prowess akin to that of Jordan. However, he was surprised to witness Kobe executing such deceptive maneuvers mid-air. Fortunately, Fong noticed this early enough to extend his right hand as Kobe launched the ball toward the hoop, delivering a resounding block. His triumphant roars echoed, a release of the pent-up energy from the entire match. In the final offensive play, Fong, bearing the ball, reflected on his numerous failed attempts and began to contemplate and refine his approach. It was then that Kobe began to exhibit signs of fatigue. Seizing the moment, Fong made a bold stride, bypassing Kobe to execute a two-handed dunk. Although it was somewhat strenuous, he succeeded in his execution. This score marked one of the rare occasions in the match where Fong managed to break through and score effectively. The players observing the tryouts from the sidelines were left in disbelief, mouths agape, almost dropping to the ground. It was indeed a commendable display of both offense and defense. Earning praise from Phil, Kupchak called out to Fong to tidy up and prepare for the upcoming trials. For those who had participated in the joint tryouts, there was no need for further static talent assessments. The Lakers staff were equally astonished by Andrew Bynum's physical metrics, recognizing him as a remarkably talented and promising center. In an era where centers were scarce, although Bynum may not possess top 5 pick capabilities, he certainly exhibited lottery pick potential. However, many teams hesitated due to concerns regarding Bynum's temperament. The Lakers tryouts proceeded in an orderly fashion, with Phil and Kupchak focusing predominantly on Fong. As his recent performance had left a significant impression, after the trials concluded, Kupchak made a commitment. "We will select you with the 7th pick in the second round. This is our promise to you. As for the first round, I hope you understand that your current abilities pose certain challenges for a lottery selection." Both Bill Duffy and Fong departed satisfied. Chapter 25. Draft predictions. After the tryouts concluded and a few days of rest passed, June 1st arrived, signaling the time to reassess the system's rewards and gains. Xiao Jin reviewed the system upgrade benefits. Host, the rewards for the system upgrade are as follows. 1. A bottle of healing ointment, 1,000 milliliters. Its primary function is to be applied to injured areas, significantly accelerating recovery. Please use it sparingly. 2. You have acquired 10 million genetic worms and 10 million neural genetic worms. The gene worms exhibit effects akin to those of previous methods, optimizing muscle, tendon, bone, cartilage, and ligaments. The neural gene worms are primarily utilized within the host's nervous tissue. Over time, they can subtly induce transformative changes within the host genes, guiding them towards a more superior evolution. which yields astonishing effects for the next generation. The knee bone density enhancement should be utilized once. The injury healing ointment must be preserved for future use, as I currently do not suffer from any ailments. I shall reserve it for when a need arises. As for the gene worms, they seem to be of little use, as I often receive a supply with each system upgrade. Therefore, I shall retain some for my offspring in the future. Little gene, allocate 5 million gene worms to the wrist and another 5 million to the Achilles tendon. For the neural gene worms, apply 5 million to each foot's nerve response center, and the remaining 5 million shall be directed to the cerebral nerve response center. Little gene, apply the knee bone density enhancement once. When the gene worms and the knee bone density enhancement are employed simultaneously, a warm current surges through the targeted areas, imparting a sense of comfort and invigoration, akin to unblocking the meridians. Host, you have received 1 sign-in and 1 lottery draw in June. Would you like to proceed? Little gene, I shall utilize the sign-in and the lottery. Congratulations, host, you have acquired master-level aesthetic ability from the sign-in. Congratulations, host. You have attained level 1 of Bruce Lee's Wing Chun skill from the lottery. What use is aesthetic ability? I find no application for it. Nevertheless, I shall accept it. Perhaps one day it may prove beneficial. As for Bruce Lee's Wing Chun skill, it holds practical value. In the event of a scuffle on the court, it could certainly come in handy for dealing with a small-time thug without any issue. Fong Fong has once again embarked on a rigorous training regimen lasting 26 days. During this period, apart from maintaining contact with his family, he frequently inquires with Jack about the latest developments in the world of sports betting. Additionally, he seeks updates from Bill Duffy regarding the prospects of his recent elective draft standings. The draft rankings have been fluctuating significantly, especially following the recent combine. ESPN has also commenced its predictions for this year's draft order. Advantages. Fong Fong possesses remarkable jumping ability, which bodes well for his future prowess in rebounding. He exhibits exceptional defensive skills that can significantly enhance the team's perimeter defense. Furthermore, his impressive three-point shooting percentage, coupled with commendable mid-range shooting capability, allows him to create space and improve the team's offensive fluidity. His speed is commendable, particularly in fast breaks, where he stands out among larger players, thereby aiding the team in accelerating their transition game. However, he faces certain shortcomings. His weight is rather light, which, despite his defensive talents, limits his physical development. Thus, an increase in weight is necessary. His ball handling skills are inadequate, revealing a lack of proficiency in managing the ball, an area that requires improvement. Additionally, he lacks the ability to create offensive opportunities while in possession, which diminishes his effectiveness in spacing the floor. His experience on the court is limited, as he has participated in only a few NCAA games. Lastly, his leadership abilities are average, as he has not yet guided his team to the top 64. Fong Fong possesses an impressive athletic physique and innate talent, yet opinions on his potential vary among teams. Some hold him in high regard, while others deem his prospects rather bleak. Consequently, his draft positioning is anticipated to fall within the second round, specifically between the 35th and 50th picks. Many scouts remain skeptical about the potential and physical attributes of players from the Celestial Empire, particularly concerning their resilience against injuries, which dissuades teams from selecting Fong in the first round due to the perceived risks involved. On June 27, 2005, Fong concluded his training, as the overcast sky signaled the impending draft event at Madison Square Garden in New York. He took a moment to reflect on his training progress. Little Gene, access the system panel to review personal statistics. Host system panel. 1. Physical attributes. Speed. 88. Strength. 83. Flexibility. 69. Agility. 89. Endurance. 84. 2. Offensive skills. Post-play. 68. Mid-range shooting. 75. Three-point shooting. 69. Layups. 74. Second chance scoring. 85. 3. Basketball IQ. Offensive awareness. 64. Defensive awareness. 80. Tactical awareness. 52. 4. Defensive skills. Rebounding. 82. Man-to-man defense. 82. Help defense awareness. 70. Stealing ability. 57. Shot blocking. 85. Ball handling skills. Dribbling. 43. Ball security. 49. Assisting. 54. Host physical analysis. Height. 207 centimeters. Height in shoes. 210 centimeters. Wingspan. 228 centimeters. Standing reach. 278 centimeters. Body fat percentage. 7. 5. Weight. 98 kilograms. Vertical jump. Static 90 centimeters. Vertical jump. Running 106 centimeters. Hand width, 23 centimeters. Host capability, 77, achieved the status of a competent bench player. A qualitative transformation in his abilities has finally occurred, establishing him as a reliable reserve. A few days after the conclusion of the NBA Finals, Fong reached out to Jack to inquire about the final financial outcomes. To his astonishment, after taxes, he still had $50,000 remaining. He had initially anticipated a modest gain of a few $1,000s, making this windfall quite unexpected. It appears that his future earnings must now be pursued through other avenues. He recalled the upward trends of certain American and domestic stocks, ensuring that opportunities for profit were not scarce. He vividly remembered how, after 2009, Bitcoin surged to over 130,000 by 2017, an immense fortune indeed. Regardless, he resolved never to engage in sports betting again, allowing himself a moment to indulge in his financial aspirations. It is time to commence preparations for the forthcoming draft, and a sense of nervous anticipation lingers. A few days ago, I procured a flight ticket from Los Angeles to New York, and this morning, I set out for the airport at the break of dawn. Chapter 26. A fortuitous encounter upon the system ascending to level 2. The flow of time underwent a remarkable transformation, shifting from a 1:1 ratio to a 1:2 ratio. 2 hours in system time equates to 1 hour in external time. Today, I opted for training under the guidance of a coach. However, today's mentor was different, no longer the peculiar figure of past encounters, but rather the one whom Kobe Bryant notoriously despised during the 2007 to 2008 NBA Finals, Tony Allen. Many within the league may perceive Tony Allen as a player who, aside from clinching a single championship, lacks a plethora of accolades, with modest scoring and no all-star selections to his name. Yet, one must not overlook his impressive achievements: 3-time All-Defensive First Team and 3-time All-Defensive Second Team honors. Do you recall the player from the 2007 to 2008 Finals who rendered Kobe Bryant ineffective, significantly diminishing his shooting percentage? Kobe held Tony Allen in high regard, stating, "He is the only one who does not need to scream for help when defending. When he faces you, it is a straightforward contest. Even if I score over him repeatedly, he persists, applying pressure and never retreating. Thus, I have chosen Tony Allen." Fong eagerly anticipates what the training devoid of face-to-face interaction might entail and the transformations it may bring. This training finally offers the opportunity for communication, a challenging endeavor indeed. One cannot help but feel a pang of sympathy for Fong, for any prolongation would merely squander time. Tony Allen cleared his throat and began. Defense is a crucial component of the game. Many athletes contemplate strategies for defense during matches, yet fail to execute them effectively. Thus, today's training aims to establish a foundational understanding, enabling you to not only conceive strategies, but also to implement them. Firstly, while the physical aspect is undeniably a part of defense, it is not the entirety. Defense encompasses a multitude of techniques. Possessing a robust physique without these skills will merely result in contributing fouls. Fong has also been diligently training, particularly under the guidance of the interview coach, for an extended period. However, much of the practice has been mechanical, merely mimicking his movements without understanding the underlying reasons for such actions. Teacher Tony's instruction is truly comprehensive, providing even greater detail. Hurry, and even faster. Accelerate the rotation of your hips. Lower your center of gravity to adopt a defensive stance, and swiftly pivot your hips to alter your defensive angle. Under Tony's guidance, Fong diligently trained while contemplating how to apply these techniques in real combat situations. Next move swiftly now, do not pause. This particular exercise focused on the action of reaching out to steal the ball during defense. However, not every attempt will result in a successful steal. Should one falter, it may lead to a loss of balance, allowing the opponent to exploit that moment of error and evade. Therefore, after each attempt, it is imperative to swiftly return to a defensive stance. Another set, quickly now. Raise your hands higher, quicken your footwork, and maintain your intensity, keeping your gaze attuned to the movements of your opponent's waist. The variations of movements, the transitions between different actions, and how to seamlessly integrate these changes were all highlighted by Tony Allen, who identified numerous areas where Fong could improve. Come on, let's practice a set of footwork. This included off-ball sliding defense, lateral slides, mirrored sliding steps, off-ball Z-pattern slides, and quick steps. Following this, they progressed to ball handling drills, incorporating ball, sliding defense, and Z-pattern slides with the ball. Excellent, you're making progress. Let's do another set, repeating the previous actions over and over again. I felt that this training might not significantly enhance my death grip skills. However, it would greatly aid my future defensive practice, allowing me to defend with greater ease and fluidity, no longer relying solely on brute physical advantages as I had before. Kobe's assessment of Tony Allen was not made without merit. Indeed, Tony is truly exceptional. Before I knew it, an hour had slipped away. Although I still had a considerable journey ahead to reach the Knicks, Fong decided to cease training. Today's session required a period of absorption. Thus, I exited the system space. Entering this realm allows one to engage on a mental level, while physically resting outside, should any disturbance arise. One can swiftly return from a system space. I continue to close my eyes, reflecting on and summarizing the defensive training guidance imparted by Tony. Recollecting my previous encounters with Kobe, I realized I had committed numerous errors, mistakes that, with a modicum of attention to my movements, could have successfully thwarted his advances or enabled me to reorganize his offensive plays. After more than an hour of contemplation, I experienced a qualitative shift in my understanding of defense. Checking the system, I reviewed my progress in defensive skills. Leonard's death grip had reached level 4. With a score of 50-100, I was truly astonished. Such a training session had remarkably elevated my defensive capabilities. It appears that mere repetition is insufficient. Proper guidance from a suitable mentor is paramount. Alas, my current financial constraints prevent me from hiring renowned trainers. I find myself still quite impoverished, and it is time to begin seeking ways to earn. This training has been immensely beneficial, leaving me considerably more relaxed. Reclining in my seat, I held a fresh fashion magazine in my hands, and I couldn't help but hum a recently acquired song. Although my vocal quality may not be exceptional, the melody and lyrics are undeniably captivating. It's been a long day without you, my friend, and I'll tell you all about it when I see you again. We come a long way from where we began. Oh, I'll tell you all about it when I see you again. When I see you again. Damn, who knew all the planes we flew, good things we've been through. I hummed this song repeatedly, becoming so engrossed in my own melody that I found myself lost in reverie. I began to imagine that if I could not become a basketball star, I would undoubtedly find success as a musician, or at the very least as a lyricist, with an air of pretentiousness. I am but a musician obscured by the world of basketball. Perhaps it is due to my deep immersion in the moment that I failed to notice the person seated beside me. In my attempt to keep time for myself, I inadvertently brushed against them. Fong hurriedly apologized, expressing his regret. I am truly sorry for bumping into you. I hope I haven't caused you any harm. My sincerest apologies. I was so engrossed that I failed to notice you. It's quite all right, I wasn't hurt, came the reply. Nearby, others whispered, questioning how someone could still engage in such a manner of flirtation at this hour. Could it be that he truly does not recognize me? That seems unlikely. Relieved that there were no injuries, Fong contemplated setting aside the magazine in his hands, preparing for a brief respite before the impending busyness. Oh, he genuinely did not recognize me. But perhaps it is understandable. He might be from the Celestial Empire. Scarlett Johansson felt a twinge of indignation, pondering how someone could fail to recognize her, especially after her evident enthusiasm for his music. You truly do not know who I am? Fong wished to convey his indifference, expressing that whoever one loves is of no concern to him, as long as he is allowed to sleep undisturbed. He realized he had not recognized something and decided to indulge in a few more moments of slumber, anticipating a busy few days ahead. Scarlett Johansson murmured, "Sleep, sleep, sleep. All you do is sleep. Are you a pig? May I inquire about the song you were humming? Who penned those lyrics? They're truly beautiful. Although your singing may not be particularly remarkable, it does not diminish the allure of the words," she asked. "Oh, you mean that? I wrote it myself. What's it to you?" Fong thought, bemused by her comment on his lackluster singing. Having been a perennial bachelor in his past life, he found himself utterly perplexed when it came to navigating romantic relationships. In this life, he was merely a man driven by instinct. Scarlett's face was painted with disbelief. How could he have composed such lyrics? Of course, it's not like I received it from a system. It's my greatest secret, one I shall never reveal. Hello. Nice to meet you. I'm Scarlett Johansson. May I ask your name and what brings you to New York? Hello, Scarlett Johansson. I'm Fong. I'm here for the NBA draft. I'm a basketball player. Ah, that explains your height. So, will you be selected by a team this year? Could you possibly get me tickets? I would love to watch you play. Well, I cannot say for certain which team will choose me. That remains uncertain for anyone. However, if I am selected and you wish to attend a game, I can certainly provide you with tickets. They are my possession. That's wonderful. The song you hummed earlier, I didn't catch all of it. Could you share the complete lyrics with me? That's no problem at all. Fong Fong then recited the entire song, a rapid recitation that he hoped would impress her. Still feeling a twinge of irritation from her earlier critique, he finished quickly, ensuring Scarlett had memorized it before concluding. Those lyrics are simply exquisite. Could you sell this song to me? I'm a singer, and I adore it. May I purchase the lyrics? You need not buy it, just feel free to use it. After some further discussion, Fong Fong insisted that Scarlett could utilize it without charge, but she was hesitant to do so without permission. In America, if she were to use it and Fong Fong decided to sue, it would spell trouble for her. Ultimately, they exchanged contact information and continued their conversation. When Fong Fong picked up a fashion magazine again, he stumbled upon a familiar photograph on one of its pages. Wait, isn't that her? You are Scarlett Johansson, the renowned cinematic star. Just as Fong Fong was about to speak, he realized that she had not yet portrayed Black Widow. And fortunately, he refrained from uttering her name. I am utterly captivated by your films. I recall one in particular where your performance was simply stellar. Might I request your autograph? Scarlett Johansson regarded him with a disdainful expression, as if to say, do you truly expect me to believe such nonsensical flattery? Delivered without a hint of sincerity? Indeed, are you also among my admirers? In that case, might I procure that song of yours? Yes, I am your fan. There's no need to purchase it. Simply use it as you wish, he replied nonchalantly. Scarlett Johansson was visibly perplexed. I cannot simply use it. Who knows what circumstances may arise in the future? Having secured contact information, he resolved to reach out to her whenever the opportunity presented itself, determined to pester her, convinced that she would eventually acquiesce. Scarlett Johansson held a firm belief in her own allure. You aspire to join that team, do you? Given your stature and physique, you stand a good chance of being a first-round pick, I presume. Although Scarlett's interest in basketball was rather limited, she was familiar with a few prominent players, having attended significant games for the sake of publicity. I find it challenging to select a team myself. It seems I must await the choices of others. Although I believe I will eventually rise to stardom, I'm still far from that goal and must bide my time. Such confidence. You must strive diligently. Many of my basketball idols are truly formidable. If I were to proclaim that you would undoubtedly become a league superstar, I can only imagine the interest it would garner. As she chuckled to herself, Scarlett mused about how he had failed to recognize her presence. It is said that beautiful women hold grudges without cause, simply for the sake of it, regardless of right or wrong. Please do not. My current abilities are still significantly lacking. Very well, future basketball star. In truth, one cannot fault Fong Fong for not recognizing Scarlett Johansson. In his previous life, he had known little about such luminaries and had only heard their names, lacking any attention to their appearances. In this life, Fong Fong had openly confessed to being somewhat of a fool, making it unlikely for him to identify her. Thus, despite the lengthy journey, Fong Fong did not feel weary. First, he had reaped the rewards of training, and subsequently, he engaged in delightful conversation with the enchanting beauty. Fong Fong believes that he is still far from his aspirations. Only upon achieving his initial goals will he contemplate further endeavors. He feels he is not yet deserving of such considerations, perceiving himself as a mere shadow of his potential. After disembarking from the plane, Fong Fong dialed Bill Duffy's number to inquire about the accommodations for the evening and some details pertaining to the draft conference. Fong Fong swiftly exited the airport and hailed a cab, heading directly to the location mentioned by Bill Duffy over the phone. Chapter 27. An unremarkable draft during the joint trials, he undoubtedly captured the attention of numerous scouts and team executives, though it is not uncommon for them to mask their true intentions. History is replete with such occurrences. One cannot forget that DeAndre Jordan remained in the green room until the second round, a rather awkward record that is quite difficult to surpass. Note, the green room is a specific term used in the context of sports drafts in the United States. In the NBA draft, players who receive an official invitation to enter the green room are typically selected through a vote by the team's general managers. Since the top 14 picks each year are referred to as the lottery picks, at least 14 players, or more depending on the intentions of that year's drafting teams, are invited. Players in the green room may be accompanied by family and friends at the draft venue. When Fong Fong arrived at the draft venue, a sense of anxiety enveloped him. Bill Duffy, perceiving Feng's unease, offered words of reassurance, stating that there were several teams that had already made commitments to select him in the second round. Moreover, some teams had subtly indicated the possibility of choosing him in the first round. There was no need for concern. He was certain to be selected. With Bill Duffy's comforting words, Feng's nervousness began to dissipate. He then noticed that Gerald Green, David Lee, Monta Ellis, and Lewis Williams had also arrived at the draft event. Fong Fong greeted each of them in turn, and then they began to converse together. "Who among us do you believe will become a first-round draft pick?" The proud Monta Ellis remarked. "I think the likelihood of Fong Fong, Green, and myself being first-round picks is quite substantial. What do you all think?" Lewis Williams retorted. "I believe my chances of becoming a first-round pick are even greater. Who among you possesses my scoring prowess? Regardless of whether I am chosen in the first round, I maintain that I am the finest player in this draft class." Unbeknownst to Lewis Williams, in a few years, he would personally acknowledge that Fong Fong was indeed the most exceptional player of 2005. The year 2005 was inherently a weak draft class, with only a few rookies such as Andrew Bogut, Chris Paul, and Channing Frye being recognized, while the rest were deemed unlikely to ascend to the status of stars or superstars by scouts. Fong Fong arrived at the draft venue accompanied solely by his agent, devoid of any familial presence. Upon entering, he spotted a few journalists from a homeland, yet felt too unfamiliar and unselected to initiate conversation. The absence of close companions to witness this pivotal moment stirred a slight pang of melancholy within him. As the clock struck 7:30, the draft commenced. "Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome NBA Commissioner David Stern." The atmosphere in Madison Square Garden was punctuated by a chorus of boos, a manifestation of the city's long-standing frustration over the absence of a top draft pick. Stern, accustomed to such hostility, might have sensed an unusual quiet had the crowd remained silent. "Hello, everyone. Welcome to the NBA draft here at Madison Square Garden, home of the New York Knicks." The jeers intensified. Prior to the commencement of the draft, Stern announced a significant piece of news. This would be the final year that high school players could bypass the NCAA and directly enter the NBA draft. Following this announcement, he revealed that the Milwaukee Bucks held the first overall pick. Each team was allotted 5 minutes for deliberation. However, given the tradition of selecting centers, it felt as though the Bucks had no need for contemplation. Cameras panned over Andrew Bogut, Chris Paul, and Darren Williams. Stern received the first envelope for the 2005 draft, and the Bucks selected Andrew Bogut, a center from Australia currently attending the University of Utah. The Atlanta Hawks followed suit, selecting Marvin Williams from the University of North Carolina. At the third pick, the Utah Jazz, while admiring Chris Paul, felt that Darren Williams better suited their style of play, ultimately opting for Williams. The excitement continued until the Lakers' surprising choice at the 10th pick, Andrew Bynum, which elicited gasps from the audience, as few expected the discerning Lakers to select such a young and seemingly unconventional talent. As the draft progressed to the 18th pick, Fong Fong's good friend, Gerald Green, was selected by the Boston Celtics. Upon hearing his name, Green embraced Fong and their companions, offering them words of encouragement. "I'll go first, but you all will be called soon. I believe in you. You can do it." At the conclusion of the first round, the 2005 draft remained unchanged. The 30th pick was still the dashing David Lee. A provocative glance was cast towards Fong Fong. Fong Feng's anxiety intensified as he contemplated his grandmother. The next time he encountered them, he was resolute in his intent to bring them to tears, determined to exact revenge. "What do you think, Monta Ellis, Williams? Shall we join forces to unleash our fury upon them?" This notion was met with approval, as Monta Ellis gritted his teeth in agreement. "Indeed, I concur," he declared. Williams nodded vigorously, his gaze reflecting a fierce intensity. When the Knicks opted for David Lee, Fong Feng's thoughts were laced with frustration, feeling as if the promises made by these individuals were utterly hollow. What is destined to happen will inevitably come to pass, if needed. "I shall simply partake in the Summer League. My abilities are not to be underestimated," he reassured himself. As the Lakers' 7th pick in the second round approached, Fong Feng's nervousness escalated. Although he maintained a calm facade, his heart raced with anticipation. Fong Fong murmured to himself, recalling that the Lakers had selected Ronnie Turiaf, a player in the same position as himself, which bestowed upon him a significant likelihood of being chosen at that draft spot. After all, he still held a certain allure for Kobe. 5 minutes later, he heard his name called. In that moment, he clenched his fist and swung it in exhilaration. Overwhelmed with joy, he had finally realized his aspiration. He would have the opportunity to play alongside the basketball deity he had long admired. "I shall ensure that your path ahead will not be as arduous," Fong Fong silently vowed. Fong Fong embraced Bill Duffy, Monta Ellis, and Lewis Williams briefly before turning to say, "Monta Ellis, prepare yourself. You shall be next, and Lewis Williams, your call shall come swiftly as well." I just had a premonition. When Fong Feng's name was announced, the crowd erupted in fervor. Commentators Miller and Barkley were momentarily taken aback, as they had no prior information on Fong Fong and were at a loss for words, lacking any material to introduce him. They could only awkwardly mention that the Lakers had chosen a player from the Middle Kingdom, albeit one without notable achievements, perhaps in an attempt to attract the Chinese market, especially since the Lakers had not even made it to the playoffs this year. We can only hope that he will blossom into a dazzling star under Phil's guidance. The draft itself was rather uneventful, with Tryouts, originally selected 7th in the second round, now becoming the 27th pick for the Phoenix Suns. This was followed by Williams being chosen by the Philadelphia 76ers. Fong Fong expressed in their 5-member QQ group, "I am considering changing the group name to defeating the first-round picks. What does everyone think?" Monta Ellis concurred, stating, "You may be first-round picks, yet you're still no match for us. A change is necessary." However, Gerald Green firmly disagreed, asserting, "This is blatant jealousy." David Lee also protested, expressing his absolute dissent. Luis Williams voiced his agreement as well. Fong Fong, "Very well, the vote stands at 3-2. Thus, a decision has been made with great enthusiasm." Ding. The group name has been changed to defeating the first-round draft picks. Applause 1, protest 1. In a summary statement, the protest is deemed invalid. The resolution has been fully announced and accepted. The group name was ruthlessly altered by Fong Fong and his associates, leaving the 2 first-round draft picks merely gaping in disbelief. They resolved firmly within themselves that when the new season commences, they must prevail over them in order to avenge this slight. The chosen rookies began to take their new promotional photographs one by one. The scene at the draft was bustling with activity, as a single brick could easily incapacitate numerous journalists and rookies alike. While foreign reporters were indeed surprised by Fong Feng's selection, it failed to pique their interest in the slightest. At this moment, Fong Fong appeared rather unremarkable. Even the journalists from ESPN and TNT, who are typically eager to create sensational headlines, chose to selectively overlook Fong Feng's presence. Just as Fong Fong was preparing to seek out Bill to review the new rookies he had signed this year, as well as to expand his network within the NBA, he received a phone call from Yao Ming. "Fong Fong, congratulations on becoming yet another player from our homeland to be selected for the NBA." "Thank you, Brother Yao." While congratulating Fong Fong, he couldn't resist teasing, "Had I known that this future league superstar would be picked by the Lakers, I would have refrained from renewing my contract with the Rockets this summer and instead opted for a trade to the Lakers. That way, I could witness the growth of a future league giant alongside you. What a pity." Fong Fong smiled with a mix of resignation and confidence, saying to Yao, "Please, don't jest. If you were to join the Lakers, that would bring me immense joy. I wouldn't even have to consider defensive support. When the opponents approach the basket, you could simply block their shots with ease." He chuckled. "All right, I won't tease you any longer. Don't rush off just yet. There will be an interview from our media later, so make sure to respond thoughtfully." The 2005 NBA draft concluded without a ripple, fading away quietly. Chapter 28. The explosive interview. Due to Yao's influence, upon returning to his homeland, Yao connected with Zhang Weiping, mentioning that this year, a promising compatriot would be participating in the NBA draft with a strong likelihood of being selected in the second round. Consequently, Zhang Weiping requested an interview with the local media. As many foreign journalists were unfamiliar with Fong Fong, the number of interviewers turned out to be quite limited. Zhang Weiping began, "Hello, I am Zhang Weiping from the Tianqiao television station. Would you have some time for an interview?" "Certainly. I would be delighted to accept your interview. Since I had no family by my side during the draft, meeting you feels incredibly warm," Fong Fong replied with a genuine smile. "When you were selected in the second round, did you feel surprised or disappointed?" "I believe there is neither surprise nor disappointment. I am quite satisfied with my draft position at present," Fong Fong answered, maintaining his cheerful demeanor throughout the questioning. "Do you think you will adapt quickly to the Lakers' pace? Next season, Phil Jackson will take the helm of the Lakers once again. What are your thoughts on him as a coach?" "I believe I can adapt well to the Lakers' rhythm. Phil's return is simply splendid. You cannot imagine how remarkable it is to have a coach with so many championship rings." "It's perfect," Fong Fong joyfully responded. "What about Kobe? Do you think it will be difficult to get along with him? After all, even Shaquille O'Neal found him challenging to work with." "Come on, Coach Zhang, you shouldn't be so misleading," Fong Fong replied, now a far cry from his former self. While he may not have been particularly emotionally astute, that did not imply a lack of intelligence. "I find Kobe to be quite easy to get along with. I truly admire him. I grew up watching him play. I am a part of the Mamba Academy, and playing alongside him would be nothing short of amazing." "Mamba Academy? What is that exactly?" "The Mamba Academy refers to those who admire Kobe. They call themselves his disciples. However, it doesn't denote actual apprenticeship. Rather, it signifies the spirit of basketball we've learned from him, hence the name. I see. Will you be joining the national team? You must know that the 2008 Olympics are being held in our homeland, and many fans would hope to see you donning the national team jersey that year. What are your thoughts on that? Firstly, I can confidently affirm that I am indeed eager to become a member of the national team. I believe this is a dream shared by every athlete, to showcase oneself at the Olympics held in one's own country. Although I currently possess limited strength, I am committed to working diligently. In 3 years, I aspire to attain the capability to compete in the Olympics. Therefore, may I presume that you are willing to serve the national team? Indeed, I am willing to dedicate myself to the national team. This conversation arose while discussing with Coach Zhang the possibility of joining the national team. To Feng Feng's astonishment, Scarlett Johansson approached him at that very moment. A wave of gasps filled the interview room. Many foreign journalists were not captivated by Feng Feng, but rather entranced by Scarlett Johansson. After all, Feng Feng was merely an obscure young man from the Middle Kingdom, whereas Scarlett Johansson held significant renown in the land of beauty. With arms outstretched, Scarlett Johansson walked towards Feng Feng. Feng Feng was somewhat surprised and curious, leaving him feeling a bit perplexed. How did she manage to arrive at the draft event? Embracing Feng, she exclaimed, "Congratulations, Feng. Congratulations on becoming a member of the Lakers. You promised you would gift me tickets to your games." "Oh, my apologies, Mr. Reporter, for interrupting your interview," Scarlett Johansson remarked, leaving Feng in a state of bewilderment. What was happening? Scarlett contemplated that if he refused to sell her the lyrics, she would persistently pester him, bracing herself for the wrath of her fans. Surrounding individuals began to speculate on the nature of the relationship between Scarlett Johansson and this young Chinese man. They sensed a certain intimacy, but were puzzled by the lack of information regarding it. Zhang Weiping, astonished, inquired of Feng, "Could you shed some light on your relationship with Scarlett Johansson? After all, a gossiping heart is an instinct," and upon seeing Scarlett, I momentarily forgot I was a basketball journalist. "Well, we're merely friends. Coincidentally, she is also in New York today, and upon learning of my selection by the Lakers, she came to congratulate me," Feng replied. Zhang Weiping responded, "All right then, I hope you perform excellently in the upcoming season. I believe that would mean we will see each other frequently. Perhaps I should advocate for more Lakers game broadcasts in the future." Noticing the foreign journalists around him eager to ask questions, Zhang Weiping wisely decided to take his leave, recognizing that there would be plenty of opportunities for exclusive interviews in the future. Feng, whose popularity in the domestic scene was still burgeoning, had not yet reached the status for exclusive interviews. "Hello, ESPN journalist. May I accept your interview?" "Yes, of course. May I inquire if there is any special relationship between you and Scarlett Johansson?" "I'm afraid not. We're just ordinary friends." "How did you meet? And how long have you known each other?" "We met through a chance encounter, and our acquaintance is relatively new." "May I ask, do you believe you will have a substantial amount of playing time with the Lakers next season?" At last, someone posed a basketball-related question. "I believe I will have appropriate playing time, but it ultimately depends on the coach's arrangements, and I will adhere to the coach's decisions." Finally, it concluded. Managing these journalists felt more exhausting than a day of training. It was quite overwhelming. Thankfully, he had navigated through it. "Scarlett Johansson, allow me to introduce you to my agent, Mr. Bill Duffy." "Hello, Bill." Scarlett then departed from the draft venue, whispering to Feng, "I will come to watch your game. Remember to save me a ticket, but I won't be paying for it." "All right. I wish to acquire some complimentary tickets. However, the front row tickets are excessively priced, far beyond my means. I am merely a second-round draft pick and have yet to secure a contract." After receiving Feng Feng's response, Scarlett Johansson departed. What Feng Feng remained unaware of was that shortly after Scarlett Johansson's departure, news regarding him and the esteemed actress began to circulate wildly. The relationship between the rising star from the East and Scarlett Johansson had become a topic of fervent speculation. Astonishingly, it was rumored that Scarlett Johansson's boyfriend might be a rookie from the Lakers, overshadowing the draft event with the unexpected connection to the actress. This newcomer had eclipsed Andrew Bogut's prominence, all due to his association with Scarlett Johansson. A myriad of reports flooded in, but when Feng Feng finally encountered them, his focus had shifted entirely to how best to showcase his talents in the Summer League. After Scarlett Johansson left, Green and David Lee, along with 2 others, approached him. "Oh my God, you actually know Scarlett Johansson. I'm such a fan of hers. Next time, be sure to give me an autograph photo. You simply cannot refuse. How fortunate you are to have met Scarlett Johansson." Feng Feng, at a loss for words, remarked, "Shouldn't you all be congratulating each other on our imminent membership in the alliance?" Shouldn't we be making grand declarations about stirring up a tempest in the league? Why are we discussing this instead? With a scoff, he added, of course, we will indeed create a storm. But at this moment, our primary concern lies in discerning your relationship with Scarlett Johansson. Are you truly just friends? Green inquired. Indeed, we are merely friends. I only met her on the plane yesterday. What kind of relationship could we possibly have? The group exchanged a few brief words of encouragement. Bill Duffy approached, and David Lee took his leave, agreeing to reconvene on the court next time. Congratulations, Foam. I just received a call from Kupchak. Your leisurely days are coming to an end. We need to head back to Los Angeles tomorrow morning, as your contract has been finalized. And we must rush to sign it, he announced. That's fantastic. I am fully prepared, Foam responded. His smile unwavering ever since the Lakers announced his selection as the 7th pick in the second round. Reluctantly, due to his sister's request, he found himself compelled to seek a signed photo from Scarlett Johansson. He called her to inquire if she had already left New York and whether it would be possible to obtain an autograph, as his sister is an avid fan. Scarlett, sensing Feng's intentions, suspected he was using his sister as an excuse, yet she was determined not to let him succeed so easily. Ultimately, Feng hummed the lyrics to I Don't Want to Grow Up, a song by Scarlett Johansson, and successfully acquired the coveted signature. He received a signed photo of Scarlett Johansson alone, as well as one featuring both of them together. As Feng was about to depart, Scarlett remarked, if you ever need anything, you can invite your sister to come to America when the opportunity arises. We could dine together. The temptation was immense, and Feng felt their relationship had not yet reached such a level, so he merely smiled and nodded. Scarlett, suddenly realizing she might have been deceived, pondered how she had become entranced by the lyrics of yet another song without having secured the first. It's not that I'm drawn to him. It's simply the lyrics. They're too beautiful. Yes, the lyrics are simply too beautiful. Chapter 29. Signing with the Lakers. Feng is the most dashing. Upon returning to the hotel, Feng retrieved his phone and noticed calls from his parents, Yao Ming. Texts from Kobe, calls from Jack, and messages from Coach Olan. Nearly everyone he knew had reached out with calls or congratulatory texts. He first opened Kobe's text, which read, congratulations on being selected by the Lakers. However, do not let your guard down, as my standards are quite rigorous. Thank you, Kobe. I will hold myself to high expectations. Feng replied, I just made a phone call to my parents. Hello, Dad. I've been selected by the Lakers, and I'm going to sign the contract tomorrow. Yes, I saw the report as well. The call was then seized by my mother. Son, who is that girl standing next to you? She is stunning, like a porcelain doll. What is your relationship with her? At this point, Feng Chang interjected, yes, brother, I'm a fan of hers. Since you're so familiar with her, could you possibly get me an autograph photo? Is she your girlfriend? You're keeping this under wraps quite well. Curiosity is inherent to women. Regardless of whether she is your mother or any other woman, the inclination to gossip prevails. I was genuinely exasperated. We are merely friends. We met on the plane yesterday. How could you be my girlfriend? Mother, you're overthinking this. Stop making wild assumptions. I'm just a little over 19. It's too early for a girlfriend. Sister, my relationship with her is casual. As for the signed photo, I can only try to get one. After explaining for quite some time, I finally mentioned that I would be flying back to Los Angeles tomorrow to sign the contract with the Lakers. Ultimately, I managed to escape my mother's relentless inquiries, thanks to my father's gentle nudging. Next, I dialed Yao Ming's number. Hello, Brother Yao. I hope I'm not disturbing you this late. I've been caught up with interviews, and Haven T had the chance to call you. My apologies. No problem. Congratulations. Next season, we shall be rivals. But I'm genuinely pleased to see another compatriot join the NBA. Haha, Brother Yao, you'd better watch out. I might just dunk over you. My dunks are quite impressive. Oh please, don't get too cocky. I might just weigh you down. Yet, Yao Ming held a hint of concern, primarily because Feng Chang's dunks are extraordinarily explosive. He knew he had to be cautious and not get dunked on by this little compatriot. Hey, let us not go there. I won't dunk anymore, will that suffice? Just don't block me. After chatting a bit longer, Yao shared some advice about entering the league before ending the call. I then called Haleland to express my gratitude for his assistance. I also share my upcoming plans, expressing my intention to earn my first pot of gold in the American stock market. The earnings for basketball are not included. I concluded by posting in our group chat, guys, I'm heading to Los Angeles to sign tomorrow. Brace yourselves for the onslaught. He retired for the night. The following morning, he flew back to Los Angeles, just in time to finalize the contract with the Lakers, without even a moment to change his attire. Prior to his return, he had discussed his jersey number choice with Kupchak, initially intending to select the number 24. He wished to share with everyone that he chose 24 because there are only 24 hours in a day, and he aims to dedicate every hour to his basketball career. Ultimately, he reconsidered, realizing that such a sentiment might complicate matters unnecessarily. The Lakers held a special press conference to announce the signing of their 3 newly drafted rookies. Numerous basketball journalists attended, and he even noticed reporters from his homeland, along with some entertainment journalists, leaving Fong somewhat puzzled about the reason behind their presence. The 3 rookies chose their desired numbers and posed together in their jerseys for photos commemorating the signing. Due to his status as a second-round draft pick, Fang's annual salary and contract duration cannot be compared to those of a first-round pick. Fang's contract spans 2 years, amounting to $1 million. Bill Duffy had already reviewed the signed agreement, confirming its validity, allowing Fong to proceed with the signing without hesitation. Next, it was time to note the interview schedule. Surprisingly, the individual welcomed was not Andrew Bynum, who was the 10th overall pick in the first round, but rather Fong, the 7th pick in the second round. All the journalists from the Middle Kingdom were there primarily to interview Fong. Additionally, the presence of Scarlett Johansson the previous day had drawn entertainment reporters, as Hollywood was indeed the epicenter of glitz and glamour. Basketball reporters, too, often harbored a penchant for gossip, with some even appearing to stir trouble. Fong, is it true that you and Scarlett Johansson are merely friends? Indeed, we're just ordinary friends. Several questions regarding Scarlett Johansson were posed in succession. Kupchak addressed the audience, stating, "Hello everyone, this is the Los Angeles Lakers signing ceremony. I hope you all remember why we are here." At this moment, the tone of the interview shifted. Fong, do you believe you'll become Kobe's strongest ally? Hello, our team functions as a cohesive unit, and every member of the Lakers is an indispensable part of the whole. Fong, do you think you will lead the Lakers to the playoffs? After all, the Lakers did not qualify for the playoffs last season, and many might have forgotten the last time they failed to do so. Our team boasts Kobe, and the great coach, Phil, has returned to the Lakers. What do you think of that? The journalists continued their inquiries directed at Fong, while Andrew Bynum, sitting nearby, appeared noticeably irked, thinking to himself, "I am the Lakers' first-round draft pick. I am the future of the team." It took quite some time before the signing press conference concluded, with Fong undoubtedly becoming the focal point, much to Bynum's chagrin. In the end, he nearly stormed out in frustration. Kupchak discussed the necessity of participating in the Summer League with Fong, as the Lakers were eager to assess his capabilities. Following the conference, numerous journalists reported on the event. The Los Angeles Times highlighted Fang's bold declaration to lead the Lakers back to the playoffs. The Los Angeles Basketball Report noted how the second-round pick had overshadowed the first-round pick during the press event. The Los Angeles Entertainment Report featured the latest on Scarlett Johansson and the Lakers rookie, Fong, with a plethora of reports emerging. Fong had shifted his primary focus toward the Summer League. Congratulations to the host, as he officially signed with the Lakers, becoming a member of the NBA and earning a chance for a lottery draw. Regrettably, having already participated in a lottery this month, Fong hesitates to enter another, for he truly dreads the prizes associated with it. He vividly recalls the last lottery's rewards, which were quite an eyesore. Chapter 30. The Frantic Summer League. After a brief period of joint training, the Los Angeles Lakers set forth to partake in the Summer League. This event primarily features rookies, undrafted players, and those aspiring to capture the attention of the NBA. The Lakers' core lineup comprises 3 promising rookies, Andrew Bynum, Fong, and Von Wafer, alongside Aaron Baines, Devin Green, and Stanislav Medvedenko. The Lakers' inaugural match is scheduled for July 9th, where they will face off against the Memphis Grizzlies. Fong made his debut as a starter in this match. With the ball in hand, Von Weaver orchestrated the play, while Fong executed a swift cut, penetrating directly to the basket. He received an alley-oop pass from Von Weaver and delivered a spectacular 180-degree slam dunk to score. During the first half of the match, Fong captivated the audience with a series of resounding dunks and an impressive connection with Andrew Bynum, earning fervent applause and cheers from the spectators. Fang's performance was remarkable, leading the team to a 5-point advantage of 50-45. As the second half commenced, the Grizzlies entrusted the ball to their first-round draft pick, Hakeem Warwick, selected 19th overall this year. The battle was about to begin. Fong faced Hakeem Warwick head-on right from the start of the second half, with everyone allowing Fong the opportunity to defend against Warwick, creating ample space for the confrontation. Fong also perceives this as his opportunity to demonstrate to others the potential that lies within him. As Fong exchanged banter, he deftly maneuvered his defensive position, Hey boy, your offense resembles that of a weakling. Exert some effort. He remained steadfast in his belief that while strategically underestimating the enemy, one must tactically regard them with utmost seriousness. Despite his playful taunts, Fong Fong held no contempt for Hakeem Warwick, a first-round draft pick with undeniable prowess. Though Hakeem possessed a lean physique, his athleticism and leaping ability were formidable. Nevertheless, Fong Fong excelled in these aspects even more than Hakeem. As Hakeem attempted to back down Fong Fong, seeking to leverage his strength to push him into the low post for a decisive finish, he was taken aback. Fong Fong's strength proved equally formidable. After nearly 2 seconds of pressure, Hakeem found himself unable to inch closer to the basket. Resolutely abandoning his backing down strategy, he prepared to employ feints in search of an opening to strike. Fong Fong discerned Hakeem Warwick's intent and deliberately left a flaw in his defense. Just as Hakeem Warwick was poised to strike the basket, believing his feint had skillfully outwitted Fong Fong, he seized the moment and leapt up, intending to execute a thunderous dunk. However, to his astonishment, a figure materialized behind him at the crucial moment. Realizing the peril, he found himself with no opportunity to pass. He was left with no choice but to forcefully attempt the dunk. Fong Fong soared into the air, raising his right hand high. With a resounding thud, he executed a spectacular block, capturing the ball effortlessly. The audience was left in a state of bewilderment. Was this truly a player from the Celestial Empire? How could such an explosive play be executed? He then swiftly passed the ball to Von Weaver, eager to initiate a fast-paced offensive. Fong Fong pivoted and sprinted back, eager to descend swiftly. Von Weaver, upon spotting Fong Feng's returning figure, cast a glance and lofted the ball high into the air. Fong Fong harnessed the momentum from his return, accelerating further as he leaped from the free throw line. With a resounding thud, he executed a powerful slam dunk, the ball swishing through the net as he landed. Fong Fong unabashedly expressed his exhilaration, raising his arms and shouting with fervor. The atmosphere surged once more, ignited by a magnificent slam dunk from the free throw line. The cacophony of cheers and screams reverberated, lingering in the air, as the fervor of the crowd was entirely captivated by Fong Feng's performance. Spectators at the sidelines exclaimed in delight, proclaiming, "This is incredible. I think I'm starting to like him." Indeed, I too have begun to appreciate his prowess on the basketball court, though my admiration remains purely platonic. I sense that the rhythm of romance may soon commence. Meanwhile, Von Weaver leaped up and playfully collided chess with Fong Fong, leaving Bainam in a state of astonishment. "My goodness, how did you accomplish that?" Fong Fong, in a rather ostentatious manner, proclaimed, "Jump, catch, and slam dunk. It's that simple. You can do it too." Is it truly that effortless? I have never managed to achieve such feats. Listening to Fong Feng's remarks, Bainam began to reflect on himself. "You're just a big talker," scoffed Von Weaver. The other 4 players clad in purple and gold were already harboring thoughts of silencing Fong Fong. Following his offensive and defensive maneuvers, the Lakers' momentum surged, becoming unstoppable. At the start of the second half, Fong Fong and Bainam executed a series of attacks that dismantled the Grizzlies' renowned defense, leaving them utterly defenseless. It was utterly astonishing. Could he be the next Jordan? Ultimately, the Lakers triumphed over the Grizzlies with a score of 105-89. Fong Fong achieved an impressive tally of 24 points, 9 rebounds, and 3 blocks in this match. Following the game, numerous newspapers were left astounded by his electrifying performance. The media, unabashedly effusive in their praise, highlighted his remarkable offensive and defensive prowess, showcasing an extraordinary display of dunks that was nothing short of sensational. Fong Feng's fervor continues unabated, increasingly veering towards the realm of madness. Shortly thereafter, he achieved an astonishing tally of 27 points, 10 rebounds, and 4 blocks in the subsequent match, leading his team to a resounding victory over the Mavericks with a score of 118-89. On July 12th, the Lakers triumphed over the Raptors with a score of 110-95, during which Fong Fong adeptly restricted Charlie Villanueva to a mere 5 points while amassing 24 points, 11 rebounds, and 3 blocks himself. The Lakers concluded the series undefeated, securing the top position and earning their place in the finals. In the championship match, they emerged victorious with a commanding score of 120-85, ultimately claiming the title of Summer League champions. Fong Fong, with an average of 25 points, 11 rebounds, and 3 blocks per game, was awarded the MVP of the Summer League. Achieving a double-double on average, albeit during the preseason, is nonetheless an impressive and commendable feat furthermore. He decisively triumphed over his rookie counterpart in the match. Following the championship victory in the Summer League, all players returned to their respective homes, marking the onset of their vacation. The Lakers basketball media showered Fong with abundant praise for his outstanding performance throughout the Summer League. Will Fong be Kobe's assistant in the upcoming season? Can Fong become the second-in-command for the Lakers? The fervent rookie, a first-round pick from the second round, has garnered much acclaim as the Lakers emerge as the biggest winners of the draft. However, alongside the praise, there exists a considerable amount of skepticism. Following the conclusion of the Summer League, Fong must now strategize for the upcoming period and recommence his training. After all, how can one strengthen without practice? Training is undoubtedly set to be the focal point of his agenda. Nevertheless, before immersing himself in training, he feels compelled to return home, despite a tinge of apprehension. A visit home is essential. After a rough calculation, he determines he can spend just over a week at home before returning to continue his training and preparation for the upcoming season. As the Summer League concludes, the date has arrived, July 23rd. Upon returning to his residence, Fong swiftly enters the system space to review his data. Xiao, how many rewards do I have left? Host, you currently have 1 sign-in opportunity remaining, 2 beginner lottery draws, 20 hours of system training time, as the Summer League did not utilize much of the system space for training, and 1,000 milliliters of injury recovery ointment. Xiao, I will sign in first. Host, you have received a thermos, perfect for goji berries. What on earth can I do with this? To steep goji berries? To transform myself into a player averaging 18 points per game like a goji berry man? I truly cannot fathom the system's intentions. What are they trying to cultivate me into? Xiao, let us proceed with another beginner lottery draw. The classic spinning wheel is not necessary for display. There is no need to prolong the text. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the 3-point shooting skill package. In 5 fixed positions, the shooting accuracy remains unchanged, with a 5 bonus, level 1, 0-100. This is promising. My 3-point shooting percentage is quite decent, but with this skill package, it will be remarkable. A slight regret remains that it only enhances the accuracy for open 3-point shots, likely only useful during the early part of the new season. However, it's also applicable for participating in the 3-point contest. Xiao, let us save the last draw for later. Xiao, please display my personal panel. Host system panel. 1. Physical qualities. Speed. 89. Strength. 84. Flexibility. 69. Agility. 90. Endurance. 86. 2. Offensive abilities. Post-play. 69. Mid-range shooting. 76. 3-point shooting. 70. Layups. 74. Second chance points. 86. 3. Basketball intelligence. Offensive awareness. 65. Defensive awareness. 82. Tactical awareness. 53. 4. Defensive abilities. Rebounding. 84. Individual defense. 84. Help defense awareness. 71. Stealing ability. 58. Shot blocking ability. 81. 5. Ball handling skills. Dribbling. 43. Ball control breakthrough. 49. Assisting ability. 54. Host physical analysis. Height. 207 centimeters. Height with shoes. 210 centimeters. Wingspan. 228 centimeters. Standing reach. 278 centimeters. Body fat percentage. 7. 5. Weight. 98 kilograms. Vertical jump. Static 90 centimeters. Vertical jump. Running 106 centimeters. Hand width. 23 centimeters. Host capability. 77. Has become a player nearing NBA bench rotation. Xiao, basketball skills information. Leonard's death grip. Level 4, 9100. Richard Rip Hamilton's off-ball movement. Level 4, 2100. Carter dunk package. Level 2, 6100. Spot up 3-point shooting. Accuracy 5. Level 1, 0-100. Fong glanced at his personal and skill information, feeling quite satisfied. From his humble beginnings, through diligent effort over time, he has finally evolved into a capable substitute player. In pursuit of his future aspirations, he has taken another significant step forward, with his abilities gradually strengthening. Upon reflection, skills such as defense, positioning, 3-point shooting, and dunks are all exceedingly practical. Dunks, in particular, can greatly aid in building his early reputation, as their electrifying nature draws the attention of many young admirers. Fong softly murmured that he has finally acquired the capability to enter the NBA. In the future, he shall grow even stronger and become the mightiest in the league. Chapter 31. Home. He has fulfilled his wish of becoming a member of the Lakers, yet whether he will be traded remains uncertain. Fong booked a flight from Los Angeles to Beijing on July 25th, and from there, he would connect to return home. As the moment of returning home drew near, a sense of anxiety crept in, yet was overshadowed by a profound anticipation for familial love. In his previous life, he had no parents and could only watch as his peers reveled in the affection and care of their families, an experience he had never known. In this life, he possessed what he could not attain before, and thus, he resolved to cherish the precious bonds of kinship. Just as Fong Fong was reveling in the warmth of family ties, an unsettling voice interrupted his reverie. Fong Fong glanced down to see a call from Kobe. "Hello, boss. Is there something you need?" "Fong, what are your plans moving forward? Are you ready to enjoy your vacation?" Kobe, a relentless training enthusiast, was keen to gauge Fong Feng's ability to resist temptation and his dedication to hard work, given his promising talent. "Boss, I plan to return home for a while, and then come back to Los Angeles for training in mid-August." "That sounds splendid. Make sure to work hard," Kobe replied before hanging up, a smile gracing his lips. Fong Fong found himself in a state of bewilderment, unsure of the circumstances surrounding the sudden demise. Just as he was grappling with the news, Kobe departed from this world. The confusion was palpable. What on earth was happening? "Your typing is cumbersome. Why speak in such a manner?" After the call, Kobe remarked that he was doing well and had not forgotten his identity as a basketball player. "Truly, he was a person of my admiration, and I hope he continues to excel, becoming a reliable ally on my journey to victory." After enduring a journey of over 10 hours, I finally arrived at my destination, Beijing, the capital of our great nation. The long trek had left me fatigued, and Fong Fong appeared utterly drained. Yet, the moment his feet touched the soil of the homeland, the weariness vanished, replaced by a surge of vitality. This stop in Beijing was merely a layover. He proceeded directly to the terminal, hoping that the next time he would engage in a battle here. "Oh look, is he not the rookie from the Lakers? What was his name again?" The media affectionately dubbed him a madman. "Is that him?" Yes, indeed, it is him." A group of youthful college students surrounded Fong Fong, incessantly pointing at him, their eyes never straying from his presence. Fortunately, he overheard their conversation. Otherwise, he might have mistaken them for admirers of a different nature. However, after enduring the barrage of cameras and interviews during the draft and the summer league, this was merely a trivial affair. Fong Fong swiftly regained his composure and continued to await his fate. Before long, he boarded a flight to Shenyang. As he drew nearer to his hometown, the serenity he once felt began to dissipate. A tempest brewed within him. On one hand, he was filled with the anticipation of reuniting with his parents, while on the other hand, he was consumed by the dread of them discovering that he was no longer the son they once knew. Upon disembarking, he hailed a taxi to his family home, his journey punctuated by unease. The driver attempted to engage him in conversation several times, but Fong remained unresponsive, lost in contemplation about how he would confront his parents. After exiting the cab, he took a deep breath, reminding himself that whether he faced them or avoided the confrontation, he could not escape the inevitable. Carrying his luggage upstairs, he knocked on the door, but after a considerable wait, no one answered. Suddenly, he recalled that it was late, and being summer, the family's shop would undoubtedly be bustling with activity. Realizing his oversight, he hurried to the shop he co-owned, recalling that he possessed a masterful skill in barbecuing, which might prove useful. This unexpected turn of events, coupled with his culinary talents, alleviated his inner turmoil. "Dad, why is it so busy today? Do you need a hand?" Fong's father was taken aback. "Ah, so, you're back. I thought you were competing. Why are you here now? Didn't you sign with the Lakers? How can you return?" While Shenyang boasted a vibrant basketball culture, Fong's father was not well versed in the NBA. "Indeed, I just finished the summer league. The next games won't commence until October. I've been training rigorously, and I was too exhausted, so I decided to come back to rest and spend time with you. Once the new season begins, I may not have the opportunity to return." "How long can you stay then?" "It's been over 2 months. You can truly take some time to recuperate. Your mother hasn't seen you in nearly a year and misses you dearly." "Dad, I miss you both as well. However, I doubt I can remain for long, as I need to return to the United States for training soon. Otherwise, it will be challenging to secure much playing time next season. So I must adapt to the new environment as quickly as possible." A fleeting look of disappointment crossed his father's face, but it was quickly replaced with normalcy. "Very well then, everything is fine here. Go inside and talk to your mother. She has been saying how she wishes you would come back." With a smile on his face, Fong Fong entered the shop and exclaimed, "Mom, little sister, are you surprised? I'm back. Are you tired? Take a break. I'll help you out. Little sister, why aren't you studying at home? Why are you here working?" It's just that the shop gets a bit busier during summer with more customers. So occasionally having your sister help out with collecting payments and keeping accounts ISN T2 taxing, his mother replied. Why don't you take your sister over there to rest for a bit? I'll manage here. You needn't worry. No, I prefer to assist. This way, Mom can have an easier time, Fong Fong insisted. Don't underestimate me. My barbecuing skills are exceptional. I'm the best in our school S team. Though in truth, there wasn't anyone else on the team skilled at barbecuing. It was merely his mastery that required no practice to improve. Emboldened by his title as a barbecue master, Fong Fong had no fear of boasting. After a quick change of clothes, he headed to the kitchen to prepare the barbecue. Initially, a few pieces were slightly charred, but soon thereafter, the dishes were vibrant in color, aroma, and flavor. His little sister chimed in. Looks like Dad's legacy has found a worthy heir. Seeing Fong Fong's barbecuing skills brought joy to his father, who mused that his child had finally grown up and even signed a contract worth $100,000, several million in renminbi. Perhaps life would become a bit easier for him moving forward. The more he thought about it, the more delighted he became, wishing to sell out the day's stock and close up early to return home. Stepping outside, he announced to everyone, "Hello, everyone. Today, my son has returned from the beautiful country and has even signed a rookie contract with the Lakers. Thus, I am overjoyed, and for today only, everyone eats for free. But only in the shop. Takeout is not allowed, or we won't have enough for everyone." He continued, "The shop will be closed for a few days. Thank you all for your support. Xiao Huan, you don't need to collect payments anymore. Go help your brother inside. We'll close early today and head home," he instructed. The atmosphere in the shop surged with excitement as many young patrons enjoyed drinks and barbecue. In no time, the stock was sold out. Checking the time, it was still not yet 9 p.m. Such speed was astonishing, considering they often didn't sell out even past midnight. With a commanding voice, Dad declared, "Time to pack up. Let us go home. Our family is reunited." Little sister Fong Huan, playfully tugging at Fong Fong's arm, said, "Big brother, you haven't forgotten your promise to me, have you? You promised your favorite little sister." All right, I'm afraid of you. I certainly haven't forgotten. I'll handle it when we get home. It's all packed in the box," he reassured her. "I knew you'd treat me the best," she exclaimed, beaming. Their mother interjected, "It's your fault, old man. Because of this free meal, your son came back and there's nothing left for dinner. What are we going to eat now?" Dad replied nonchalantly, "What are you worried about? We can eat out. It's perfect timing since our son is back. And you can take a break." Fong Fong remarked that there was no need for extravagance. A simple meal would suffice. He expressed a deep nostalgia for the dishes prepared by his mother, which he found infinitely more delectable than those available from eateries. After having consumed nothing but boiled chicken breast and steak for a full 3 months, he was nearing the point of nausea. "Look at that. My son has discerning taste. He knows to dine out. Quickly, go purchase some ingredients, for soon we shall return home to cook, lest you find yourself without sustenance later," he urged. Yes, father. Duri. My mother and I will escort my brother back home first. It is sweltering, and I crave ice cream," Fong Ruan exclaimed gleefully. "You little rascal. All you think about is food. I shall go procure the ingredients. Be cautious on the way," he replied. This, indeed, was the essence of familial affection, a sentiment that was indelibly etched in one's memory. Having never truly experienced such warmth in a previous life, he vowed to cherish it in this one. Throughout their journey, his sister incessantly peppered Fong Fong with inquiries about the enchanting land of the United States. Just when he thought they were nearing home and her questions would cease, he mistakenly believed he had finally encountered a woman who was not gossipy. However, she proved him wrong, as the interrogation resumed unabated. "By the way, brother, what is your relationship with my idol?" It seemed rather special during the interview. Fong Ruan inquired, her curiosity piqued. "Indeed, son, is that not your girlfriend?" Their father chimed in. "It is of no concern to us. Your father and I have no objections. We are open to foreign girls, as long as you are happy. However, I believe your sister mentioned she might be slightly older than you. That is also inconsequential. We do not mind." He playfully tapped Fong Wan on the head and scolded. "Look at how young you are, and already you are gossiping. Mother, look, he is bullying me. If he hits me again, I might turn foolish. Are you going to take care of me?" Fong Ruan turned to her mother to complain. "Perhaps turning foolish would be for the best. Do not worry. Your brother is destined to become extraordinarily successful, earning enough to provide for you both." Fong Ruan pouted and pinched Fong Fong. "Little Fong, do not evade the question. What exactly is the nature of your relationship?" "It is merely a friendship," he replied. "We have only met a few times and are not well acquainted. It is simply a platonic friendship. Do not overthink it." His mother persistently inquired about this matter, always seeking a different answer. Upon returning home, a sense of belonging enveloped him. It was truly beautiful. Chapter 32. The long-awaited warmth after a meal. Feng Feng no longer felt the unfamiliarity he had experienced upon his return. He had completely relaxed. Following dinner, the family gathered in the living room and began to converse. Feng Yuan leaned against Feng Feng while seated on the sofa, requesting him to fetch her an autograph photograph. Feng Feng rose to retrieve his suitcase and extracted the autographed photographs he had obtained from Scarlett Johansson on the day of the audition. Among them were individual signed portraits, as well as a signed photo featuring both him and Scarlett. Here, take this quickly. It's merely a signed photograph, yet it seems more significant than your own brother. When he returns, I haven't seen you so invested in him, yet you are so eager about this autograph. Do not be so ignorant, all right? Scarlett Johansson is an exceptionally talented actress. Sighing, he continued, I know you wouldn't understand. You are just a novice. Delighted. He clutched the signed photograph and dashed back to his room. Son, you are still young. You must exercise caution. I have heard that the entertainment industry in America is quite chaotic. You cannot engage recklessly, his father intoned earnestly. It's fine, Dad. I will be careful. I just happened to meet her on the plane, and she asked me to hum a lyric. I didn't sell it to her, but she kept insisting. It's nothing serious. That is good to hear. But what about basketball? Are you not going to university anymore? It was quite a feat to send you abroad. Regardless, you must complete your degree. You're only 19. There is no need to rush into working. If money is tight, your mother and I can work a bit more. You are still young, and your expenses are minimal. Once you graduate, you will just be starting university, and your expenses will naturally increase. Indeed, you are right, Dad. Mom. Dad, I'm merely pausing my studies for now. After playing basketball for a few years, I can return to continue my education. Besides, even if I do not pursue further studies, I could become a significant star and earn substantial income. In a couple of years, once I accumulate wealth, you won't need to work anymore. I will be able to support you. There is no need for concern. Really? Is it that lucrative? Previously, you mentioned signing a 2-year contract worth $1 million, which amounts to over 3 million yuan a year. Mom, it's not quite that simple. Taxes must be accounted for. If I manage to save over 1 million yuan in a year, that would be commendable considering the high cost of living there. I doubt much will remain. Son, how can you be taxed so heavily? That hardly leaves you with any money. If you find yourself short, just call home and I will send you some. Mom, you need not worry. I will have enough funds. If I perform well, I might secure several endorsement contracts worth hundreds of thousands a year, which will certainly suffice. That is reassuring. Your father and I are merely concerned for you. It is a different environment, and I was initially opposed to your university choice last year. It was only your father who insisted, saying you were old enough to make your own decisions. I thought you would return after 3 or 4 years, but now that you are playing basketball, who knows when you will come back? Mom, Dad, you need not fret. When the time comes, you can also come to America. There are many Chinese people in Los Angeles. You can settle there. My little sister can attend school there as well. If you find yourselves restless, we could even open a barbecue restaurant. Have you not seen how Yao Ming has opened a restaurant there? We could certainly do the same. Let's discuss it then, for it is still early. My son, our shop shall remain closed for the next few days. What are your plans for this overcast weather? It has been quite some time since our family enjoyed an outing together. Seize this opportunity and take your sister along for some delightful adventures. She has been longing for you ever since your journey to the beautiful country, yet you have not called her. Father, it is simply that my studies have kept me exceedingly busy. Since April, I have been training continuously, followed by a series of competitions in July. I have been quite occupied. However, during these few days at home, I intend to spend quality time with her and take her out for some fun. Sister, come out. A few signed photographs will easily win you over. Imagine when you meet the real deal in the future. It will be something quite extraordinary. Hurry. I have something to discuss with you. Brother, can you take me to meet the real one? And perhaps I could also meet other esteemed stars. By the way, I almost forgot to ask for Kobe's signed photograph. Many at school admire him. Had I known earlier, I would have asked you for a few to sell for some profit. What profit? You are merely in middle school and already dabbling in speculation. Your brother will one day become a great star. What need have I for other signed photographs? I possess all that you desire, and I could even forge our father's signature for you, just as you often requested in your childhood. Feng Ruan reached out to cover Feng Feng's mouth, warning him to cease his reckless words. Should he continue, she would no longer acknowledge him. Feng Feng inquired with a smile on a cloudy day. Where would you like to go? Since you don't have classes, where do you wish to spend your time? Feng Ruo, I wish to visit the Forbidden City, and I also desire to ascend Chessboard Mountain. You must accompany me on this climb, and should I tire, you are obliged to carry me, given your considerable girth. Who could possibly bear such a burden? It is best that you ascend unaided. Perhaps you should consider moderating your appetite. Mother, observe how my brother torments me. Calling you a plump spinster, swiftly discipline him to avenge my grievances. The entire evening was spent in joyful banter between Fong and Fong Rua. As the hour grew late, I advised them to return home and rest. With a cloudy day ahead, outdoor adventures awaited. You, my rotund sibling, ought to take a bath. Is this indeed the warmth of family? Such experiences were foreign to me in my past life. The sensation is truly delightful. With a foolish grin, I stepped into my room, which was immaculate, clearly maintained by my diligent parents. The bed linens were neat and pristine. How fortunate I felt. I slept soundly, awakening only when the sky had turned gray. A knock resounded from outside my door. Brother, rise at once, you slothful creature. The sun is already high. Why are you still in slumber? Coming. I was enjoying a peaceful sleep until you disturbed me with your incessant knocking. Must you not allow me a moment of indulgence? After readying myself, I exited my room and observed my parents bustling about. The dining table in the living room was laden with breakfast. Just as I reached for a fried dough stick, my hand was swatted away. Go wash up, clean your face, and brush your teeth. Hurry now. Once you've refreshed, you may eat. As you wish, dear mother. My younger sister, Fong Rua, made a face at me. Oh, how embarrassing. At your age, you still neglect basic hygiene. I hastily obeyed and washed up, with a fried dough stick in hand. I savored my breakfast with sheer delight. How wonderful it felt. It had been far too long since I had indulged in such pleasures. To hell with chicken breast. I yearned for fried dough and barbecue delights. You insolent child, refrain from using foul language. Your sister is present. It's merely a fried dough stick. What is the fuss? Don't you consume them daily? You cannot comprehend my plight. I endured 4 entire months of boiled chicken breast. I have suffered terribly. Upon seeing the fried dough stick, I realized I must exercise moderation. Otherwise, I would be compelled to train even harder afterward. Chapter 33. Practicing martial arts in Foshan, we then began to deliberate on our upcoming adventures. My sister desired to visit Beijing to see the Forbidden City, while our parents wished to explore the southern regions, having spent their lives in the north. Since the store was temporarily closed, we decided to revel in a few days of leisure. Fong suddenly recalled that he possessed a skill akin to Bruce Lee's Wing Chun, one that required diligent practice to elevate its mastery. Why not seize the opportunity to travel to Foshan, where he could both indulge in tourism and refine his martial arts? This seemed splendid. Thus, the decision was made. Mom, Dad, little sister, how about we venture to Guangdong? If we desire to see the sea, we could also visit Hainan, which is quite delightful. The environment there is lovely, and the local delicacies are abundant. Shenzhen is bustling with life as well, offering myriad culinary and recreational experiences. What do you think of this proposal? Upon voicing this, Feng's heart resounded with a fervent shout. At last, he could learn the Wing Chun skill of Bruce Lee. He yearned to upgrade his abilities, to become capable of defeating 10 opponents single-handedly. Every boy harbors a dream of becoming a martial arts hero, having secured their plane tickets. The family set off for Foshan the following day. Upon arriving, Feng's first instinct was not to embark on sightseeing, but rather to gravitate toward a location housing a martial arts school. After all, his primary purpose for this trip was to practice Wing Chun. Who could predict what challenges awaited him in the future? Some skills for self-defense would undoubtedly prove advantageous. Although America boasts of freedom and democracy, it is in reality quite chaotic. Venturing into certain neighborhoods late at night often resulted in encounters with robbery, and gun violence was not an uncommon occurrence. Upon arriving at a martial arts school named Authentic Wing Chun, Feng paused and entered. Brother, what are you doing? Aren't we here to tour and enjoy delicious food? He was asked. It's fine. I just want to take a look. After all, I have aspired to be a white-browed hero since childhood. Let us explore this Wing Chun school together. Once inside, he articulated his intentions, and a young man in his 50s welcomed Feng and his family. Young man, what brings you here? He inquired. I wish to observe the Wing Chun practiced here. I have heard that your school offers the most authentic form, so I wanted to learn more, Feng replied. Indeed, our Wing Chun is quite genuine. You may observe the students as they train. Very well, I will take a look, said Feng. If you wish to learn, feel free to call for me. Could you explain how one should practice? Where would be the most suitable starting point? He asked. Observe. These students are just beginning their training. Wing Chun encompasses many styles, depending on what you wish to learn. Can I study the version practiced by Bruce Lee? I have heard it is quite formidable, and many people are training in it back in America. The instructor demonstrated a few techniques for Feng Feng, inviting him to practice alongside. Feng Feng possesses the remarkable skill of Wing Chun, akin to that of Bruce Lee. Although his level is not particularly high, he demonstrates an impressive aptitude, mastering the basics within just 10 minutes, surpassing even seasoned practitioners. The surrounding students were awestruck, and the instructor was equally perplexed. Despite Feng Feng's youth and the initial impression of being unfamiliar with Wing Chun, his execution was astonishingly proficient, resembling that of someone who had trained for decades. The instructor swiftly made his way to the inner chamber to summon his master and relay the extraordinary events. The elder emerged promptly, observing Feng Feng's performance with keen interest. He proceeded to teach Feng Feng several essential Wing Chun techniques, which Feng Feng executed with remarkable skill. While he exhibited slight deficiencies in proficiency and presence compared to the master, his overall performance was far superior. The elder inquired, "Young man, have you previously studied Wing Chun? How have you achieved such proficiency?" Feng Feng replied, "You may call me Feng Feng. I have not formally studied Wing Chun. I simply have a passion for it. I have watched instructional videos online and practiced on my own." The elder exclaimed, "You are a prodigy. Where do you hail from in Foshan?" Feng Feng responded, "I apologize. I am from Northeast China, here for leisure. In a few days, I will be heading to America to commence basketball training, as I have a competition in October. I came here to enjoy a brief respite." The elder remarked, "Feng Feng, you are a natural talent in Wing Chun. I have never encountered anyone who could grasp the foundational techniques so swiftly." Feng Feng smiled, uncertain of what to say, as he certainly could not reveal to the elder that he had acquired the gifted Wing Chun skills of Bruce Lee. "Feng Feng, in the coming days, you may visit here more frequently. I shall impart some fundamental knowledge to you and discuss the essential considerations one must keep in mind while practicing alone." "Very well, master. Will this not be an intrusion upon your time?" "Not at all. It is rare to encounter someone like you. I hope you learn well and carry forward the legacy of Wing Chun." Presently, the talent pool for Wing Chun is dwindling, as many are reluctant to pursue it, often believing that its learning process is too slow compared to the rapid acquisition of skills in karate and other martial arts. This is a misconception. Wing Chun requires perseverance, which deters many from its study. Understood, master. Apologies, dear readers, for my limited understanding of Wing Chun. I have merely penned this chapter based on my comprehension and shall refrain from elaborating further on the practice of martial arts. Should there be any true experts, I welcome private messages for corrections in the future. Subsequently, Feng Feng's parents and younger sister embarked on a trip around Foshan, while Feng Feng devoted himself to the study of Wing Chun, witnessing a remarkable improvement in his skills. After merely a week of practice, his Bruce Lee Wing Chun proficiency ascended to level 4, nearing level 5. He absorbed a wealth of knowledge about Wing Chun and was now capable of breaking a wooden board 2 centimeters thick with a single punch. With diligent practice, he was confident he could become a master of the art. Glancing at the time, he realized it had been nearly half a month since his return from the United States. Time had flown by, and he needed to prepare for his return to America for training, lest he struggle to adapt to the new season ahead. He bid farewell to his master and returned to Northeast China with his family. After a few days, he would be preparing to head back to the United States. When discussing his training plans with his parents, his mother was deeply reluctant to let him go, but after much persuasion, she reluctantly agreed to his early return. His younger sister, Feng Ruan, vehemently opposed the idea, causing quite the scene until, after a series of unequal concessions, she finally acquiesced, stipulating that he must video call her once a week. Thus, Feng Feng set forth on his journey back to the NBA, ready to diligently embark upon a new chapter. Chapter 34. Return to training, he recognized the necessity of resting for a few days and engaging in discussions with Jack regarding forthcoming investments. With the foresight provided by his newfound abilities, he was aware of limited opportunities, yet they were sufficient to secure his initial capital. He understood that the BTB venture was bound to be profitable, but it had yet to materialize, requiring a wait of 2 years for substantial gains. This was the perfect time to focus on building his foundational capital. The date was August 7th, 2005. "Little Gene, I am ready to check in and enter the lottery. In the last lottery, I acquired the skill of 3-point shooting. I am curious about what skill I might obtain this time, hoping it will be one that will prove beneficial for my future plans. Xiao Jin, let us begin the check-in process. Congratulations, host. You have received the script for the Avengers series, episodes 1 through 6. Please take note of this. Xiao Jin, how did this even come up? Am I to direct now? This is rather unexpected. Love it or leave it. If you want it, say so, and if not, I shall reclaim it. Do you want it or not? Speak up. If you do not want it, I will take it back. Yes, yes, yes. Let us keep it for now. I'll have Bill Duffy handle it later. It should work out better. Perhaps in the future, once I have the means, I can keep it for my own filming endeavors. When introduced to others, I wonder whether I will be known as a renowned director or a famous basketball player. Xiao Jin, let us proceed with the lottery once more. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the King of Trash Talk skill at level 1. Description of the King of Trash Talk. Upon reaching its maximum level, this skill can demoralize the targeted individual or team, with the degree of impact varying depending on the circumstances, as different targets may react differently and may even retaliate. At level 1, it reduces the likelihood of being called for fouls by 5. This, Xiao Jin, do you wish for my downfall? I am on the verge of being overwhelmed here. Jordan is immune to backlash due to his exceptional abilities, but I, on the other hand, am bound to face mockery at any moment. What is this? Why does the system not provide me with a skill to replicate Jordan's prowess at level 100? With such a skill, I could unleash my banter indiscriminately. Wait a moment. I could practice this skill through casual conversation. That's it. I shall proceed with that. I casually browse through the system-related information once more. Phone. In the QQ group, named Crushing First-Round Rookies, sent a message to stir the pot. What is everyone up to? I've returned from a celestial empire. Is anyone interested in training together? Not going? Is the nightclub not lively enough? Training? I intend to indulge myself a bit. Not going? Is the bikini on the Hawaiian beach unappealing? Training? Are you out of your mind? One not going? Success is just around the corner. There's a girl waving at me. Not going? Is fishing not enjoyable? Would you care to join me for some fishing? Get lost. You're the one who should fish. I'm not going. I love training. With no one to train with, I must go alone, but perhaps I should hire a nutritionist. I certainly need to gain muscle. My current weight is insufficient for the upcoming season's competitions. I'm still too lean. Although my speed may improve, my ability to withstand physical confrontations is severely lacking. I should call Bill Duffy to inquire if he has any good recommendations. Ebil. Phone, what brings you to call me? Shouldn't you still be on vacation? Why are you reaching out now? Bill, I wish to gain weight and build muscle while reducing fat during this off-season. I thought you might have some good trainers to recommend. Oh, you're quite diligent, aren't you? Not even taking a break during your holiday? You need a rest, Phone. Not a problem. I'm still young. I need to complete the first phase of training this summer. Otherwise, I may struggle to adapt to the new season, which would significantly impact my performance. Phone thought to himself that if he aspired to become a superstar in the league, he must relentlessly strive at this moment. All right. God tells me that if I dampen your enthusiasm at this time, I shall not be forgiven. Phone, how can I assist you? I believe I should find a new place to live, preferably closer to Staples Center, and I also need to rent a smaller training facility nearby, since I have yet to find someone to train with. However, I will find a training partner. A mischievous smile crept across his face as he thought of Monta Ellis and Lewis Williams. He couldn't be the only one suffering while they enjoyed themselves. I also need a professional nutritionist, and as for a trainer, my current funds may not suffice. I hope the nutritionist can be affordable. All right, no problem. I will do my best to sort this out for you within a week. Thank you, Bill. I also have a series of movie scripts that I need your assistance with. I aspire to fund the production myself to prevent any complications should someone register the copyright beforehand. Sure, that's not an issue. I also know some individuals in that field. Thank you, Bill. Soon, I shall be relocating, securing a venue, and recruiting individuals, which will require some time. Consider it a period of relaxation before the training commences. Most importantly, I must persuade others to join in the training. Otherwise, I will be limited to merely practicing simple shots alone. It's time to begin this persuasion. No, it is not merely persuasion. It is about aiding them in their training. I cannot simply gather a few chairs and train together, becoming the next generation of chair warriors. Thus, the persuasion begins. Hello, Monta, let's train together. Phone, I cannot go. The expenses of training are quite substantial, and my current living situation cannot accommodate such endeavors. Monta, you need not worry about that. I'll provide the venue and a nutritionist. I will find a smaller training facility, as there are generally fewer people during training. A smaller space will suffice for our daily practice. That seems inappropriate. Perhaps I should refrain from attending. No worries. If you truly feel uncomfortable, consider it a debt to me. Once your season commences and you earn your salary and endorsements, you may repay me. What does that sound? That seems unwise. I would prefer to savor this holiday. Monta, do not forget our Group S name. We aim to overcome the rookie first-rounders and demonstrate that we are superior. Do you wish to concede? Are you willing to spend an entire season on the bench? Consider the Warriors' backcourt. Who are they? Jason Richardson, Baron Davis, and Derek Fisher. What a disparity. Do you possess confidence in securing consistent playing time in the upcoming season? Reflect on your current abilities. Will you truly have stable minutes? After a lengthy discourse, Monta felt somewhat bewildered, yet undeniably stimulated. He wrestled internally with the decision of whether to attend training or not. Not attending would mean resigning himself to guarding the water cooler. Attending, however, would mean relinquishing a splendid summer. A few minutes later, he relented. All right, I shall join you. When do we commence training? Approximately a week from now. I will contact you with a specific time and place. Very well. After concluding the call, phone dialed Lewis Williams. Williams, shall we train together? One sandbag will undoubtedly be insufficient. Phone, I'm still enjoying my holiday. The beach is far too comfortable. Training? Are you out of your mind? No. Williams, you love training. You do not prefer the beach. No. While I am passionate about training, I equally adore the beach. Williams, consider this. You are rather slender. In the upcoming challenges, will you secure sufficient playing time? Feng Feng's memory. Although Williams has received numerous accolades as the best sixth man, his rookie season was quite disheartening, spending a mere 8 minutes on the court. How can one achieve our group's goal of overcoming the first-round draft picks without diligent training? We cannot merely utter these words, as it would surely lead to embarrassment later on. After some hesitation, Williams eventually consented. All right, I agree. When and where shall we meet? I must admit, my mind seems to be unraveling. Very well. It should be in about a week, during training in Los Angeles. I will keep you updated on the exact time and location. Successfully managing to persuade 2 novices. Jack, how are our accounts faring lately? Phone, you truly are a genius. The investments we've made in the stock market have multiplied several times. The only downside is that our principal remains somewhat limited. Indeed, we initially started with just a few tens of thousands of dollars. I will find a way. I am considering borrowing some funds from the bank, though I lack any collateral, so a loan may be unattainable. Yes, my knowledge of finance is not in vain. Haven't you already signed a rookie contract with the Lakers? That could serve as collateral, Jack replied excitedly. All right, I will take care of that in the next couple of days. Then we can meet to discuss our upcoming investment plans. Sound good? Feng adeptly resolved the loan matters with a rookie contract, securing a sum of $500,000 from the bank. He allocated $100,000 for forthcoming training endeavors, while the remainder was earmarked for initial stock market operations. Once the stock market transactions were appropriately managed. Hi, Phone, Bill Duffy initiated the conversation. Hello, Bill. I have taken care of everything you mentioned, the training facility, nutritionist, script, and housing arrangements. You could directly liaise with him, Phone replied. Excellent choice in selecting me as your agent. It is indeed the wisest decision, Bill affirmed. In the ensuing days, Phone vacated his residence and settled into a new home, preparing meticulously for the upcoming training sessions. Chapter 35. The Training Camp. 1. Monta Ellis and Lewis Williams arrived in Los Angeles at the designated time, as agreed. The nutritionist introduced by Bill was also in place. The training commenced in earnest. Phone arrived early at the rented training facility, contemplating the future purchase of a villa equipped with a basketball court for greater convenience. Regrettably, he miscalculated by recruiting these 2 individuals whose heights truly belong to a different echelon. How is one to train under such circumstances? It appears that the focus will have to shift towards honing shooting and defensive skills, while also gleaning insights from their offensive techniques. Monta Ellis and Lewis Williams gradually made their way to the gym. What do you think of this training facility? It's quite satisfactory, isn't it? Indeed, it seems foregoing the beaches of Hawaii was a worthwhile decision. Monta, Williams, have you contemplated the roles you aspire to fulfill in the team for the upcoming season? Williams replied softly, Of course, I aim to be the starting point guard for the team. Is there any doubt about that? Phone believes that trash talk for them is still a practice they can engage in. What have you achieved, little one? Who do you think you can defend against, Williams? Who bestowed upon you such audacity? Do you possess the courage of Leon? Haha, it is exhilarating to throw shade at a rookie like you. Williams, I shall demonstrate my prowess to you. With your current standing, it seems unlikely you will secure a starting position in the upcoming season. I sense the best sixth man beckoning you. To hell with the best sixth man. You are all merely sixth men. Monta, I aspire to become another Kobe. I have succinctly articulated my ambition. You all are so impressive. I merely wish to grow under the guidance of the great Kobe in the preceding seasons and subsequently lead him to garner even more accolades. As for you, perhaps it is best to reconsider your aspirations of leading Kobe to further glory. What is the matter? Are you feeling defiant? Come on then. Let us engage in showdown. Loser steps down, how about it? Who is brave enough to step forward? Williams remarked. You all go first. I shall observe your displays. As your rankings exceed mine. Very well. Monta, you may commence the offense. Prepare yourself for the possibility of scoring 0. Come on. Monta positions himself at the top of the arc, readying for his offensive move. Fong positioned himself within the three-point line, readying his defense. As Monta's three-point shooting was notably subpar, why not attempt a three-pointer? I want to guard you, and that way, you won't remain scoreless, he remarked. Monta, undeterred, was resolute in his approach, determined to press on regardless. Although Fong stated that he allowed Monta to shoot three-pointers, he indeed did not concede. It was at the moment Monta leaped directly for the three-point shot. Fong leapt into action with lightning speed, raising his right hand to make contact with the basketball. The trajectory of the ball underwent an inexplicable alteration, soaring directly towards the backboard without even grazing the rim. Fong leapt directly to seize the rebound, retreating beyond the three-point line to position himself at the arc, ready to initiate an offensive play. Lacking viable offensive strategies, he gradually dribbled the ball towards the baseline, preparing for a back-to-the-basket maneuver. This back-to-the-basket move had become Feng's sole method of attack. Monta, you cannot guard me, he taunted. Just look at how thin you are. His trash talk continued unabated, but it held no power over him. Fong paid little heed to Monta's response, continuing his methodical advance toward the basket. Unabashed in his approach, with a mere 2 meters remaining before the hoop, he began to employ feints, seeking the perfect opportunity to shoot. In a sudden pivot, Fong faced the basket and released the ball, which swished through the net. Monta wore a resigned expression, acutely aware of his own lack of physicality. It felt as though he was being outmaneuvered with impunity. As possession exchanged hands, Monta resolved to initiate his own offensive through a breakthrough. He positioned himself at the arc, ready to seize the moment for an assertive drive. Feng's physical prowess, akin to that of Jordan, is undoubtedly not a result of mere happenstance. Feng can finally employ the death entanglement trained in the system space. Feng's right hand continuously waved before Monta, yet his gaze remained fixated solely on Monta's waist, ever vigilant to thwart any potential breakthrough. In that fleeting moment, when Monta poised to advance, Feng seized the opportunity, using his left hand to deftly intercept Monta's basketball. Feng successfully intercepted the ball and continued to exploit his offensive prowess with back-to-the-basket moves. After executing over 10 attacks, he ultimately triumphed over Monta with a resounding score of 10-0, leaving Monta somewhat disillusioned with the game. Feng, if you play like this, how can we compete? Your back-to-the-basket tactics against Monta are somewhat acceptable, but if you would employ the same strategy against me, I would choose to withdraw from the game altogether. That would be utterly unfair. You stand at 207 centimeters, while I am merely 185 centimeters. Well, very well, going forward, I shall refrain from using low post moves. That should suffice, shouldn't it? Feng contemplated whether he should also develop some offensive techniques. Despite his urgent lack of offensive capability, Feng continued his bullfighting duel with Williams. Although this encounter did not conclude as swiftly as the previous one, he ultimately emerged victorious with a score of 10-2. Feng was immensely pleased. Although these two individuals may not evolve into prominent stars of the league, they are certainly not without recognition. Monta was a standout in the prestigious All-American High School lineup and was honored with a selection to the 2005 McDonald's All-American team. As for Williams, he is a notable figure on the bench, having been awarded the title of Best Sixth Man on 3 occasions. Thus concluded the 2 bouts of intense competition. What do you think, future Best Sixth Man? There is no doubt you have much to learn from this experience. After these 2 matches, both players have come to a profound realization of their shortcomings. Monta's three-point shooting leaves much to be desired, and his physique remains quite frail. Though he possesses remarkable speed, when it comes to half-court situations, the disparity becomes glaringly apparent, and his defensive capabilities are virtually non-existent. Williams, despite his tenacious spirit and commendable scoring and playmaking skills, is severely lacking in physical strength. A minor collision with a more robust player sends him reeling. His speed is commendable, yet his court vision is decidedly poor, his shooting inconsistent, and defensively, he is akin to a sieve. Take some time to reflect on your shortcomings. I shall now retreat to practice my shooting. With that, Feng made his exit. During previous training sessions, Feng had remarkably elevated his three-point shooting accuracy to approximately 83, with his mid-range shots approaching an impressive 90. His stationary three-point shots achieved a flawless 90 success rate. Without a moment's pause, he executed shot after shot with seamless fluidity, jumping, raising his hand, releasing, and scoring, all in one continuous motion, leaving Monta and Williams, who were lost in thought, utterly astounded. The smoothness of his shooting was astonishing. As the point guard continued his three-point practice, both men were taken aback upon witnessing him sink 10 consecutive three-pointers. They counted in disbelief: 11, 12, 20, 21, 40, 50. How many more could he possibly make? The tally had reached an astounding 54 consecutive shots. However, when he finally missed on his 58th attempt, the reality of his achievement settled in. Ultimately, out of 100 open three-point shots, he successfully made 95. This was a feat he had only reached in virtual training. And even Fong was taken aback by such an extraordinary shooting percentage. "So, what do you think of my three-point shooting? Care to give it a try?" he inquired. Monta and Williams obliged, with Monta achieving a shooting percentage of 55 and Williams reaching 60. Both men, rendered speechless, retreated to train in silence, while Fong eagerly moved on to his next training regimen. Chapter 36. The Three-Man Training Camp. 2. As Fong was midway through his training, he caught a glimpse of himself in the mirror and noticed that he had indeed become more robust. He mused to himself, "Am I not looking increasingly handsome? Just look at these abs and this physique. It's quite impressive. Will my charm attract numerous fans in the new season?" Just as he was captivated by his own attractiveness, the phone rang. A glance at the screen revealed it was a call from Scarlett Johansson. What did she want? "It seems we haven't been in touch since the draft conference concluded." Scarlett, what brings you to reach out?" he answered. "Is it so unusual for me to contact you? Have you returned from China?" she inquired. "Yes, I'm back. I'm currently in Los Angeles training with a few friends. Is there something you need?" Fong replied, feeling a reluctance to delve into matters of the heart, considering his youth and a certain emotional naivety he possessed. "I'm also in Los Angeles. How about we grab a meal together?" she suggested. "Perhaps not. I'm still in training, and I have quite a bit of work left to do today, so I'll have to decline," Fong said, genuinely uninterested in meeting up, both due to his training commitment and a desire to avoid further contact with Scarlett. "How about I come to where you are? I'd like to observe your training, if that's all right." "I promise not to interrupt," Scarlett proposed. At that moment, Monta and Williams, who were also training nearby, approached and interrupted Fong's attempt to refuse. "Sure, that sounds great. We'd be happy to have you. We're in Los Angeles at such and such a location." They chimed in, providing an address that left Fong with little choice but to acquiesce. "Fong, didn't you say you weren't particularly close? Why is she making a special trip to Los Angeles to see you?" Fong regarded the two individuals with an expression of disbelief, as if he were observing fools. He had no desire to acquiesce or to become entangled with them. Did they not perceive this? He then turned away and resumed his training. The two remained utterly indifferent to Feng's actions, quietly discussing something amongst themselves. Although Fong was still engaged in his training, he could not help but overhear their murmurs. Fong called out, "Which one of you will come first? Let us engage in a duel, one at a time. This time, there will be no restrictions. As long as you do not violate the rules, you are free to proceed. There is no escape for either of you." He permitted them to whimsically agree, insisting they inform Scarlett of the address to my training facility, determined to thoroughly discipline them and teach them that misdeeds must be met with consequences. "Do not shy away. Monta, you shall go first. I will enlighten you as to why the flowers bloom so vividly." 5 minutes later, Monta emerged with a sorrowful expression, trudging towards Williams. "Now it is your turn, Williams. Make sure to give him a proper lesson, so he understands our strength." Remarkably, it took only 4 minutes for Williams to suffer a similar fate. He contemplated calling out for assistance, but realized there was no one left to summon. "Oh heavens, why must I endure such torment? Why is it always me who bears the brunt of the pain?" Before long, Scarlett Johansson arrived at the training facility where the three were gathered. Upon her arrival, the two instantly revived, rejuvenated, and ready to train anew. After exchanging a brief greeting with Scarlett, they returned to their practice with renewed vigor. Observing her presence seemed to invigorate Monta and Williams, who put forth even greater effort. Perhaps it was the influence of the opposite sex during their duel with Fong. They miraculously each secured a victory, albeit narrowly. Was this the empowering effect of having a companion by their side, encouraging them to enhance their skills? The two were elated. After nearly a month of training together, they had never once triumphed over Fong, making their excitement entirely understandable. "Scarlett, What brings you to Los Angeles? Are you here for a Hollywood event? I'm attending an awards ceremony, she replied. Didn't I reach out to you upon my arrival in Los Angeles? I wanted to invite you out for a meal, but you were unwilling to join. Isn't the training still ongoing? Surely you do not wish to abandon it halfway through? After a brief conversation, the trio changed into suitable attire, preparing to dine nearby. Scarlett, what would you like to eat? Naturally, I yearn for the culinary delights of the Celestial Empire. It is said that the cuisine there is exquisite. When might I have the pleasure of visiting the Celestial Empire for a taste of its renowned dishes? Well, perhaps in the future. I doubt I will return this year. However, if the chance arises, I would be delighted to treat you to the delicacies of my homeland. You athletes must pay attention to your diet, yes? If not, shall we opt for steak? Monta and Williams instantly frowned in protest. No more steak. Let's have something else, can we? We have been consuming steak and chicken breast for over a month now. A change would be refreshing. A little variety is certainly welcome. Scarlett Johansson expressed that her suggestion was solely to prevent the two from dining together, questioning their discontent as mere distractions. She lamented the delay it caused in her discussions with Fong, hinting at their self-awareness and the awkwardness surrounding the situation. Scarlett, intrigued by the prospect of savoring exquisite Chinese cuisine, proposed that they indulge in hot pot, although she could prepare barbecue. Her living space was rather cramped and lacked essential utensils, suggesting they defer that idea for another occasion. To her surprise, the revelation that she could indeed cook prompted the other two to jest about their unfamiliarity with this talent, playfully teasing her. Their banter made them seem like a pair of clowns, and she distanced herself from them, as if to convey to Scarlett that she was unacquainted with these characters. The four of them then drove to a nearby Chinese restaurant renowned for its favorable reputation, particularly catering to athletes. As they enjoyed their hot pot, conversations flowed, predominantly led by Scarlett inquiring about Fong's training. The two jesters interjected occasionally to showcase their presence. The meal concluded pleasantly, unlike their usual gatherings, to circumvent prolonged awkwardness. Fong opted to wrap things up rather early. Scarlett suggested that she would accompany Fong back. Fong found himself driving a vehicle associated with Scarlett Johansson, and the discomfort was palpable, nothing compared to the comfort of a pickup truck. He resolved to acquire a larger vehicle in the future, as this one felt exceedingly cramped. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at Fong Feng's residence, and he felt an overwhelming sense of relief as he exited the car, almost as if he had escaped. Was it truly so uncomfortable to share a ride with Scarlett Johansson? He pondered this, glancing at the vehicle's dimensions and then at Fong Feng's stature, culminating in a realization. The car was simply too small. Would you not invite me in for a moment? Perhaps something extraordinary might transpire, he mused. But at this late hour, wouldn't that be inappropriate? Are you not afraid I might do something? If I were to act, you would be utterly defenseless, Fong replied, somewhat begrudgingly. What could you possibly do? She retorted. Fine, let us go inside then. Upon entering Fong Feng's room, she was taken aback by its neatness and order. There was no disarray to be found. Would you care for a drink? I only have mineral water and some juice, nothing else, he offered. Is there not a bottle of wine? It seems rather unsuitable to only have mineral water at this hour. It feels almost criminal, she teased. This is merely my training space, typically used just for sleeping. You are the first guest I have entertained here, hence I lack provisions for any other refreshments. I might soon relocate, which is why I haven't stocked up, he explained. Very well, shall we converse about that song you hummed last time? What do you think about selling it to me? Fong was weighing the pros and cons, contemplating whether to sell to Scarlett Johansson or to devise a more advantageous plan. It was stated that the lyrics of the song were at his disposal. As for the melody, he could either use his own or compose a new one, a task he genuinely found daunting. No, he replied. Even though our relationship is amicable, we must come to an agreement. Otherwise, should the song become a hit, we might encounter some complications. So this is your primary objective, is it? Fong asked, somewhat exasperated. Is it really worth all this trouble for a song? That is not the case. That is merely a secondary concern. My main purpose is to meet you, Scarlett insisted, refusing to acknowledge her true intentions. Very well, I believe you. I shall consult my manager regarding this. You may discuss matters with him. I am not particularly versed in negotiations. Is that agreeable? However, should I ultimately sell to you, I must insist on 2 conditions. All right, state your terms. If they are not excessive, I can acquiesce to them. Finally, the purpose of this endeavor was achieved, albeit with considerable difficulty. Firstly, if I sell you the lyrics, you must not disclose that the song was purchased from me. Secondly, should my sister visit this beautiful country in the future, and if time permits, It will be delightful to share a meal together. She is quite fond of your films and is an admirer of yours. Certainly, I can agree to these terms. Even if you do not sell me the lyrics, I can readily accept the latter condition. Once the arrangements were finalized, Fong rose to escort Scarlett Johansson from the premises. Do you not wish for me to stay a while longer? Perhaps something remarkable might transpire. Are you truly not inclined to persuade me to linger? Scarlett began to tease Fong. Fong was nearly overwhelmed by the teasing. Could it be that you genuinely wish for something to transpire? You are indeed an influential figure. If this continues, and some keen observers capture the moment, an avalanche of reports would surely ensue, the sheer magnitude of which is unfathomable. Scarlett Johansson departed with a smile. After her exit, Fong uttered an expletive, expressing his disbelief at the situation. This was truly a predicament. Chapter 36. Summer summary. It was not until September 20th, 2005, that the summer training was concluded. In just a few days, the Lakers would commence their training camp. Thus, Fong would part ways with his two amusing companions, each returning to their respective teams to prepare for the upcoming preseason games. Fong has commenced summarizing his training. Xiao, please access the personal data panel. In light of previous reader comments regarding the verbosity of referencing the personal data panel, I shall henceforth condense this section to feature solely 5 primary dimensions of data. Physical attributes: 88 offensive ability, 77 basketball intelligence, 70 defensive capability, 83 ball handling skill, 52 hosts physical analysis, height, 207 cm shoe height, 210 cm wingspan, 228 cm standing reach, 278 cm body fat percentage, 7 weight, 100 kilograms vertical jump, static 92 cm vertical jump, running 107 cm hand width, 23 cm hosts overall ability, 80 having achieved the status of a competent NBA bench player. At long last, I have attained the status of an adequate reserve player and no longer need to gaze longingly at the water cooler. This season, I shall present something extraordinary to all. Xiao, please provide the basketball skill information. Host basketball skill information. Leonard's death grip. Level 6, 50,100. The masked man Richard Clay Hamilton's off-ball movement. Level 6, 60,100. Carter's dunk package. Level 4, 40,100. Spot up 3-point shooting. Accuracy 5. Level 4, 10,100. Bruce Lee's wing chun skill. Level 4, 50,100. For potential use in on-court skirmishes. Jordan, king of trash talk. Level 3, 35,100. Items acquired. A thermal cup, perfectly paired with goji berries. Master level barbecue skills. Master level aesthetic appreciation. The 10 most popular song lyrics. Screenplay of Avengers 1 to 6. Xiao, I still have a few sign-ins and draws remaining. The host has 1 sign-in left and 2 basic draws, along with a 1,000 milliliters injury recovery ointment. System training duration, 5 hours. Xiao, I will proceed with the sign-in. I intend to conserve the basic draws to accumulate for a medium draw. Congratulations to the host. You have successfully signed in and received a Durant backpack, which enhances shooting accuracy by 1 when worn during away games. Reflecting on my accomplishments over the past few months, I must admit a sense of satisfaction. However, I cannot help but express my dismay at the appearance of the Durant backpack. It is, quite frankly, an eyesore. My aesthetic sensibilities are of a masterful caliber, yet this backpack has utterly shattered my perceptions of beauty. Perhaps I shall reserve my judgment until the next away game, as sometimes one must make sacrifices for the sake of performance. Throughout the off-season, substantial changes have transpired across various teams. Taking the Los Angeles Lakers as a starting point, they have indeed brought in a number of new players. On August 2nd, 2005, the Lakers signed free agent Smush Parker. On the same day, they executed a trade with the Washington Wizards, parting ways with last season's second leading scorer, Karen Butler, and fourth leading scorer, Chucky Atkins, in exchange for Kwame Brown and profit. The Wizards, who selected Brown as the first overall pick in 2001, have been disappointed by his performance. He only displayed a glimpse of his potential during the 2002 to 2003 season. It was insufficient to elevate the team's capabilities. Plagued by injuries, Brown participated in only 42 games last season, averaging a mere 7 points and 4.9 rebounds, earning him a reputation as one of the least impressive first-round draft picks in NBA history. Nonetheless, the Lakers are willing to take a gamble, especially with Phil Jackson at the helm next season. Anything is possible, given that he was once a top draft pick himself. However, the media in Los Angeles remain skeptical of this transaction, considering that the Lakers relinquished their second and fourth leading scorers, both of whom averaged over 10 points per game. In stark contrast, the returning Kwame Brown averaged only 7 points, a significant discrepancy in scoring ability. ESPN characterized this trade as the Lakers undermining their own potential, asserting that it brought no positive benefits to the team. On August 10th, the Lakers announced the release of Brian Grant, a piece of news that may be favorable for Fong, as it reduces competition for his position, thereby increasing his opportunities. Subsequently, the Lakers signed players such as Aaron McKie, Will Conroy, and Corey Brown. As training camp approached, the primary roster for the Lakers consisted of Kobe Bryant, guard; Lamar Odom, forward; Smush Parker, guard; Chris Mim, center; Brian Cook, forward; Kwame Brown, center; Jermaine Jones, forward; Devin Green, guard forward; Luke Walton, forward; Laron Profit, guard forward; Sasha Vujasic, guard; Jim Jackson, guard; Andrew Bynum, center; Von Weaver, guard; Stanislav Medvedenko, forward; Devin Green, guard; Aaron McKie, guard; and Divac, center. This roster is subject to change, as the official games have yet to commence. Fong glanced at the current roster of the Lakers and felt the immense pressure of competition on the wings. The decision to release Brian Grant had little impact on him. He realized that continued effort was essential. Other teams had also undergone significant transformations, particularly the Heat in another conference, whose changes this year were particularly pronounced. Firstly, the Heat signed a 5-year, $100 million contract extension with Shaquille O'Neal, which took many by surprise, considering O'Neal's advanced age. The Lakers had opted not to offer him such a substantial contract due to potential risks leading to his trade. This decision left some puzzled. Additionally, the team renewed their contract with power forward Udonis Haslem. On the first day of the free agency market, the NBA witnessed the largest trade in its history, involving 5 teams and 13 players, with the centerpiece being Kemba Walker of the Celtics, who would be moving to the Heat. The Heat would also acquire white chocolate Jason Williams and small forward James Posey from the Grizzlies, while the Grizzlies would receive Eddie Jones from the Heat. The Hornets and Jazz also participated in this monumental trade. The Heat would gain Emmett from the Grizzlies and Spanish rookie Roberto Duran from the Hornets. The Jazz would receive Osterdig from the Grizzlies, and the Celtics would obtain Pochap from the Jazz, alongside Quentin Woods from the Heat, Spanish rookie center M. Rallas, 2 second-round draft picks, and some cash. The Hornets would acquire Butler from the Heat and Snyder from the Jazz, while the Grizzlies would receive Lopez, a guard from the Jazz. It seems that the Heat's championship roster is nearly complete, with star player O'Neal re-signed, Dwayne Wade still on the team, and the addition of so many formidable players. It truly feels like a grand conclusion is at hand. Most astonishingly, Gary Payton also announced his signing with the Heat on a minimum salary. The thought of it is indeed daunting. On September 1st, Yao Ming finalized a 5-year maximum contract extension with the Rockets. It did not alter the trajectory of his NBA career. One can only hope that Yao can mitigate injuries and prolong his time in the NBA, making it easier for the Chinese national basketball team to dominate the court in the future. After all, Yao possesses the ability to compete fiercely against any opponent. Without him, it cannot be said that the Chinese team is a world-class powerhouse, yet they are not to be underestimated. When Yao signed his new contract, Fong did not forget to congratulate him with a phone call. "Brother Yao, congratulations. This is a maximum contract. When will I ever attain such a contract?" He joked. "Haha, thank you. If you play well in the future, you'll undoubtedly earn much more than I have, so there's no need to worry about that." Thank you for your kind words, Yao. However, I urge you to take care of yourself. If you have the opportunity to rest, please do so. Do not feel compelled to heed the coaches on every matter, as allowing your injuries to accumulate could severely impact your entire career. In just a couple of years, the Olympics will be hosted right in our backyard, and the national team is counting on your prowess against any opponent. Indeed, you must also strive diligently. I hope that during this grand sporting event, you will aid our national team in achieving greater honors, perhaps even etching a new chapter in the annals of Chinese basketball history. Rest assured, I shall endeavor to do my utmost. However, Yao, it is imperative that you do not gain any more weight. Aside from Shaquille O'Neal, you are undoubtedly the most formidable in physique. Any further weight increase would only exacerbate the burden on your body. Yes, although the coach still hopes for my continued weight gain. Sigh, I wish it were that simple, but we shall take it one step at a time. Nevertheless, do remain vigilant, for you are a cornerstone of our national team. During the off-season, various teams have bolstered their rosters with new player signings. Gerald Green, David Lee, Monta Ellis, and Lou Williams have all signed rookie contracts with their respective teams. Fong shouted in the QQ group, "Brothers, the new season is upon us. What is our motto?" Secure the starting position. Crush the rookies. Indeed, it is about defeating the rookies. We must strive in this draft class. In this new season, we shall astonish everyone, shatter their perceptions, and shine brilliantly. After a brief discussion, the conversation came to a close. Hi, Jack. How do you feel about the stock market lately under my guidance? What are our returns like? Remarkably well. Our returns have nearly doubled recently. It's truly astonishing. Foam felt a flicker of joy, as his assets had surpassed 1 million. Nevertheless, he realized the need to accelerate his earnings, as owning a house would provide greater convenience. One must commend Jack's trading prowess. Foam merely provided the general direction, while Jack's meticulous execution was nothing short of impressive. The profits from Jack's trading exceeded Foam's expectations by several folds, proving him to be utterly reliable. With the new season approaching, fresh challenges awaited. I shall not falter. I will persist and strive. The new season is here. I refuse to be labeled a rookie on the court. I must secure my place on the Lakers this season. Chapter 37. Lakers Training Camp. The Lakers training camp commenced a week earlier than that of many other teams. On September 23rd, the training camp was officially launched. The reporting time for the team was set for 9 a.m., yet Foam arrived early at the training facility, noting that it was barely past 8 o'clock. Truly, he was a player held to the highest standards in the league, exhibiting such a passion for training that he arrived significantly earlier for camp than others. It seems that becoming the league's strongest player is well-deserved. Only such diligent players merit the title. Many regard Kobe as not the most gifted player, but rather the hardest-working one they have encountered. Others have described him as the most passionate about basketball, particularly when the spotlight fades, unlike Allen Iverson, who showcased his love for the game only when the lights shone brightly. Hi, Kobe, you're quite early. You're not late either. There is still an hour until training begins. I'm just accustomed to arriving early to avoid tardiness. The summer training has just concluded, and I haven't fully recuperated yet. I need a moment to adjust before engaging in high-intensity training. However, I'll manage the team's training camp without issue. Impressive. You didn't indulge in leisure during the summer. What skills did you practice? No need for that. We'll be starting training soon. I need to warm up and prepare for today's training camp. Kobe revealed a subtle smile and said, "That's fine. You go ahead and warm up. I shall continue my training." Once the training camp concluded, he added, "Don't leave just yet. Let us assess the fruits of your recent efforts." Foam had breakfast and then commenced his warm-up exercises prior to the training camp. Gradually, the players for this season began to arrive at the training ground. Hi, Andrew. How has your summer been? Indeed, my summer was quite enjoyable. I traveled to many places and even visited nightclubs, although regrettably, I could not indulge in alcohol. What a pity, Foam remarked. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Andrew, he noticed another familiar figure approaching the training field. Vaughn Weaver, clad in training attire, arrived and exclaimed, "Foam, you certainly are here quite early." Foam pursed his lips and gestured towards Kobe, who had been present for quite some time. Just look at the sweat on the ground, and then observe his jersey, which is utterly drenched. This is indeed the strongest player in the league. My goodness, what an extraordinary level of dedication. Despite being a superstar, he continues to exert himself relentlessly. I've been a fan of Kobe, having grown up watching him play basketball. Vaughn Weaver gazes at Kobe with admiration, his eyes shining brightly. In the distance, Kobe also paused his training, for soon it would be time for the team as collective practice, and he needed to prepare. Shortly thereafter, Phil Jackson arrived at the training facility. Everyone, halt for a moment. We will first conduct internal fitness assessments to evaluate any progress made over the summer. One by one, players stepped forward as the staff meticulously recorded each athlete's physical data. Foam, you're next. All right, coach. Foam meticulously conducted a series of physical assessments, and before long, the results emerged. Static body analysis revealed the following. Height, 207 centimeters. Height in shoes, 210 centimeters. Arm span, 228 centimeters. Standing reach, 278 centimeters. Body fat percentage, 7. Weight, 100 kilograms. Vertical jump from a standstill, 92 centimeters. Vertical jump with a run-up, 107 centimeters. Hand width, 23 centimeters. Full court shuttle run, 10.8 seconds. Impressively, he completed a 34-foot sprint in just 3.5 seconds without the ball and 3.35 seconds while dribbling. Moreover, he executed 20 bench presses. The physical metrics of this young man surpass those of many rookies. It appears that the Lakers have indeed selected a commendable newcomer this year. Phil mused to himself. Phil gradually approached Kobe's side. This player, He was recommended by you to the team, correct? How did you discover this gem? He inquired. It was during a casual visit to a local court for practice that I encountered him. You know, we played a few games of one-on-one, and he managed to block my shots several times, leaving me quite sore, came the reply. Is that so? You hold him in high regard, don't you? You have great confidence in his potential? Phil probed. Indeed, for I noticed something in him during our matches. Although I initially found it easy to break through his defenses, I could see a spark in his eyes that mirrored my own at that time, was the response. Really? I find myself intrigued by him as well, Phil said. Certainly, if you examine his physical data, it becomes evident that he has not rested this summer but has been diligently training, came the affirmation. Absolutely. Such a hard-working player indeed resembles you in many ways, Phil acknowledged. Thus, let's afford him ample opportunities moving forward. If he possesses the ability, we should grant him more playing time. If not, then it is what it is. During Feng Feng's physical assessment, had he overheard the conversation between Phil and Kobe, he would undoubtedly have thought to himself, my gaze mirrors yours, and it is you who has left me breathless. Gradually, the physical evaluations were completed, and aside from Kobe and Feng Feng, the performance metrics of the others were utterly disheartening. Phil's anger was palpable as he exclaimed, look at your physical data. Are you even basketball players? What happened to your self-discipline? Only Kobe dared to meet Phil's gaze, while the others bowed their heads, too intimidated to utter a word or make a move. Now, I will commence the training regimen. All of you, except Kobe and Feng Feng, are to run laps. Before the preseason commences, I intend to ensure that the excess weight you have gained over the holiday is shed. Move quickly, run far, and do not stop until you are exhausted. Kobe, Feng Feng, come here. Kobe, take Feng Feng over there for training. This afternoon's training will be under your guidance. Feng Feng's gaze was dim, a harbinger of impending doom, rendering the atmosphere quite terrifying. A tumult of emotions surged within me, urging me to run laps. I was reluctant to train alone. We are a team, a cohesive unit, and I cannot be abandoned. Von Weaver observed Feng Feng's despondency with a mischievous grin, remarking, we have high hopes for you. You are fortunate indeed, getting to train one-on-one with the great Kobe before your rookie season even commences. The Lakers players cast empathetic glances, as if to convey that running laps is a joyous endeavor, one they cherish. Each person passing by Feng Feng offered encouragement. Keep it up, you can do it. We believe in you. Believe in yourself. You can achieve this. To hell with can, to hell with keep going. If you don't seize this opportunity, it will be given to others. That is Kobe we were talking about. I steel myself. I'm not one to retreat. This was an opportunity to test the fruits of my summer training. Chapter 38. Once again, that old man's lesson before training even began, the banter commenced. Rookie, let me witness the fruits of your summer endeavors. Rest assured, if you can't break through today, do not be disheartened. The same will hold true for the next attempt. Do not forget to feign inability. Now, show me your defense. Has it improved at all? Though my opponent was merely a rookie, Kobe would not permit himself the disgrace of a loss. Even conceding a single point to an adversary was unacceptable. One must remain in prime condition at all times. Feng Feng, having watched Kobe play for many years and equipped with a contemporary understanding of a legend, knew this duel would not be a simple affair. This veteran consistently maintained an optimal state, both on the court and in his daily life, never allowing himself a moment of complacency. While other players jogged around, they occasionally cast glances at the rookie and Kobe's contest. Come on, rookie. I'm betting $10 on your victory. But I'm also wagering $100 on Kobe's win, shouted Luke Walton. Look at this rookie, believing he can defend against Kobe. He thinks he is the greatest player. Odom joined in the banter. The rookies remained silent. After all, Kobe's fierce gaze was not to be underestimated. The first ball let the game begin. Feng Feng, with the ball at the apex, exhibited a subtle change in expression. Just 1 meter away from the three-point line, Kobe awaited Feng Feng's offensive maneuver. Although he appeared to adopt no defensive stance, merely shifting his posture slightly, the pressure he exuded remained formidable. Feng Feng adopted a posture suggesting he was poised for a driving breakthrough, appearing ready to launch an offensive at any moment. Feng Feng defies conventional norms. He launches directly into the jump, raising his arm and releasing the ball with an effortless fluidity. The execution of his shot is impeccable, devoid of any superfluous movements. Upon landing, he extends 3 fingers, signaling his triumph. This shot carries no pressure. It is a stealthy ambush. And Feng experiences a subtle delight akin to a thief reveling in his success. The ball swishes through the net, a perfect arc of triumph. Feng Feng retracted his right hand, tightly clenched his fist, and swung it forcefully, rallying himself. In the realm of Kobe's strategic prowess, who still resorts to three-point shots, the rookie shoots exceptionally well from beyond the arc. Yet who among the Bulls would dare to attempt such shots? Only the feeble would choose the three-point route. However, I shall not repeat the same blunder, Kobe remarked calmly. The Lakers players, now sprinting away, began to cheer. Shoot it. Rookie, well done. Phil pondered whether he could emerge as a competent shooter this season, thereby creating some space for Kobe. If the defense were to intensify, that would be even better. Phil found himself increasingly captivated by the duel between Kobe and Fong Fong. After all, nothing could compare to the thrill of a one-on-one confrontation. The second shot, Kobe, ball in hand, faced Fong Fong directly, initiating his offensive maneuver. My goodness. Thud. The sound of muscle colliding filled the air. In his clash with Kobe, Fong Fong felt as though a truck had barreled into him, experiencing immense pressure. This is the physique of a top-tier offensive player. It seemed that although Kobe had showcased his offensive skills in previous encounters, he had yet to fully unleash his physical prowess. Fong Fong was struck, allowing Kobe to effortlessly penetrate to the basket and score with a powerful dunk. Upon landing, he fixed his gaze upon Fong Fong. Subsequently, Fong Fong became increasingly cautious. Recognizing the cunning nature of this old man, Fong Fong rose to his feet and caught the ball tossed by Kobe, preparing for the next offensive play. This time, Kobe refrained from employing the same close-quarters defense as before. Fong Fong positioned himself firmly at the center line, executing a series of probing steps. Kobe, on several occasions, endeavored to intercept the ball from Fong Fong, yet his attempts proved futile. At this moment, Fong Feng's height and wingspan became his most effective assets, complemented by his broad palms, making it quite challenging to intercept the ball. Just then, Fong Fong thought he had spotted an opening and aimed for a swift breakthrough. However, the tenacious Kobe did not grant Fong Fong any opportunity to attack. As Fong Fong raised his hands, Kobe swiftly snatched the ball away, leaving Fong Fong to lament the loss of possession. Now, in control of the ball, Kobe leveraged his physical advantage, forcefully leaning into Fong Fong to displace him from his defensive stance, effortlessly creating space for a jump shot. With a flick of his wrist, the ball sailed through the hoop. Hey, rookie, with such height, where's your strength? Why are you playing like a weakling? Show some grit. Basketball isn't for the faint-hearted. After scoring, Kobe couldn't resist the temptation to engage in a bit of trash talk. Fong Fong gently rubbed the spot where he had just been struck. The pain was unbearable. I wished to respond, yet I found myself incapable of retaliating. Rookie, you must confront him. Do not allow yourself to be bullied. Do not cower. Odom shouted from a distance. Fong Fong, upon hearing the shouts of his fellow players, felt an overwhelming urge to retort. If you think you can do better, then by all means step up. Do you believe I do not wish to? It is simply beyond my reach. Fong Fong struggled through several consecutive offensive plays without scoring. In contrast, Kobe effortlessly breached Feng's defenses multiple times, leaving him utterly helpless. The score escalated to 6-1, with Kobe now leading by 5 points. Fong Fong has come to realize that his current breakthroughs are rather inadequate. If he were to continue in this manner, it is highly probable that he would be thwarted by Kobe's defense, making it exceedingly difficult to score. Although he acknowledges that he cannot match Kobe's sudden explosive power during defensive plays, he believes that his own strength should at least be on par with Kobe's. Thus, he must resort to the technique of backing down. Fong Fong, with the ball in hand, positioned himself with his back to Kobe, adopting a post-up stance. This young man has finally recognized his lack of breakthrough ability and is wisely choosing to leverage his strengths to make an impact. Phil remarked. Fong Fong gradually employed his height and strength to push Kobe down towards the basket, remaining vigilant to prevent any interception by Kobe. During the summer, he had employed a similar strategy against Monta, leaving them in tears. Although Kobe was significantly more formidable, there still existed a glimmer of opportunity. At the precise moment Fong Fong prepared to pivot, a sharp pain surged through his arm as Kobe forcefully stripped the ball away. Kobe struck Fong Feng's forearm with considerable force. Fong Feng's shot went awry, missing the basket entirely and veering out of bounds. Kobe, you committed a foul. You struck my hand, Fong exclaimed vehemently. Rookie, that was not a foul, Kobe retorted. In the playoffs, such calls are seldom made. Even in regular season play, as a star player, the referees typically overlook such infractions. You must remember that you are merely a novice. You need to consistently maintain your best form. Regardless of foul calls, ensure your shooting is impeccable. Do not wait for the whistle. Kobe's words were a harsh reality check for Fong. After being outmaneuvered by Kobe several times, Fong began to adapt his defensive strategy. Gradually, he developed a more effective approach to countering Kobe's offensive maneuvers. As Kobe once again initiated a drive, he sensed a hint of resistance. His previous ease in breaking past Fong now replaced with a newfound challenge. At the moment he launched his shot, Fong nearly intercepted the ball. Although the basket was ultimately made, it lacked the previous fluidity and grace. This rookie's defense against Kobe had improved noticeably, and the pace of his development was rather astonishing. Phil was taken aback. To be truthful, it was not that Feng's defensive prowess had significantly increased. Rather, his prior training had only focused on a select few players. Now, facing Kobe, he was gradually acclimating to the nuances of his ball handling and driving techniques. The score stood at 7-1. Fong continued to execute a back-to-the-basket move against Kobe. This was the only offensive maneuver Fong could truly rely upon. Facing the pinnacle of Kobe as his adversary stirred a fervor within. However, this attempt fell short. His footwork was a tad sluggish, preventing him from successfully evading Kobe's defense, resulting in a thwarted effort. Kobe then shifted direction to the right, initiating his offensive play. Fong shifts laterally to the right. Kobe executes a feint to the right with deft precision. In an instant, Kobe pivots on his left foot, gracefully transitioning into a lean-back motion. Fong was a step behind, unable to thwart Kobe's advance. This was indeed one of Kobe's signature moves. Even the fadeaway jumper and the up and under were ineffective. Such prowess is unparalleled. It took merely a few offensive plays for Kobe to unveil one of his most formidable techniques. This young man possesses remarkable talent and merits further development, remarked Kupchak. Perhaps it would be wise to propose to Phil that he be granted additional playing time. Kobe, too, was lost in contemplation. Fong continued to advance his offense with a back-to-the-basket approach. This time, after a series of probing steps. In a fleeting moment of confusion for Kobe, Fong leapt directly. Leveraging his height and wingspan, he finally succeeded in making the shot. It was an arduous feat. Aside from the surprise attack, this was the only point he scored. The score now stood at 8-2. Following a series of continuous exchanges, Feng's performance remained consistently subpar. Kobe's offensive strategies and choices were exceedingly diverse. At times, Fong found himself perplexed by Kobe's intentions, rendering defense a formidable challenge. Fong contemplated his next offensive move, determined to perform better. Ultimately, Kobe triumphed with a score of 10-2. "Rookie, you are lacking. You've only scored 2 points, one of which was a sneak attack," he remarked. "You must strive harder. It seems the summer training has not yielded the desired results. Further practice is necessary." Kobe continued his playful banter. They engaged in several more rounds of one-on-one, with Fong achieving a maximum score of 4 points, primarily through backing down his opponent, with no suspense involved. He lost every match. After a series of challenges, Kobe could almost confirm that Fong had significantly improved since their first encounter. His defensive skills having ascended to a higher level, certainly capable of swiftly adapting to the NBA. "Rookie, welcome to the NBA." With that, Kobe moved on to other training, leaving Fong alone on the court. Fong shook his head in resignation, realizing once more that he had been reprimanded by that stubborn old man. It was evident that he still lacked sufficient strength. The gap was indeed substantial. His offensive and defensive skills required further refinement. Nevertheless, for the time being, he had no choice but to focus on defense, as there was still much to learn. Chapter 39, Preseason 1, Each Day. Following the conclusion of the regular team training sessions, he would be summoned by Kobe to stay behind for additional practice and competitive drills. Fong progressed from the initial scores of 10-1 and 10-2 to a final outcome of 10-5 and 10-4. While it may seem like a mere increase of 3 or 4 points, it is crucial to note that this was achieved against the formidable defense of Kobe Bryant. Kobe's shooting percentage also diminished from an impressive 90 to approximately 70, successfully reducing his accuracy by 20 points, a formidable feat indeed. This transformation occurred within just 3 weeks of training. After each practice session, Fong would seek Kobe's guidance on enhancing his defensive capabilities. Contrary to external perceptions, Kobe was not as difficult to approach as rumored. Perhaps it was his own aversion to losing or the recognition of Feng's dedication and talent, reminiscent of his own past, that fostered their fruitful exchanges. Over the course of 3 weeks, Fong reaped substantial benefits from the rigorous training. Upon assessing the progress of his defensive skills, he suddenly realized that the daily additional workouts and the accompanying soreness were all worthwhile. In just 3 weeks, his defense had notably improved by 2 levels. As the date of October 11, 2005, arrived, The Golden State Warriors were set to face the Los Angeles Lakers in the Lakers' first preseason game. Before the match commenced, Fong Fong encountered a familiar face, Monta. "So, how was the summer training? It seems it paid off," he inquired. "Thank you. Indeed, the summer training has greatly enhanced my skills. I've even signed a contract with the Warriors. In due time, I will repay you for the training expenses," Fong replied. Monta, pleased, engaged in conversation with Fong. "Norus, just be careful today. We might find ourselves matched up against each other." "Bring it on. It won't be so easy for you," Monta retorted playfully. As the starting players took to the court, the game commenced. Although it was merely a preseason match, many teams were utilizing this opportunity to evaluate their newly signed rookies and non-guaranteed players to assess their compatibility with the team. Kobe began the game with fervent offensive plays, aiming to swiftly acclimate to the upcoming season. With 6 minutes remaining in the first quarter, the Lakers coach made a decisive move, substituting the entire bench. The score stood at 13-20, with Kobe leading the team to a 7-point advantage. He raised his arms in celebration, welcoming the cheers of the fans in attendance. The three rookies, Fong Fong, Bynum, and Von Weaver, have all begun to make their appearances. Fong Fong and his companions engaged in a brief exchange, expressing their determination to perform admirably and secure increased playing time in the upcoming season, aiming to impress the seasoned veterans. "Let us go, Lakers!" Von Weaver, with the ball in hand, dribbled past half court and began orchestrating the team's offense. The camaraderie among the three rookies had significantly grown during the summer league and training camp, and Bynum's previous frustrations had notably subsided. Observing that Fong Fong had maneuvered into an open position, Von Weaver swiftly passed the basketball into his hands. Without hesitation, Fong Fong launched a three-point shot. As the ball soared through the air, Fong Fong felt confident that it would find its mark. The instant the ball swished through the net, he raised his right hand, displaying 3 fingers in celebration. Von Weaver approached him for a high five, marking an addition to his assists. The Warriors initiated their offense after crossing half court, receiving a pass from the point guard and preparing for their attack. At that moment, Fong Fong stepped forward, ready to challenge Monta and ascertain whether Monta had improved during the Warriors' training. Monta, with the ball at the high post, prepared to make his move. "Why not attempt a three-pointer? I want to guard you," Fong Fong teased. Monta shot him a skeptical glance, thinking to himself, "You must be joking. After just 3 weeks apart, do you really believe I've improved my shooting?" He resolved to develop his three-point shot by the next season. Ignoring Fong Feng's banter, Monta continued to seek an offensive opportunity. Realizing that Fong Fong's defense left him with no avenues for advancement, he called for Chris Taft to set a screen, initiating their offensive strategy. In that fleeting moment, Fong Fong failed to notice Chris Taft approaching from beneath the basket and was consequently obstructed by the screen. Fong Fong called out for assistance, prompting Bynum to prepare for Monta's impending drive. In the very instant Monta attempted a layup, Bynum executed a flawless block. The ball ricocheted away, allowing Fong Fong to leap and secure the defensive rebound. He promptly passed the ball to Von Weaver before sprinting back down the court. Observing Fong's swift return to the front court, Von delivered a long pass, which landed deftly in Feng's hands. With a decisive motion, he executed a thunderous dunk, extending the Lakers' lead to 12 points after the exchange of offense and defense. The Warriors initiated their attack, with Monta finding it challenging to penetrate Fong's defense. Consequently, he opted to engage Von, leveraging his height and weight to back him down, ultimately scoring a 2-pointer and momentarily halting the Warriors' downward spiral. Von continued to progress past half court, handing the ball off to Fong, who, having succeeded in 2 previous attempts, now faced double coverage. As the Warriors center made a move, he spotted Bynum unguarded beneath the basket and delivered a bounce pass. The basketball sprang off the floor right into Bynum's grasp, allowing him to execute an effortless dunk. As the Warriors pressed forward once again, they resorted to a pick and roll. While defending Chris Taft, Bynum was skillfully maneuvered past and conceded a dunk, igniting a flicker of frustration within him. Yet he recognized the disparity in experience. Vaughn, with the ball in hand, noted that his teammates had already contributed to the score and desired to showcase his own skills. He poised himself to drive towards the basket for a layup, but Monta, having honed his skills during the summer, promptly blocked Vaughn's attempt. The ball soared to the perimeter, landing squarely in the hands of Bynum. Seizing the opportunity, Will rapidly advance the ball, spotting an open lane ahead, and aim for a spectacular dunk. As Fong Fong successfully executed a block against Monta, he began to prepare for a defensive transition. Just as Will Bynum was poised to leap for a dunk, a figure emerged from behind. Fong Fong leaped into action, executing an astonishing block against the backboard. The players on the Lakers bench erupted in sheer exuberance, with some even mimicking the gesture of wiping their eyes in disbelief. The entire team sprang to their feet, overwhelmed by the incredibility of the moment. A chase-down backboard block, indeed. Fong Fong remarked, "Rookie, welcome to the NBA," as he tossed the ball to Vaughn and slowly jogged back. "What? Rookie? Aren't you also a novice?" Will Bynum's face was a canvas of confusion. The king of trash talk, Jordan, unleashed his mastery, leaving Will Bynum's spirit diminished. As the game progressed, Bynum's desire to both attack and defend waned, resulting in a 5-drop in shooting accuracy. Such formidable prowess, indeed, a true rookie. These few offensive plays encapsulated the essence of the entire matchup, with the Warriors consistently being pressed by the Lakers. Kobe graced the court only in the first half and did not return for the second, choosing instead to observe from the sidelines. He occasionally revealed a smile when witnessing the Lakers' dazzling displays, but for the most part, his expression remained one of aloofness, as if warding off intruders. Fong Fong participated in the match for a total of 25 minutes, during which he amassed an impressive tally of 15 points, 6 rebounds, 3 blocks, and 2 assists. His performance was remarkably well-rounded. Following the conclusion of the game, numerous media outlets in Los Angeles reported on this notable event. The Los Angeles Basketball Journal pondered whether he would emerge as a new ally for Kobe, while the Los Angeles Times marveled at his astonishing block shots. Such is the nature of media. When you excel, they spare no praise in lauding your achievements. Yet conversely, if your performance falters, the repercussions can feel unforgiving. Chapter 40. Preseason 2. The statistics are indeed striking. During the preseason, the Lakers announced their decision to waive Will Conroy and subsequently executed a trade with the Bobcats on the 26th. The Bobcats exchanged a future second-round draft pick for the Lakers' Jermaine Jones. With Jones's departure, Fong Fong found himself facing one less competitor. On October 28th, the Lakers' final preseason game against the Kings in Las Vegas would also mark the much-anticipated return of Zen master Phil Jackson. Upon seeing Jackson at the sidelines, the Lakers players were motivated to intensify their efforts in hopes of securing more playing time in the forthcoming matches. The team maintained its usual rotation, and at the 6-minute mark, starters such as Kobe and Odom exited the game, making way for the bench players. Fong Fong was granted playing time. Following the preseason games at the airport, he gradually began to familiarize himself with his teammates. The synergy among the players grew increasingly harmonious. The Lakers promptly elevated the pace of their gameplay. As the players became acquainted with one another, the Lakers extended greater support to the 3 new recruits, particularly when they found themselves in similar positions, creating offensive opportunities for them. After dribbling past the halfway line, Vujasic spotted Fong Fong alongside the Sacramento Kings' first-round draft pick, Francisco Garcia. During his one-on-one sessions with Kobe, Fong Fong's post-up skills became increasingly refined. Fong Fong, with the ball in hand, began to lean back against Francisco Garcia. As he exerted force backward, he pushed against Garcia. Fong Fong, while executing his backhand, incessantly taunted, "You may be a first-round draft pick, but your defense lacks any semblance of strength. Why you play like a coward?" Garcia, undeterred, retorted, "I refuse to allow you to score on this possession. I shall certainly block your shot." "Is that so?" Fong replied with a smirk. "I doubt you possess the ability to intercept me. Soon enough, you won't even be able to leap." Jordan, the undisputed king of trash talk, elevated the tension, diminishing Garcia's resolve. Fong Fong unabashedly hurled a torrent of trash talk, while simultaneously seeking opportunities to launch an offensive. Fong Fong executed a feint, causing Garcia to stumble, and then swiftly glided along the baseline for a resounding dunk. "Boy, where's your defense? You're nothing but a liability," Fong taunted. Upon hearing Feng's banter, Garcia began to complain to the referee, alleging unsportsmanlike conduct and further trash talk. The referee glanced at Fong and ultimately chose not to penalize him, as there always seemed to be an air of familiarity in such encounters. Fong Fong observed the referee poised to blow the whistle, only for him to ultimately refrain from doing so. Internally, he mused that Xiao Laoda's skill and banter remained formidable. Fong Fong swiftly retreated on defense, calling out to his teammates to fall back. His performance was commendable, exhibiting the potential that with a bit more time in the new season, he could emerge as a valuable asset from the bench. Phil, lost in contemplation, observed Garcia, who, having just been outmaneuvered by Fong Fong in a low-post play, was eager to reclaim his pride during this offensive possession and prepare to challenge Fong in a one-on-one. The players of the Kings recognized Garcia's intent. As the guard dribbled past half-court, he noticed the matchup between Garcia and Fong had been established. Garcia raised his hand for the ball, and the guard lofted it high into Garcia's grasp. Garcia engaged Fong multiple times, only to find that Fong stood his ground unwaveringly. "Rookie, where's your strength? Did you exhaust it all on some distractions yesterday, leaving you feeble today?" Fong seized every opportunity to undermine Garcia. Sensing a disparity in strength, Garcia resorted to footwork and sought to collaborate with his teammates. He signaled for a teammate, aiming to initiate an offensive play through a screen. Upon witnessing the situation, Fong called upon Bynum for assistance. In response, Bynum positioned himself to provide support. As Garcia noticed his teammate's arrival, he perceived an opportunity to surpass Fong. Seizing the moment, he prepared for a layup, but Bynum capitalized on the chance, leaping decisively to execute a block, thwarting Garcia's attempt. Bynum shouted towards Fong, urging him to secure the rebound. Fong leaped to seize the rebound and swiftly initiated a fast break. He then passed the ball to the advancing Vujasic. Fong accelerated, effortlessly surpassing his defender and approaching the free throw line, showing no inclination to halt his momentum. Vujasic, noticing Fong had evaded his opponent, delivered a precise lob pass directly into Feng's hands. Under the force of his rapid sprint, Fong leapt from the free throw line, executing a one-handed slam dunk. As he landed, the arena erupted with fervor. My goodness, he had flawlessly replicated Jordan's iconic free throw line dunk. I recalled that prior to the draft, he had performed a dunk just a foot shy of the free throw line. Oh my God, it was hard to believe. The fans erupted in cheers, their voices ringing out in exultation. Glancing at the Lakers bench, every player was rendered speechless, unable to fathom that such a dunk could occur within the game. Even in a dunk contest, few athletes could achieve such a feat. Phil extended his right hand. Vujasic recognized the signal, understanding that a foul was imminent. Vujasic committed the foul, and Phil seized the moment to call a timeout, allowing ample time for the fans' jubilant roars. The Lakers bench rushed towards Fong, mimicking his one-handed dunk celebration. My heavens, how did you accomplish that? That is a dunk only Jordan could execute. Absolutely incredible. Following the timeout, buoyed by Feng's astonishing slam, the Lakers surged with confidence. Within just 3 quarters, they transformed the game into a mere formality. Soon, the final whistle blew, and the Lakers secured a resounding victory. Concluding the preseason with a record of 6 wins and 2 losses, the team basked in their success. In the aftermath, numerous media outlets reported on the game, particularly highlighting Feng's monumental dunk. ESPN proclaimed, Jordan's legacy revived, a sensational dunk. The Lakers dynasty is poised for resurgence. The league's future is bright, with a new generation of dunking royalty emerging. Stern, invite him to the dunk contest. We will be there at the NBA headquarters in New York. Stern, having witnessed the dunk, immediately instructed his staff to feature the video of Feng's free throw line dunk prominently on the website's homepage. Stern mused to himself that the NBA's global outreach had gained renewed hope. After Yao, a new beacon for the league's future had emerged in the form of Feng. One could only wonder how far he could develop. Truly exciting prospects lay ahead. As the Lakers wrapped up the preseason, the entire team flew back to Los Angeles. Upon landing, Phil announced a 2-day break for all players as they prepared to welcome the new season. The Lakers dispersed, but Feng hesitated for a moment, almost driving to the training facility to join Kobe for extra practice, a routine that had become second nature. Shaking his head, he ultimately decided to return to his residence. Chapter 41. Leisure before the season. Jack, how are our stocks faring lately? Remarkably well. Did you know? You now possess assets amounting to $3 million. Surprised, aren't you? Feng was momentarily taken aback, not expecting that a portion of his assets had swiftly transformed into a fundamental accumulation. However, in pursuit of his future financial empire, he realized that he still had a considerable way to go. Indeed, it was surprising, yet one must persevere, for his current funds were insufficient for the investment he had in mind for a company. Which company do you intend to invest in that requires such a substantial amount? He pondered. If it comes to that, I may have to borrow some money or seek a partner for investment. Feng contemplated. So, continue to strive and earn more, he encouraged. After discussing investment opportunities in the stock market, they considered whether he should establish a team for this endeavor. However, he decided against it for the time being. As his assets were still lacking, he would revisit the idea later. Upon returning home, he realized that during the preseason, he had been exceptionally busy and had not kept in touch with his family. He dialed their number. Hello, Dad. How have things been with the family business lately? He asked. Ever since we put up your photo with Scarlett Johansson in the store, and with your growing fame, the number of diners has increased significantly. I've even been contemplating whether we should open a branch of the family restaurant, his father joyfully elaborated. Fong Fong was equally astonished by the significant transformation. Had his influence in the country begun to ascend? It was indeed a positive change. In that case, you might consider hiring some staff, for you're working too hard. Yes, this matter is currently under deliberation. Your mother wishes to speak with you. With that, Feng's mother took the phone and began conversing with him. Hello, dear. How has everything been at home lately? When can you come to the United States for a visit? It has been quite busy recently. When would I have the time to travel to the States? Your father is preoccupied with the opening of a new branch. I truly cannot get away. And your sister has just started school. Taking leave would hinder her studies, so it appears I won't be able to visit for the time being. We can discuss it again when your sister is on break. Very well. Then let us await her vacation to revisit the idea. Fong Fong attempted to divert the conversation, yet he was unable to conclude the call on a different note. His mother inevitably steered the discussion back to the matter of relationships, inquiring, "Are you still in touch with that girl?" Alas, the topic returned, indicating that it was an inescapable subject. I reassured her. We are merely ordinary friends and have not maintained much contact. I'm only 19, not yet 20. There is no rush, it is still early. Fong Fong returned home, cradling his head as he faced the ever-present topic that he could never evade. After a brief conversation that felt like a desperate escape, he hung up the phone. Subsequently, he logged on to QQ, intending to chat with his younger sister, nurturing the bond that he cherished deeply, having once lived a life devoid of siblings. How are you, little sister? Should we start selling my signed photographs? Your signed photos aren't worth as much as Kobe's. Have you managed to get me Kobe's autograph? Yao Ming's signed photos are even more marketable. Do you have any? Yours? Let's discuss that when you become famous. Brothers are meant to stab each other in the back, but the betrayal among siblings can be even more ruthless. Kobe's autograph is definitely attainable. I've been in contact with him quite frequently. As for Yao Ming, I checked the upcoming Lakers schedule, and in December, there's a game against the Mavericks, so I'll definitely get Yao's signature for you. It's a trivial matter. That's great, brother. You've been quite popular lately. Some of my classmates have started buying your jerseys. When the time comes, could you give me a couple of your jerseys? A few from both Kobe and Yao will be splendid. Fong Fong smiled and replied, of course, there's no problem at all. He had just spoken to his mother, suggesting that they invite you to visit the beautiful country. However, due to the recent busyness of the family business and your studies, taking a leave seemed inconvenient. His younger sister, Fong Ruan, was elated at the prospect of traveling to the beautiful country, eagerly anticipating the chance to take a break and enjoy herself. Yet, upon hearing the latter part of the conversation, a frown shadowed her face. It's all right, I can take a leave. My studies are excellent, and I assure you it won't interfere with my education. Don't forget who my sister is. Fong Fong proclaimed with pride. Who else could it be but the future great basketball star, Fong Feng's sister? Oh, come now, she replied. I shall discuss this with mother and strive to come to the beautiful land of America this year, so we can celebrate the new year together. How does that sound? Yes, you're the best, brother. Long live brother. But you must promptly discuss this with Dad and the others. As business in the shop is at its peak during the new year, she insisted. No worries, just tell Dad to hire some help in the store. He reassured her. All right then, make sure to speak with Mom and Dad quickly. I can hardly wait, she exclaimed. However, do not neglect your studies, for that would be unacceptable, he cautioned. I understand, brother. After chatting with his sister for a while longer, he urged her to return to her studies. Fong Fong once again ventured into the QQ group to engage in playful banter with a few dear friends. Did you all see my dunk? Wasn't it quite impressive? Are you tempted to learn it? Lu Wei is indeed quite stylish. I too wish to master it, but alas, it seems beyond my reach given my height. So I have resigned myself to that fact. Manta is undeniably suave, though I do not envy him. Green is exceptionally dashing. If you plan to participate in the dunk contest, do inform me in advance, as I would choose to withdraw. I truly cannot compete with your prowess. Should I decide to join, I will certainly let you know, as I wouldn't want to put you in an awkward position. That's reassuring, Green. Your dunking skills are simply formidable. First round picks. Have you received any assurances regarding increased playing time for the new season? I have not. My minutes are pitifully scant. I replied. What about you? Similar circumstances for us. Lu Wei and I are a bit better off. We may secure a few more minutes. Manta, Lu Wei, I trust your summer training bore fruit, correct? Surely, you have made significant gains. Indeed, the rewards have been substantial. Are you feeling more confident about the new season? Shall we confront those first-round picks together and aim to dominate the NBA in the future? Let's not get ahead of ourselves, David Lee. Perhaps we should first secure consistent playing time before contemplating NBA domination. Monta, Lu Wei, keep pushing forward. Let's continue training together next offseason. We must demonstrate that our training camp is indeed exceptional. Absolutely. Let us strive together. David Lee, would you like to join us next summer? After spending some time chatting in the group, everyone eventually took their leave to rest. Chapter 42. The arrival of Bill. Just as I was preparing to grant myself a day of rest from training, an untimely sound interrupted my peace. A phone call came through. Upon glancing at the screen, I saw it was Bill Duffy. Hello, Bill. What brings you to call me today? Phone, answer the phone. Of course. I'm here to congratulate you. Your dunk was simply spectacular. It was a free throw line dunk, although I'd seen it before. Witnessing it in a game carries a different significance, Bill exclaimed with excitement. So that's the reason for your call. You will see more of that in the future. This is merely the beginning. Expect to witness such dunks more frequently, so do not be so astonished, lest your heart cannot bear it over time. Phone confidently replied. Is that so? I am very much looking forward to it. I was so thrilled that I almost forgot the reason for my call. Do you have any requirements regarding endorsement contracts? Given your outstanding preseason performance, several endorsement opportunities have reached out to me, which means you will soon be earning substantial income. Really? I am currently in need of funds. These endorsements come at just the right time. Why do you find yourself in such financial straits? I have yet to come across any scandalous news about you. The place you reside in is the one I rented, and it is rather affordable. Do you perhaps indulge in some detrimental habits? Bill harbored some doubts. If such vices existed, it could spell disaster. For many talented players have fallen from grace due to their indulgences. Oh no, I do not engage in any harmful habits. I simply wish to embark on some investments. I have identified the companies I intend to invest in, yet I lack contacts and, more critically, funds. Phone expressed his thoughts to Bill. Oh really? Let us first discuss your endorsement matters. Do you have any taboos or particular preferences? Most agents are cautious when it comes to endorsing players they believe can ascend to stardom or become key members of the team. The positioning of different players varies significantly, especially for those from countries outside the United States, where taboos are more prevalent. As for endorsement taboos, I maintain a high standard for my endorsements. I would refuse low-end opportunities. I will not recklessly choose endorsements merely for immediate financial gain. Bill nodded, affirming that this was indeed a commendable stance, beneficial for your future development. What about taboos? Are there any? The taboos surrounding Yao Ming's endorsements will also apply to mine. I would directly reject endorsements from certain countries. Phone still harbored a hint of youthful defiance. All right, I understand. Do you have any matters to discuss today? Could I come over for a face-to-face conversation? There are many things that cannot be adequately conveyed over the phone, so I believe meeting in person would be more suitable. Very well, I am on break for the next couple of days with no plans today, so we can indeed meet. After concluding the call, he instructed Xiao Jin to record the attendance for October. Congratulations, host. You have received a box of Lu Wei Di Huang Wan as a reward for signing in. This product, crafted by the system, is of exquisite quality, boasting a shelf life of 100 years and being entirely free of side effects. What's the purpose of this system? First, it provided me with a thermos, and now this. It seems to be overly concerned about my future health. I shall leave it in the system for now, as I have no immediate use for it. Perhaps I will consult my father about it later. Later in the afternoon, a knock on the door was heard. Phone, it's Bill. I have arrived. Phone hurriedly rose to open the door. Bill, I'm overjoyed. It has been quite a while since we last met. Welcome. Phone opened his arms and embraced Bill. Likewise. Today, I would like to discuss the recent endorsement contracts that have come to my attention, particularly those that I considered after dismissing your restrictions. There are contracts for sneakers, beverages, dining, and apparel endorsements, among others. Feng's remarkable success in securing numerous endorsement contracts is indeed surprising, especially considering that newcomers typically receive a limited number of such agreements. Let us first discuss the sneaker endorsements, which include contracts with Nike, Adidas, and Jordan. The terms of these agreements are fairly comparable. Nike's contract spans 3 years for a sum of $2 million, while Adidas offers a 4-year contract worth $3 million. Similarly, the Jordan contract is also for 3 years at $2 million. However, these figures reflect offers from a few days ago, and I am confident that if negotiations were to take place again now, the amounts would undoubtedly be higher. Feng contemplated the endorsement contract for the sneakers and decided that further discussions were warranted. He believed that in the upcoming season, his performance might improve significantly, and thus, waiting a little longer could potentially yield a substantially better offer, maximizing his gains. All right, I shall heed your advice. Regarding the sneaker endorsement contract, I will engage in further negotiations with them. After you have showcased your abilities for a while, we can revisit the discussions, as the contract is likely to increase considerably, leading to greater profits. Feng envisions that once his financial empire is established, he will endeavor to create his own sneaker brand, commencing domestically. Should he succeed in aiding the national team to achieve greater accolades, the impact would undoubtedly be enhanced. Moreover, if he could enlist Yao Ming's collaboration, it would prove even more advantageous. Regarding beverages, both Coca-Cola and Pepsi present contracts that are largely comparable, typically spanning 2 years for a sum of $1 million. This is primarily attributable to the immense market potential in China, which significantly surpasses the endorsement deals of other emerging athletes. Both options are viable, and he intends to negotiate further to see if a more lucrative offer can be secured. Coincidentally, he possesses a script related to this matter. Originally intended for a creative advertisement he planned to produce himself, he can now attempt to discuss this with them. The script for Uncle Drew has been handed to Bill. The essence of Uncle Drew was acquired by Feng upon his signing in September, previously unelaborated upon. Upon review, this script appears promising, and he is willing to engage in discussions to gauge the potential outcomes. As for the culinary aspect, it pertains to a Chinese restaurant in Los Angeles, though he is uncertain of your interest in such ventures. Regarding the restaurant opportunity, he thinks it best to decline. If his endeavors flourish over the next 2 years, he may invite his parents to reside in the United States permanently, at which point they might consider opening a restaurant, given their family background in the culinary field. He is concerned that this could adversely affect future prospects, thus he opts to refuse. Regrettably, that is indeed unfortunate, as this contract bears significant value. However, if he contemplates opening a restaurant in the future, there may be complications with endorsement contracts related to it, and he will ensure to graciously decline on your behalf. For clothing endorsements, the offers from China's younger amount to 3 million yuan over 2 years, while Hailan Home proposes 3.5 million yuan for the same duration, making them relatively similar. This requires your careful consideration in choosing between them. Additionally, given his limited understanding of many aspects within your country, navigating endorsements could prove somewhat cumbersome. He suggests you might consider establishing your own management team domestically, akin to Yao, to facilitate matters more conveniently. As for the domestic management team, he feels it prudent to postpone this endeavor until next year or the year after, as he still requires your assistance during these 2 years. Given that his commercial value has yet to reach a satisfactory level, well, since you are my superior, we shall proceed accordingly. There are also some minor contracts available, with a total value falling short of $1 million, primarily concerning the use of Feng's likeness rights. Feng glanced over the situation briefly, noting the absence of any detrimental brands that might tarnish his image, and thus consented, suggesting that Bill Duffy reach out to them. Furthermore, regarding the song previously discussed with Scarlett Johansson, you shall grant her the rights for usage. However, any future revenue from the lyrics will be shared with you. The fee for the rights is set at $500,000. That is agreeable, but could you assist me in devising a reasonable tax avoidance strategy? Such measures would allow me to retain a substantial amount. Altogether, including tax considerations and the commission for Bill Duffy, Feng's endorsement contract is projected to yield approximately $800,000. What kind of investment did you mention? I find myself quite intrigued. I am keen to engage in investments over the next 2 years, particularly in several promising yet underdeveloped companies, aiming to become an angel investor, predominantly within the tech sector, as I'm optimistic about their future growth. The past 2 years have seen a significant number of internet companies in the United States collapse, making it challenging for many firms to secure angel investments. Internet ventures are inherently risky. Are you certain you wish to pursue investments in this domain? Bill Duffy shares a similar skepticism regarding the current landscape of internet companies. Indeed, I have selected a few firms: Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube, primarily these 3. Would you be able to facilitate a connection? I will cover any associated expenses, and I believe they would be quite receptive to investment opportunities. Very well. I will expedite the introductions. I have not previously encountered these companies. They likely do not represent major enterprises, thus making investment negotiations relatively straightforward. How much capital do you currently have set aside for investment? The amount available influences negotiations significantly. Presently, I have approximately $4 million. However, in due course, this sum may increase. Should it prove insufficient, I will consult with Yao Ming to explore the possibility of joint investment, as my funds may grow over time. All right, I shall proceed to manage these matters and will not intrude further. Bill Duffy gathered his belongings, preparing to depart. After bidding farewell to Bill, Fong began to contemplate various matters, both concerning financial affairs and the advancement of his basketball career, recognizing that progress must be gradual and cannot be achieved overnight. Chapter 43. Consulting the Zen Master Xiao Jin. Please check the Personal Attributes panel. Personal Attributes panel. Physical qualities. 89 offensive ability. 80 basketball intelligence. 73 defensive ability. 85 ball control. 58 due to the lack of significant changes in physical qualities. Further elaboration on this aspect will not be provided. This will apply henceforth. If the personal physical attributes remain largely unchanged, no specific updates will be issued, unless a detailed examination of personal physical data is requested. Host capability. 82, a competent NBA bench player. Upon reviewing his various abilities, he felt that his ball control was still considerably lacking. The road ahead remains long. Thus, he must continue to strive diligently. Fong found himself deep in contemplation, pondering whether to further enhance his defensive capabilities or to focus on improving his ball control and developing his offensive prowess. He took a moment to review his skill upgrades. The skill information revealed: Leonard's death grip at level 8 with 70, 100 points, the off-ball movement skill of the masked man, Richard Clay Hamilton, at level 7 with 50, 100 points, Carter's dunk package at level 5 with 70, 100 points, spot-up 3-point shooting with a hit rate increase of 5 for each level. Currently at level 5 with 70, 100 points. Bruce Lee's Wing Chun skill at level 5 with 80, 100 points, requiring diligent practice, though he hoped it would remain unused. And Jordan's Trash Talk King at level 4 with 50, 100 points. Presently, his offensive capabilities were lacking in all areas except for post-up plays. However, his movement skills were exceptional, complemented by a strong 3-point shooting ability. Thus, when he found space, his scoring potential was quite respectable. Additionally, his rebounding and second-chance scoring skills were adequate, averaging around 10 points per game, which seemed promising. Yet, the intensity of the NBA was formidable, and he was uncertain about his adaptability to this new environment, as preseason and regular season differed vastly. In terms of dunks, he faced little competition. Carter was already somewhat diminished, and Levine had yet to emerge, so he felt confident in his dunking ability without needing special enhancements. Having conducted a thorough self-assessment of his capabilities, he remained uncertain about which aspect to develop next. He glanced at the remaining system training time and the number of draws left. There were still 10 hours of training time and 4 beginner draws available. In addition to the monthly rewards, he had received an extra draw for National Day. He decided to save his draws and exchange for an intermediate draw to see what he might obtain. He was unsure how long it would take to accumulate enough for a significant reward, and if the need arose, he would want to use it in advance. He hoped to draw an offensive skill that would substantially enhance his game. Time passed swiftly, and before he knew it, the 2-day holiday had concluded. The Lakers held their final team training session before the season commenced, and that evening, they would board a plane to the Nuggets' home ground to kick off the Lakers' 2005-06 regular season. At the training facility, the team engaged in their last practice session, primarily focusing on tactical drills and relaxation exercises to prepare for the impending game. After the Lakers concluded their training, Fong and Kobe participated in a game of one-on-one. Yet, Fong remained preoccupied with the question of whether he should develop his offensive skills or continue to train and enhance his defensive abilities. If he chose to pursue offense, which specific aspect should he focus on? I had never contemplated the outcome myself. After concluding the fierce competition with Kobe, the result was indisputable. It ended with a definitive score of 10 o'clock, leaving no room for doubt. Fong faced yet another defeat. Fong, however, did not concern himself with the extent of his losses. Winning was undeniably out of reach, and his mind was evidently elsewhere. Fong, what ails you today? It seems you often drift off during our bullfighting sessions. You appear to be out of sorts. Has something transpired? Kobe rarely engaged in conversation with players he did not regard highly, even with teammates, confining his interactions to the court and practice sessions. Once training concluded, he seldom conversed with others. I apologize, for I have been preoccupied with certain thoughts, yet I have not fully resolved them, which is why I was not at my best during today's practice. Well, you must swiftly regain your focus. The first game of the regular season is on a gloomy day, and you cannot afford to be out of sorts. Fong nodded, assuring, I will adjust swiftly. You need not worry. The Zen Master also noticed a significant disparity between Feng's training state today and his usual performance. It was crucial to assess the player's conditions. If one were particularly lacking, participation in the game would not be advisable, especially for a rookie. A lapse in focus could not only hinder the team's performance, but also pose a risk of injury. Feng, what seems to be the matter today? You appear to be off your game during training, he inquired. During this period of interaction with the Zen master, Feng generally felt quite positive. Yes, coach. I was lost in thought, grappling with certain issues, which led to my lack of focus in training today. I apologize. Feng expressed a tinge of guilt as he responded to the Zen master's query. We still have some time before we head to the airport. Would you care to share what has been troubling your focus? The Zen master asked calmly. With the new season approaching, I am uncertain about which aspects I should enhance. And this has left me somewhat perplexed. I've been pondering this throughout today, Feng admitted. Kobe suddenly realized the source of his distraction, but he wondered why he hadn't addressed it sooner. He reflected on how he had been giving off an air of aloofness during this period. Although he often engaged in friendly rivalry with Feng, their exchanges were mostly filled with banter, lacking substantial guidance. Kobe pondered deeply, questioning whether, as the leader of the team, he had neglected to provide the necessary support, leaving his teammates to grapple with their challenges alone. Feng, the Zen master, smiled. It's commendable that you recognize this, for introspection is a crucial element in a player's development. Your desire to improve drives you to reflect on both your shortcomings and strengths, and to contemplate which areas require enhancement. At that moment, the Zen master produced a scouting report. Feng, this is the team's recent observation of you, he explained, presenting the scout's findings, strengths, exceptional individual defensive capabilities, surpassing the league's average, potential to become a top defender, remarkable jumping ability and athleticism, with strong dunking skills, poised to be among the league's elite dunkers, excellent movement skills, proficient in open three-point shooting, outstanding speed and lateral movement, comparable to that of a typical guard. Weaknesses: lacking offensive prowess, possessing only average post-up skills with inadequate footwork, mediocre mid-range shooting ability, poor at creating opportunities, weak ball handling skills requiring significant improvement. These are your strengths and weaknesses. How do you find this analysis? Coach, the analysis is quite precise. These strengths and weaknesses accurately reflect my capabilities, Feng replied. Therefore, it is imperative to continuously enhance your defensive capabilities, for such prowess forms the foundation of your standing in the NBA. No team can succeed without elite defensive players, as it is defense that ultimately secures championships. Your movement on the court is commendable. However, your shooting accuracy under defensive pressure requires improvement. This is an area that necessitates your focus. Additionally, you must cultivate your three-point shooting ability, ensuring that your success rate is consistent from any position along the arc, rather than being restricted to a few favored spots. Your mid-range shooting also demands attention. Moreover, enhancing your physical stamina is essential, enabling you to remain on the court for extended periods. The development of your ball handling and proactive offensive skills is a gradual process that requires diligent refinement. You might inquire with Kobe about the time and effort he devoted to honing his offensive skills. While these aspects may become vulnerabilities in the latter half of the season, they too require steady improvement, and Kobe could provide invaluable insights in this regard. Once you elevate these foundational skills, I shall furnish you with further scouting reports and additional recommendations for your advancement. Listening intently to the Zen master, Feng contemplated the wisdom imparted. Indeed, mastering ball control and offensive techniques is not an overnight endeavor. It demands considerable time and dedication. As the Zen master observed Feng in contemplation, he approached Kobe, stating, "If you aspire to truly lead the team and continue securing championships, you must devote greater attention to your teammates. For instance, if Feng is not performing well today, it is vital to discern the underlying reasons and endeavor to assist him. This way, your teammates will cultivate trust in you, and you will gain a keen understanding of their varying states. When they experience fluctuations in performance, you must adapt your approach accordingly, guiding and aiding them in overcoming challenges." Kobe, deep in thought, recognized his undeniable talent. Yet he pondered why, after Shaquille's departure, the Lakers struggled to reach the playoffs. Part of this was attributed to the capabilities of his teammates, but it also stemmed from his incomplete understanding of what it meant to be a team leader. Observing both Kobe and Feng in introspection, the Zen master smiled and exited the training facility. Kobe began to contemplate how to enhance his leadership qualities, while the rookie Feng reflected on how to improve himself. It was heartening to witness the promising future of the team. As Kobe and Feng mulled over the Zen master's words and their personal challenges, they departed the training center. As they parted ways, Kobe remarked, "Upon our return from the away game, I shall invite everyone to my home for a gathering. and you must join us, Fong. Chapter 44. Season Opener. Who is that Chinese player on the sidelines? Indeed, who might that individual be? Greetings, everyone. Welcome to the inaugural game of the 2005 to 2006 season featuring the Los Angeles Lakers against the Denver Nuggets. The most anticipated aspect of this match is the presence of a player from our homeland, the number 0, Fong Fong. It remains to be seen how he will perform. What are your thoughts, Teacher Su? Su-kun. Indeed, I share your anticipation. He made a brief appearance during the draft, but from my conversations with Yao Ming, I learned that he dedicated the entire summer to training. I am also eager to witness his performance. The referee has signaled the commencement of the game, and both teams have sent forth their starters. The Lakers' starting lineup consists of Kobe, Parker, Odom, Kwame, and Mim, while the Nuggets present Anthony, Camby, Martin, Leonard, and Andre Miller. As Fong Fong observed Anthony and Kobe take to the court, he was taken aback by the thunderous cheers and jeers from the audience. This is the treatment afforded to the league's superstars. It is truly an experience, whether in the form of encouragement or derision. Both are forms of enjoyment. Mim and Camby begin the jump ball, with Camby securing possession and directly assisting Leonard, who hits a mid-range jumper to score the first points of the game. The Lakers, taking advantage of their rebounding prowess, dominate the paint. The twin towers of the Lakers are imposing within the Nuggets' interior. However, Fong Fong remains on the sidelines, yet to be substituted in. One wonders if he will have the opportunity to play in this match. Let us await the moment together. As the Lakers' regular rotation time arrives, we see Fong Fong preparing to enter the game. Let us rally our support for him. Fong, you are in for Odom. Your task is to defend Anthony. The Zen master instructed Fong Fong prior to his entry onto the court. Fong Fong nodded, removed his training attire, and prepared to enter the game. Zhang Weiping was uncertain of what performance Fong would deliver. Let us await the outcome together. Fong replaced Odom, indicating that Zen master still held high expectations for him, as he typically refrains from utilizing rookies. Fong, defend against Anthony as you would against me. Understood? All right, leave it to me. Mims missed his shot, and Camby secured the defensive rebound, passing the ball to Anthony. With the ball, Anthony crossed half court. Fong swiftly approached, initiating his defense against Anthony. The prospect of facing such a formidable opponent right from the outset was somewhat concerning. Without further ado, let us return to the court. Fong Fong contemplated Anthony, who was renowned as a player of offensive kaleidoscopes, elevating his own performance to its utmost potential. Fong Fong was acutely aware of Anthony's formidable ability to penetrate defenses. Thus, he dared not engage in close quarters guarding. Instead, he maintained a cautious distance of a step away from Anthony, adopting a defensive posture. One hand oscillated in front of Anthony, while the other remained vigilant, poised to seize any opportunity for a steal. Fong Fong defended Anthony's right hand, deliberately allowing access to his left. Upon realizing that a rookie was guarding him, Anthony glanced over and noted the novice's concession of his left side. What could a mere beginner possibly pose as a threat? With that thought, he resolved to charge forward. Anthony, dismissing any unnecessary movements, prepared to make his advance with a simple probing step. Fong Fong engaged in both offense and defense, utilizing his body to thwart Anthony's advances. Suddenly, Anthony came to a halt and executed a jump shot. Fong leaped with all his might, extending his right hand to obscure Anthony's vision. The shot clanged off the rim, and Kwame seized the defensive rebound. He swiftly passed the ball to Kobe, who accelerated down the court. Feng's defense against Anthony was remarkably effective. Leveraging his height and vertical leap, he successfully obstructed Anthony's line of sight and had disrupted his shot. As Kobe approached the three-point line, he surveyed the positions of his teammates. At this moment, Feng's positioning skills were fully on display, particularly since Anthony was not known for his defensive prowess. Fong Fong effortlessly eluded the defense of Anthony, finding himself at the three-point line with the ball in hand. Kobe, noticing that Fong had broken free from the point guard, executed a precise bounce pass, effortlessly delivering the ball into Feng's grasp. Fong Fong seized the opportunity, receiving the pass. He leaped directly, scoring a three-pointer with precision. His positioning bore a resemblance to Hamilton's style. As he effortlessly sank the shot from beyond the arc, Su-kun exclaimed with excitement. Yes. Fong Fong vigorously swung his right arm. Fong, impressive. Your positioning reminds me of that guy who nearly made me lose my lunch with his agility. Kobe remarked with a smile. Boss, as long as you can deliver the ball to my hands, I shall make the shot, Fong Fong confidently declared. Provided you can maneuver into such a position, the ball will undoubtedly find its way to you. After Fong Fong exchanged a high five with Kobe, he swiftly turned back to prepare for defense. Fong exerted immense effort in every defensive maneuver, prompting Anthony to take notice of the tenacity with which Fong was guarding him. The ball in his possession, Anthony assumed a triple threat stance, poised to initiate a breakthrough. "You're about to face my wrath. I am ready to unleash a full-scale offensive, rookie. Brace yourself." As Kobe had advised when defending against Anthony, often a mere gaze is sufficient, for his ability to penetrate is rather lacking. Fong, however, showed no signs of retreat. Anthony began to employ a series of hesitant steps, attempting to deceive Fong, who remained utterly unperturbed, fixating his gaze firmly on Anthony's waist. In a swift motion, Anthony executed a jump shot, successfully finding the net. Fong felt quite frustrated, realizing that his lack of experience had led him to be deceived. Kobe approached him, offering words of encouragement, assuring him that it was all right, as Anthony was exceptionally skilled, and it was improbable to successfully defend against him every single time. The score had now reached 24-23. Fong continued to move actively. Yet, due to the relentless defense of the Nuggets after he had just made a three-pointer from an open position, opportunities for such openings became scarce. Nevertheless, Fong tirelessly maneuvered around the court. After several plays, he finally found a moment of freedom, driving towards the basket. Kobe lofted the ball high, and Fong executed a powerful two-handed dunk. Kobe's pass was exquisitely timed and fiercely delivered. The dunk reminded me of Fong's remarkable leap from the free throw line during the preseason. After today, it is evident that athletes from the Celestial Empire can indeed soar. Although it was not a home game, Fong's dunk elicited cheers from the fans. In the first half, Fong played for 8 minutes off the bench, accumulating 5 points, 2 rebounds, and 1 block. However, the Lakers trailed the Nuggets by 2 points, with a score of 48-50. During the halftime break in the locker room, Kobe advised, "You must penetrate the enemy's defense more aggressively to create opportunities for your teammates." He then addressed Fong, "Your defense needs to be more assertive. Do not fear fouls. Keep moving to create more open opportunities, aiding Kobe and Odom in gaining additional space. Keep pushing Lakers." In the second half, the score remained closely contested, primarily driven by Kobe and Odom, who hardly took a moment's rest. With 3 minutes left in the third quarter, Fong returned to the court once again. Fong dutifully adhered to the Zen master's directives, tirelessly maneuvering across the court. He seized 3 opportunities to shoot, yet only managed to convert 1, accumulating a mere 3 points. Ultimately, the game concluded in regulation time, with both teams locked in a tie at 89-89, thus ushering in overtime. Fong has yet to fully earn the trust of the head coach, as he did not receive any opportunities to play during the overtime. In the final moments of the game, Kobe Bryant made the decisive shot, clinching victory for the team. Congratulations to the host for representing the Lakers in a regular season game, thus earning a chance to enter a lottery. Throughout the match, Fong recorded a modest performance with 8 points, 4 rebounds, and 1 block. Chapter 45. The onslaught following Kobe's game-winning shot against the Nuggets. The Lakers erupted in jubilation, celebrating their first victory of the season. After a brief respite, the players gathered their belongings and headed to the airport, as they were set to face the formidable Suns at home the following day. The Lakers were prepared for a back-to-back challenge against the Suns. Before the game commenced, Fong and his fellow substitutes were the first to take the court for warm-ups. As they emerged from the players' tunnel, they were met not with jeers, but with a roaring chorus from the crowd. Over 20,000 fans donned in purple and gold Lakers jerseys. Scanning the sea of supporters, one could spot numerous number 8 jerseys, alongside those of Shaquille O'Neal and Lamar Odom, while only a few individuals wearing the number 0 jersey could be seen, all hailing from the Celestial Empire. During warm-ups, Fong diligently practiced his shooting, working on both three-pointers and mid-range shots, culminating in some free throw exercises. The atmosphere reached a fever pitch as he showcased a classic 360-degree dunk reminiscent of Vince Carter, igniting the crowd's excitement. A young child at the sidelines turned to the middle-aged man beside him, exclaiming, "Dad, can I buy his jersey? I want one in every color." His dunk was incredible. "All right, after the game, we'll go and purchase one," the father replied. Fong was taken aback by the extent to which his dunk captivated the audience. "Hey, Kenny, a compatriot of Yao has emerged from the Lakers this year," he remarked, drawing the attention of Barkley, who chuckled and directed his gaze towards Smith. "Indeed, though he is merely a rookie in this round," Smith replied as he glanced at the statistics. "His vertical leap is truly remarkable. It reminds me of someone." With a mischievous grin, Smith quipped to Barkley, "Could it be that individual you have never managed to conquer?" "Damn it, Smith, I will compete fiercely with you. I merely believe his dunk bears a striking resemblance to Carter's." "Yes, but it seems you were previously unaware of him. I have witnessed his dunk from the free throw line. Akin to Jordan's, Smith nodded while conversing with Barkley. Well, I admit I haven't paid much attention to him. I didn't realize he possessed such extraordinary jumping ability. As the game commenced, Kobe basked in unparalleled adulation. At that moment, all within the Staples Center paled in comparison to him. When Fong took to the court, he was unexpectedly matched against the Suns' most formidable defender, Marion. Fong positioned himself beyond the three-point line, frequently making movements to create space. He extended his hand, summoning Bainam to the free throw line to set a screen, hoping to leverage Bainam's pick to escape Marion's defense. As Fong successfully maneuvered past Marion, he found himself with a clear opportunity for a three-pointer and raised his hand to take the shot. The three-pointer swished through the net, prompting cheers for Fong. The DJ on site announced his name loudly. After being shaken off by Fong, Marion sought to regain his confidence on the offensive end. Once settled, Marion gestured towards Nash, eager to prepare for a one-on-one against Fong in the paint. In the previous game, when Fong had defended against Anthony, he had been caught off balance several times, losing his center of gravity. Following that match, Fong sought Kobe's advice on how to handle such situations, and Kobe patiently explained the nuances to him. Fong was eager to put this knowledge into practice in this game. Indeed, his thoughts materialized. Marion lacked Anthony's formidable offensive prowess, providing Fong with the perfect opportunity to test his skills. As Marion attempted to use footwork to disrupt Feng's balance, he made a new decision to employ a back-to-the-basket approach against him. As Fong observed Marion preparing to execute a back-to-the-basket move against him, he couldn't help but wonder how someone so inexperienced could hesitate to make a direct breakthrough. Why such timidity? Rookie, just wait. I shall send you flying, he thought. Marion exerted considerable effort to shove Fong toward the basket, yet he found himself utterly immovable. Why are you so feeble? Put in some effort. I'm not budging an inch. He mused. Clearly provoked, Marion disregarded all caution and resolved to turn and leap for a jump shot. Fong observed this and slightly maneuvered his body past Marion, preventing her from achieving a full jump. Fong suddenly leaped into action, swatting the ball away with remarkable force. As he deflected Marion's shot, the entire arena erupted into a frenzy of excitement, with cheers resounding throughout. Barkley sprang to his feet, astonished by the spectacle. An apparent rookie had managed to infuriate Marion and had just sent his shot soaring out of bounds. It was utterly incredible. He was merely a novice. Smith exclaimed in disbelief. Nash launched another offensive attempt, only to miss, and Bynum seized the rebound. Fong accelerated down the court, and Bynum executed a long pass, delivering the ball into the hands of the swiftly sprinting Fong. Fong glanced ahead, noting the absence of any defensive players, and prepared to leap for a dunk. Just as he was about to rise, he caught sight of a Phoenix Suns player approaching swiftly from behind. Fong directly hurled the ball towards the backboard. My goodness, what was he attempting? Shouldn't he have simply executed a slam dunk for a score? The audience at the scene was momentarily stunned, uncertain of Feng's intentions. At that moment, he leapt into the air, regaining control of the basketball in his hands, and executed a powerful two-handed dunk. The Staples Center erupted in exuberance as Fong opened his arms wide, reveling in the adulation of the crowd. The Lakers bench went into a frenzy, all players leaping to their feet, and even the Zen master appeared astonished, for that play was truly spectacular. He had once again ignited the entire arena, leaving everyone eagerly anticipating what his next dunk might entail. Barkley exclaimed loudly. Feng's dunk invigorated the morale of the Lakers. Upon entering the game, Kobe showcased his remarkable agility, penetrating the defense with ease while executing a series of successful shots from both inside and outside the arc. Following Kobe's consecutive baskets, the Suns' defense was drawn towards him, allowing Fong to find several open positions on the perimeter, where he capitalized by making 3 out of 5 attempts. As the referee's whistle sounded, the score stood at 110-118, with the Lakers securing a narrow victory by a margin of 8 points, marking their second consecutive win. Fong has garnered more playing time and achieved a personal best of 15 points, 5 rebounds, and 1 block, setting a new record for himself with the Lakers. After the game, as he prepared to depart, he encountered a familiar figure. Zhang Weiping approached Fong and inquired if he could conduct an interview. Of course, Teacher Zhang. I would be delighted to have this opportunity. Fong responded joyfully. Could you greet the viewers at home? He was asked. Certainly. Greetings to all the viewers in our great nation. It is a pleasure to meet you here. What are your thoughts on the Lakers? I noticed you've had considerable playing time in the last 2 games. Does that imply you might receive even more opportunities in the future? Zhang queried. The atmosphere within the Lakers is splendid, and Kobe is a commendable teammate. Ultimately, the amount of playing time I receive depends on the coach's decisions, Feng replied. After a brief exchange, Zhang refrained from putting Feng in a difficult position, as they were colleagues. Once the interview concluded, Zhang asked, "Now that the interview has wrapped up, could you share your goals for this season in private?" Feng chuckled. "Naturally. I aspire to gain more playing time and to earn the title of Rookie of the Year, which is a coveted honor for every newcomer. Allow me to congratulate you in advance. Will you be representing the national team in the future?" Zhang probed. "I certainly wish to represent my country, but I recently discussed this matter with Yao." Feng responded thoughtfully. "All right, let us leave it at that for now. Go and accept your teammates' congratulations," Zhang concluded. "Sure." Feng agreed. As he was approached by Kobe, he asked, "How did you manage that incredible dunk?" "I only dare to attempt such moves during practice. I rarely do so in games. I'm not entirely sure how it happened. It was simply astonishing, wasn't it? Please don't idolize me too much, or I might become overly proud," Feng replied, with a hint of narcissism. Kobe then mentioned, "I invited Odom over for dinner at my place. Would you like to join us?" "Absolutely," Feng responded enthusiastically. Chapter 46. A visit to Kobe's home. Feng set off early, driving to the heart of Los Angeles, intent on procuring some gifts. Having accepted an invitation to a dinner hosted by Kobe the previous day, he felt compelled to prepare presents for both Kobe and his daughter, Natalia. After all, it was his inaugural visit, and such gestures are customary. With this in mind, he thoughtfully selected a Barbie doll for Kobe's daughter, believing that young girls typically have a fondness for such treasures. Feng drove to Kobe's residence in the afternoon. The location of Kobe's home was quite easy to find, nestled in Orange County, Los Angeles. At first glance, the exterior did not evoke much surprise, but upon entering, he felt a compelling desire to upgrade his own living situation. A house like this would be splendid. At the very least, it boasted a basketball court, eliminating the need to rent a gym during the off-season, thereby saving a considerable amount of time. "Hi, boss. I'm delighted to be a guest in your home," he greeted warmly. "Welcome to my home," came the soft reply from the hostess. "Hello, may I call you Uncle Crazy?" A little girl, not quite 3 years old, inquired as she looked up at Vanessa. This was Kobe's eldest daughter, who was cherished deeply by him. Despite her tender age, it was evident that her genetic inheritance was remarkable. She stood slightly taller than her peers and exhibited impeccable manners. "Of course, you may address me as you wish. Your happiness is what matters most," he replied. "Boss, I brought you a gift. I know you adore basketball and your wife, but I'm unaware of your other interests. Since you already possess your favorites, I can only manage to procure 2 bottles of red wine for you." The shopkeeper assured me that it is Kobe's favorite wine, he explained. "I truly appreciate this gift." "Thank you," Kobe responded earnestly. "Natalia, this is a gift for you as well. I hope you will like it," he added. "Thank you so much. I love it," she exclaimed joyfully as she embraced her present and scurried away. Kobe led Vanessa and their daughter Natalia into the living room, where Feng encountered Odom, who had arrived earlier. "Hi, Odom, you're quite early," Feng remarked. Indeed, when Kobe extends an invitation, it's a splendid opportunity. "One must arrive promptly," Odom replied. "Oh, then I hope I haven't arrived too late." "My apologies," Feng said apologetically. "No worries. You're actually a quarter of an hour early. Please, make yourselves comfortable while I fetch something," Kobe said before departing for a moment. "Odom, is it just the 2 of us? Have the other players not arrived yet?" Feng inquired. "Not quite. Kobe has only invited the 2 of us. Typically, players who have not earned Kobe's approval find it challenging to receive such an invitation. He hardly invited any teammates over last year," Odom explained. "Oh, I see. So does this mean I have garnered Kobe's approval?" Feng asked, setting down his cup. "Yes. It's quite rare to hear of Kobe inviting a rookie to his home," Odom confirmed. Just then, Kobe returned and asked, "What are you 2 discussing?" "We were remarking on how truly magnificent your house is. I too wish to possess a villa like this. During the off-season, it would save me from renting a gym, which is such a financial drain. This summer alone, I spent a staggering $20,000. Such a heartache." Feng lamented. Feng exclaimed in astonishment. "Is that so? But do you realize that this villa costs several $1,000,000? Compared to your rental fee, it's quite a bargain." Kobe replied teasingly. "I see," Feng continued, "but I still hope to possess such a villa one day. It should be soon. My recent earnings have been decent. I believe by this time next year, I should be able to acquire such a residence, although I might not purchase it, as I still have a significant funding gap." He disclosed his current situation. Kobe responded, "Your salary is only $1,000,000 over 2 years. Even if your endorsements are somewhat higher than others, it likely won't amount to that much, will it? What have you been spending your money on to have such a large funding shortfall? Indeed, rookie, what have you been doing with your funds? Odom chimed in, puzzled, wondering how a rookie could possibly need so much money, unlike the struggles faced by some African-American players. I have been investing in several companies, with my agent assisting me in the process. However, it's not a major issue. If funds become tight, I can always borrow some from Yao. But let us not dwell on that. Could you show me your villa? Sure, Uncle Crazy. Natalia can guide you through my home. Follow me, Kobe said, as he prepared to move forward. He picked up Natalia, saying, come on, let us take phone to tour our home together. After exploring Kobe's villa, Vanessa called from upstairs. Kobe, the staff has prepared dinner for us. Come down and join us. All right, let us head down, he replied. Dinner lasted over an hour, filled with delightful conversation and laughter, concluding on a joyous note. After the meal, Kobe summoned Odom and Foam to the living room. Odom, Foam, he began. After experiencing failures in the past few seasons, I have begun to doubt my abilities, not my basketball skills, but rather, am I truly fit to be the leader of this team? Foam was somewhat astonished. How could such words emerge from Kobe's lips? Kobe was renowned for being a person who saw only basketball in his eyes, devoid of friends and other interests, a man who devoted his entire life to the sport. Foam cast a glance at Odom, who remained silent, continuing to savor his red wine. Foam cleared his throat and remarked, it is indeed the case that while one individual may achieve victory, it is impossible for victory to be sustained by a solitary person. For basketball is a team sport requiring the collaboration of 5 players. Indeed, Kobe responded, his gaze fixed ahead. I harbor a deep disdain for those who possess talent yet lack diligence, much like the previous Shaquille O'Neal. This ultimately led to an irreconcilable conflict between us. Boss, he continued, not everyone possesses your level of commitment. Each individual has their own aspirations and desires, and thus it is unreasonable to expect everyone to emulate your work ethic. Yes, Foam acknowledged, and I find myself in a state of confusion, beginning to question my leadership abilities and whether I can lead us to another championship. You know, it has always been my goal. The championship is what every athlete aspires to attain. It is my dream. Do not doubt, for soon the championship banners will be plentiful, proudly waving above the Staples Center. Foam smiled, adding, I, too, yearn for the championship, as its attainment would significantly alter my contract. Absolutely. Let's strive together for more championships, Kobe affirmed. They raised their glasses in a toast, proclaiming, to the championship. Foam lifted his glass. But what must we do to secure more victories? Boss, we need to foster unity within the entire team, to uplift our teammates, and to work diligently together. At that moment, Vanessa approached, cradling Natalia. What are you two discussing? She inquired. Recently, Scarlett asked me where you're living now. The inquisitive nature of women seldom wanes. To ensure Kobe's life is not solely consumed by basketball, Vanessa had also taken to gossiping. Well, Vanessa, I assure you that she and I are merely acquaintances. We have met only a few times, and I doubt she has inquired about me recently. Indeed, there have been no recent inquiries. Has something transpired between you two? Have you had a falling out? Vanessa glanced at Kobe, adding, you should also be concerned, as it could affect Feng's performance. Yes, Foam concurred. What has occurred between you? Foam could only muster the courage to explain that they were merely friends. She had expressed a keen interest in purchasing the copyright to one of his lyrics, which was why she had been inquiring about him. However, he had recently entrusted Bill with this matter, and thus, she would likely cease her inquiries about him. That's quite unfortunate. She is quite renowned, and you should make an effort for yourself, Odom remarked with a hint of regret. Indeed, do you require my assistance? I could mention her at our next intergathering. I believe she would be quite delighted to accept Kobe's invitation. Wouldn't she, dear? Vanessa chimed in playfully. No. She is not my type, so that won't be necessary. However, this evening's dinner was truly delightful. Once I purchase my villa, I would love to host you all for a dinner where I will personally prepare the meal, Foam said, attempting to divert the conversation. Really? You can cook? Unlike Kobe, who seems to have little to offer beyond basketball, Vanessa teased, her expression feigning disappointment. Yet her gaze towards Kobe remained tender and filled with affection. Is it a crime to be single? Must one endure such torment? Foam thought to himself as he observed the scene. Yes, my parents run a restaurant back in the motherland, so I have some culinary skills. When the opportunity arises, I shall invite everyone over for a meal. Foam extended a distant invitation, realizing that his home purchase might take some time. After a lengthy conversation, it grew late. and both Odom and Fong Fong expressed their gratitude to Kobe's family before departing. Once Fong Fong and Odom had left, Vanessa turned to Kobe, "Darling, it seems Fong truly admires you, but he also possesses that same indomitable spirit, unwilling to be outdone." Kobe nodded. "Indeed, he is exceptionally talented. I believe his future accomplishments will far surpass mine. If I wish to continue winning championships, he could become an invaluable teammate. In just a few years, he may even surpass the player I am today. Yes, he is still quite young, yet he embodies a resilience that is commendable. Most importantly, he exudes a unique confidence in his interactions with others. Take his admiration for you, for instance. He respects you, but does not blindly submit to you. He possesses his own thoughts. Indeed, aside from his basketball skills, he seems outstanding in every other regard," Kobe affirmed with a firm nod. "Darling, if the future were to allow you to support him in creating a new dynasty, would you be amenable to that? I mean, as the star player of his team, your scoring ability would be subordinate to his, aside from serving as a mental leader. How would you approach that?" Vanessa inquired curiously, despite her deep understanding of her husband. She still found herself perplexed when it came to discussions of championships. "I do not know," Kobe replied thoughtfully. Kobe provided an ambiguous response, for he himself was uncertain. He would not allow others to surpass him and would not concede defeat easily. Had he been willing to accept a subordinate position, he would not have so boldly confronted Jordan upon his entry into the league. Yet, for the love of basketball and his cherished Lakers, perhaps different choices might arise. While he may not choose to be inferior now, who could predict how he will perceive himself in the future? There is no need to dwell on such thoughts. Future matters shall be considered in due time. What is paramount now is to lead his team to victory in the championship, achieving a profound sense of accomplishment through his leadership. Kobe chose not to ponder the future, but rather to embrace the present. After Fong drove away, he continued to ponder the conversation from that evening. He never anticipated that Kobe would suddenly pose that question, casting doubt upon himself. It was truly astonishing. The Kobe he understood from his past life was fiercely independent. Or perhaps it would be more accurate to describe him as proud, an individual who would never allow himself to question his own worth. Perhaps in his previous life, Kobe had experienced moments of self-doubt, but the 2 consecutive championships had undoubtedly solidified his self-acceptance. Choosing not to dwell on it further, Fong organized himself and entered the system space to continue his training. Although today was a holiday, he did not allow himself to relax, opting instead to persist in his training within the system. During his visit to Kobe's villa, it was clear that his aspirations extended beyond mere conversation. He genuinely desired to purchase a villa of his own. Such a space would grant him not only more room, but also the freedom to arrange it according to his own vision. He envisioned having an indoor basketball court for his training, as well as the opportunity to live with his parents, cherishing the warmth of familial love. Perhaps growing older made him feel increasingly solitary. Perhaps it was the fear of losing what he had now that he had never possessed before, prompting him to hold on more tightly to these blessings, unwilling to let them slip through his fingers. He longed for a life where he could honor the elderly and accompany children. Oh heavens, at such a tender age, still just a child, he found himself contemplating the future of his own children. Why was it so exhausting? Was he to raise a wife for himself? Chapter 47. He is a madman. The atmosphere within the entire team was splendid, for victory overshadowed all shortcomings. The date was November 8th, 2005, and the Lakers were guests in Atlanta to face the Hawks. Fong, as usual, occupied a spot on the bench, enjoying the game of Kobe without the need for a ticket. For many, this would be a source of joy, yet for Fong, it was a profound torment. From the outset, Kobe unleashed his full prowess, scoring 14 points in the first quarter alone. However, the team found itself trailing 26-29, a situation that deeply frustrated Kobe. The only player whose performance faltered in the first quarter was Kwame Brown, a center who managed just 1 successful shot out of 3 attempts, accompanied by 2 turnovers. Kobe, exasperated, shouted at Kwame, urging him to take the game seriously and protect the basketball. If he couldn't, perhaps he should take a rest. Under Kobe's intense gaze, Kwame felt a sudden sense of intimidation, as if Jordan himself were looming before him. The Zen master approached to offer a few comforting words to Kobe before turning to Fong, stating, "In the second quarter, you shall take the court. Strive to create space for the team, allowing the interior players better opportunities to score. Utilize your movement and three-point shooting to dismantle their defense. Let us go, Lakers." Rally together. As the second quarter commenced, Fong stepped onto the court, representing the Lakers' formidable front line. There he is, the prodigy from the East, Smith remarked. Indeed, should he continue to shine, we might have truly struck gold this year, Barkley responded. How about a wager? Are you interested? Smith provocatively challenged Barkley. What shall we bet on? Barkley inquired. Let us wager whether he achieves a spot in the top 5 plays of the game. What do you say, Mr. Jazz? I'll certainly bet that he does, Barkley interjected confidently. Alas, I too wager he will make the top 5, which leaves us without a bet, Smith lamented. Let us return to the action, he suggested. Just a few minutes into the second quarter, Fong tirelessly darted across the court, leaving his defender, Josh Smith, struggling to keep pace. He found himself open, yet regrettably, the guards failed to notice him, resulting in a lack of offensive threat. About 3 to 4 minutes into the quarter, Kobe was substituted out for Laron Profit. Fong perceived an opportunity as Kobe could draw defenders beneath the basket, enabling him to better maneuver into open space. Devin George executed a successful steal, granting Kobe possession of the ball. Fong immediately dashed back, signaling to Kobe for an alley-oop. By the time Fong made the gesture, they had already crossed half-court, and Kobe delivered a long pass directly into Feng's hands. With no defenders in sight, Fong confidently took a shot from beyond the arc, scoring effortlessly. He extended 3 fingers in a taunting gesture towards Smith, proclaiming, "You cannot guard me." With that three-pointer, the score ascended to 32-31, allowing the Lakers to take a 1-point lead over the Hawks. The score continued to oscillate as both teams surged forward. Each basket held immense significance. Following a recent scoring breakthrough by Kobe, George attempted a three-pointer but missed the mark. Fong secured the defensive rebound and passed the ball into Kobe's hands. Kobe dribbled across half-court, where the Hawks players had already established their defensive positions. Kobe gestured for Fong to come over and set a screen, preparing to exploit the opportunity created by Feng's pick. Fong mentioned the high position, directly obstructing Smith, while Kobe evaded Smith's defense and swiftly penetrated towards the basket. Pachulia promptly rushed over to provide assistance, attempting to thwart Kobe's direct advance to the hoop. Fong maneuvered to block Smith, then swiftly pivoted and cut directly towards the basket, where he found himself unmarked. Kobe, noticing that Fong had successfully positioned himself beneath the hoop, prepared to deliver a high pass in his direction. Meanwhile, Pachulia observed Feng's unimpeded advance and called for Williams to provide assistance on the weak side. Fong noticed Williams approaching to provide assistance and, without any hesitation, leaped with all his might, preparing to execute a slam dunk. The moment he received the ball, Fong had already reached the level of the rim. Fong, with one hand pressing down on Williams beneath the basket, executed a thunderous dunk over him. My heavens, what have I just witnessed? Is this real? Smith exclaimed, clutching his head in disbelief. Don't ask me. I wish to inquire the same. Is this truly happening? Let us review the replay. It was all too swift, Smith echoed, equally astonished. He is a madman, managing to dunk over the second overall pick from 2005. It's utterly incredible, remarkably insane. I have resolved to refer to him as the madman from this point forth. Indeed, it is terrifying. The players on the court were taken aback, and Williams, rising to his feet, charged directly at Fong. The referee, noticing the impending conflict, hurried over to separate the two. If only the referee had arrived a moment later. Barkley remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. Yes, then we would have witnessed a different scene. That would be true basketball. The tensions between the two teams escalated, with the Hawks intensifying their defense against Fong, the sounds of muscle colliding reverberating through the arena, reminiscent of the 1990s. Amidst the Hawks' stringent defense, Kobe frequently penetrated the lane, scoring for himself while also facilitating his teammates' points. With Fong on the court, the Lakers' offense flowed more smoothly. Despite not scoring in the latter half, Fong effectively fulfilled his role in creating space. As the third quarter unfolded, the Hawks could no longer maintain their stringent defense against Fong and began to ease up, finally granting him an opportunity. He successfully sank 2 consecutive three-pointers, bringing his total to 11 points. Just as the third quarter was nearing its conclusion, Fong found himself open once more, receiving a pass from Kobe. He took a three-point shot, and, as the ball was about to descend, he noticed a foot extending toward him. Having witnessed numerous instances of tripping in his previous life, Fong remained vigilant, always cautious of being stepped on by others. At the very moment Fong landed, he instinctively fell to the side, safeguarding his ankle. Upon witnessing this scene, the Lakers players erupted in chaos, rushing to surround him. Fong acted decisively, disregarding all else, and launched a direct assault towards Pachulia's face. Feng Feng's mind was consumed with the thought that this could ruin me. I could not endure it. Once I acquiesced, who could tell if there would be a next time? After several strikes, I noticed the referee approaching, intervening to separate us. I declared that he was nothing but a lunatic, recklessly aggressive. Yet, if I were in his position, I might have been even more unhinged. Had it not been for my instinctive self-protection, his career could very well have ended today. Barkley exclaimed fervently. Indeed, such an act is not one befitting the basketball court. It was a blatant assault on another's well-being, Smith remarked. Consider Carter in the present. Ever since that incident of foot placement, the explosive dunks of yesteryear have vanished. Barkley recalled the current state of Carter. I wonder how Stern would react upon witnessing this scene. Would he not smash the table in fury? After the referee diffused the conflict, there were still players eager to engage. Following the malice at the Palace, security has become exponentially more vigilant. The players from both teams were thoroughly separated, and the situation was contained, with players escorted to the benches. Both teams awaited the referee's ruling. Pachulia remained sprawled on the court, blood staining the floor. Security personnel carried Pachulia away on a stretcher. The referee issued Feng Feng a flagrant foul of the second degree, expelling him from the game. Pachulia received a flagrant foul of the first degree. Though he was not ejected, his return to the game remained uncertain. The verdict was delivered. Feng Feng, a second-degree flagrant foul leading to expulsion, and Pachulia, a first-degree flagrant foul, which precluded his immediate participation in subsequent games. Smith remarked on the league's impending disciplinary actions. A suspension for Feng Feng seemed inevitable. Damn it, we have only just managed to mitigate the negative repercussions from the last incident within the league. And now this. Stern from New York bellowed in fury. There must be severe consequences. None shall be spared, and we must prevent any recurrence of such events. Another roar erupted. The office staff outside trembled in trepidation, bewildered by the president's rare display of anger. Once back on the court, although the chaos had subsided, the atmosphere remained disorderly. With the game delayed for over 10 minutes, Feng Feng could only return to the away team's locker room, watching the match unfold between the two teams. After the game concluded, he made his way back to the locker room. Feng Feng gradually regained his composure. The thrill of the fight was undeniable, yet a suspension was now inevitable, and it seemed that a fine would be unavoidable as well. It is all a matter of finances. My salary is merely $400,000. Furthermore, considering the suspension, it is fortunate that the penalty is calculated pre-tax. Otherwise, I would be incurring losses before the season even commenced. This is indeed a significant setback. While I may not have the opportunity to compete, I can only await the league's decision. On the court, the Lakers maintained a commanding presence over the Hawks, ultimately triumphing with a score of 110-95. Despite the victory, the team did not erupt in cheers. Silence enveloped the locker room as no one uttered a word. Feng Feng rose to his feet and proclaimed, "Let us congratulate ourselves, for we have secured yet another victory. Let's rejoice." However, a profound silence enveloped the room. Despite the triumph, an overwhelming gloom hung over everyone, rendering them incapable of celebrating. "What has come over you all?" Feng Feng mused, contemplating his earlier intention to confront the Hawks' locker room. Given the somber expression surrounding him, he deemed it best to abandon that notion. The Lakers players were taken aback by his words and hastily intervened to prevent him from approaching the Hawks' quarters. Zen Master instructed, "Everyone should return and tidy up. We are departing from Minnesota tonight, so keep a low profile." He warned, during the upcoming press conference, refrain from discussing the events that transpired on the court today. No matter how you are questioned, maintain your silence. The press conference concluded in haste, with no one daring to bring up the altercation involving Kobe. Chapter 48. Aftermath. Perhaps it is best to await the league's response before proceeding further. For now, I shall accompany the team to the away game. Feng Feng replied with resignation. This may prove beneficial. Later, the Lakers will issue an official statement, attributing your injury to the game and stating that you will require a recovery period of at least 3 to 4 weeks. Thus, the negative implications for you will be significantly mitigated. Feng Feng nodded in acceptance of the team's arrangements, voicing no objections. The league subsequently announced the disciplinary actions regarding the altercation that transpired yesterday. The Lakers' number 0, Feng Feng, is suspended for 10 games and fined $50,000, with the stipulation that he must not appear in any games during his suspension. The Hawks' Pachulia faces a 3-game suspension and a fine of $15,000. Following the league's announcement, prominent stars expressed their opinions on the matter. The Lakers released a statement on their official website, revealing that during the game, Fong had landed on Pachulia's foot, resulting in a sprained right ankle that requires further diagnosis for a detailed injury report, necessitating a recovery period of at least 3 to 4 weeks. Observers noted that the recovery time closely coincides with the suspension, leaving many at a loss for words. The Hawks were even more severely affected. The altercation during the game led to Pachulia sustaining an injury to his brow bone, with the specifics of his condition pending further assessment and an uncertain return date. It is indeed a tragic situation, yet tragedy does not guarantee sympathy. Numerous programs are dissecting the incident of Feng's landing, with footage replayed incessantly and discussions continually unfolding. Jordan remarked, "I have encountered such scenarios countless times. Although I was never injured, I vehemently condemn such actions. This is not a basketball maneuver and should never occur on the court. Those who perpetrate such acts deserve a lifetime ban." Carter also shared his perspective online, reflecting on his own past. "I used to soar through the air, striving to deliver spectacular dunks for the audience. However, after enduring such actions, I find myself in this predicament today." Yao Ming similarly stepped forward to express his support for Feng, stating, "I have faced numerous malicious fouls on the court, yet referees often feign ignorance. Each time I played against Pachulia, I experienced his chokeholds and arm grips without ever receiving a single free throw." Both retired and active players have strongly condemned Pachulia's actions, as there exists a pervasive fear that in the next game, someone might step on their foot, potentially ending their career with a single incident. The aftermath of the altercation continues to resonate, as players across the league have begun to temper their aggressive plays, curtailing their drives and aerial maneuvers. The excitement of basketball has diminished significantly, with dunks becoming a rare occurrence. Spectators noted that throughout an entire game, there were no dunks, rendering the match rather dull, which has led to a decline in live broadcast purchases. Stern is at his wit's end, questioning what has transpired. Are the players not performing on the court? The officials must be resolute in penalizing only the most egregious infractions, thereby enhancing the intensity of the game and rendering it increasingly captivating. Following the conclusion of the Timberwolves match, the Lakers faced defeat. Upon returning to the hotel, Kobe observed Feng, who had just finished his workout. "Feng, hand me your bank card. I shall cover your fine. Although your suspension has impacted the team, I stand in solidarity with your actions. Hence, I will take care of the penalty." Although Feng was inclined to agree, the sum of $50,000 was indeed considerable, and he ultimately declined, insisting, "No need, I will cover it myself." "Zen Master, Feng, please provide me with your card number. I shall pay your fine. There is no need for any dispute." "It's unnecessary. I can manage this fine on my own." He replied, "It's all right. The funds will be covered by the team. You need not worry. Just give me your card number," the Zen Master reiterated. "Very well." Feng acquiesced, handing over his bank card. "Feng, you cannot enter the court going forward. Will you still accompany the team for the matches?" the Zen Master inquired. "I suppose not. Since I cannot even enter the court, if there are consecutive away games, I would be unable to train. Thus, I shall return to Los Angeles where I can maintain my training regimen and keep my form." Feng articulated his thoughts. "That is acceptable, but do not forsake your training. If your weight increases by a pound, you will incur a fine of $10,000, the Zen Master cautioned. "Ha! I shall not afford myself the opportunity to incur such a fine," Feng chuckled. Kobe then remarked, "Feng, if you need a trainer upon your return to training, I can introduce you to mine, so they can assist you during this period." "All right," Feng responded. Feng had yet to peruse the external reports. The media has gone into a frenzy. Yesterday's altercation has ascended to the headlines of major outlets. He is perceived as a lunatic, a martial arts prodigy from the Celestial Empire, transforming the basketball court into a scene reminiscent of Bruce Lee. This is the essence of the Celestial Empire's martial prowess. A lunatic of the 0 degree, where the basketball court has morphed into a boxing arena. TNT even organized a debate in light of this incident. If you were in the same position, would you resort to violence? Each side held steadfast to their opinions, neither prevailing over the other. However, many retired players expressed that, had they been in the situation, they would undoubtedly have fought back. Domestic media responses to this incident have been polarized. The basketball court is expected to be a battleground. We will not tolerate discrimination and must rise in defiance, transforming the court into a venue for combat. He has brought shame upon us. Before taking a break, Feng perused the news and pondered over the disparaging remarks made by certain media outlets. He resolved to decline any future interviews from those who criticized him. After all, was it not derogatory? In response to their attempts to ostracize him, he vowed to reciprocate, preventing them from having any opportunities to engage with him. After being suspended, Fong was unable to accompany his team to Philadelphia, forcing him to purchase a flight back to Los Angeles on his own. He was barred from entering the arena and watching the games, rendering his association with the team purposeless. Consequently, he needed to orchestrate an unexpected vacation. It was frustrating, as he yearned to play basketball, and without the opportunity to do so, his earnings would dwindle. He sought counsel from the Zen master on how to acquire insights into the team's tactical framework and requested video footage of defensive players to utilize this time for self-improvement and skill enhancement. In a span of 2 hours, Fong devised a training regimen reminiscent of Kobe's 6-6-6 plan, perfectly aligning with his 3 to 4 week break. After bidding farewell to the Zen master and his teammates, Fong proceeded to the airport. Chapter 49. The Fortunate Suspension on the Airplane. He calculated the duration of his suspension and examined the schedule, realizing that the next game he could participate in would not occur until December. Shout, Gene, please check my sign-in and lottery information. The host has 1 sign-in opportunity remaining and 10 basic lottery chances left. How did I accumulate so many lottery chances? I thought there were only 4. Host, you previously had 4 basic lottery chances. During the National Day, you received 1 basic lottery chance. On the Double Ninth Festival, another. On Halloween, yet another. During your first NBA game, you obtained 1 more, and you earned another when your team achieved its first victory. Additionally, due to the 10-game suspension, you received a consolation lottery chance. Well, this is unexpected. I didn't realize I had amassed so many rewards. It hasn't been easy, but it has been a while since I last participated in a lottery, so I shall indulge today. Xiao Jin, let us proceed with the sign-in. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a basic singing skill. This is propelling me further into the realm of music festivals, with lyrics displayed and now a singing skill bestowed upon me. It feels almost divine. Regardless of whether fortune smiles upon me or not, I must try my luck. Otherwise, what shall I do during this holiday? Shout, Gene. Convert the 10 basic lottery chances into intermediate lottery chances. Shout, Gene. Initiate an intermediate lottery draw. Once again, we are graced with a classic big roulette. However, this time, the rewards offered are merely 1/10 of what they once were, while the other prizes appear considerably more prestigious. The array of offensive skills has significantly expanded. There are skill packs for Curry's 3-point shooting, Thompson's Game 6 prowess, Kobe's fadeaway jumper, McGrady's pull-up jumper, and Sam Gold. Each of these skills, if acquired, would greatly enhance one's performance, particularly the offensive abilities, which are precisely what I urgently need at this moment. Xiao Jin, halt. Fong glanced over, his gaze settling upon Sam Gold. Congratulations, host. You have acquired Sam Gold. Level 1, 0-100. Remarkable. This suspension has proven to be worthwhile. Without it, one might have to wait until next month for the next lottery. How fortunate. This holiday promises to be productive. No longer will I spend each day merely practicing shooting and defense, but I can finally focus on honing my offensive skills. I shall no longer be the player devoid of any offensive capability. Still riding the high of having drawn Sam Gold, he received a call from home. Son, why have you gotten into a fight with someone? You mustn't do that. Look at the poor reputation you've garnered back home, with remarks about your violent tendencies. Feng's father inquired, his voice laced with concern. It's nothing to worry about. If I don't stand up for myself now, there will be others who will foul me in the future. My career could be cut short at any moment. One mustn't be too soft, Fong replied. Feng's father, regaining his composure, expressed relief that all was well. We do not seek trouble, yet we must not fear it. We must possess courage. His mother had arrived, wishing to converse with him. A father's affection is often succinct, devoid of excessive words. Were it not for the phone call, he might have simply patted Feng's shoulder without uttering a single syllable. Mother, has the household been busy lately? How is my younger sister's studies? Is she putting in the effort? Fong attempted to divert the conversation. However, his ruse was thwarted. Do not try to distract me. After all these years, I have never seen you engage in a brawl. How is it that you have learned to fight in just 1 year in the beautiful country? Are you all right? The maternal instinct, too, manifested in a gentle caress upon his cheek. Mother, I assure you, it is nothing. I have trained in Wing Chun. I can handle myself. He replied, attempting to placate her. It was only upon engaging that I realized just how formidable Wing Chun truly is. However, the media reported that you were injured and would need to recuperate for nearly a month. Why do you seem unscathed? She inquired, puzzled. That was intentional. If I had sustained no injuries at all after a fight, the repercussions would have been even more severe, hence the team's announcement. Thank goodness you are fine. Yet, Refrain from fighting. Numerous media outlets back home are labeling you a violent individual. It will make finding a partner quite challenging. Feng's mother expressed her concern, underscored by maternal love. Brother, I also wish to learn Wing Chun. Perhaps you could teach me? Your fighting videos are incredibly impressive. My classmates are even asking for your autograph. The younger sister chimed in eagerly. What do you want to learn Wing Chun for? Feng began to respond, but was interrupted. Do you know why girls should learn this? Focus on your studies instead. Have you completed your homework for today? Their mother admonished sternly. Feng, having heard the reprimand, couldn't help but chuckle with delight. The young girl, feeling discontent, protested. Why can't I learn? I am so beautiful. What if I encounter a villain at night? I must be able to protect myself. With a triumphant smile, she spoke. Upon hearing the word safety, Feng's mother softened her stance. All right, when your brother has time, let him teach you. But you must not emulate him by engaging in fights. Okay, I promise I won't fight, the young girl replied before running off, adding, Brother, so many girls admire your fighting skills. You needn't worry about finding a partner. Was this a case of deflecting trouble? Indeed, son. Have you found a partner? Have you been in touch with that girl? Well, I've been busy lately, and I still have training ahead, he replied. After some casual conversation, Feng finally ended the call, feeling more exhausted than after a match. After hanging up the home phone, he began to devise his training plan of 666. Suddenly, he received a call from Yao. Why is Yao calling me? The season has just begun, and with your intense schedule, how do you find time to call me? You were doing well yesterday, achieving sufficient profit with your shots. Yao remarked, his expression one of amusement. Are you complimenting me? I have no choice. If I do not take action, I may frequently face such situations in the future. So I must act, Feng replied, showing no signs of regret, affirming he would do it again if given the chance. Indeed, we Asian players often face discrimination. I encounter such circumstances regularly. However, things have improved somewhat lately, and I must thank you for the support during that altercation. Feng then jested, so Yao, could you perhaps alleviate some of my burden by covering a fine? I'm nearly out of money for meals. What money are you asking for? Stop whining about being broke. Bill has mentioned you have quite a sum at your disposal, and aren't you planning to invest? Well, I have my eye on a few companies, but finances are a bit tight right now due to the suspension. I intend to handle it properly. Fortunately, they're all internet companies and might prove significant in the future. Is there anything you need assistance with? Not at the moment, but I plan to invest in at least one company during the holiday. It should help. All right, just let me know if you require anything. Monta and Williams also called to inquire about Feng's injury and well-being. Feng has managed to navigate through everything. Chapter 50, finalizing the endorsement contract. He was preparing to head to the Lakers training facility for today's practice, having already renewed the contract with Kobe's trainer to experience the expertise of one of the league's finest. He wondered how greatly this would impact his performance, particularly as he sought to enhance his offensive skills. It had been quite some time since the system had been upgraded, and he eagerly anticipated the rewards that had been promised. Bill, you aren't calling to console me, are you? Or is it because my altercation has affected the endorsement deal? Feng answered the phone with a hint of confusion, pondering why he was receiving calls for merely having fought. No. I'm not here to console you. There have indeed been some changes regarding the endorsement, but they are for the better. I've managed to negotiate a higher sum for you. Feng was utterly bewildered. If this were in our homeland, after a brawl, one would hardly expect to still have endorsement contracts in hand. What? Are you certain you are not deceiving me? How could one possibly demand additional funds? Feng was genuinely perplexed. The products you endorse primarily target a youthful audience. Young people are inherently rebellious. Engaging in fights is commonplace. If they are offended yet do not reclaim their honor, are they still considered young? Bill gradually elucidated the matter. I see. I've taken an extended break, yet I'm already planning my training anew. I cannot afford to squander this opportunity. Very well. Let us allocate a day to finalize the contracts, allowing you to secure funds for investment, and the investment prospects will also materialize. Is that true? My suspension has turned fortuitous. I am contemplating whether to undergo it once more. Feng was excessively elated. Under no circumstances should you do that. Repetition will lead to your being scorned. Then I shall visit you. Feng, let us first discuss the contracts we have negotiated. Let us review the sneaker contracts. They have all seen improvements. To begin with, Nike offers a 2-year deal worth $3 million. Adidas proposes 3 years at $5 million. And Jordan extends a 3-year offer of $4.5 million. None of these include signature shoes. Yet they will provide you with all the footwear required for your matches. Let us proceed with Nike. Although the total is somewhat lower, the duration is shorter. Thus, the next significant contract will arrive swiftly. However, could we possibly incorporate some performance incentives? Feng still yearned for greater financial rewards. Adding performance incentives is certainly feasible. How shall we go about it? Bill, too, was intrigued, as few rookies would propose such measures, save for the prodigies, who typically negotiate their own incentives. For instance, becoming a starter in the Rookie Challenge, winning the three-point contest, clinching the dunk contest, or being selected for the all-rookie first team. Feng articulated his aspirations. That is feasible. These additions could elevate your earnings to approximately $4 million annually, yet whether you can attain that depends entirely on you. Feng understood that it was implausible to receive an unsolicited increase in endorsement fees. Both Coca-Cola and Pepsi had engaged in discussions, ultimately offering the same remuneration, 2 years for $2 million. However, Pepsi held a significant regard for your Uncle Drew. If a contract were to be signed, you would have the opportunity to personally partake in the filming next year, with specific compensation contingent upon your fame at that time. Very well. Let us proceed with the agreement with Pepsi, and we shall discuss the script and filming next year. KFC has also finalized negotiations, offering $80,000 for 1 year. There are indeed numerous contracts domestically, yet the filming durations are excessively lengthy, unlike these brands that only require a few print advertisements. Very well. Let us leave it at that for now. When shall we sign a contract? Feng could hardly contain his eagerness for the payment. I forgot to mention that should you perform well, there may be opportunities with Tian Chow, where each stop would yield an income of $20, and exceeding the stipulated number of advertisements per year would provide additional earnings. Bill Duffy did not overlook reminding Feng of this. Certainly, that is agreeable. However, it must not conflict with my training, as my primary focus is solely on my training, with all else being secondary. Feng also took the opportunity to remind us that there is no issue at hand. Your influence does not enhance their promotion, nor does it yield any improvement. Therefore, let us finalize the contract within the coming days. Feng nodded in agreement. During the training period, Feng seized a moment to sign several endorsement contracts, thereby receiving a significant sum of money. After prudent tax avoidance, he accumulated around $2 million. Jack, I've secured a few more endorsement deals, and your financial resources have increased once again. Isn't that delightful? Feng remarked with a hint of brazen amusement. This is outrageous. I think you ought to give me a raise. You cannot exploit me like this. Such is the malevolence of capitalism, Jack lamented. I initially intended to assist you by increasing the workforce, but it appears I may need to allocate some funds for investment. Perhaps it won't be until next year that I can inject more capital. Very well. Please express any needs you may have directly. I will infuse an additional $2 million. How much capital do we currently possess? As of this evening, including your new investment, we now have a total of $10 million. Feng could hardly believe his eyes. The rapid increase was astonishing. Impressive, Jack. You've really outdone yourself. But wait. Haven Tea, you've been profiting quite handsomely as well. How can you claim I'm exploiting you when your earnings surely surpass mine? Jack chuckled. Indeed, I've been making a decent amount, yet it only amounts to a third of your earnings. The primary reason being your substantial capital. Jack, I might consider establishing my own brokerage and financial management team in the future. What do you think? Would you be interested in assisting me with financial management? Feng began to entice him, acknowledging Jack's evident financial acumen. Utilizing his prior experience, Feng persuaded Jack, who ultimately agreed to lend his support when the time came for Feng to create his brokerage and financial team. With additional investments, he anticipated that his wealth would further multiply in due course. Feng has once again commenced his training, recently acquiring Sam Gold, which has become his paramount task in the forthcoming systematic spatial training. Other skills can be honed during regular intervals, as their levels have significantly improved, and most require application in practical scenarios. Each time a new skill is acquired, Feng has gradually devised his own training methodology through the systematic spatial training. The training sessions no longer begin with direct guidance from the instructor. Instead, he utilizes the resources available in the systematic space, engaging with training videos for an initial period before transitioning to instructor-led training, which yields far superior results. The daily training regimen continues as usual. After 6 days of systematic spatial training, Feng is prepared to utilize the system's training instructor for enhanced training with Sam Gold. To begin, we shall focus on the ball handling exercises with Sam Gold. Attention, attention! Push the ball forward with one hand. Be mindful of your dribbling posture, and ensure your hand positioning is correct. Do not use an incorrect grip. Start again. After the ball touches the ground, you must swiftly retract it with the other hand, continuing without adjustment and switch sides. Once more, remember to push the ball further ahead to develop the range of motion. Fong diligently practiced time and again, rectifying his previous training mistakes while also internalizing the forthcoming challenges. Once more. During the training session with the renowned Sam Gold, following the previous Group S exercises, the training instructor set up several obstacles for Fong to navigate while dribbling. He was instructed to swiftly execute a one-handed change of direction upon reaching each obstacle. It was emphasized that while dribbling, his gaze should follow the side of the ball, enhancing the deceptive nature of his movements. He was encouraged to fully leverage all resources at his disposal, as this moment also represented a psychological contest. Therefore, he must exercise caution in his choices. Come on. Let us have both groups participate. Fong meticulously examines his movements after completing each training session. Following every workout, he utilizes the available space to record videos of his training, which he later analyzes during his leisure time. While training, his coach corrects his mistakes and elucidates the intricacies of each movement, clarifying their purposes and applications. The final and most crucial exercise is the footwork drill inspired by Sam Gold. Typically, this drill is executed in conjunction with the scissor step, which not only enhances the deceptive quality of the movements, but also allows for a swift approach towards defenders, amplifying the threat of a lateral breakthrough. Before pushing the ball, he lifts his inside foot but refrains from landing immediately. Instead, he propels himself slightly forward with his outside foot. Subsequently, he gently taps the ground with the previously lifted inside foot, while taking a large step forward with the outside foot. Throughout the entire exercise, he ensures that his body weight does not excessively lean on the inside foot. Now, let us perform a series of these movements in unison, starting at a slow pace. Pay attention to your form. Your left foot should advance slightly. Let us try that again. After repeating the drill 10 times, he finally completes the Sam Gold training flawlessly, without any errors. Each iteration signifies progress, with variations in speed. With only 2 days remaining before the suspension concludes, he allows himself a brief respite to prepare for the upcoming matches. Xiao Jin checks his personal attributes panel. Personal attributes panel: physical fitness, 90 offensive ability, 83 basketball IQ, 75 defensive ability, 86 ball handling, 63 host ability, 85 a competent NBA bench player. He has finally made further improvements, making the upcoming games even more intriguing. Xiao Jin then reviews his skill upgrade status. Skill information: Leonard's Death Grip, Level 9, 20,100. Richard Rip Hamilton S. Off-Ball Movement, Level 8, 40100. 3-point spot shooting, accuracy 5 per level increase. Level 8, 20,100. Bruce Lee S. Wing Chun Skill, Level 6, 20100. With diligent practice, though he hopes it won't be necessary in the future. Jordan, the King of Trash Talk, Level 4, 70,100. Sam Gold, Level 4, 30,100. After reviewing his ability metrics and skill data, he finds the upcoming matches even more exhilarating. Chapter 51. The frenzied return. The Lakers' record stands at 7 wins and 7 losses, a performance inferior to the same period last season. The management faced considerable criticism due to the departure of 2 highly proficient scorers during the summer trade. Fong also finds himself under scrutiny, as his impulsive actions have deprived the team of a player capable of creating space. The Lakers have suffered 7 losses, several of which were by a mere 5 points, thus imparting the impression that the team consistently falls short this year. In essence, the current iteration of the Lakers appears to be in a state of decline. The date is now December 2nd, 2005. During the midday practice, Kobe's eyes glimmer with intensity, and an indescribable tension envelopes the players as they train. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the match against the Timberwolves, a fellow Western Conference team, is about to commence. Following the departures of Shaquille O'Neal, the retirement of Karl Malone, and Gary Payton's exit, the Lakers have failed to reach the playoffs for several years, a stark departure from their storied past. The absence of playoff appearances has led both Lakers legends and NBA veterans to question Kobe's ability to lead. Notably, one outspoken figure has audaciously claimed that without his presence, the Lakers would not even qualify for the postseason. Even before the game begins, a debate ignites among the commentators. The Lakers' interior defense has become particularly feeble since O'Neal's move to the East Coast, and despite the acquisition of a so-called bust first overall pick, their frail frontcourt remains unchanged. Indeed, this situation has hindered Kobe's capacity to showcase his true potential, prompting a longing for another player of O'Neal's caliber. Each day, fans yearn for a formidable interior presence to create space for Kobe. Do you believe this year's rookie has a chance? All I know is he excels in brawls. Beyond that, the game is about to begin, so let us watch. Discrimination still lingers. As in the NBA, apart from Yao Ming, there are few individuals of Asian descent. Even though Yao has risen to stardom within the league, he too faces prejudice. The iconic actor Jack Nicholson has once again graced the venue with his presence. During a warm-up session, Fong Fong spotted Jack Nicholson, who has long held a seat beside the Lakers bench. As he observed Kobe's training, his gaze also fell upon Fong Feng's acrobatic dunks. His adoration for the Lakers transcends mere words, having witnessed the team's rise and fall over the past 3 decades. He expressed his regret over the Lakers' failure to qualify for the playoffs last season. He hopes the team will acquire more talented players, as the weakness in the Lakers' interior has left an impression of a team once again entering a period of frailty. Nevertheless, the initial winning streak of the Lakers in the opening games has instilled a glimmer of hope among the fans. Following Fong Feng's suspension due to a brawl, the Lakers' performance has plummeted, evoking memories of that Eastern player. The core issue plaguing the Lakers lies in their inability to provide Kobe Bryant with the necessary space. Their interior defense remains excessively feeble. Despite the acquisition of Kwame Brown this year, the situation has not improved. As the game commenced, the Lakers' starting lineup consisted of Kobe, Cook, Odom, Parker, and Mim. The Timberwolves countered with Serbiak, Garnett, Yao, Hassel, and Olowokandi. Right from the onset, Kobe initiated the offense. If he could find his rhythm, it would pave the way for other players to seize opportunities, alleviating some of the burdens on him. Unfortunately, things did not unfold as hoped. Kobe struggled with his shooting at the beginning. Fortunately, Parker's commendable accuracy aided the Lakers in establishing a modest 4-point lead. As the second quarter began, both Fong Fong and Kobe took to the court. The Timberwolves, wary of Kobe's presence, maintained their zone defense. To effectively counter this zone, the optimal strategy would be to exploit 3-point shooting to break through their defenses. Fong Fong, adhering to the principle that as long as there is breath, one must continue to run, effortlessly eluded Wally Serbiak's defense twice in succession. Kobe skillfully delivered the ball into Fong Feng's hands with precision. Fong Fong raised his hand for a 3-pointer without a hint of hesitation. He leaped, lifted his hand, and released the ball with effortless grace, consecutively sinking 3 3-pointers, completely dismantling the Timberwolves' zone defense. Last season, the Lakers' game revolved around Kobe, his offense, his drives, his prowess. Today, however, a refreshing variation emerged. Kobe now enjoyed significantly more space to maneuver, for with 2 defenders in the paint, it left the perimeter unguarded. These 3 offensive attempts showcased a transformed Lakers team. One could finally appreciate that Kobe was indeed capable of passing. To those who doubted Kobe's passing abilities, it was not a matter of his skill, but rather the lack of reliable teammates to earn his trust. Critics, your arguments have weakened. The deficit had widened to 10 points, prompting Timberwolves head coach Dwayne Casey to call a timeout. If he delayed further, there might not be another chance, as a 15-point gap would render any comeback exceedingly difficult. This was not an era dominated by 3-point shooting. Even a 30-point deficit could be overcome in a matter of minutes in the current climate of prolific shooting. Serbiak, stay close to him. Deny him any shooting space. Do not relax. You're capable of this, Casey encouraged Serbiak. Garnett, be ever vigilant for help defense. We cannot allow that number 0 to shoot with such ease. Impressive work. Hitting 3 consecutive 3-pointers has forced the Timberwolves to a halt. Expect intensified defensive measures against you. There will surely be help defense, so remain alert. Are you still confident? Kobe inquired with a smile. As long as you can deliver the ball to my hands, I have faith in my shot. Fong responded with a serious expression. Fong, your performance is commendable. Continue to move without the ball to create space for Kobe and the interior players. The big men must remain aware of the Timberwolves' defensive adjustments to seize more opportunities, the Zen master instructed the players. As the timeout concluded, the Timberwolves did not alter their defensive assignment on Fong. Serbiak opened with some taunting words. You won't get any chance to receive the ball from here on out. Is that so? Try to keep up with me before you make such claims. You're too slow. My 5-year-old neighbor runs faster than you. Fong retorted with sharp banter. Observing Fong had already found his position, Kobe delivered a behind-the-back pass through Olowokandi's legs, bouncing the ball perfectly into Feng's hands. Trash talk all you want. I still received the ball, and you couldn't keep up, Fong declared. Swish. Without doubt, Fong unleashed another comfortable open three-pointer. The ball soared through the air. A three-pointer lands. And once again, the score gap widens. In the face of Sesbiak's defense, Fong remains unperturbed, gracefully maneuvering through positions. Following a series of successful long-range shots, the Timberwolves finally adjust their defense, expanding their zone to the perimeter. On the sidelines, Nickerson is overjoyed, urging his team on. The Lakers' home commentators begin their customary praise for Kobe, occasionally mentioning Feng's name, celebrating his flawless 4-for-4 three-point shooting. Let's once again cheer for Feng. However, before the cheers have faded, Feng receives a pass from Odom. He leaps, releases the ball, and scores. His movements are as smooth and silky as a Dove chocolate. The atmosphere in the arena reaches a new pinnacle. My word, what am I witnessing? Miller exclaims. Does that young man possess the potential to become an elite sharpshooter like you? Smith inquires. I believe he still has a long way to go, as he primarily relies on open three-point shots with minimal interference. His movement reminds me of someone, Miller muses. Could it be the masked man? Indeed, it's him, the one who nearly made Kobe lose his composure. That's why he easily finds opportunities for open shots. For now, he is a top-tier player in terms of off-ball movement and open three-point shooting. After all, every sharpshooter has endured countless trials. I hope he can evolve into a new three-point maestro. Miller replies with an expressionless demeanor. Back on the court, the Lakers initiate another offensive play. Kobe holds the ball, while Feng positions himself on the weak side, continuously shifting his location. After making 5 consecutive shots, the Timberwolves recognize Feng's exceptional talent, making it increasingly difficult for him to secure another open three-point opportunity. Subsequently, Feng positions himself at the three-point line on the weak side, and Sesbiak dares not leave his side, closely monitoring him to prevent any chance of an open shot. Feng remained unfazed, seizing the opportunity to restore his physical stamina. Kobe, relentless in his pursuit, continued to score effortlessly beneath the basket, while Garnett persistently assaulted the Lakers' interior defense. The score oscillated between the two teams. During the halftime intermission, the Zen master approached Feng, advising him that as the second half commenced, he would join the starters on the court. You must create space, he urged. Do not fear a dip in your shooting percentage. You must shoot decisively. Even if you miss a few, your aim is to distance the defense from Kobe. Understood. I will, Feng replied. As the second half began, Feng took to the court. That player from the Celestial Empire is starting in the second half. It seemed the Zen master held considerable faith in him. The critics began to voice their disdain. He is merely a player who can shoot from open positions. A little defensive pressure, and he falters. He is woefully inadequate. There is no need for concern. If he possesses skill, let him shoot against the defense. Feng adeptly switched his speed to receive Kobe's pass. Without a moment's hesitation, he acted even as Shuchik closed in on him. Feng seized the ball, leaping high into the air to deliver a three-point shot. DJ exuberantly urged us to cheer together. Feng, three-pointer confirmed. The point differential had now reached 15. Garnett could no longer allow Feng to take such open three-point attempts. Feng's three-pointer once again halted the Timberwolves. Chapter 52, A Rise to Fame. You can do it too. Would you like to learn? Feng teased, casting a glance at Odom. Really? Can I truly learn? Odom inquired, his expression one of disbelief. Indeed, all you need to do is shoot like I do. Did you not see how effortlessly I made that shot? Odom's face reflected a sense of frustration as he replied, I would love to do so, but I simply cannot make it. Coach Casey addressed Sesbiak. You take a breather for a moment. Kevin, you will defend the Lakers number 0. Garnett interjected. Do we really need to do that? You've seen it. He's 6 for 6. If you wish to avoid being annihilated by him, you must guard him and prevent him from making another three-pointer. All right then. As the timeout concluded and play resumed, the Timberwolves' defense underwent a transformation. What did we witness? Garnett directly approached the Lakers rookie, clearly flustered by the Lakers' performance. My goodness, Garnett is now defending Feng. Is this not the first instance this year where a rookie has received such treatment? Let us continue to relish the ensuing clash of titans. Upon witnessing Garnett approaching to defend him, Feng felt no apprehension or hesitation, resolutely continuing with his responsibilities on the court. It was utterly astonishing. He was a madman, having only played 5 games, yet managing to unsettle the opposing team. Do you think they might engage in a scuffle? The commentator inquired with a chuckle to the person beside him. I doubt it, especially since Feng's suspension has just concluded. The Lakers persisted in their offensive strategy. Kobe, with the ball beyond the three-point line, prepared to make a decisive breakthrough. Fong Fong skillfully utilized Mim's screen, effectively blocking the pursuing Garnett behind him. The audience could hear the resounding clash of muscles between Garnett and Mim, evoking a nostalgic sense reminiscent of physical confrontations from the previous century. Once again, he took a shot without any interference. Beyond the three-point line, Fong soared and released the ball, which traced a perfect arc through the air. Swish! Zhang Weiping exclaimed in exhilaration that it went in again, utterly insane. His movement was impeccably calculated. He darted around, leaving the defenders gasping for breath. Su Kun pondered aloud whether Fong Fong could potentially break the three-point record previously held by Kobe, noting that he had already made 7 three-pointers. It was not beyond the realm of possibility, yet all 7 had come from clever positioning that left the defenders behind, creating open looks. If he continued at this pace, it seemed unlikely that Fong could maintain his stamina long enough to surpass Kobe's record. Zhang Weiping, with a hint of restraint, expressed his hope that Fong would indeed break Kobe's record, envisioning a formidable three-point shooter emerging from the national team, allowing Yao Ming to link up effectively and evade constant double teams. It was exhilarating, dear viewers. Might our beloved Fong shatter Kobe's three-point record? Let us witness his remarkable performance together. The arena DJ ensured to heighten the atmosphere. Indeed, with only the great Yao supporting the national team, the burden was immense, and anticipation for Feng's growth was palpable. In a middle school in Shenyang, a besotted young girl with a starry-eyed expression whispered to Fong, "You're incredible. You've hit 7 three-pointers in a row. Enough already. Focus on your studies," came the admonition in response. After Fong sank the three-pointer, he turned his back and swiftly dashed back on defense. Fong himself did not anticipate that today his shooting touch would be so scorching, rendering him unstoppable. In a remote battlefield, Garnett, with the ball in hand, prepared to take on Fong one-on-one. The three-pointer was merely a choice for the feeble. True basketball for men resided beneath the rim. As Garnett methodically advanced with the ball, he did not hesitate to hurl a barrage of trash talk. Fong, unwilling to concede, boldly confronted Garnett, determined not to allow him an easy path to the basket. Just as Garnett was about to push Fong beneath the hoop to initiate his offensive maneuver, Fong unexpectedly pulled the chair away. Garnett had intended to leverage Feng's formidable defense to achieve a 2-1 play, which would significantly boost the morale of the Timberwolves. However, in a moment of carelessness, Garnett found himself thwarted by Feng's action. His foot slipped, causing him to lose his balance and nearly topple over. Fong dashed forward in a swift motion, successfully intercepting the pass. Observing Garnett lose his balance, Kobe immediately sprinted towards the backcourt. Fong, quick-witted and agile, delivered a long pass from the quarterback position to Kobe, who had sprinted nearly to the three-point line. My goodness, it was utterly astonishing. That player from the Celestial Empire not only boasts an exceptionally high three-point shooting percentage, but also possesses formidable one-on-one defensive skills. Although he may not be as physically imposing as Garnett, basketball is a game of intellect, and it is evident that he plays with both mind and body. Smith was taken aback. No. When we play, we wouldn't execute such a move. If it were me, I would have pushed Garnett out beyond the three-point line. That is how basketball should be played. Barkley, as ever, carried his bias against the player from the Celestial Empire. No, Idisagara. If one's physique is inferior to the opponent's, engaging in a head-on confrontation is a foolish endeavor. Astute players utilize their intellect to navigate the game, and that is why they have earned their rings. Smith did not miss the chance to jab at Barkley. On the court, after receiving Feng's long pass, Kobe took 3 steps and soared into the air, executing a thunderous dunk. Fong. Kobe. It was beyond belief. Ladies and gentlemen, our Fong has successfully connected with Kobe, delivering a quarterback-style long pass that traversed the entire basketball court, assisting Kobe in scoring with a spectacular dunk. The momentum of the Timberwolves was gradually waning. Come on, guys. The floor was just a bit slippery. That's why I made an error. We must rally together and fight back. Garnett did not forget to motivate his teammates. The Lakers players, overhearing Garnett, wore expressions of disdain. If the floor staff had heard him, they would surely have retorted, "Your floor is the one that is slippery. Your whole family is slippery." Upon returning, Garnett signaled to the point guard for the ball. Fong continued to apply pressure on Garnett. Learning from the previous round, Garnett refrained from exerting all his strength against Fong this time. Instead, he aimed to use his footwork to feint Fong, hoping to make him lose his balance. Initially, Garnett's attempts to maneuver elicited no signs of movement from Fong Fong. Glancing at the shot clock, Garnett noted there were only 5 seconds remaining, and he could not afford to wait any longer. He prepared to execute his signature iron will jump shot to conclude this offensive play. As Garnett prepared to leap, Fong Fong cleverly positioned himself against Garnett's body, hindering his jump. Due to the inadequate lift, Garnett intended to pass the ball to a teammate, but he was unable to draw the Lakers' double team, leaving his teammates without favorable positions, compelling him to take a difficult shot himself. At the moment he released the ball, Garnett leaned back further to avoid Fong Feng's block. Simultaneously, as Garnett leapt, Fong Fong also sprang into action, showcasing his exceptional ability to remain airborne. As Garnett began his descent, he was left with no choice but to loft the ball high towards the hoop. Fong Fong effortlessly clasped the ball in his hands. My heavens, what did I just witness? He actually blocked Garnett. What transpired? That man from Huaxia has indeed accomplished a remarkable block. Jazz fans, how do you feel now? Will you still claim that this man from the Celestial Empire is too soft? Smith couldn't resist taking a jab at Barkley. No. I still do not consider him particularly tough. He merely possesses exceptional hang-time ability, which does not equate to toughness. I will never concede that. Garnett, can't you display a bit more fortitude? Barkley internally roared in frustration. This is utterly insane. He is a madman, yet I adore him. He is the future of the Lakers. The illustrious Jack Nicholson exuberantly cheered towards the audience. This is outrageous. Let us chant Fong Fong. Fong Fong. The live DJ once more rallied the crowd. After Fong Fong seized the basketball, he promptly passed it to the point guard, as the Lakers prepared to initiate a fast break. The Timberwolves had already positioned themselves for defense as the 24-second clock neared its end. Nonetheless, the Lakers remained resolute in their intention to launch the fast break. Just as the Timberwolves players contemplated strategies to thwart this offensive surge from the Lakers, Fong Fong sprinted to the arc of the three-point line in the strong testing zone. As the Timberwolves players rushed towards the paint, he came to a halt, signaling his intention. The Lakers' point guard executed a precise bounce pass, the ball landing securely in Fong Feng's hands. Upon seeing Fong Fong halt beyond the three-point line, Garnett immediately recognized the situation and braced himself to pivot and defend. Just as Fong Fong prepared to launch his three-point shot, Garnett realized he could not contest the shot and could only extend his right hand in a desperate attempt to obstruct Fong Fong's vision. There was no way this player from the East could sink another shot. His earlier success was merely due to the lack of robust defense that afforded him some space. Yet, he scored again. Barkley's face flushed crimson, the slap of reality arriving too swiftly. Before the words could leave his lips, Fong Fong's three-pointer had already found its way through the net. Fong Fong, once more, struck from beyond the arc. Coach Casey could no longer maintain his composure on the sidelines. Witnessing Garnett's repeated failures to penetrate the defense orchestrated by this player from the East, he could not afford to delay calling a timeout. If he did not act, the morale of the Timberwolves would surely plummet with the passage of time. Casey called for one of his 3 remaining timeouts, though it was still early in the third quarter. However, the deficit had now swelled to 19 points, and should this possession fail to yield points, it would escalate to 20, making it imperative to score. My goodness, how exhilarating. Fong, how did you manage that? In 2 possessions, one where you completely outmaneuvered Garnett, and another where you executed a stunning block. Odom cheered exuberantly, exchanging high-fives with Fong Fong. Incredible, mate. You are an absolute madman. The Zen master observed as his team was poised to achieve a resounding victory, his own pressures beginning to ease. Next, Kobe, Fong Fong has created space. You must penetrate their interior defense. If you encounter a double or triple team, remember to distribute the ball to the perimeter. Trust your teammates. All right, Fong. Do you still have confidence in your shot? Kobe turned to Fong Fong, astonished by his newfound accuracy from beyond the arc. I believe that as long as the ball is in my hands, I will make it count. Such confidence, combined with his already formidable three-point shooting ability, and today's exceptional rhythm, was formidable. All right, let us wrap this game up by the end of the third quarter, the Zen master instructed his Lakers, hoping for a swift conclusion to the match, as Kobe had been exerting himself tremendously lately. Let us go. Upon returning to the court, Garnett refrained from attempting to single-handedly challenge Fong Fong again. This possession was far too crucial. A missed shot would widen the gap to 20 points, making a comeback exceedingly difficult. The live commentary erupted. This is hard, Garnett. No way. Has he truly lost his confidence against that madman's defense? How cowardly. To be intimidated after just 2 possessions. Feng Feng's prowess is truly remarkable. He has so intimidated Garnett that the latter refrains from engaging him in one-on-one confrontations. Feng's dominance is palpable. Witnessing Garnett's recent maneuvers, fans across the nation were left in a frenzy. After all, he is a superstar in the league. To see him concede after merely 2 defensive plays is quite unusual. Is this the same fierce Garnett we know? Upon returning to the court, Garnett seized the ball, preparing to take on Odom. Though Odom possesses considerable talent, his defensive skills are somewhat lacking. When facing Feng, despite being merely a rookie, Feng exuded the aura of a seasoned defender, one well-versed in the art of one-on-one defense. Odom, feeling unjustly burdened, wondered why he was the one always suffering in these encounters. He could only muster all his strength to thwart Garnett's offensive attempts, but alas, he lacked the defensive prowess that Feng possessed. With a swift step, Garnett effortlessly surpassed Odom, landing a 2-point basket. The Timberwolves finally broke their scoring drought, narrowing the gap to 17 points. Feng executed a direct baseline serve, while Kobe swiftly transitioned with the ball. Observing that Odom had just been decisively challenged by Garnett, he contemplated the substantial point deficit and promptly passed the ball to Odom, encouraging him to reclaim his dignity. Odom, bewildered, thought to himself that he had no desire to reclaim anything. Engaging in such a contest was exhausting. He could only confront Garnett head-on, occasionally feigning a pass. As everyone anticipated, Odom would undoubtedly overpower Garnett to restore his pride. The more competitive the players became on the court, the more jubilant the spectators grew. The audience was not only eager to witness this unfolding drama, but the players also positioned themselves, ever ready to contest for rebounds. Odom continued with his feints, exchanging a glance with Feng, who sensed that Odom was about to shift the blame. He remained vigilant, prepared for Odom to pass the ball to him. Just as everyone focused on the one-on-one standoff between Odom and Garnett, Odom executed a bold pass, delivering the ball to Feng, who had already positioned himself at the corner. With a swift motion, he launched a 3-pointer, striking again and delivering another blow to the already wounded Timberwolves. It was utterly exhilarating. Would Kobe's record withstand the onslaught today? This question loomed in the minds of the entire arena. For the Timberwolves, it was a day of calamity. Yet for Lakers fans, it was nothing short of perfection, witnessing Kobe's flawless performance alongside Feng's remarkable emergence. Smith, upon seeing the 3-pointer sink, expressed his lament for the Timberwolves supporters. Far away in China, Zhang Weiping was brimming with excitement, observing Feng play with a fluidity reminiscent of a well-practiced 3-point shooting drill. In the first half of the third quarter, the Lakers played with remarkable synergy and audacity, approaching a 25-point lead. Finally, Zen Master breathed a sigh of relief. If the Lakers secured this victory, their win rate would surpass 50%. Seizing a moment during a Lakers foul, Zen Master substituted Kobe and Feng for a brief respite, having noticed Feng's stamina was waning, making defensive maneuvers increasingly challenging. Rest for a while. If the Timberwolves fail to reduce the deficit to within 15 points, you will remain on the sidelines for the remainder of the third quarter. Kobe and Feng observed as Garnett remained on the court, still striving for a last-ditch effort. Odom teased Kobe, "You ought to be grateful to the Timberwolves for their poor performance. Otherwise, your 3-point record would be in jeopardy, and it was just recently established." Indeed, Kobe mused, "That record will inevitably belong to me. I am not anxious for the moment." Feng's confidence remained unshaken. Although he was currently on fire, hitting 9 consecutive 3-pointers today, he believed he would grow stronger in the future. While his shooting percentage might decline, he was certain that he would eventually surpass the 3-point record. "If you manage to break my record, I shall grant you one request," Kobe cheerfully remarked. Who wouldn't desire a helping hand? In the past, such support was absent, but now it exists. Only a fool would be discontented. After the departure of the Lakers' main players, Garnett engaged in a series of one-on-one plays, leading his team to a succession of successful offensives. The dynamics on the court transformed, illustrating the profound impact of a superstar. The morale of the Timberwolves was gradually uplifted by Garnett's consecutive successful attacks. The Zen Master wore a grim expression, noting that the Lakers' bench was still lacking. Despite a significant lead, they failed to maintain it. He could only call a timeout, substituting Kobe and Feng back into the game. As Kobe and Feng re-entered the court, the fans fervently chanted their names. Kobe, Kobe, Feng. Upon returning, Feng's stamina had notably improved, and even against Garnett's tight defense, he remained composed, executing cuts with ease. Whenever Feng approached the 3-point line, regardless of the defender near him. They would desperately rush to provide assistance. During one offensive play, as Feng received a pass from Kobe, Garnett lunged directly toward Feng's position. Feng continued to take a three-point shot, while Garnett forcefully struck Feng's arm. Feng gritted his teeth and released the three-point shot, just as his arm was forcefully struck down by Garnett. The basketball teetered precariously above the hoop before reluctantly falling through the net. Beep! As the ball neared the basket, the referee's whistle also sounded. Feng shook his arm, feeling an intense pain. After pausing for a full 5 seconds, he finally prepared for the free throw. With the ball nearing the basket, Feng's score climbed to 31 points, achieving an astonishing shooting percentage of 100. This was not merely a practice session. These points were earned amid fierce competition. Although the defense had slackened somewhat in the first half, Garnett's tenacity in the second half was commendable. Garnett employed a similar strategy, once again isolating Odom, successfully securing 2 points. However, due to Odom's slight adjustment in his movement, Garnett failed to convert it into a 2-1 play. Odom initiated the inbound pass. Kobe advanced the ball, orchestrating the positioning of his teammates. He summoned Feng to set a pick, aware that Feng was on the verge of breaking his own record. Victory in this match seemed within reach, and helping Feng surpass his record would only strengthen his bond with the team. As Kobe gestured for Feng to assist him, these thoughts lingered in his mind. Feng, having effectively obstructed Kobe's defender, seamlessly executed the customary play of a direct alley-oop. Both Feng and Kobe drifted towards the perimeter. The Timberwolves defenders failed to communicate adequately regarding their switches. After Feng completed the pick, they converged to double-team Kobe. Even the fans were taken aback by Kobe's willingness to draw the defense for Feng's sake. As the double team approached, Kobe delivered a precise bounce pass through Garnett's legs, landing perfectly in Feng's hands. Without a moment's hesitation, Feng seized the golden opportunity and released a shot, effortlessly sinking a three-pointer. It seemed as if the hoop itself beckoned Feng, presenting an expansive ocean of possibilities. The ball swished through the net with grace. DJ exuberantly urged the crowd to chant, Feng, three-pointer. Feng once again hits a three-pointer. Teacher Zhang, Feng's shooting touch today is simply extraordinary. What could possibly impede his three-point shots? The commentator inquires of Coach Zhang Weiping. Perhaps only the Timberwolves could thwart Feng's threes. Zhang offered a perplexing response. The audience was baffled. How could that be? If the Timberwolves were capable of stopping him, it would be impossible for Feng to have made 11 out of 11 shots. What is wrong with Coach Zhang? Is he experiencing a late midlife crisis? You have another chance to reiterate. The viewers of the drama were ignited by his words. Coach Zhang, why do you assert that only the Timberwolves can prevent Feng from breaking the three-point record? A confused guest asked. If one does not understand, one must inquire. Otherwise, misstatements may lead to embarrassment. If the Timberwolves were to substitute all their starters and field their bench players, perhaps the Zen Master would allow Feng to rest. The guest felt teased by Coach Zhang, yet oddly believed that this might be the only feasible approach. Coach Zhang, V5, let us add a chicken leg to him. Coach Zhang inexplicably acknowledged the sentiment. The point differential was once again stretched beyond 20. Coach Casey opted not to call a timeout. Instead, he summoned a player from the Timberwolves, instructing him that, irrespective of the game's outcome, the sole objective was to defend against Feng's three-pointers. I do not wish to become a mere backdrop for his record-breaking performance. Understood? Under the relentless pursuit of the Timberwolves, Feng went 2 full minutes without touching the ball, consistently shadowed by 2 defenders. Miller, from the commentary booth, remarked that the Timberwolves appeared to have conceded. Which lunatic allows 2 defenders to hover so closely? Indeed, this was the most targeted rookie defense I have ever witnessed. Even Jordan did not face such intensity. Smith turned to Barkley and asked, Yes, it is astonishing, utterly insane. They seem determined to prevent Feng from surpassing Kobe's single-game three-point record. How shameless. If that's the case, why not surrender early? That way, Feng would leave the game, came the reply. No. The lunatic is merely a second-round rookie. If he wishes to continue shooting threes, he certainly could. Let us not forget, he is still a rookie. I am a rookie, and I am breaking records. What's the issue? Barkley articulated a profound truth. Back on the court, Feng was persistently accompanied by 2 Timberwolves players. As he strolled leisurely across the court, he appeared the most relaxed among all. With 2 minutes remaining in the third quarter, Bynum was granted playing time. It seemed the Zen Master intended to test his players. Bynum's high shot missed, and in the scramble for the rebound, the ball was knocked out of bounds. Feng Feng leaped to save the ball, displaying an extraordinary level of determination even when victory was already secured. Such fervor is indeed a rarity. He is a true fanatic, willing to disregard everything for the sake of basketball. Remarkably, he succeeded without sustaining any injuries, as Smith remarked. Feng Feng's acrobatic save sent the ball directly into Kobe's hands. Feng Feng assisted the spectator he had inadvertently knocked down, gently patting his shoulder and offering a warm embrace. He then dashed back onto the court, gliding seamlessly from the corner three-point line. The defensive players of the Timberwolves, witnessing Feng's swift exit from the court, ceased their efforts to guard him. Upon Feng's return to the three-point line, the defenders were still under the impression that he remained outside the playing area. The coach on the sidelines urgently shouted for defensive measures, emphasizing the necessity to contain that reckless player and prevent him from receiving the ball. Just as the Timberwolves players heard the coach's call, Kobe inadvertently tossed the book directly at Feng Feng's phone. Feng Feng leapt once more, releasing a three-point shot that was a sight to behold. The basketball swished effortlessly through the net. The crowd erupted in a chorus of cheers and screams, each wave of sound more fervent than the last. Fans throughout the arena had risen to their feet, a rare occurrence during a game that had turned into a rout. Yet their enthusiasm remained undiminished. In a New York office building, David Stern observed the soaring viewership ratings, which had already surpassed those of the previous 2 years' finals. The presence of teams like the Pistons and Spurs in the championship had traditionally been a calamity for ratings. Stern pondered whether to seize this moment of fervor to elevate his brand before the public. However, he reconsidered, recognizing the uncertainties surrounding the rookie's future. Perhaps it was wiser to focus on the present. Yet, there was hope for the three-point contest this year. Back on the court, the crowd hurled insults at the Timberwolves players for their disgraceful defense. Two of them clung to Feng Feng as if they were inseparable triplets. As the third quarter drew to a close, the Lakers prepared for their final possession, leading by a substantial margin and seemingly indifferent to the outcome. The Timberwolves players hung their heads, void of morale. Kobe received the inbounds pass from Bynum and immediately relayed it to Feng Feng, who was approaching the half-court line. Kobe expected Feng Feng to make a dash toward the three-point arc for a shot. Instead, Feng Feng dribbled twice to the midcourt line, then halted abruptly to launch a three-pointer. It was an audacious choice taken from the logo position, a decision that seemed almost divine in its audacity. Even a god might struggle to achieve such a feat. This choice was misguided, a testament to his youth. Barkley harbored an underlying disdain for Feng Feng, and it seemed that a moment of reckoning was imminent. Feng Feng's three-pointer danced on the rim for a moment before obediently sinking into the net. Beep! The whistle signaled the basket. Smith chuckled, casting a glance at Barkley, whose face was slapped with unexpected swiftness. As the words barely left his lips, he quipped, "Let me interview you first. What is it like to be so swiftly humbled?" Barkley, unabashed, retorted that his shot was largely a product of luck and hardly indicative of his three-point prowess, regardless of whether it represented skill or fortune. The fact remains that he succeeded, shattering Kobe's single-game three-point record from 2003. What are your thoughts on that? Smith, undeterred by Barkley's potential ire, shot back. What else can I do? I can only watch from the studio. I wish to be courtside, but alas, I couldn't secure front-row tickets. So here I am in the commentary booth. Barkley firmly believed that as long as he refrained from admitting to being humbled, his pride would remain intact. Kobe and Odom sprinted towards Feng Feng, exchanging high-fives, chest bumps, head pats, and warm embraces, surrounded by a throng of Lakers players. Meanwhile, the Zen master approached the referees, seemingly engaged in dialogue. Yet, no one paid attention to that. All eyes were fixed on Feng Feng's logo three-pointer, leaving players, spectators, and the studio alike in a state of euphoria. Even if the third quarter had not concluded, one could surmise that the Zen master would have called a timeout to allow ample opportunity for celebration and cheers. Feng Feng, you are remarkable. How did you achieve this? Not only did you break Kobe's single-game three-point record, but you also did so with a flawless shooting percentage, accomplishing this feat in just 3 quarters. Odom gazed at Feng Feng like an admirer, extending his hand as if to conduct an interview. Well, you simply need to stand beyond the three-point line and shoot. It's as straightforward as that. The logo three-pointer is just a variation in position. As soon as Feng Feng finished speaking, he felt the weight of numerous piercing glares. In that instant, the entire Lakers squad seemed to collectively perish at the Staples Center. The NBA's grand finale had arrived. Let us see you show off. The Lakers players, while chanting Feng Feng's name, playfully engaged in mock punches and kicks. Stop. If you don't return to the bench, there 1 TB of fourth quarter to play. Fong dashed to the bench as if fleeing for his life. Fong, keep that ball. It holds significant meaning for you. Document today as events and cherish them. It turned out that the Zen master sought out the referees for the ball, recognizing its profound significance for Fong. Thank you, Phil. Fong, I believe people will label you a madman. Your performance was utterly insane, Kobe exclaimed. He had always been somewhat of a madman, relentless in his pursuit of victory. Training with fervor. To achieve his goals, he would stop at nothing. In Fong Feng's mind, the beginning of the fourth quarter swiftly resolved any lingering suspense in the game. Following his 13th successful three-pointer, the point differential soared to 30, prompting the Timberwolves to field an entirely substitute lineup. The Lakers, too, opted for their bench players. Well, Kobe, I did mention I would clock out after 3 quarters, and I have kept my word. Do remember our agreement, Fong remarked, humming a tune as he briskly distanced himself from Kobe. Incensed, Kobe retorted, were you plotting this all along? Have you been digging a pit for me? Yet. Upon glancing back, he found Fong had already evaded to a distance of 3 steps away. 20 minutes later, the Lakers concluded the match with a resounding victory, triumphing by a score of 108 to 125, a margin of 17 points. Fong also rose to prominence, and with it, the moniker of Madman began to take shape. Chapter 53, the first post-match interview. Congratulations to the host. In this match, you have shattered Kobe's single-game 3-point record, earning 1 basic lottery draw. You have also surpassed the highest scoring record for a Chinese player in the NBA during regular time, granting you an additional lottery draw. Furthermore, you have broken the single-game 3-point shooting percentage record with over 10 3-pointers in a single game, rewarding you with yet another basic lottery draw. The joy arrived so unexpectedly that Fong found it somewhat overwhelming. Fong finally learned that if he scored points or broke certain records, he would also receive rewards. He had discovered yet another avenue for obtaining a lottery chance. It seemed that in the future, he ought to frequently strive to shatter records. This thought made him recall that if basketball legends were privy to his notion, they would undoubtedly mock him. Once more, he was enveloped in a bear hug. Yanked back from his reverie, Odom exclaimed, your 3-point record has my contribution as well. I provided you with some spectacular assists. Therefore, your achievement is partly my doing. Kobe approached, and Fong sensed that his teammates were hesitant to speak freely. Odom, are you certain that was an assist, or were you merely shifting the blame? Kobe extended his slightly deformed right hand and high-fived Fong. Congratulations, Fong. Although you have eclipsed my record, I am genuinely pleased. I hope you can surpass even more scoring records. Kobe offered his blessings for Feng's achievement. The Lakers were taken aback. It was astonishing to hear Kobe joke. Players who had spent time with the Lakers last season were incredulous. Kobe had indeed changed. The newcomers observed that Kobe was not as unapproachable as they had presumed. As Kobe made his way to the locker room, he casually remarked, don't leave tonight. We'll continue our one-on-one. The veteran players collectively nodded, reassured that this was still the Kobe they knew, unaltered. The rookies wondered if the individual they had just witnessed was truly the same person. He was indeed a training fanatic, and the opportunity to celebrate alongside Fong was now lost. They pitted Fong for 3 seconds, one for himself, one for the 3-pointer, and one for Fong. Fong, shortly you will join Kobe for the press conference. The Zen master reminded Fong to remember the upcoming event. Fong did not concern himself with the system. Instead, he proceeded directly to the locker room, placing the basketball securely before preparing to attend the press conference. Fong, Kobe is already calling for you, his teammates remarked. All right, I will be out momentarily, he replied. After swiftly tidying up, Fong emerged from the locker room to find Kobe waiting at the entrance. Odom, not forgetting to congratulate Fong, said, the Zen master and Kobe specifically requested your presence at the press conference. For a rookie, such an opportunity is rare, especially for a second-round pick. Of course, you are no ordinary second-round selection. Odom embraced Fong with a beaming smile. Upon seeing Fong exit the locker room, Kobe approached him and advised Fong, as this is your first post-game press conference, you must be mindful of your words. While I can speak freely, you are still a rookie and should exercise caution. I understand. I'll be careful, Fong nodded in agreement. Given that it was his inaugural press conference, Fong sought guidance from Kobe regarding essential considerations. Kobe, what should I do? What should I be aware of? The inexperienced Fong humbly inquired. As a seasoned veteran who had experienced countless interviews, Kobe shared a wealth of advice, which Fong diligently noted. However, Kobe reassured him, your presence at this press conference is a testament to your own abilities. You need not worry. If necessary, I will remind you or assist you. Kobe contemplated how swiftly Fong had attained the status to participate in a press conference, recognizing a similar tenacity within him that remained untainted by external distractions, reminiscent of his own early days in the league, albeit with subtle differences. With that, Kobe guided Fong toward the press conference venue. As the door swung open, a flurry of flashes erupted. Whoever said that facing such grand occasions would be met with calmness was mistaken. I must tell everyone later that their claims are utterly unfounded, Fong murmured to himself. Under the flickering lights, Fong found himself momentarily blinded, yet he persevered onward despite the discomfort in his eyes. As reporters noticed Kobe and the Zen master approaching, a palpable excitement rippled through the crowd. "It's Kobe, he has emerged," they exclaimed, converging towards him. "That lunatic is attending the press conference as well. He is merely a second-round rookie." This must be the first instance of a player attending a press conference after just 5 games. Only a select few reporters were captivated by Feng's presence. "Kobe, could you share what it feels like to have your record broken?" one inquired. "I must admit, I am quite displeased, for that was one of my few achievements in three-point shooting." Kobe responded with calmness. "You have once again triumphed over the Timberwolves, defeating Garnett. Do you not think that Garnett has become your subordinate?" An audacious ESPN reporter pressed Kobe with this question. "What difference does it make? Whether he is a subordinate or not cannot be decided by a single match. Now, let us move on to the next question." Kobe seemed indifferent to the journalist's thoughts, answering solely based on his perspective, unfazed by their inquiries. "How would you evaluate Garnett's performance in this game?" he was asked. "There is nothing much to comment on. A player's worth is reflected on the basketball court," Kobe replied brusquely, exuding an air of impatience as if urging them to hasten their questions, for he had training to attend to. A barrage of questions ensued, to which Kobe continued to respond with nonchalance. The Zen master reminded the reporters, "Have you forgotten that there are 2 others waiting for your questions alongside Kobe?" His words elicited laughter from the gathered journalists. "What is your opinion on the performance of Timberwolves head coach Casey today?" the Zen master was asked. "As for my opinion, he performed admirably. If it weren't for Fong's unexpected rise, I cannot imagine what might have transpired," he responded, skillfully deflecting any attempts by the reporters to stir controversy. "Was Fong's performance today within your expectations? He has broken the single-game three-point record you held. Do you not think he is quite exceptional?" The journalist subtly attempted to stir tension between Fong and Kobe. "No, I do not believe that a record alone can surpass a player," the Zen master retorted, dismissing their trivial tactics. The reporters, realizing they could not extract sensational news from the Zen master, shifted their focus to Fong, hoping to find a breakthrough with the rookie. Kobe, however, remained unperturbed, accustomed to the media's fascination with him. The Zen master is a seasoned veteran. Expecting him to deliver explosive news is wishful thinking, they mused. "Hello, Fong. Your performance today was commendable, having successfully defended against Garnett twice. Does this imply that you now possess elite defensive capabilities in the league?" The reporter's probing skills were unparalleled. Fong pondered over the initial question, contemplating the enormous pit he had just dug for himself. No. I do not believe I possess the elite defensive skills of the league. I am merely a novice in the NBA, he replied. "Regardless, I can assure you that I shall not fall into that trap, so you need not worry about that." The questioner was left bewildered. "What? Novice? What on earth does that mean?" Upon hearing Feng's response, the viewers of the live press conference in the country were taken aback. "Brother Feng, have you been listening to too much Dianshi? A novice, and yet you've come this far." "Brother Feng, that's impressive. We are all novices here." With no substantial news gleaned from Feng, the reporters pressed on. "After Garnett isolated you twice, he ceased his offensive attempts against you. Does that imply that Garnett has grown fearful of you?" The reporters seemed unconvinced, eager to provoke a response. "No, I do not think so. As for why Garnett stopped isolating me, you should pose that question to Garnett or Coach Casey." "Well, if I could get an answer from him, why would I ask you?" The reporter insisted, pressing for clarity. "You've only played 5 regular season games, yet have already shattered Kobe's single-game three-point record. Does that mean you have surpassed Kobe in terms of three-point achievements?" This question dug a deep hole. He wondered if he had jeopardized his standing with the Lakers. "I would say I have indeed surpassed Kobe in one aspect," Feng responded slowly. Upon hearing this, the reporters hastened to jot down notes, sensing they had struck gold. Rookies were indeed capable of delivering sensational revelations. "If you don't believe me, you can request the league for our player registration materials." The reporters buzzed with anticipation, awaiting Feng's final verdict. "Look at the heights section. As for the other aspects, I cannot speak for everyone, but personally, I believe I've certainly exceeded Kobe in height, considering I stand over 2 meters tall. The reporters were astounded. Is this truly a rookie? Such smoothness. It was a barrage of questions. Where am I? Who am I? What am I doing? When Kobe heard Feng Feng's response, he extended a thumbs up, acknowledging, Rookie, you are impressive. In this game, you broke the record for single-game scoring in three-pointers. Can we say your three-point shooting ability has reached an elite level in the league? The reporter, adhering to a principle of persistence, pressed on. No, the player with elite three-point shooting capability has been in the league for over a decade. I am but a novice. What on earth does novice mean? The questioning persisted, undeterred, as they aimed to extract more insights. Chapter 54. The Aftermath of the Interview Phone. They all call you Madman. Do you embrace this title? After breaking the league's single-game three-point record, will you participate in the three-point contest? This title is acceptable. I am merely an elementary school student, and you are inquiring too much of me. Whether I will participate in the three-point contest depends on the team's arrangements. Feng Feng's response is far from that of a novice. It is undoubtedly the reply of a seasoned veteran in the league. Truly, it reveals an inability to elicit any substantial information. Feng Feng, with a satisfied smile, reveled in the moment. For he was a seasoned navigator of the tumultuous seas of commerce from a previous life, and mastering the art of Tai Chi was an essential skill. As time passed, the inquiries from journalists regarding Feng Feng multiplied. Kobe, unable to contain his discontent, recognized that while Feng Feng's responses were commendable, excessive verbosity could lead to missteps. He glanced at the reporters, seeking any remaining questions. If none were forthcoming, this press conference would conclude, as Feng Feng and I had yet to commence our duel. As a superstar, Kobe remained indifferent to the journalist's portrayals. After making his remarks, he took hold of Feng Feng and departed alongside Zen Master from the press conference. Once the interview with Feng Feng concluded, the domestic audience erupted in excitement. Brother Feng, perhaps I should call you Madman, exclaimed a fan, brimming with enthusiasm. Incredible. I am a mere elementary school student, yet seeing the expressions on those journalists' faces made me burst into laughter. I'm a fan of you, Brother Feng. Did you emerge from the Diyun Society? Another chimed in, Brother Feng, with an astounding 87 shooting accuracy. You have shattered the league record for three-pointers in a single game. Of course, amidst the praise, there were detractors. The domestic critics were numerous. It was just one game. If he manages to score 5 baskets in the next match, I shall livestream myself watching the game upside down. Achieving greatness in a single match will inevitably lead to a reality check, regardless of whether he faced accolades or criticism. Feng Feng remained unfazed, as he simply lacked the time to dwell on such matters. With training to prioritize, he could hardly afford to peruse comments. After the interview concluded, he was whisked away by Kobe, who was eager to head to the training ground. Feng Feng picked up his mobile phone and stumbled upon a congratulatory message from Yao Ming. Congratulations, Feng, on breaking Kobe's single-game three-point record. I hope you will shatter more records in the NBA in the future. He mentioned that he had provided your contact information to a reporter from the domestic media, as journalists in the country often face discrimination in various aspects. The reporter had just arrived in Los Angeles and hoped to conduct a post-game interview with you. So I shared your details with him. Thank you for your kind wishes, Brother Yao. No problem at all. Just let him reach out to me. Feng replied with a smile. He reflected on the increasing number of domestic journalists venturing into the NBA, yet they continued to face discrimination. It seems that dignity is something that must be fought for. Before long, a member of the Lakers staff approached him. Feng, there is a fellow countryman here who wishes to interview you. Would you be agreeable to that? Feng Feng delivered a remarkable performance on his home court, earning the respect of the Lakers staff. It's quite all right. I am willing to accept their interview. Please invite them over, he stated. The staff promptly exited to summon the reporters from Penguin for an interview with Feng Feng. Hello, I am Yang. He introduced himself as he approached Feng Feng, who at this moment was not yet widely recognized. Greetings, I am Feng Feng. Pleased to make your acquaintance, he responded, exchanging pleasantries. Feng Feng, it is a pleasure that you have agreed to this interview. Could you extend a greeting to the viewers from Penguin? Yang inquired. Hello, everyone. I am Feng Feng from the Lakers, and I am delighted to be here with you all. Feng Feng replied warmly. Yang with an apologetic expression, said, I sincerely apologize for coming to interview you after your game and press conference, just as you were preparing to rest. Unfortunately, there are certain restrictions for domestic reporters covering the NBA. Feng Feng smiled, expressing that it was no trouble at all, and he was truly grateful for the opportunity to be interviewed. He welcomed domestic interviews at any time and hoped to receive feedback from a wide audience regarding his performance. May I inquire whether breaking Kobe's three-point record would influence your standing within the team, considering it is indeed Kobe's record? Yang, you notice Kobe approaching. Feng Feng is aware that he has been summoned for a bullfighting event. I doubt it. There is no cause for concern. We are conversing in Mandarin, a language he does not comprehend, and the atmosphere surrounding the Lakers is delightful. Moving on to the next inquiry. Will you participate in this year's three-point shooting contest? I have yet to contemplate this matter, for it is merely a competition and does not encapsulate everything. To be frank, if it were indeed a stationary three-point contest, the championship would be within Feng Feng's grasp. After all, when it comes to open stationary three-point shots, his accuracy stands at an impressive 98, with no defense to contend with. This was my response to Yang Yi's question. Feng Feng felt a chill wash over him from above. Odom and several Lakers players stood behind him, clutching a bucket of water and laughing foolishly. Feng Feng was amused by the expressions of several individuals. Upon seeing Odom and his companions approaching with a bucket, Yang Yi swiftly retreated a few steps, his speed astonishing, almost rivaling that of an athlete. With a smile, Yang Yi handed Feng Feng a towel, expressing his newfound belief that the atmosphere within the Lakers was quite pleasant, although it did not seem to be fervently enthusiastic. Odom, with a somewhat strained command of Chinese, greeted the camera with "Hello, everyone." Feng Feng was amused and began to smile. The final question, Feng Feng. Will your playing time increase in the upcoming matches? I will adhere to the coach's arrangements. An official response cannot be made by an official, as I have yet to demonstrate dominance over the entire league. The Zen master possesses the prowess to command respect across the league, and with a superstar like Kobe in the mix, it is wise to remain humble. I am delighted to have had the opportunity to interview you, and I anticipate more interviews in the future. Likewise, I warmly welcome your interviews, Teacher Yang. Yang Yi exchanged a few words with the cameraman, who then turned off the camera and began organizing the footage. Yang Yi approached Feng Feng and whispered, "The interview has concluded. May I ask you privately about your future aspirations? This will not be broadcasted. My goal is to become a basketball superstar, to elevate Chinese basketball, to triumph over America, and secure the championship. This is a noble ambition, and for now, I shall keep it to myself. I look forward to your future achievements. Best of luck." With that, Yang Yi departed the venue to prepare his article. Upon seeing that Feng Feng's interview had wrapped up, Kobe called him over, ready for a one-on-one showdown. "You broke my record so swiftly. I must reclaim my honor," Kobe thought to himself. Feng Feng, dragging his weary body, walked towards the training ground alongside Kobe. Having acquired the skills of Sam Gold, he had yet to apply them in practice. This duel with Kobe would serve as a perfect opportunity to assess his breakthrough capabilities. As the contest commenced, the court resonated with the sound of sneakers scuffing against the floor. Observing the two engage in their spirited competition, Odom reflected that while talent may provide an initial advantage, it is perseverance that continually extends one's journey. With that thought, he turned and departed. Chapter 55. The Explosive Derby of the Celestial Empire. 1. Feng Feng has also undergone a period of despondency. Although during this time, the team experienced a remarkable 4-game winning streak, achieving 7 victories in 8 matches. This remarkable performance propelled the Lakers to the 3rd position in the Western Conference. Despite Feng Feng's three-point shooting percentage remaining above 50, his individual statistics are rather unremarkable. Thus, it can be said that Feng has traversed through a period of stagnation. Consequently, during his days of rest without matches, he has intensified his personal offensive training. Xiaojin, please examine the skill information. Leonard's Death Grip, Level 9, 40-100. Massman Richard Rip Hamilton's Off-Ball Movement, Level 8, 70-100. Spot Up 3-point Shooting, Accuracy 5 for each level increase, Level 9, 20-100. This Bruce Lee Wing Chun skill, Level 6, 40-100 with diligent practice, though one hopes it won't be needed in the future. Jordan, the King of Trash Talk, Level 6, 20-100. Sam Gold, Level 6, 50-100. Feng Feng glanced at the fruits of his recent training. Diligence indeed bears fruit. His various skills had seen significant improvement. Calculating the time, he realized that tomorrow would mark the day the Mavericks would visit the Lakers. With that in mind, Feng Feng concluded his training early to prepare for the impending Chinese Derby. Although his recent statistics had seen a dip, he still averaged over 10 points per game. While his performance may not have been explosive, he consistently contributed 2 to 3 three-pointers each game, aiding the Lakers in their pursuit of victory. The following day, Feng Feng arrived at the Lakers training facility early to engage in his routine practice. "Feng, why do you appear somewhat anxious?" Odom inquired, approaching him. "Yes, I feel a bit excited today, as I might be facing Tracy McGrady, which makes me somewhat nervous. After all, it is him I am up against, Fong Fong admitted, using McGrady as an excuse for his nerves. He was about to face a basketball idol from his past life, although not the most fervently pursued star. McGrady undoubtedly ranked as the #1 basketball figure in the hearts of his compatriots, towering above all others in the sport. The real source of his anxiety, however, lay in facing Yao Ming. As the time arrived for the Mavericks vs. Lakers game, the Staples Center transformed into a sea of purple and gold. Only a handful of red-clad Yao Ming fans could be spotted, predominantly comprising locals from Los Angeles. Their support for Yao had long surpassed their allegiance to the Lakers. Typically, they might have been staunch proponents of the Lakers, but when Yao stepped onto that court, their loyalty was solely reserved for the towering giant. Zhang Weiping announced, "Hello everyone. This is the Celestial Empire Television, and we are broadcasting the NBA regular season game from the 2005 to 2006 season, where the Mavericks face off against the Lakers." Sun Jinping added, "Hello everyone. For fans from our homeland, this match is a grand feast. Each team boasts a player from our country. Yao Ming has become the star of the Mavericks, while Fong Fong has quickly established himself as an essential rotation player for the Lakers after just a handful of games." Zhang Weiping continued, "This game has captured the attention of countless basketball enthusiasts from our nation. These two athletes represent the pinnacle of Chinese basketball, and we hope everyone enjoys the game without excessive disputes, as support for either side is perfectly acceptable." Before taking the court, Fong Fong was summoned by the Zen master. "Today, you will start, and you'll be up against one of the 4 prominent shooting guards, Tracy McGrady. I hope you can utilize your defensive skills to completely lock him down. Do you have any questions?" "Coach, there are no issues. Leave it to me," Fong Fong replied confidently. Fong Fong expressed no dissent. As the players began to take the court, the first to enter was the Houston Rockets all-star, Yao Ming. When Yao took to the floor, the sparse cheers from the Chinese fans astonishingly drowned out the applause from the Lakers supporters. Following him was Tracy McGrady, who also received an enthusiastic welcome from the crowd. His picturesque jump shot captivated many fans. McGrady maintained his signature mischievous smile, which has become one of the countless iconic moments of his career in the NBA. After all the Rockets players had entered, the home fans turned their attention to welcoming their own team. The DJ commenced the introductions, with Lamar Odom being the first to step onto the court, followed closely by Fong Fong, and finally Kobe Bryant emerged amidst the collective cheers of the home crowd. The DJ boomed, urging everyone to welcome Odom, Fong Fong, and Kobe, as thousands of fans erupted in applause for them. Upon seeing Fong Fong donning the #0 jersey as a starter, Zhang Weiping, watching from afar in China, was taken aback. He mused, "Fong Fong has become a starter today. I wonder if it's because of this China derby, or if Zen Master is attempting to solidify Fong Feng's position in the starting lineup through this game. Or perhaps it is solely due to the derby that he has been granted this opportunity." Sun Jinping echoed his confusion, noting that if Fong Fong could deliver an explosive performance, transforming into the Madman the fans chant for, he would truly secure a pivotal role as the team's small forward. Zhang Weiping concurred, adding that another possibility was that the Zen Master aimed to leverage Fong Feng's defensive skills to effectively counter McGrady. Sun Weiping acknowledged this as a plausible reason, noting that although Fong Feng's scoring had not been as fervent lately, the shooting percentage of the players he was matched up against had dropped by 5 percentage points. Indeed, this could very well be the primary rationale behind Zen Master choosing Fong Fong as a starter. The game was about to commence, so let us now focus on the action. The players from both teams exchanged embraces in a gesture of respect. Fong Fong dashed towards Yao Ming, exclaiming, "Yao, you must be cautious. Do not let me dunk on you, or you shall become nothing more than a mere background." Yao Ming, with a bemused expression, retorted, "You? Attempting to dunk on me? Beware, for I might just sweat you down." "Oh, come on, Yao. I wish to leverage this game to make a name for myself, and only through a dunk can I achieve that." Fong replied with a beaming smile, "I share your sentiment. If I manage to block you 10 times in a row, I too shall rise to fame. Allow me to seize the spotlight first." Yao Ming countered, equally determined. As Ming and Yao Ming approached the center court for the jump ball, despite Yao's jump ball success rate being less than 50%, winning against Ming was still a feasible endeavor. The match commenced, and the first play featured Tracy McGrady initiating the offense. Fong Fong closely guarded Tracy McGrady, employing a relentless and suffocating defense. Fong Feng's level of entanglement in the game has reached considerable heights. The rather arrogant Tracy McGrady, nonetheless, is formidable. "You are a compatriot of Yao. I have heard that you have managed to defend against Garnett to the point where he no longer dares to confront you one-on-one. As Tracy dribbled the ball, he engaged in conversation with Phone. Indeed, my defensive skills are quite impressive. Why don't you just pass the ball to me? I have watched you play since you were a child. What do you say? Phone remarked somewhat shamelessly. How intriguing. You are not as introverted as Yao. You should be cautious, for I am preparing to launch an attack. Zhang Weiping was unaware of what Phone and Tracy McGrady were discussing, hoping that once the game concluded, Yang Yi would inquire about it. Sun Weiping, not one for idle chatter, recognized that the tense and exhilarating match was about to commence. With Tracy McGrady poised to take on Phone one-on-one. Phone observed Tracy McGrady dribbling nonchalantly before him, projecting an aura of innocence and harmlessness. Phone was not deceived by Tracy McGrady's performance. He remained vigilant, prepared to thwart any sudden breakthroughs from McGrady. Zhang Weiping positioned Phone to the side, while the players of the Rockets created space for McGrady, who was poised for his team's first isolation play of the game, with everyone maintaining their distance. The Lakers players still had faith in Phong's defensive abilities, showing no inclination to assist in defense. Indeed, this is quite rare, a rookie defending the star player of the opposing team without a teammate stepping in for support. It either indicates resignation or absolute trust. I believe it is the latter, an unwavering trust, not abandonment, as Phone had already delivered commendable performances in the previous matches. As McGrady dribbled, he was constantly ready to launch an attack, testing Phong's defense and gauging whether the Lakers players would provide assistance. Upon realizing that the Lakers players had no intention of helping, McGrady initiated his breakthrough. He took a step forward, abruptly pulled the ball back, and in that instant, with a sudden burst of energy from his left foot, he executed a swift step, nearly bypassing Phone. Phone, having been subjected to countless duels with Kobe, has honed his defensive adaptability to an impressive degree. He did not relent even when Tracy McGrady was on the verge of breaching his defenses. Phone endeavored to keep pace with Tracy McGrady, noticing that he had already managed to create a quarter of a body's length advantage over Phone. McGrady felt confident that this was a prime position for a shot, a standpoint typical for elite stars. He directly opted for a layup. At the moment McGrady ascended for the basket, he had ceased to believe that Phone could contest his shot. Yao Ming, observing McGrady's intent to score, assumed a position prepared to secure the rebound. The other players on the Rockets were already poised to retreat for defense, a testament to their trust in their star player. However, McGrady had underestimated Phone's leaping ability. Although McGrady had seemingly evaded Phone, the latter's remarkable vertical leap and tenacious defensive awareness proved formidable. Just as the basketball slipped from McGrady's fingertips, a colossal hand enveloped the ball entirely. Zhang Weiping exclaimed in astonishment, "My goodness, this is utterly insane. McGrady has surpassed Phone, yet still, he is blocked. What a madman." The spectators in attendance remained spellbound, their eyes glued to the unfolding drama, all astounded by Phone's extraordinary block. Chapter 56, The Explosive Tianqiao Derby 2. Barkley, without a doubt, was a complete madman, daring to allow McGrady through, only to block him from behind. Unbelievable. DJ, let us rally for our rookie, number 0. They chanted. Phone. Miller interjected, No, this ISN team madness. It was merely McGrady's momentary lapse in concentration that afforded the rookie this opportunity. Barkley provocatively asked, "Shall we place a wager then?" Miller shot back, "What shall we wager on? I hope it's not another bet on a donkey behind." No, we'll forego that. It's simply too crude. Let us discuss what the wager will be, and we can determine the stakes later. Barkley suggested, "How about we bet on whether today's Lakers rookie can limit McGrady's shooting percentage to below 30. He cast a challenging glance at Miller. "Oh, come on. Are you joking? A rookie limiting McGrady's shooting percentage to below 30 is sheer fantasy. I'm in." Miller, having never truly observed Phong's game, and with preconceived notions based on his appearance as a young man of Asian descent, assumed that Phone lacked such capability. "All right then, it's settled. As for the stakes, we certainly cannot revert to betting on a donkey's behind, as that would be too unsavory." Barkley proposed a wager. After experiencing the repercussions of betting against Yao Ming, he was no longer inclined to engage in wagers lightly. Whenever he contemplated betting against a player, he meticulously researched their recent performances and news. Particularly, he had a notion to undermine the rookie guard Phone of the Lakers, who had shattered three-point records. "How about this?" Barkley suggested. "If you lose, you shall purchase 10 jerseys of the Lakers number 0. If I lose, I will acquire 10 jerseys of the player you designate." Miller replied, "All right, my friend, I am willing to accept your bet. Let our wager be established, and may the audience serve as our witnesses. The scene shifted to the court, where Fong blocked McGrady's shot against the backboard. Fong secured the ball and swiftly tossed it to the fast-breaking Odom, who executed a powerful dunk. The Lakers launched a rapid counterattack, establishing an early lead with a score of 0-2, 2 points ahead of the Mavericks. In the backcourt, Ju and Howard initiated the play, while McGrady brought the ball to the frontcourt. He prepared for another attempt to take on Fong in a one-on-one showdown. Such is the nature of a star. If the first attempt fails, they will invariably seek another opportunity, determined to reclaim their footing, especially at the outset of the game, where the morale of both the team and the individual player is of paramount importance. This time, however, McGrady refrained from penetrating as he had previously, for Fang's leaping ability and speed were rather intimidating. Without creating a significant distance during his drive, it would be exceedingly difficult to avoid interference. McGrady lowered his center of gravity, skillfully maneuvering the basketball between his legs. Fong attempted to intercept McGrady with one hand while the other remained poised to thwart his offensive advance. Suddenly, McGrady secured the ball, preparing for an extreme jump shot. During his prime, McGrady's pull-up shot was notoriously difficult to defend against. His height, athleticism, and the element of surprise rendered any attempt at blocking nearly impossible. Fong is compelled to employ a defensive tactic, shielding McGrady's eyes with his right hand. This represents the pinnacle of Fang's capabilities at present. McGrady, due to a hasty release, sees the basketball rattle upon the rim before it rebounds out. Out on the perimeter, Kobe seizes the moment to snatch the rebound and launches a fast break. With remarkable agility, Kobe executes a thunderous dunk. By the time Yao Ming has crossed halfway, this sequence has concluded. What an extraordinary display. A breathtaking dunk in transition. As Odom and Kobe exchange high fives, they express their admiration for Kobe's swift offensive maneuver. Smith notes that McGrady has been thwarted by Fong on 2 consecutive attempts. Barkley reminds Smith, as if to caution him about their wager, that he should not forget the stakes. Defeat may be imminent. Smith responds, undeterred, asserting that it is still too early, having only played 2 minutes. The Rockets have seen McGrady's last 2 offensive efforts go in vain. Fueled by anger, the peak performer among shooting guards, McGrady, finds it intolerable. With a surge of determination, he continues his offensive assault, calling for a pick and roll, knowing that this opportunity cannot slip away lest the Rockets find themselves in dire straits. Yao Ming positions himself 3 meters from the basket to set the screen for McGrady. Utilizing the pick, McGrady deftly maneuvers past Fong. Yao's screen is remarkably effective, completely obstructing Fang's path. Following the screen, Yao immediately cuts toward the basket, his scoring ability in the paint being formidable. Fong dares not leave Yao to double-team McGrady. Even if he were to catch up with McGrady, establishing effective defense would prove challenging. As McGrady faces the approaching Odom, he rises up and releases a jumper. The ball swishes through the net, and McGrady lets out a roar, channeling the frustration from his previous unsuccessful attempts. Fong executed a baseline serve, yet the Lakers failed to stifle the offensive maneuvers of the Mavericks, compelling them to initiate a set play. Kobe, with the ball in hand, poised himself to launch an offensive, while McGrady stood resolutely in defense against him. Yao Ming positioned himself directly beneath the basket, ready to thwart Kobe's potential drive, exuding an imposing presence. Fong, while Kobe was on the offensive, tirelessly maneuvered through screens set by his teammates, attempting to employ his running skills to shake off the relentless pursuit of Ju and Howard. With a feint, Fong created space between himself and Ju and Howard, while Odom advanced from the high post, effectively blocking Howard behind him. Kobe, noticing Fong had shaken off his defender and found an open opportunity beyond the three-point arc, swiftly delivered the ball to Fong. Fong received the pass and leaped effortlessly, sinking a three-pointer. Fong addressed the audience, extending 3 fingers and shaking his right arm. Zhang Weiping remarked on Kobe's play, noting its remarkable rationality, rather than blindly driving to the basket with Yao Ming stationed beneath. He skillfully utilized his gravitational pull to pass directly to a teammate who had found space. Sun Zhongping, Coach Zhang, I wonder if you have observed that in the opening 3 minutes, Fong played an indispensable role within the Lakers' offensive and defensive framework. In 3 defensive sequences, he executed a block against McGrady, successfully disrupted another of McGrady's jump shots, and was positioned behind Yao Ming, effectively shielding McGrady. He was involved in all 3 offensive plays, indicating that Fang's presence in the low post for the Lakers is increasingly significant, and it is assured that he has a stable amount of playing time. Zhang Weiping concurred, stating that the national team of our great nation will undoubtedly surprise everyone during the home games 3 years from now. In an effort to further slow the Lakers' offensive pace, the Rockets began to focus on Yao Ming, aiming to enhance their shooting percentage. Fong Fong observed the Maverick strategy to focus on Yao Ming and felt it was akin to playing dirty. Mim was utterly incapable of containing Yao's dominance in the post. In successive possessions, Yao repeatedly exploited his weight to overpower Mim beneath the basket, scoring with soft floaters. Alternatively, he would deftly maneuver past Mim for emphatic dunks. The Lakers, however, were not to be outdone. With Kobe handling the ball, Fong Fong drew the Mavericks' defensive attention from the perimeter, sinking a few shots. Although he was also met with a rejection from Yao, who had also committed a foul against Kobe. As the first quarter progressed, the Lakers, recognizing the immense threat posed by Yao, resorted to relentless drives, aiming to draw fouls against him and diminish his impact. During one of Yao's low-post forays, Mim was lightly nudged by Yao, resulting in Mim dramatically tumbling away from the basket in an attempt to elicit an offensive foul against Yao. After being called for 2 fouls, Yao tempered his offensive aggressiveness, positioning himself higher to attract defensive pressure and impede the Mavericks' attacks. Unfortunately, the initial minutes saw both McGrady and Yao dominating offensively, rendering the Mavericks' perimeter shooting abysmal. The Lakers achieved their initial defensive objective, leading 28-20 by 8 points. Kobe showcased his prowess, yet once the starting lineup was substituted, the Lakers' bench players offered a disheartening scoring capability, particularly after Fong Fong was elevated to the starting role. This was detrimental to the team's cohesion. Within the first few minutes of the second quarter, the Mavericks narrowed the gap to 2 points, prompting Coach Zen to call a timeout and reinstate all the starters, as the team's composition lacked a robust sixth man. The Lakers' roster depth remained insufficient. When Fong Fong ascended to the starting lineup, the bench exhibited a complete lack of scoring prowess, and Fong Fong himself lacked self-scoring capabilities. The team required a trade, or they would struggle to advance further in the playoffs this year. Although Fong Feng's promotion to the starting lineup could aid Kobe in creating offensive space, the bench's inability to score was evident. Even when Fong Fong was on the sidelines, he lacked offensive aggression, though, as a rookie, he still held potential for development. Upon re-entering the game alongside Kobe, the Mavericks intensified their defensive efforts against Fong Fong. Juwan Howard was relentless in shadowing Fong Fong, limiting him to only a few open looks in the second quarter, where he managed to score a 3-pointer and a mid-range shot, totaling 5 points. By the end of the second quarter, McGrady had attempted only 7 shots, successfully making just 2, both through screens that allowed him to shake off Fong Fong. It can be said that throughout the first half, Fong Feng's defense against McGrady was remarkably effective, as he never allowed McGrady an easy shooting opportunity. The Lakers concluded the first half leading the Mavericks 56-48 by 8 points. Zhang Weiping addressed the audience, summarizing the first half and inviting Sun Laoshi to discuss the performances of the 2 Chinese players. Let us first discuss Fong Fong of the Lakers. Although his scoring did not reach the explosive heights of his record-breaking 3-point performance, his contributions in this match were substantial. Without Fong Feng's formidable defense, the Lakers would have struggled to keep Tracy McGrady's shooting percentage below 30. Fong Feng's defensive prowess has ascended to the level of league stars. Now, let's turn our attention to Yao Ming. The Houston Rockets were able to maintain their scoreline against the Lakers in the first half largely due to Yao's relentless efforts. He effectively utilized his personal offensive capabilities, frequently scoring in the paint, while also drawing the Lakers' defense, thus creating numerous opportunities for his teammates on the perimeter. Indeed, throughout the first half, Yao was the backbone of the Rockets, and Fong Fong is increasingly becoming a vital asset for the Lakers. Comments from netizens shine a light on the dilemma. Who should they support? Both players hail from the homeland. One user succinctly states, "I support Fong Fong, not for any particular reason, but simply because he is handsome." After witnessing Fong Feng's performance, another confesses, "I think I have fallen in love." In Chapter 57, we encounter a despondent Dwight Howard. The Zen Master encourages everyone, stating, "You are all performing admirably." Kobe in the second half, continue to create space for your teammates through your offensive plays. Fong Fong, maintain your pressure on McGrady and use your positioning to facilitate Kobe's drives. Understood. Kobe and Fong Fong respond in unison. After motivating his teammates, the Zen Master begins to contemplate the future lineup of the Lakers, recognizing that such considerations must wait until the conclusion of the current match. For now, securing victory in this game is paramount. Fong Fong, why do you not utilize your driving skills? Kobe inquires, puzzled by Feng Feng's reluctance to penetrate the defense. Despite the challenges presented by top-tier defenders, Feng Feng's drives could still be effective against less formidable opponents like McGrady or Juwan Howard. It is not that I refrain from driving, but rather that your primary scoring options are situated in the paint. Odom, Mim, and Kwame spend most of their time inside. Thus, if I were to penetrate the lane, it would prove quite difficult. Furthermore, with my fellow countryman Yao stationed in the paint, I prefer to avoid unnecessary confrontations. Once my driving ability has strengthened, I shall then challenge my compatriot. Feng Feng articulated his thoughts in one breath. Kobe contemplated the analytical prowess displayed, having thoroughly assessed the capabilities and techniques of his teammates while possessing a profound understanding of his own strengths and weaknesses. Comparing himself to Feng at that moment, he recognized the considerable gap. Your analysis is astute. Should the opportunity arise, I shall speak with Phil Jackson and propose that you lead the bench. This would afford you the chance to showcase your breakthroughs. It is through competition that one truly hones their skills, Kobe remarked, expressing his sentiments. Very well. The second half of the game is about to commence. Let us strive to secure victory together. Should we triumph, I shall invite you to dine at my place. Feng Feng was preparing to invite Yao Ming to his gathering on this overcast day, not forgetting to extend the invitation to Kobe as well. During each live broadcast, commentators would offer strategies to the trailing team. Online spectators began to assist the Mavericks in seeking new tactics. Director Sun Jungping, have you noticed the inquiries from netizens about how the Mavericks can defeat the Lakers? What are your thoughts on this? Zhang Weiping replied, Indeed, I have observed. Today, the Lakers have effectively neutralized Tracy McGrady by utilizing Feng Feng's defensive prowess. However, the Mavericks coach has not persisted in allowing Yao Ming to attack the paint to create space for the team, instead relying on perimeter players to achieve breakthroughs. I believe the current strategy for the Mavericks should begin with Yao Ming, drawing Lakers players into the paint, thereby providing greater opportunities for outside shots and enhancing shooting accuracy. Additionally, it is crucial to limit the connection between Kobe and his teammates. Let us continue to enjoy the second half of the contest between the Mavericks and the Lakers. The Lakers commenced with the same tactics as the first half, leveraging Kobe's drives to attract double teams, creating opportunities for the perimeter, followed by distributing the ball after penetrating defenses. After Feng Feng consecutively sank 2 3-pointers, the coach of the Mavericks could no longer remain composed. Should the score widen to a 15-point lead, the prospects for a comeback would be grim given the current circumstances. Consequently, the Mavericks head coach called for a timeout. Upon returning to the court, McGrady and Yao Ming discussed the need to alter their strategy. They decided to focus on Yao Ming, capitalizing on his offensive prowess in the paint to create opportunities for outside shooting. The execution of this plan was entrusted to Yao Ming. McGrady, hindered by Feng Feng's defensive prowess, struggled to perform effectively, but resolved to follow the coach's directives. Yao Ming, upon hearing the coach's strategy, felt a surge of optimism. As such a plan had been rare, previously he would score a few points at the outset, and then rely solely on his own efforts to secure defensive rebounds and create offensive chances. The Zen Master was also aware that the Mavericks would inevitably prioritize their interior game, as their own paint defense was too feeble to contend. The odds were stacked against Yao Ming single-handedly overcoming the Lakers. As the timeout concluded, it was evident that when Yao Ming positioned himself, McGrady lofted the ball towards him. In the absence of O'Neal, Yao Ming found himself virtually invincible beneath the basket. Utilizing his left foot as the pivot, Yao Ming deftly maneuvered past Kwame Brown, executing a layup with precision. This basket shattered the Maverick scoring drought and steadied their position. The Lakers, however, were not to be outdone. As Kobe Bryant swiftly penetrated the lane to score, the competition intensified, with both teams embroiled in a stalemate. Amidst this deadlock, Feng Feng emerged as a pivotal force. After enduring over 2 quarters, Dwight Howard found himself increasingly sluggish in keeping pace with Feng Feng's movements, nearly unable to follow. Feng Feng discerned that Howard was fatigued, and with a sudden burst of speed, he evaded Howard and came to a halt just beyond the 3-point line on the weak side. Throughout the offensive play, Kobe closely monitored Feng Feng's movements, delivering a precise bounce pass that landed securely in Feng Feng's hands. Upon receiving the ball, Feng Feng leapt into the air, noticing Howard rushing towards him. After a brief pause in midair, he released a 3-pointer. Good heavens, Barkley! That lunatic in jersey number 0 is waiting for Howard to jump. Has he lost his mind? Does he not fear being blocked by Howard? Smith remarked, Look at that. The arrogant individual from the Middle Kingdom is actually hovering in the air, anticipating Howard's defense. If this shot goes in, I shall eat live on air in the studio. Just as Smith uttered the word eat, a swish echoed as the three-point shot swerved cleanly through the net. Fong raised his right hand, extending 3 fingers. Although Howard's defense made contact with Feng's shooting hand, it did not alter the trajectory of his three-point shot, which found its mark with unwavering precision. Zhang Weiping remarked that the situation was unreasonable, yet entirely justifiable. Look, Howard's stamina had evidently waned. Even if the three-pointer had missed, drawing a foul would undoubtedly succeed. And with Feng's free throw accuracy, 3 attempts would surely result in points. Thus, he was clearly aiming for a 4-point play. It was utterly audacious. DJ called out for the crowd to chant his name. Feng. 3 points. The referee's whistle signaled the successful three-pointer, along with an additional free throw. Kobe approached, saying, "Brother, thankfully it went in. I wouldn't want to waste my assist. I have to practice more night." Upon hearing Kobe's words, Feng was startled, causing his hand to tremble slightly. But fortunately, he had not yet taken his free throw. Feng took a deep breath to steady his emotions before executing the free throw, which he sank with unwavering precision. Howard's stamina was rapidly depleting, leaving him to gasp for air beyond the three-point line as he sought to hasten his recovery. The Mavericks' offense continued to revolve around Yao's low-post play. While Kwame Brown's offensive performance was lackluster, his defense remained commendable, as he exerted every effort to prevent Yao from establishing position near the basket. Yao, using all his strength, pushed Kwame aside, and with a deft little floater, scored effortlessly. After making that basket, Yao exclaimed a frustrated curse. Kwame, intrigued, approached Feng to inquire why Yao had shouted tomato instead of fuck upon scoring. Feng could no longer contain himself, and burst into laughter, glancing up at Yaoyin. "Let us discuss this after the game. It's time to prepare for the offense and position for support." As Feng chuckled, he deftly handled the pressure from Kwame Brown. Kwame scratched his head, still unable to decipher Yao Yin's intentions, and turned to sprint back. The Mavericks intensified their defense against Kobe, aiming to sever the connection between him and his teammates, thereby forcing him into isolation plays. Kobe recognized the Maverick strategy. Previously, only Odom could assist in drawing defensive attention. But now Feng's impressive shooting from the perimeter could also help alleviate some of the pressure on him. Kobe promptly signaled Odom to set a pick, understanding that it was unnecessary for him to bear the burden alone, as such efforts would be too taxing. When Odom successfully shielded Kobe from O'Grady, Kobe dashed towards the three-point line. The Mavericks players were momentarily perplexed. Wasn't he the plan to attack the basket? Why was he moving away? At that moment, Feng positioned himself to set another screen for Kobe, and as Kobe maneuvered past, Feng made a decisive cut towards the basket. In this exchange, Howard found himself lacking the strength to defend against Feng and could only hold his ground near the rim. Just as Howard contemplated assisting Kobe, Feng had already slipped into a wide-open position beneath the basket. As Kobe prepared to pass, Howard was compelled to pivot and resume defense against Feng. Reflecting on the fact that Feng had already scored over 10 points against him, Howard resolved not to allow Feng to continue his unchecked scoring spree. Without hesitation, he leaped to contest Feng's dunk, intent on blocking it. However, Howard underestimated both his own fatigue and Feng's leaping ability and physical prowess. Upon receiving the pass from Kobe, Feng leaped directly, gathering the ball with poised hands, preparing for a thunderous dunk. As he noticed Howard swiftly returning on defense, Feng leaps into the air. "Oh my, Barkley, look at the incredible height he has achieved. Observe the strength of his core. He has truly reached a level of perfection. Let us offer our prayers for Howard, as this time the backdrop has changed to feature him." The previous dunk by Feng is still vividly etched in our memories. Smith stands agape, utterly astonished by Feng's remarkable bounce and hang time, rendered speechless. With one hand pressing against Howard, he momentarily suspends himself in the air, while the other hand forcefully slams the basketball into the hoop. As Feng's feet made contact with the floor, he raised his right arm high, clenching his fist, and vigorously waved towards the audience. The DJ shouted, "Riding buckle! Riding buckle! Riding buckle!" The fervent fans erupted in excitement. Feng. This was the first time Feng had experienced such enthusiastic cheers for his name in his home arena. Is this the feeling of a superstar? Feng pondered. "Feng, are you an extraterrestrial?" Odom questioned with a bewildered expression. "Feng, you are truly a madman." Completing another dunk in the game, Kwame Brown approached him. "It's all in a day's work," Feng replied nonchalantly, turning to resume defense. After the dunk, Fong Fong began to feel the fatigue setting in. Kobe noticed his waning energy and approached him. During the next offensive phase, ease off a bit to regain your stamina. On offense, let us utilize more pick and rolls. Reduce your running, Kobe advised, imparting some on-court wisdom. All right, I will, Fong Fong replied. T-Mac, observing Fong Feng's fatigue, seized the opportunity to attack him. For several consecutive possessions, T-Mac went one-on-one against Fong Fong and occasionally lobbed the ball to Yao Yin, who concluded with emphatic dunks, something rarely seen from Yao Yin. As Fong Feng's physical stamina waned after enduring the majority of the match, he developed a profound understanding of defending against McGrady. Consequently, McGrady's shooting percentage remained suppressed below 30. McGrady played with considerable frustration. Fong Fong and Kobe have frequently executed pick-and-roll combinations, with Kobe either handing off to Fong Fong or directly attacking the basket. Due to a decline in physical stamina, Fong Feng's shooting accuracy has also diminished. His three-point shooting percentage has significantly decreased, landing at around 50 for several attempts. Conversely, Kobe has seen a notable improvement in his shooting efficiency. Meanwhile, Yao's energy has waned considerably due to a series of consecutive one-on-one plays beneath the basket. As the point differential between the two teams gradually reached 20 points, the tension in the game intensified. Fong Feng's physical stamina has also improved, prompting him to commence running off the ball. Howard, too, is expending his last reserves of energy to closely shadow Fong Fong. As Kobe sets a screen for Fong Fong at the three-point line, he employs his deftness to deliver a fierce collision against Howard's chest. Fong Fong effortlessly sank a three-pointer. Turning around, he noticed Howard had dashed to the sidelines and was retching. Barkley exclaimed, "Oh my God, what on earth has Howard done wrong?" First, he was subjected to a ferocious dunk by that lunatic in jersey number 0, becoming merely a backdrop. Now he has been so utterly outpaced by Fong that he has lost his composure. Let's pray for him. At this moment, Howard could only think of finding a crevice to hide in. He pondered, is this really a compatriot of Yao? How could he be so different from him? The urge to weep overwhelmed him. Disregarding everything, Howard simply collapsed on the sidelines. The coach of the Mavericks, recognizing the gravity of the situation, called for a timeout, summoning the team physician to assess Howard's condition. Howard, resolute in his silence, convinced himself that if he said nothing, he would evade embarrassment. Meanwhile, the Maverick substitutes assisted in carrying Howard off the court. Fong Fong approached Yao Yin and remarked, "Yao, your teammate is lacking. How could he possibly be sick? Keep your voice down. If they overhear us, it could lead to a confrontation," Yao Yin cautioned. He seemed to recall something suddenly, adding, "However, it's unlikely to escalate. Your previous display of strength was quite formidable. The match has concluded. Let's not disperse just yet, but rather gather together," Fong Fong suggested to Yao Yin. Fong Feng's scoring has inadvertently reached the pinnacle of the Los Angeles Lakers, amassing an impressive 35 points, inching ever closer to surpassing his previous scoring record. The Zen Master also took the opportunity to substitute both Kobe and Fong Fong for a brief respite. Fong Fong plopped down on the bench, gulping down water, his face ashen and breathing heavily. "Fong Fong, take a good rest. Whether you play or not, we'll decide in the fourth quarter. Just recuperate for now." After a brief pause, Fong Fong regained some energy. "Kobe, how does it feel to assist? Isn't it exhilarating?" By the end of the third quarter, unbeknownst to him, Kobe had already accumulated 12 assists, most of which were directed towards Fong Fong. This sensation was exhilarating. It had been ages since he played with such vigor. Kobe mused that basketball was not merely a solitary endeavor. Sharing the burden brought immense joy. "That is for sure, Kobe. Let us continue this way. The playoffs are not far off," Fong Fong responded, turning to Kobe. "Indeed, our only goal remains the championship," Kobe asserted with unwavering resolve. As the third quarter concluded, the Rockets narrowed the gap to 13 points. As the fourth quarter commenced, the coach instructed Kobe and Fong Fong to take the court directly, wishing to secure the game without prolonging the struggle against the Rockets, allowing the primary players some respite. "Kobe, Fong Fong, focus on your teamwork and aim to stretch the lead beyond 15 points. Fong Fong, practice your offense," Kobe reminded, ensuring Fong Fong had ample opportunities to shine. "All right, just wait and see. I'll dazzle everyone," Fong Fong replied confidently. At the start of the fourth quarter, Kobe and Fong Fong executed several plays in succession. Although Yao was still formidable beneath the basket, finishing numerous offensive attempts, the Rockets struggled with their three-point shooting, managing only one successful attempt. The combination of Kobe and Fong Fong Feng's inside-outside game began to widen the gap. "Buddy, it's your turn now. I hope to see an impressive offensive display," Kobe said with a smile, patting Feng on the shoulder. Kobe dribbled past half-court and passed the ball to Feng, moving to the other side to create space for Feng's offensive maneuver. McGrady defended Feng closely. As the pre-game scouting report noted Feng's strong three-point shooting, positioning, and dunking abilities, but highlighted a lack of self-created scoring opportunities. To prevent Feng from taking a three-point shot, McGrady stayed tightly aligned with him. Feng, with the ball in hand, displayed no intention of attempting a three-point shot. His sole purpose was to refine his ability to drive past defenders. Feng is preparing to make a breakthrough using Sam Gold. Feng, confronted by McGrady's defense, executed a swift scissor step, evading McGrady's grasp and driving directly to the basket, successfully finishing with a bank shot. McGrady was taken aback. Wasn't he, it said, that he lacked the ability to create offensive plays independently? How could he have been bypassed so effortlessly? In the subsequent offensive plays, Feng consistently capitalized on Sam Gold's quick movements, leaving McGrady frequently uncertain about Feng's next move. Although Feng made 5 or 6 breakthroughs, surpassing McGrady on 4 or 5 occasions, his layups remained considerably lacking when he reached the basket. Yao, stationed beneath the rim, graciously bestowed upon Feng 2 blocks. Feng was overshadowed, yet he harbored no resentment, for not every team boasts a defensive center of Yao's caliber. Feng currently exhibits a singular breakthrough ability, yet with a success rate of 50, that is already commendable. In any case, Feng is quite content with his performance. Observers noted that he successfully surpassed McGrady several times during the match, igniting fervent discussions among domestic netizens. Critics, where are you now? Did you not claim that Feng was solely a three-point shooter? How will you disparage him now? The skill displayed with that Sam God is nothing short of extraordinary. Regardless of one's excellence, dissenters will always persist. Let us be honest, is this truly considered offensive capability? Was he not blocked multiple times? There is no need to argue. Feng lacks offensive prowess and is merely a three-point shooter. How exhilarating it must be for you, Feng, to experience being blocked. Yao, with a knowing smile, approached Feng and whispered a few words. However, the score difference has reached 15 points, and I will soon be off duty. Before long, both Kobe and Feng were substituted off the court. Feng's score reached 43 points, once again surpassing the record he had previously set. Kobe and Feng chatted and laughed on the bench, engaging in lighthearted conversation. As the game concluded, the Lakers emerged victorious with a score of 88-100. Chapter 58. The End. Don't leave yet. A harmonious voice once again shattered Feng's joy. How wonderful it is to have amassed so many beginner's lottery draws in just 2 games. It feels exhilarating. Breaking records is indeed the way to go. What a thrill. Absolutely thrilling. It's unbelievably delightful. What a joy. Feng was overjoyed. Upon witnessing Feng's silly grin, Kobe was nearly taken aback. Feng, what is wrong with you? Have you lost your mind? It is you who has lost your mind. I am currently in a state of unprecedented bliss. Feng replied as he approached Kobe. The Lakers players joined in the revelry, playfully urging Feng to treat them at the nightclub. Feng's words left everyone feeling disappointed. I'm sorry, but I'm still young and cannot drink. Where am I supposed to go? Odom seemed at a loss for words, as it appeared that Feng was indeed quite young. Well, you still ought to treat us. We desire a grand feast, Kwame Brown chimed in enthusiastically. Absolutely not. My recent salary is barely enough to cover my fines. How could I possibly afford to treat you all? You earn far more than I do. How can you expect me to foot the bill? Feng, in a brazen manner, insisted that he could not treat anyone due to his lack of funds. Kobe, well aware of Feng's financial situation as the lowest earner on the team, understood that he simply did not possess the means to host. Approaching Feng, Kobe called him aside, reminding him that they were to attend a press conference shortly. Upon witnessing Kobe's approach, the Lakers players ceased their raucous behavior, and in small groups, they strolled back to the locker room, engaged in lighthearted conversation and laughter. Feng quickly completed his grooming and joined Kobe to attend the press conference. This was his second time participating, and he no longer felt the anxiety he had experienced during his inaugural event. As he would frequently partake in such gatherings in the future, he began to feel a sense of composure. The camera flashes erupted once more as Zen Master, Kobe, and Feng took their seats. Hello, esteemed friends. If you have any questions, please feel free to begin. You, the journalist, may start first. The Lakers staff commenced the interview arrangements. Hello, Mr. Zen Master. With Fong starting in the lineup. Does this indicate that he possesses the capability to be a starter and will appear in the Lakers starting roster henceforth? Inquired a reporter from ESPN. The Zen Master replied, whether Fong remains a part of the starting lineup will depend on the opponents and the needs of the team. Mr. Zen Master, given Feng's recent outstanding performances, why have you not included him in the starting lineup? Are you intentionally limiting his playing time in preparation for the pressure of his contract? If he continues to develop at this pace, he possesses all-star potential. Are you intentionally suppressing young talent? This query aimed to create discord within the Lakers' ranks. This reporter, I can confidently answer your question. I will not limit Feng's playing time now, nor will I do so in the future, the Zen Master assured. Kobe, in recent games, your assists have increased significantly. Are you planning to alter your playing style? A reporter from the Los Angeles Basketball Report asked. My style is solely focused on achieving victory. For the sake of triumph, we will make the most suitable arrangements at the right moments. Next question. Kobe responded with an air of authority, seemingly indifferent to the feelings of the reporters. The inquiries directed at Kobe continued unabated. Kobe, how would you evaluate Feng's performance? Will he replace you as the new leader of the Lakers? Feng thought to himself, this is quite the provocation. We are a team. There is no leader. We operate as a cohesive unit. Now, next question. I am seated next to an outstanding player. Do you not have questions for him? Kobe remarked, noticing that reporters were persistently questioning him while Feng remained unaddressed. Feng, in this recent Tianqiao derby, you achieved the highest score and led the Lakers to victory. Do you believe you have surpassed Yao Ming to become the foremost figure in Chinese basketball? There will always be those seeking to undermine me, Feng thought. No. Did you not see that Yao Ming blocked 2 of my shots? I rose to the challenge, but I faltered. The facts reveal that I'm still a novice in this arena. Feng responded with a smooth demeanor, not forgetting to mention the elementary school reference. Oh God, why is it again about elementary school? What is that all about? It seems we should brush up on our understanding of the language of the Celestial Empire. Can you share your feelings about riding on Howard's coattails? My sentiment is simply that I have scored again. I won't allow you the chance to tarnish my reputation. Howard has been left breathless by your slicing cuts and is currently in the hospital. What words do you have for him? Certainly, I have something in mind. I have already distanced myself from Yao. Please send him a fruit basket on my behalf, and I shall settle the payment later. We can be discreet, but not overly so. As the interview concluded, the reporters failed to uncover any sensational news. The Zen Master and Feng were merely a seasoned trickster and a young rascal, respectively. As for Kobe, it has always been like this. Nothing that could be deemed explosive. Kobe, do you have time tomorrow? I would like to invite you to a gathering at my place, where I will also invite Yao Ming. What do you think? Feng extended the invitation to Kobe once more. After some contemplation, Kobe realized he had no training the following evening and could afford to relax. Very well. I shall be there on time. Kobe also wished to engage Yao Ming in conversation, even though Yao had signed a 5-year contract with the Rockets. He was eager to seize any opportunity to bring Yao to the Lakers, especially now that he had a compatriot to facilitate that chance. Kobe, let us head to the visitors' locker room together. Upon hearing Feng's words, Kobe felt a wave of anxiety. Surely this madman wasn't contemplating a visit to the Rockets' locker room. Feng, you must exercise restraint. We have already won, and we cannot jeopardize our success by confronting the visiting locker room. Such an act would certainly lead to a suspension, likely longer than the previous one. Kobe was genuinely alarmed, not out of concern for Feng's safety, but for the potential repercussions that could hinder the Lakers' future endeavors. With Feng's offensive prowess, it seemed the Rockets would struggle to inflict any significant harm upon him, aside from Yao. At long last, they had secured a victory, and Barkley could not resist taking a jab at Smith. Smith, I believe that Feng of the Lakers should express his gratitude towards me. For I successfully aided in the sale of 10 of his jerseys. Barkley chuckled heartily at Smith. Winning the bet felt exhilarating. Rest assured, I shall fulfill my end of the wager. After concluding the match commentary, Smith turned to exit the studio. Kobe, why are you so aggressive? What are you thinking? I merely intended to remind Yao Ming not to forget about our gathering tomorrow. Am I truly so violent? Feng was equally astonished by Kobe's intense reaction. After all, it was merely a visit to the opposing team's locker room. Very well, he said. I shall accompany you. Kobe ultimately resolved to join Feng. Unwilling to allow him to venture alone, fearing that something untoward might occur. Feng and Kobe entered the visiting team's locker room, where they encountered McGrady approaching them. Feng, I will definitely triumph next time. Despite the defeat, McGrady remained resolute, vowing to reclaim victory in their next encounter. No problem, as long as you wish to compete. I'm always ready to accept the challenge. In the next match, I will likewise give it my all. Feng believed that while one could maintain a low profile, one must never exhibit cowardice, regardless of the circumstances. McGrady, why are you still upset? This isn't the first time you've lost. Kobe, what you're doing isn't advising McGrady. It's merely adding fuel to the fire. Yao Ming stepped forward, saying, Kobe, Feng, you both are here. Surely you're not planning to block the visiting team's locker room? You've already won. If anyone should confront them, it ought to be me. Yao, please don't jest. I'm merely inquiring if you are departing tomorrow. We want TB leaving tomorrow. We'll take a day to rest, and we'll head to Toronto the day after for the next away game. That is splendid. Let us have dinner at my place tomorrow evening, and do make sure you're not late. Certainly, in fact, I also have something to discuss with you. Yang Yi wishes to conduct an interview with the two of us. All right, no problem. Kobe, you continue your conversation. We shall proceed with the interview. After Feng finished speaking, he and Yao Ming made their way to Yang Yi. Hello, Diater Yang. Feng and Yao Ming greeted him together. Haha, I'm absolutely thrilled to interview two NBA basketball stars at once. Such an opportunity is indeed rare. Yang Yi joked. Coach Yang, you are flattering me to death. I am merely an elementary school student, Feng replied, eliciting laughter from both Yang Yi and Yao Ming. Yao Ming, may I ask you a few questions? Of course, feel free to ask, came Yao Ming's response. Could you provide an assessment of Feng's performance today? Feng played exceptionally well today. We certainly did not anticipate such an outstanding display from him prior to the game. What more can I say? Have you not noticed that Feng's scoring has surpassed mine? He has shattered the single-game scoring record for Chinese players in the NBA. He is significantly better than I am, Yao Ming remarked, his praise for Feng unmistakable. He was also delighted that another player of such caliber, capable of creating space on the court, had emerged from China. Feng, what are your thoughts on Yao Ming? What more can I say? He blocked me twice in a row at the end. Feng, with a pained expression, continued, the insurmountable mountains of our celestial empire. Brother Yao, I seek my reward. Tread carefully, for next time I shall hold you accountable. Feng's demeanor elicited laughter from both Yang Yi and Yao Ming. Feng, may I inquire what you said to Yao Ming after he blocked you twice in succession? Haha, I'm more than willing to answer that. I said, don't leave after this. My intention was simply to playfully intimidate Brother Yao, urging him not to block me again. Otherwise, I would confront him at the away team's locker room. Feng had just finished speaking when the comment from netizens illuminated the atmosphere. I've had too much to drink. I stand in awe of no one but Feng. Double tap 666. Feng, my idol, do you like me, enjoy listening to Crosstalk? I am but a primary school student. The critics never cease their relentless chatter. Feng pretends to be foolish. Even attempting to intimidate Yao Ming, perhaps he should exercise a bit more wisdom. One last question. Feng, will you join the national team? In a past life, I aspire to serve my country, and in this life the opportunity has finally arisen. I certainly shall not relinquish it, though I won't accept without principles. I believe I will join the national team. However, as you are aware, I've been occupied with competitions lately and have yet to receive an invitation in this regard. After a brief continuation of the conversation, Yang Yi mentioned he needed to return to his writing and took his leave. Feng escorted Yao Ming to the hotel before returning on his own. Chapter 59. The Layout of a Commercial Empire. Jack, how have you been lately? The stock market seems to be thriving, is it not? Feng dialed Jack's number. Boss, we've made substantial profits again. The stocks you provided are truly exceptional, although I must say my own trading skills have been quite remarkable as well. Jack boasted while praising Feng. That's splendid news. It appears the returns are quite impressive. I anticipate withdrawing a significant portion of funds by the end of the month. So please be prepared, Feng informed him, considering the upcoming investments. Absolutely, boss. However, I would appreciate a week's notice in advance to facilitate the withdrawal, Jack replied thoughtfully. Not a problem. I will ensure to inform you a week ahead, Feng assured him. After ending the call with Jack, Feng reached out to Bill Duffy to inquire about the companies he had expressed interest in investing in, eager to learn about Bill's findings. Feng picked up his phone and dialed Bill's number. The call connected. Bill, how have you been lately? Feng initiated the conversation in a distinctly Chinese manner. Quite well. though exceedingly busy, especially due to the numerous endorsements from your country. I'm nearly overwhelmed. Your performance has been nothing short of astonishing, Bill Duffy replied, his excitement palpable. Initially, he believed that Fong was merely physically gifted. However, he was taken aback to discover that Fong excelled in every aspect, adapting swiftly to the rhythm of the NBA and shattering several records in the process. Numerous Chinese companies were seeking Bill's counsel regarding endorsement contracts, and he was currently engaged in a flurry of communications and selections. Is that so? That's wonderful. We can earn some money again, but it shouldn't encroach too much on my training time. Fong was initially not particularly passionate about making money. However, in pursuit of his envisioned financial empire, he recognized the necessity of diligent effort in wealth accumulation. Currently, the endorsement contracts are still under review, necessitating a period of patience. The primary challenge lies in the substantial workload involved in organizing everything, which is far from easy. Merely glancing at the quotes is not sufficient. Nevertheless, my main inquiry pertains to the investment matter we discussed earlier. How has that progressed? Fong places utmost importance on this matter, as it constitutes his principal objective and represents the most expedient path to swiftly materializing his financial empire. I've already reached out to several companies on your behalf, including Facebook and YouTube. As for Twitter, it has yet to genuinely commence operations, which is why Fong did not enlist Bill Duffy's assistance in inquiring about that company. So, what do these two companies have to say? How much investment do you require from me? Upon hearing that these two companies were open to investment, Fong felt a surge of excitement, for it presented an opportunity to capitalize on the advantages of capitalism. However, the circumstances surrounding these two companies are quite distinct. The total investment required amounts to between $20 to $30 million, raising uncertainties about whether your available capital is sufficient. After a recent conversation with Jack, Fong learned that his current funds had reached $20 million. Anticipating the arrival of new endorsement contracts, he expected an additional influx of around $2 million and considered borrowing some funds from Jack. Indeed, Bill Duffy, I should be able to muster $30 million in funding, although it will require some time. Fong endeavored to suppress the tumult of excitement within him. Very well. Fong, I shall meet you in Los Angeles in a week to discuss the investment matters, as well as to deliberate on your endorsement issues, the voice had assured. Indeed, I eagerly await your arrival. After hanging up with Bill Duffy, Fong exhaled deeply, relief washing over him. At last, there was news. Fortunately, he had prudently engaged Bill Duffy's assistance to inquire beforehand. Otherwise, had he delayed, such a splendid opportunity to invest in these two companies might have slipped away. Following his conversation with Bill Duffy, Fong reached out to Jack. Jack, I apologize for bothering you again after our earlier call. It's quite all right, we just spoke. Did we not? Why the additional contact? It pertains to the matter we discussed earlier. Bill Duffy has successfully managed the preliminary negotiations on my behalf, and we are poised to sign a contract in a week. Ah, how unfortunate. The stocks I currently hold are performing remarkably well. It feels like a missed opportunity. However, I shall ensure that everything is in order for you by next week. Nonetheless, Fong, are you certain you wish to withdraw all of your investment from Zijin? Fong contemplated meticulously, determining that the initial investment should fall within the range of $20 to $25 million. The investment in YouTube, however, may not transpire until after the new year. Regarding the YouTube investment, I could also leverage my equity in Facebook to secure a loan from the bank through asset collateral, which should suffice for the YouTube investment. Indeed, I might withdraw approximately $20 million. After this withdrawal, how much capital will remain? Jack assessed the financial situation. After your withdrawal of $20 million, you would have roughly $2 million remaining. Additionally, during this week of fund withdrawal, there might still be some accrued returns. Jack, would you be able to lend me some money initially? Upon completing the investment, I shall pledge the equity and subsequently repay you. Is that agreeable, Jack? Fong arrived at this conclusion after considerable contemplation. After all, he had yet to engage in venture capital in this domain, which made it somewhat challenging to invite Yao Ming to invest. Inviting Kobe would prove even more difficult. Although he held a significant position within the Lakers, it did not necessarily mean that Kobe would place his trust in him in other matters. The same could be said for Yao Ming. However, Jack was a different story. Under Feng's guidance, he had recently earned a substantial profit in the stock market. How much do you intend to borrow? What sort of investment are you pursuing? And is it yielding returns? It wouldn't be quicker than the stock market, would it? Feng inquired. I would like to borrow $5 million from you. I assure you that I will repay it promptly. $5 million was a formidable sum for Jack just a few months ago. However, Jack's financial standing, while not as robust as Feng's, had improved considerably, amounting to approximately $9 million. That sounds feasible, but may I also consider investing a portion? Jack tentatively asked Feng. Feng also believed that having borrowed money from Jack for investment, he had earned a substantial profit and felt it was only fitting to share the opportunity for wealth with Jack. That sounds promising, but how much are you intending to invest? He inquired. I still need to discuss this with Bill Duffy regarding your potential partnership, he added. Feng replied, I plan to invest $3 million, with a little remaining, allowing us to continue trading in the stock market. Very well, let's proceed with that arrangement. I'll reach out to you when the time comes. After concluding the call with Jack, he spoke with Bill Duffy about Jack's interest in investing. Once these arrangements were finalized, Feng took a brief respite. Soon after, accompanied by a nutritionist, he drove to the largest shopping center nearby to procure food and other necessities for the evening's gathering. Chapter 60. A deep conversation with Yao Ming. He also purchased some items that were particularly favored by children and women. Although Feng merely extended an invitation to Kobe, he remained uncertain whether Vanessa and their children would accompany him. Fortunately, the villa he had rented was quite spacious, with a yard ample enough for an evening gathering. He ventured out to procure the necessary condiments and tools for the barbecue. Initially, he intended to purchase only a few items, but upon further reflection, he realized that if he were to frequently invite his teammates over for dinner, he would likely require a greater assortment of supplies. Consequently, Feng decided to make a substantial purchase all at once, to avoid the need for additional trips in the future. However, after completing his shopping, he felt a pang of regret, having spent an entire half-month's salary. The pain of expenditure was indeed palpable. Feng provided guidance to the hired help today, instructing them to prepare the necessary items for the barbecue scheduled for this evening. He ensured that all the ingredients were gathered and skewered, awaiting the arrival of the guests. Feng planned to either cook alongside them or entertain them while grilling. Otherwise, he would find himself ill-prepared for the evening's festivities, risking the chance of not being able to enjoy the meal. Feng contacted Yao Yin in advance by phone, preparing to drive there himself. Feng drove to the hotel where Yao Yin was staying. The moment he saw Yao Yin getting into the car, the entire vehicle unexpectedly sank by 1 centimeter, startling Feng slightly. Fortunately, there was still enough clearance for comfort. Feng returned with Yao Yin, heading directly to the reception room on the upper floor. He had arranged to bring Yao Yin over in advance, seeking an opportunity to engage in a deeper conversation on certain matters. Yao Yin had mentioned that McGrady would join them as well. However, when Feng went to pick up Yao Yin, he learned that McGrady had already gone to visit Kobe. Although McGrady and Kobe hold a competitive relationship on the court, their personal rapport remains quite amicable. Brother Yao, would you care for a drink? How about some delightful Happy Fat House water? I procured it especially for you. Feng extended his hand and offered a bottle of cheerful soda to Yao Ming. However, Yao Ming merely glanced at Feng, disregarding him entirely, and walked over to fetch a bottle of mineral water for himself. Yao Ge, this isn't how friends behave. What's wrong? Can you not accept defeat? It's just one loss. After all, why the cold shoulder? Feng insisted relentlessly. Ming, surveying his surroundings, observed that Feng's room was immaculate and orderly, devoid of the detrimental habits often associated with certain athletes. Satisfied, he nodded. I am an athlete. How could I possibly indulge in sugary beverages? Surely, you do not consume such drinks regularly. Feng's expression turned pale, realizing that the advertisements are nothing but deceit. It appears that one merely endorses for profit without partaking in the product themselves. Advertisements can be quite harmful. It is perhaps wise to reduce one's exposure to them, as they often lead to disappointment. I did not intentionally purchase this for you. Had I known you do not consume it, I would have refrained, thus saving my money from being squandered. Feng exhibited a painful expression. Feng, this seems excessive. Although your family may not be billionaires, they are certainly an ordinary one. You have already signed an NBA contract, and surely endorsements in our country are abundant. Just look at how distressed you appear. Yao Yin, unaware of Feng's impending investment plans, had also heard from Bill Duffy that Feng had secured several endorsements at the start of the season. He remarked, isn't it true that finances are tight lately? My salary is significantly lower than yours, merely $450,000 a year. After taxes, it barely covers my living expenses and rent. Look at me. I have spent extravagantly today to treat you all. This expenditure amounts to half a month's salary for me. But wait, didn't you sign multiple endorsements at the beginning of the season? How can you still claim to be financially strained? Surely you haven't engaged in any disreputable activities, have you? Yao Yin was perplexed, pondering whether Feng had gotten into some sort of trouble. Yao, please, what disreputable activities could I possibly have engaged in? I am merely preparing for an investment. I'm set to sign contracts next week. Consequently, most of my funds must be allocated towards this investment. Feng offered little elucidation, as there was not much to elaborate upon. Initially, he had contemplated inviting Yao Yin to invest alongside him. However, given the current state of their relationship, which had yet to reach a level of intimacy, he recalibrated his thoughts and ultimately resolved to forego the proposition. Presently, the available capital was sufficient, and thus he chose not to broach the subject. Be cautious with your investments. The NBA is rife with basketball luminaries who have faced financial ruin due to reckless ventures post-retirement. Yao Yin cautioned, adopting a protective demeanor, as he was concerned for his fellow compatriot and wary of Feng falling prey to deception, resulting in a total loss. Rest assured, Brother Yao, I have conducted thorough research and analysis before arriving at my investment decision. Feng reassured him. That is reassuring. However, what kind of investments are you engaged in? And to what extent? Yao inquired, his curiosity piqued. Initially, Feng had no intention of disclosing the specifics, intending merely to mention it in passing. However, considering that Bill Duffy was also Yao Yin's agent, he surmised that the information would likely come to light eventually. Thus, he chose to share with Yao Yin that the preliminary investment was estimated to be between $25 to $30 million, with the possibility of additional investments in the future. As soon as Feng spoke, Yao Yin was taken aback. This young man, in such a short span of time, had amassed a considerable sum to invest. It surpassed what I earned over the past few years. Your family must be quite affluent, but do they consent to such a substantial one-time investment? This is no trivial amount. It represents a significant financial commitment. Even if one's family possesses wealth, they would likely be hesitant to allow such a large investment, especially when it is not being handled by a professional investment firm. There's no need for family approval. This is all my own earnings, so their consent isn't required. Feng replied, leaving Yao Yin genuinely astonished, realizing that this young man's financial acumen surpassed his own. All right then, if the opportunity arises in the future, we could consider investing together. Yao Yin, who also engages in investments and leads his own team, envisioned collaborating with Feng on future ventures, believing his professional team could assist in conducting thorough evaluations. Certainly, when opportunities arise, I will definitely seek out Brother Yao for collaboration. However, it's possible that these investments may not yield profits. Feng intended to shift the conversation from his investments to another subject, specifically the original reason for inviting Yao Yin to join him. You still engage in unprofitable investments? Surely not. Are you excessively wealthy? Or is your family so affluent that they rival nations? Yao Yin expressed his confusion regarding the rationale behind pursuing unprofitable ventures. Feng harbors only preliminary thoughts regarding certain investments, having yet to conduct thorough investigations and research. I aspire, in the future, contingent upon available funding, to return to my homeland and establish several schools primarily aimed at nurturing individuals eager to pursue the sport of basketball. Feng recalled that in his previous life, Yao Yin had indeed established a basketball school himself. Thus, this proposal, albeit costly, would undoubtedly be embraced by Yao Yin. After Feng articulated this thought, Yao Yin's expression turned somber, pondering why such an endeavor would be deemed a non-profitable investment. It is indeed true that establishing a school in the country could prove to be quite cumbersome. While a conventional private school might yield substantial profits, a basketball academy may not be as lucrative. Wealthy families are unlikely to enroll their children in a basketball school. Typically, it is children from less fortunate backgrounds who pursue this path. However, such families often struggle to afford the costs associated with nurturing a child's ambition to become a professional player, as the journey demands considerable financial resources, which few families can sustain. It appears that this is the case. It is indeed a commendable idea. I have also contemplated the establishment of a similar institution upon my retirement. Yao Yin recognized that despite the vast population of our nation, it remains exceedingly challenging to find even 5 individuals proficient in basketball. The developmental structure of basketball domestically is still quite inadequate. Although his years in the NBA have spurred a surge of basketball enthusiasts in the country, the gap remains significant. Indeed, I only wish to broach the subject for now. The specifics can wait for a later time. Today, I merely wanted to gauge your interest in this notion. If you're inclined, we could collaborate in the future. This would eliminate the inefficiencies of preliminary research, allowing us to co-found the institution and collectively identify potential challenges from diverse perspectives. Fong Fong expressed his innermost thoughts, for he recognizes that Yao Yin is an individual willing to sacrifice everything for the advancement of national basketball. As long as it benefits the development of basketball in our homeland, he is prepared to engage, even at the cost of his own interests. Very well. Let us articulate it thus. When you are ready to embark on this endeavor, we shall undertake it together. Yao Yin indeed harbors a strong desire to pursue this initiative. Yet he presently lacks the capacity to support it independently. Having a partner would render the task more manageable. Fong Fong, is this not one of the primary reasons you brought me here ahead of time? Indeed, Brother Yao, I am not well versed in certain domestic matters. After all, I have never even registered in domestic basketball, and there is much I do not comprehend. Therefore, I must rely on your network and resources. In due course, I shall acquire the necessary funds, but certain matters in our country cannot be resolved merely with wealth, as you are well aware. Fong Fong is currently in the process of constructing his own commercial empire, ensuring a steady influx of funds in the future. However, in terms of relationships, he is still quite distant from Yao Yin. The inclusion of Yao Yin could significantly enhance the situation, at the very least mitigating unnecessary troubles. It has been suggested that we first engage a professional team for an assessment before embarking on any investments. That sounds feasible. When Fong Fong proposed the establishment of a basketball academy, Yao Yin recognized that Fong Fong, like himself, is a person willing to selflessly contribute to the advancement of basketball in their homeland. Yao Yin then articulated the purpose of his visit. Fong Fong, what are your thoughts on joining the national team? The basketball administration is eager to gauge your stance. Since you have not registered domestically and are not part of the institutional framework, they cannot compel you to participate. Initially, your performance was not particularly remarkable, which led to a lack of attention from them. Yao Yin continued to speak thoughtfully. Indeed, I have not registered domestically. Are they considering extending an invitation to me for the national team? Yes, precisely. Your recent performances have left them astounded. They fear that if they wait until you reach an even higher level before extending an invitation, you might be less inclined to accept. Therefore, they hope I can first inquire about your thoughts on the matter. Fong Fong was equally bewildered. Novels often portray a scenario where a contract is thrust into one's hands, and failure to sign it results in immediate ostracism within a country. It seems that sometimes literature can indeed be rather misleading. In the midst of his astonishment, Fong Fong took a moment to ponder seriously. First and foremost, I am willing to don a national flag and serve my country. May I inquire about the conditions? What is expected of me, and what are their specific requirements? Fong Fong is willing to serve the nation, yet he cannot unconditionally acquiesce to all their demands. Fong Fong is reluctant to have any conflicts between his training and participation in the national team as practices or competitions. This is due to the fact that since my entry into the NBA, the regulations regarding players competing abroad have become significantly more lenient in our country. Fong Fong is well aware of this, particularly due to the general circumstances surrounding the events, having meticulously reviewed numerous reports on the subject. Indeed, that is why I say, Brother Yao, you are truly our esteemed leader. Fong Fong did not hesitate to flatter, not solely due to Yao Yin's current stature, but more so because of Yao Yin's contributions to basketball in the Celestial Empire. Yao Yin smiled, sensing that this communication might yield some substantial commitments. Your current salary is rather modest, hence the absence of excessive demands. They hope you can contribute 10 for the nation's basketball cause. Furthermore, they wish to assign personnel to act as your agents both domestically and in the United States, stipulating that 30% of all your endorsement fees must be remitted to the Basketball Association. Throughout this discourse, Fong Fong maintained a steadfast gaze on Yao Yin. As Yao Yin spoke, he himself felt a sense of suppression. Indeed, these demands were ones he had not acquiesced to even in his earlier days. Having spent a year in the United States, Fong Fong would certainly not agree either. Yet there was no alternative, as it was a task mandated from above. Ultimately, one must confront it, and with himself acting as a buffer, many conflicts could be mitigated as opposed to allowing them to negotiate directly. Fong Fong, brimming with youthful vigor, found himself at odds with those who had long been entrenched within the system, rendering any resolution to their discord seemingly elusive. After finishing his words, Yao Yin let out a long sigh, acknowledging the predicament at hand. Brother Yao, he stated, I am willing to serve my country, even if it means receiving not a single penny in return. However, Under the current circumstances, I fear I cannot acquiesce. Although Feng Feng is willing to serve the nation, such service cannot be rendered in this manner, as it would only diminish the passion for basketball among future generations. After all, he dedicates himself tirelessly to training daily and earns his income through hard work, yet he is required to surrender a substantial portion of it. Furthermore, if unqualified individuals are sent to provide misguided advice, basketball players may find themselves perpetually ensnared in an unending cycle of sensational news. Brother Yao, it seems that this matter cannot be pursued any further, as the divergence between both parties is too significant. I suspect that the Basketball Association has more conditions, including my unconditional acceptance of the national team summons. Feng Feng still wished to discuss the matters of competition and injury with Yao Yin. Initially, he intended to offer Yao Yin some medication for his ailment, but upon reflection, he decided to postpone that idea. Given Yao Yin's disposition, as long as he is in good health, he will unconditionally accept the arrangements made by the coach and the national team. However, the risk of sustaining another injury is inevitable, potentially resulting in even more severe consequences than he currently faces. It would be wise to exercise patience. Indeed, this is the reality. He is also expected to participate in the Asian Games, World Championships, Olympics, and a myriad of other competitions. Yao Yin feels quite helpless. Although he has managed to break free from some domestic constraints, certain limitations still persist. For instance, national convocations are mandatory unless one is injured. Feng Feng is aware that Yao's injuries are partially attributable to his weight gain in the NBA and his coach's relentless emphasis on him as a key player. Additionally, his participation in numerous domestic competitions has taken a toll. During the off-season, the inability to rest adequately, coupled with playing while injured, has also significantly contributed to the issue. Yao, I sincerely hope you can decline participation in certain national team events. For competitions such as the Asian Games and the Asian Championships, it would be prudent for you to abstain. Focus solely on the World Championships and the Olympics. Otherwise, your body will remain in a perpetual state of fatigue, rendering you susceptible to injury. Feng Feng recalls that these are the conclusions drawn by future basketball enthusiasts. Although they consist of merely a few sentences, they undeniably highlight the crucial points. I too wish to be resolute, yet at times it is simply impossible to refuse. Brother Yao, you must be more assertive, otherwise, should you sustain an injury, you would miss the opportunity to partake in the 2008 competition, a rare event that one may only experience once in a lifetime. Feng Feng still harbors the desire to alter some of Yao Yin's perspectives. Regardless of whether such change is achievable, he aspires to offer Yao Yin a gentle reminder, preventing an untimely downfall. Very well, I shall heed your counsel, Yao Yin replied. Upon hearing these words, Feng Feng acknowledged the difficulty Yao Yin would face. Yet the mere fact that he was not offering an unqualified agreement was a significant improvement. Brother Yao, I sincerely hope that the national team can summon some young players to cultivate their skills in the upcoming matches. Relying solely on Yao Yin, even with my assistance, it would be challenging to make an impact in 2008. We need others to step forward. Our young athletes require training. It cannot always be the veterans leading the way. After all, the seasoned players have emerged from the ranks of the youth. If it comes down to just you and me, Brother Yao, can we truly triumph over the formidable Americans in 2008? Feng Feng remains undeterred, persistently persuading. Yao Yin also perceives Feng Feng's ambition to be immense. The group stage is not his ultimate goal. The podium is what he truly desires. Very well, Feng Feng, I shall convey these suggestions to them, and I will also safeguard myself from further harm. When Feng Feng heard Yao Yin's words, the anxiety that had been weighing on his heart eased a little. Brother Yao, you must not gain any more weight. Just look at yourself. When you sat in my car moments ago, it nearly crushed it. Fortunately, it didn't sustain any damage. As you would be responsible for the repairs, I would have to contact the insurance company, and they surely would not cover my losses. Feng Feng jestingly teased Yao Yin, expressing disdain for his excessive weight. Presently, Yao Yin's weight is manageable and has yet to reach its peak. If he can maintain control at this juncture, his professional career would undoubtedly extend beyond a mere 8 years. However, there is little to be done, as this is the coach's directive, and they still hope for him to continue gaining weight. Feng Feng is aware that Yao Ming's weight in the NBA has been steadily increasing, initially to contend with the likes of Shaquille O'Neal. Yao, you must convey to them that you can no longer afford to gain weight, for such a path would lead to an inevitable entanglement with injuries. Surely, You do not wish to find yourself in a predicament akin to some NBA players who rely on wheelchairs post-retirement, do you? Are you jesting with me? I long for the same. Yet it is challenging to communicate this to the coaching staff. Fong exhibits a remarkable audacity. Yao, do not be afraid. What is there to fear? The Mosaic team has profited immensely from your presence, for you are their principal benefactor. Should the coach insist on your gaining weight, do not hesitate to request a trade. I am certain the Lakers would be willing to invest significantly to acquire you. Even at this juncture, Fong does not shy away from persuading Yao to join the Lakers. Consider this, Yao. With your substantial weight, your primary role would be to contend with O'Neal. However, O'Neal can only sustain his presence in the league for a few more years, his own weight limiting him to perhaps 2 or 3 seasons. You must confront the younger generation of centers in the current league. If faced with teams that can outpace you, how many rounds can you endure? An injury is almost inevitable. Fong continued to urge Yao to strive for greater recognition. He reminded him that he was not without suitors and that any team he joined would undoubtedly offer him a maximum contract. If the pressure to gain weight persisted, he suggested that Yao should request a trade and declare his intention not to renew his contract, curious to see if the owner of the Rockets would relent. After listening to Feng's words, Yao realized that he had been overly compliant in the past, never advocating for his own interests. And he felt a twinge of regret over signing a 5-year contract, wishing he had opted for a shorter duration. Fong, I shall heed your counsel. I will discuss this with the head coach to advocate for my own rights and benefits, Yao affirmed. As their conversation drew to a close, Fong could not resist tempting Yao further. Brother Yao, I may not be strong enough yet, and even by the 2008 Olympics, I might not possess the prowess to dominate the league. However, in 2012, I will be formidable, stronger than you can possibly imagine. Painting an unattainable vision is mere deception. But if such a vision is accompanied by a glimmer of hope, then it transforms into something far more meaningful. Brother Yao, I hope that by then, you will not have retired. I aspire to stand alongside you on the podium, perhaps even atop the highest one. Very well, Fong. Do you truly believe you will be stronger in 2012? Yao inquired. Indeed, I may surpass even the current Kobe, yet the paint will require your presence. Without a healthy you guarding the basket, all aspirations are futile. Upon hearing Feng's reference to the pinnacle of achievement in 2012, Yao began to waver. He recognized the necessity of controlling his weight. Otherwise, as Feng warned, he might spend his later years confined to a wheelchair. He was increasingly unwilling to miss the opportunity to stand on that highest podium in 2012. Upon returning, he resolved to have a serious discussion with the coach, determined to maintain his weight within a suitable range. After reconsidering his initial thoughts, everything became clear to him. Although the team compensated him, he must also safeguard his own interests. He, too, wished to be present to hear the national anthem resonate. Fong, I will address this matter with the head coach upon my return. I can no longer be passive. I need to advocate for greater benefits for myself. Fong began to waver in his thoughts regarding Yao Yin and resolved to return to discuss with the coach of Mosaic the cessation of weight gain. Feng's heart blossomed with joy. In the end, he didn't forget to remind Yao Yin that eventually, Kobe would surely extend an invitation to join the Lakers. As long as the trade involved only Kobe and himself as non-negotiable assets, it was likely that the Lakers would be willing to part with anyone else. Yao Yin was taken aback by the notion that Feng had become a non-tradable asset for the Lakers. However, it made sense, as he was, thus far, Kobe's finest teammate, aside from Shaquille O'Neal. I will keep that in mind, he mused. Tracy McGrady might also be joining, so it is unlikely that Kobe will extend an invitation. Chapter 61. The chaotic affairs of Mrs. Wade when the servant arrived to summon Feng. His conversation with Yao Yin had already concluded some time ago. Feng and Yao Yin were engaged in a discussion regarding certain technical aspects of basketball. Upon hearing the servant call for him, he invited Yao Yin to accompany him downstairs. Upon witnessing that all the necessary items for the evening gathering had been arranged on the villa's lawn, he expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you all for your assistance. You may return after helping to tidy up this afternoon, as it is sufficient for today." Feng ventured indoors to retrieve some cash, which he graciously offered as tips to the servants. Upon receiving their gratuities, the servants departed from the villa rented by Feng. He then received a call from Kobe. "Yao, let's go to the entrance together. Kobe and the others have arrived, and we should greet them," he said, stepping out with Yao Yin to welcome Kobe. As they exited, they were met by Tracy McGrady. "How's it going?" "Surely, you won't disregard my presence," McGrady remarked calmly, neither assertive nor overly bold. aware that he had come uninvited and thus refrained from making any harsh remarks, fearing that Feng might produce a firearm from the villa, which would spell disaster. In America, trespassing into someone's private domain without permission could lead to lethal consequences without any accountability. Ironically, the slain might even be liable for damages. Indeed, such a fate would be lamentable. Although Yao Yin had previously mentioned McGrady's visit, Feng had initially dismissed it as a jest, especially since he had been fiercely guarding against McGrady during their last match. Nevertheless, Feng extended a warm welcome. How could I not? I have been an admirer of your game since childhood. Your jump shot is simply exquisite, he expressed, feeling a tinge of regret for McGrady. Despite his unparalleled talent, had retired without a championship, a poignant reminder of fate's cruel hand. Haha, I'm equally delighted to be here at your private gathering, McGrady replied, retrieving a gift for Feng from his vehicle. In America, it is customary to bring a token of appreciation when visiting someone's home, regardless of its value, as a gesture of gratitude for their hospitality. Just as he set down the gift, Kobe's daughter dashed over. Uncle Crazy, why haven't you visited Natalia lately? She misses you. Don't you miss me too? I miss Natalia, Feng admitted sincerely, finding her charm irresistible. Is it because I've been too busy with games? My father mentioned that you have been quite occupied and tired lately. But you must visit Natalia often, otherwise she will miss you. The sound of Natalia's voice evoked fond memories of his own younger sister, Feng Shang, stirring a deep sense of nostalgia within him. Feng embraced Natalia and greeted Kobe. Hey, how's it going? You must be quite happy with the daughter. Upon witnessing Natalia's joy at reuniting with Feng, Kobe couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. As the jealousy surged, he began to compare daughters. Indeed, especially with such a charming Natalia, she is simply delightful. Feng, this is a gift for you. I hope you'll cherish it. Tracy also wishes to visit you, although it may seem a bit abrupt. I hope you will not take offense. Feng smiled gently. It matters not. I grew up watching you compete during my childhood. Alas, despite my admiration, I have yet to master your skills. Feng appeared quite vexed, which elicited a chuckle from Natalia. In a hushed tone, she remarked to Feng, my father, too, mastered his skills through daily practice. Before coming here, he and his friends even engaged in bullfighting. Although it was merely an inconspicuous comment from Natalia, it carried a deeper resonance. Could sense the incredible dedication of Kobe. Indeed, even if his talent was not the most exceptional, he was undoubtedly the one who exerted the most effort. Am I right? Next time, if the opportunity arises, I shall visit your home, and we could engage in a match against your father together. What do you think, Natalia? Feng could not help but feel a surge of childlike joy. Very well. It is settled then. As Natalia spoke, she leapt from Feng's embrace and hurried over to Vanessa, engaging her in conversation. Everyone, let us all join in, Vanessa declared. No sooner had she uttered these words than she exchanged a knowing glance with Kobe, breaking into laughter. Observing the expressions on the couple's faces, Feng sensed an unusual undertone in the atmosphere. Could there be something amiss? Yet, it seemed unlikely. After all, it was merely a gathering for a meal. What could possibly transpire? Kobe, is something happening? Feng inquired, feeling a tinge of unease, uncertain of the situation. Uncle Crazy, come here, I have something to tell you. Natalia called out. Feng followed Natalia's, approaching and crouching beside her. Natalia, he inquired gently, could you tell Uncle whether your father has upset your mother? No, she replied, my father loves my mother very much. However, a beautiful lady had mentioned upon Natalia's arrival that she would come over shortly, and she should be at the door by now. What has transpired? He questioned. Did not the invited guests arrive as expected? Furthermore, I did not extend an invitation to any ladies. Feng pondered for a moment, but could not discern who it might be. Nevertheless, he resolved to open the door. The instant he swung it open, he was taken aback. How could it be her? They had not been in touch for such a long time. What had prompted her sudden visit today? This was unexpected, especially since the lyrics had already been authorized for her use. Feng pondered swiftly, yet he did not contemplate the reason behind Bai's presence. Choosing to dismiss the thought of Bai, he let it go. Dear readers, are you not feeling a sense of urgency regarding Feng's emotional intelligence? Scarlett, how is it that you and the Kobe family have come to visit me? Scarlett gazed at Feng with a look of surprise, feeling a hint of pride, especially as he continued to fixate on her. Yao Yin perceived the awkwardness that enveloped Feng at that moment and approached him. Feng, you ought to introduce this lovely lady. I am at a loss for how to address her. Yao Yin, striving to alleviate Feng's discomfort, was quite determined. Ahem. Fong Fong, feeling slightly flustered, was unsure of what to say. Brother Yao, allow me to introduce to you. This is Ms. Scarlett, a renowned star from beautiful country. And this is Yao Yin, my compatriot who also plays in the NBA. Fong Fong uttered a rather superfluous remark. In truth, despite the fact that the two had never met face to face, they were undoubtedly acquainted in some manner. Natalia hurried over, taking Fong Fong by the hand and leading him towards the lawn. Uncle Crazy, I've looked around, but I haven't seen the chef. What shall we have for dinner tonight? Natalia expressed her growing hunger, inadvertently alleviating Fong Feng's awkwardness once again. Do not fret, Natalia. I shall take to the kitchen shortly. Thus, I am the true chef. Natalia's eyes sparkled with admiration. Uncle Crazy, you are so impressive. You can cook too. The others around them appeared somewhat bewildered. With so many of us dining, and you yet to begin preparing, it seems this evening's repast might be rather unwelcoming. However, no one seemed overly concerned, for it was a privilege to be served by the host himself, making it rather awkward to voice any complaints. Fong Fong invited everyone to the living room to gather for a while. He asked them to wait momentarily, assuring them that dinner would be served shortly. Fong Fong began to prepare for the barbecue. Scarlett noticed him heading into the villa's courtyard. Vanessa glanced at Scarlett, as if urging her to hurry. Unbeknownst to Vanessa, Scarlett completely missed the expression and dashed out early. Vanessa turned to Kobe, observing their interaction. At that moment, T-Mac and Yao Yin finally realized why Vanessa had so boldly brought Scarlett along. It was for this reason. However, Yao Yin observed Fong Fong's demeanor upon encountering Scarlett. I believe their relationship may not be as you presume. They might merely be ordinary friends, which suggests your expectations may be misguided. Vanessa was perplexed. How could that be? If Scarlett were not interested in Fong Fong, why would she seek my contact information and wish to attend the gathering? It seemed implausible that Scarlett would request both contact details and an invitation if their relationship were purely platonic. I cannot say for certain, but if there were indeed a connection between them, she would not need to ask you for an invitation to join Fong Fong. Yao Yin clarified. Scarlett's initial reaction upon arriving indicated unfamiliarity with the surroundings, suggesting it was her first visit. Yao Yin explained to Vanessa. Well, it appears we may have overthought the situation. We assumed there was mutual interest between them that simply remained unexpressed. If Fong Fong were to overhear their conversation in the living room, he would undoubtedly exclaim in disbelief. When did I ever entertain such thoughts? As Fong Fong grilled the meat, he sprinkled various seasonings with care. Scarlett, what brings you here unexpectedly today? At that moment, Fong Fong remembered to inquire about Scarlett's visit. Scarlett expressed that she wished to convey her gratitude. Your song resonated deeply with her, and she also wanted to discuss some related benefits that you had garnered. It was only when Fong Fong heard Scarlett mention the matter that he recalled having sold her the lyrics in the past. From your words, it seems there is more to it than just that, is there not? Scarlett, with nothing to conceal, acknowledged that there were indeed other reasons. I am also quite intrigued by the other two songs of yours, might we? Scarlett articulated the primary purpose of her visit. I can only part with one song, as I have a fondness for the other, so I must apologize. That is acceptable. One is sufficient. Which one is it? It is this one, I don't want to grow up. Fong Fong hummed the tune once more and remarked that this song, much like the previous one, should prompt Scarlett to reach out to Bill Duffy. Scarlett had accomplished her purpose for this outing and felt a sense of joy. However, she was somewhat irked by Fong Feng's apparent lack of affection towards her. Scarlett, you may summon everyone to join us for a meal, he said. Enraptured by the melody Fong Fong was humming, Scarlett momentarily forgot that they were still grilling food. She called everyone out to partake in the feast. As they enjoyed the meal, they praised Fong Feng's culinary skills. Natalia was nearly idolizing Fong Fong, reflecting on how the dishes she had previously tasted paled in comparison to this exquisite fare. Between bites, she exclaimed, Uncle Crazy, this is absolutely delicious. I shall come here every day for your delightful cuisine. Her large, sparkling eyes fixed intently on Fong Fong. Fong Fong was taken aback. Dear ancestor, how could I possibly find the time to do that for you? Natalia, Fong Fong still wishes to play basketball, which is his primary vocation. However, it truly is a splendid idea. In the future, if the opportunity arises, we could purchase goods and have Fong Fong come to our home to assist. What do you think? Splendid, splendid, Natalia readily agreed. The gathering was spent amidst laughter and joyous banter. As everyone departed, Fong Fong found himself explaining to Kobe and Yao that Scarlett was merely a friend, urging them not to misconstrue their relationship. Chapter 62. participating in the Christmas battle with a backpack Odom, and the others requested to celebrate Christmas Eve together, planning a rendezvous at a nightclub, which Fong Fong declined. As he could not indulge in alcohol, what would he do there? Having only known solitude in his past life, Fong Fong had grown accustomed to living alone. For someone from the Celestial Empire, Christmas Eve was a superfluous occasion. The Christmas battle is a double-edged sword for all NBA players from the beautiful nation. They relish the attention they receive on Christmas night, but lament the inability to spend the holiday with their families. Only 2 matches are scheduled for Christmas Eve: the Spurs versus the Pistons, and the main event, the Lakers versus the Heat. The rivalry between these 2 teams has intensified since last year. The previous year's finals featured the Spurs against the Pistons, while the animosity between the Lakers and the Heat stems from the feud between Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe, making Stern adept at selecting the Christmas matchups. There is certainly much to discuss. When these 2 teams collide, sparks are bound to fly. On board the private jet en route to Miami, Fong Fong sensed an air of tension, as no player dared to utter a sound. It was stifling. Fong Fong understood how significant this game was for Kobe. To enhance the shooting percentage of Durant, he carried the backpack on his shoulders. This was yet another proving ground for Kobe, a chance to demonstrate his prowess, to show that he could lead the team to victory even after parting ways with O'Neal, and to affirm his capability as the Lakers' leader, proving himself even stronger than O'Neal. Observing Kobe in this moment was akin to witnessing a predatory mamba snake, his focus razor-sharp, ready to seize any opportunity that arose. As Fong Fong disembarked the plane with his backpack, he was met with scornful glances all around. "Fong, your taste is truly abysmal, utterly revolting." Odom also sensed the oppressive atmosphere surrounding the Lakers, which prompted him to lighten the mood from time to time. "Is it ugly? I find it quite distinctive." Fong Fong would never concede that the backpack was unattractive. Yes, but please keep your distance. I do not wish to be the subject of ridicule." Quayne Brown also expressed his dissatisfaction with Fong Feng's rather unsightly backpack. Upon arriving at the American Airlines Arena, the starting players from both teams took their positions at center court. The Zen Master was acutely aware of the Heat's 3 pivotal scoring threats: Shaquille O'Neal, Dwayne Wade, and Gary Payton. O'Neal, being a formidable presence, posed a significant challenge for any Lakers defender. Thus, the focus shifted to the defensive strategies against Wade and Payton. Although Fong Fong played as a forward, his extraordinary physical prowess and remarkable agility meant he would have to be utilized to guard Payton. Barkley Smith, upon noticing the backpack Fong Fong was carrying today, couldn't he help but voice his thoughts. This was precisely what he had been waiting for. After losing a bet to Smith and Barkley due to Fong Feng's performance, he had splurged on 10 of Fong Fong's number 0 jerseys. And now he found the perfect opportunity for revenge. Indeed, it was difficult to fathom how such an aesthetic could belong to a normal person. It was truly hideous. A flicker of sympathy arose within him as he pondered how Fong Fong had managed to survive thus far without being shunned by his friends. Smith was utterly delighted, launching into a tirade of mockery regarding Fong Feng's taste, which would become a staple of his commentary for many future episodes. Without further ado, Barkley suggested they examine the personnel arrangements. The Lakers had placed Fong Fong in a substitute role this time, while the other players remained the usual starters. Smith offered his perspective, suggesting that Fong Feng's past successes were largely attributable to Kobe's ability to draw defensive attention away from him, creating opportunities for open shots, thus rendering his scoring somewhat hollow. With pleasantries aside, the game officially commenced. In the opening quarter, Kobe erupted right from the start, seemingly indifferent to the identity of his defenders, with only the hoop in his sights. He played the entire first quarter, amassing 16 points, yet in doing so, he inadvertently stifled his teammates' scoring opportunities. Apart from Kobe's 16 points, the rest of the Lakers managed a mere 4 points at best. In stark contrast, the Heat exhibited a well-rounded offensive display, with both Wade and Williams reaching double digits. As the first quarter concluded, the Lakers found themselves trailing 26-31. During the intermission, the Zen Master summoned Kobe to impart some wisdom. "Kobe, you cannot solely focus on your own offense. You must also consider your teammates. Their contributions are essential for your own scoring opportunities." After a brief respite, he instructed Fong Fong to take the court. As the second quarter commenced, Fong Fong and Odom executed a series of seamless give-and-go passes, creating an opportunity for Fong Fong to take an open shot. Fong Fong consistently launched three-point shots, and after making several in succession, the Miami Heat began to adjust their defensive strategy. They no longer relied solely on individual man-to-man defense. The Heat's head coach recognized that it was challenging to contain Feng Feng's off-ball movement and the pick-and-roll plays between him and Odom. Barkley Smith, did you not claim that Feng Feng's scoring depended entirely on Kobe? Isn't that a bit contradictory? To slap the face, what does that even mean? Feng Feng has indeed scored, but those opportunities were created by others. This is largely because he has not faced the league's top defensive players, which affords him such chances. I remain skeptical of his abilities. He is merely a slightly more capable substitute, and without Kobe, he would be nothing. Smith embodies the stubbornness of a dead duck, unwilling to acknowledge Feng Feng's potential. This reflects a prejudice some hold against those with yellow skin. Even when one is strong, such biases persist. When Peyton entered the game, Feng Feng elevated his defensive awareness and intensity to another level. Peyton is a historically great guard. Regardless of perspective, he enjoyed a decade of peak performance. With the ball in hand, Peyton confronted Feng Feng. "Little Eastern boy, are you certain you can guard me? I believe you can only chase my shadow from behind." Peyton, not one to back down, recognized Feng Feng as a rookie and sought to undermine his confidence with trash talk. Feng Feng, unwilling to be outdone, proclaimed, "The art of trash talk, akin to that of Jordan, is not to be taken lightly." After all, Peyton was someone who succumbed to Jordan's prowess. And you, seeking to surpass me? Do spare me the notion, you diminutive figure. The only reason I see your shadow is that you are so short. I can only look down to catch a glimpse of it. Feng Feng's trash talk may not be particularly harmful, yet it is exceedingly insulting. In contrast, Peyton found himself provoked by Feng. Intent on leveraging his speed to surpass Feng, Peyton was taken aback to discover that Feng had engaged in countless duels alongside Kobe. He adeptly countered the maneuvers of these guards with remarkable precision. Feng Feng, seizing the moment when Peyton's center of gravity was slightly elevated during his breakthrough, swiftly made his move. Successfully executing a steal, Feng Feng propelled himself forward with remarkable speed, poised to initiate a fast break. Feng Feng's speed was astonishing, leaving the Miami Heat players trailing behind. As he reached the three-point line, he glanced back at Peyton, momentarily pausing. When Peyton caught up, he leaped and took a three-point shot. After the release, he turned to observe Peyton, raising his right hand and extending 3 fingers. As the basketball swished through the net, the Lakers bench erupted in jubilation. Kwame Brown snatched a towel from Cook and waved it vigorously. My goodness, what just transpired? Not only did Feng Feng steal the ball from Peyton, but he also halted during the fast break to await Peyton's return to defense. Ultimately, he taunted Peyton, displaying unparalleled confidence and audacity. At that moment, Barkley transformed into a seasoned advocate for Feng, exclaiming how utterly outrageous the situation was and how careless Peyton had been. Barkley pondered, if he were in Peyton's shoes, what would he do? Without hesitation, he would confront the challenger. But wait, it's Feng Feng. Perhaps it would be wise to hold back and reflect on Livingston's circumstances, hoping he has been discharged from the hospital. A look of fear crossed Barkley's face. As he reminded Smith about Livingston, both realized that if they were in Peyton's position, it might be prudent to exercise restraint. Feng was simply remarkable, not only stealing the ball from Peyton, but also stopping to acknowledge him during the counterattack. Even more audaciously, after a shot, he raised 3 fingers in Peyton's direction. Feng was indeed extraordinary, truly deserving of the title Madman. From this day forth, you shall be known as my Feng Feng, a force to be reckoned with. Feng Feng V52333333. A high school student, lost in music, glanced down at the live text broadcast of the game and shouted, "Feng Feng LB, Wang Xing, go stand outside," came the teacher's command, causing everyone in the classroom to stifle their laughter. When Feng Feng made the three-pointer, the Lakers finally surged ahead. The score now 40-38, with Feng's points rising to 12. At the moment Feng provoked Peyton, the latter charged towards him, but Feng raised both hands, signaling to the referee. I didn't lay a hand on him. Mourning, upon recognizing it was Feng Feng, hurriedly pulled Peyton away, urging him not to act impulsively, reminding him that Livingston was still in a hospital. Upon hearing Mourning's words, Peyton felt a wave of trepidation. Fortunately, he had refrained from taking action, lest he become the next target. The referee, sensing the impending conflict and aware that Feng Feng was a special focus of attention, swiftly intervened to separate the two individuals. Had a brawl erupted, the consequences would have been dire for him as well. The game resumed, with Feng Feng once again receiving significant attention from the Heat. Nevertheless, he skillfully utilized his movement and ball handling to attract double teams, effectively passing to his teammates and creating scoring opportunities for them. By the time Feng Feng departed the court, the Lakers had established a 5-point lead. When O'Neal returned to the game, it seemed as though every rebound beneath the basket had sprouted legs, landing squarely in his grasp. Gradually, the score remained tightly contested, with the lead oscillating between the two teams. As the second quarter drew to a close, the teams continued to trade the lead. And at halftime, the Lakers found themselves trailing by a single point as they entered the second half. Fong understood that Zen Master possessed an extraordinary comprehension of O'Neal. Yet it was also plausible that such an intimate familiarity led to the oversight of certain critical aspects. "Coach, shall we consider employing a strategy of fouling?" he proposed. O'Neal's free throws are akin to a troublesome burden. The Zen Master's eyes sparkled with realization. This was the very scenario he had long dreaded. "Very well. As the second half commences, Mima and Kwame, do not concern yourselves with your fouls. If O'Neal has the ball, commit the foul. Prevent him from scoring under the rim and force him to the free throw line." As the second half progressed to the 3-minute mark, the Lakers had already accrued the maximum number of fouls. Subsequently, they resorted to continuous fouling, sending O'Neal to the free throw line repeatedly. Pat Riley, witnessing this unfolding drama, felt a sense of helplessness. It was an insurmountable predicament, for O'Neal's free throw shooting was notoriously abysmal, a true conundrum. The Zen Master, too, had not anticipated that one who had been the target of many would today employ the same tactic against others. O'Neal stood poised at the free throw line. Fong stood close to O'Neal, exclaiming, "Goodness, is free throwing really this challenging? It merely requires standing upright, raising one's hands, and then releasing the ball. It should effortlessly find its way in, don't you think, Odom?" Fong did not hesitate to cast a provocative gaze at O'Neal. The free throws were reminiscent of excrement, so grotesque that even with my eyes closed I could make the shot. When O'Neal missed yet another free throw, Fong seized the opportunity to taunt him once more. At the moment Fong uttered those words, O'Neal erupted in fury, sprinting towards him, while Fong stood his ground defiantly. Kobe, too, exemplified this loyalty. While he could critique his younger teammate, he would never allow others to bully him, for he was his brother. "You fat fool, what do you think you're doing? Do you really think you can take him on?" The impact of that statement was formidable. At this juncture, the referee intervened, reminding O'Neal of his previous suspension. Basketball should be ferocious. The current NBA feels like a sport for the faint-hearted. Devoid of the fervor that once characterized it, Barkley exclaimed. Those who experienced basketball in the last century understood it as a league defined by muscular collisions. The game continued, with Kobe executing a series of penetrating scores, provoking O'Neal further. In response, O'Neal unleashed his fury, shoving aside the player who was restraining him. As tensions escalated towards potential conflict, the referee promptly issued O'Neal a technical foul, prompting him to regain his composure. Fong once again sank 2 consecutive three-pointers, extending the lead to 10 points. As time gradually dwindled, Pat Riley, seeing the futility of the chase, opted to substitute his starters from the game. Fong and Kobe exchanged a celebratory high-five, while Kobe cast a glance at the departing O'Neal. It seemed as though he was conveying to O'Neal that even in your absence, I remain formidable. You are now beneath my feet. Thus, Fang's inaugural Christmas showdown came to a close. As Fong returned to the bench, he immediately sank into his seat, utterly exhausted and gasping for breath. Fang's stamina has consistently posed the greatest challenge for him. He can only remain on the court for a maximum of 30 minutes. And when tasked with heavy defensive duties, this time diminishes to less than 25 minutes. This indeed highlights an area in which he urgently needs to improve. Although it appeared that they maintained pressure on the Heat during the latter stages of the game, they played with remarkable fatigue. Following the conclusion of the match, the Lakers had to fly from Miami to Washington, and on a chartered flight, everyone succumbed to slumber, enveloped in silence. During the back-to-back challenge against the Wizards, the Lakers' previous exertions proved too taxing, and the game tilted overwhelmingly in favor of the Wizards, who secured an effortless victory. The sole consolation lies in the fact that after 3 consecutive away games, the Lakers finally returned to their home court, affording them a much-needed respite. Fong is about to embark on his new plan. Chapter 63. The new changes brought about by the system upgrade. Fong cast a glance at the upcoming match against the Grizzlies, a formidable adversary that posed yet another challenge. Fong did not take a break. Instead, he continued to utilize this spatial system, aiming to enhance his three-point shooting accuracy once more. The three-pointer is currently his most crucial scoring skill, and he is determined to elevate it to an elite level. Currently, The most significant achievement for Fong Fong is to congratulate the host. The skill of stationary three-point shooting has ascended to its pinnacle, evolving from a basic proficiency to an intermediate one. The modifications to the skill are as follows. The original stationary three-point shot has transformed into a three-point machine, expanding the designated shooting area and eliminating the stationary requirement. The area now encompasses any position within one step beyond the three-point line. The shooting accuracy from the original stationary position remains unchanged, while the accuracy from one step beyond the three-point line will increase by 5 for each level attained. Additionally, a catch-and-shoot skill and a step-back three-point skill will be introduced, with each level also contributing a 5 increase in accuracy. The three-point machine skill is downgraded to level 1. With an open shot accuracy of 50 and a contested shot accuracy of 30, each level increase will enhance these accuracies by 5 and 3, respectively. Note, to avoid unnecessary verbosity, this three-point skill will henceforth be referred to simply as the three-point machine. Occasionally, specific skills may be mentioned later, but the levels of these 3 skills will be represented by the same skill level. Fong Fong was somewhat taken aback. The transformation was indeed substantial. This signifies an enhanced proficiency in three-point shooting, not only in terms of position, but also in a remarkable alteration of accuracy. This accuracy has undergone a tangible change. It appears that criticism is inevitable. A decline in shooting percentage is to be expected, as one's external shooting accuracy is bound to diminish. Nevertheless, it is evident that I have indeed grown stronger beyond the arc. However, the upcoming days of training may become rather monotonous. Fong Fong has altered his training regimen, now focusing solely on three-point shooting practice. After 4 consecutive hours of diligent training in the system space, he has finally elevated his proficiency with the three-point machine to level 2, resulting in a notable improvement in his shooting accuracy, alleviating his previous dismal performance. Xiao Jin, it is time for this month's check-in. Congratulations, host. Your check-in has rewarded you with 10 pairs of basketball socks. Description of the basketball socks. These socks provide robust protection for the host's ankles and ensure utmost comfort, preventing any chafing, thereby significantly enhancing the host's speed. Fong Fong has grown accustomed to the extraordinary, as even thermos flasks can be acquired through sign-in rewards, rendering it no longer a source of astonishment. Indeed, this serves as a foundation for his endeavors in the music industry following his retirement. Presently, it seems of little consequence. He decides to postpone any further contemplation on the matter, opting not to engage in deliberate practice, primarily due to the excessive time it consumes. Congratulations, host. The system has advanced to level 3, and you have been granted the following rewards. 1. An increase in height of 1 centimeter. 2. 1 reinforcement of the Achilles tendon. 3. 1 reinforcement of the knee. 4. Acquisition of 50 million gene worms, including 20 million neural gene worms. 5. 200 hours of system training time. The host may select 3 rewards from the 5 listed above. Fong Fong first dismissed the idea of increasing his height by 1 centimeter, for he deemed his current stature sufficient, believing that any further enhancement would yield minimal change. This left him with 4 remaining options. The genetic enhancement was undoubtedly essential. Irrespective of where the augmentation occurred, it was indispensable. As for the training duration, it might seem negligible, yet his current prowess was still significantly lacking, necessitating more rigorous training. Within the confines of the system's space, the efficacy of his training would be greatly amplified, while minimizing the risk of injury. With options 4 and 5 confirmed, he was left to ponder the merits of options 2 and 3, deliberating which enhancement would prove more advantageous. Fong Fong contemplated the necessity of intensifying his shooting practice, thus deciding to reinforce his knees. Having previously focused on strengthening his Achilles tendon, he resolved to shift his attention to his knees this time. Once he made up his mind, he proceeded without hesitation. Xiao Jin, I choose to strengthen my knees once, acquiring 50 million gene worms and 200 hours of system training duration. With these choices firmly established, and considering the recent improvements in his physical condition, he decided to temporarily refrain from utilizing the gene worms. He aimed to acclimate to his current physique before employing them. Upon reinforcing his knees, Fong Fong immediately felt a warm and pleasant sensation enveloping them. As the warmth gradually dissipated, he experimented within the system space and noted a significant enhancement in the range of motion of his knees. The flexibility had markedly increased compared to before, promising unexpectedly favorable results during catch-and-shoot jump shots. His speed would be accelerated, and during off-ball movements or while utilizing Sam Gold, The amplitude of his changes would be more pronounced, making abrupt stops considerably easier. It was evident that the knee reinforcement had yielded delightful results. Today seemed to be his fortuitous day. Xiaojin, how many lottery opportunities remain? Host, you have 12 initial lottery chances left. Details on how these lottery opportunities were obtained will not be elaborated here. Xiaojin, I would like to use 10 initial lottery chances to upgrade to intermediate lottery chances. Then proceed with the draw. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the intermediate unanswerable mid-range shot skill of the mid-range king, Houston. Description of the intermediate unanswerable mid-range shot skill. It encompasses 3 aspects: catch and shoot mid-range, open mid-range, and under the basket mid-range shots. The shooting percentage is 50 when unguarded and 30 under defensive pressure. Each upgrade enhances these percentages by 5 and 3 respectively. The actual shooting percentage will also depend on the host's condition, stamina, and the degree of interference. Thus, this data is merely theoretical. A peak condition might even elevate the percentage to 100. The host's unanswerable mid-range shot skill is currently at level 1, 0-100. Today has been quite rewarding. Not only has my three-point shooting improved, but I have also acquired the ability to execute mid-range shots. It seems that my offensive options will expand significantly. In critical moments, I may not need to rely on mid-range shots just yet. I shall focus on honing my shooting skills for the time being. I feel incredibly fortunate. Today has truly been fruitful. I now possess a diverse array of offensive techniques, including drives, mid-range, and three-point shots. Although I still face certain limitations, I have indeed developed a considerable repertoire of scoring methods. Coupled with my defensive skills, my position on the Lakers has become increasingly stable. I wonder if I might experience a situation reminiscent of when Odom was relegated to the bench, which would mitigate some of the team's weaknesses. The future appears promising. Fong, never anticipated that merely 2 victories would bestow upon me such advancements. It seems that breaking records and achieving milestones brings numerous benefits. Although the system has been upgraded, I must not become overly reliant on it. My personal efforts must continue unabated. Chapter 64. Fierce battle against the Grizzlies. Mark, good morning. Fong arrived early, and his entrance roused the guard. Mark. Fong, you are indeed early. However, Kobe has already gone in a while ago. Fong glanced at the time. It was barely past 6 o'clock, not yet 7. How is it that this fellow has already arrived? Fong pondered whether it would be more delightful to stay at home with his wife. Wouldn't it be more pleasant to indulge in a little more sleep? Why did he arrive so early? Shouldn't they perhaps engage in a friendly competition? Fong possesses a rather morbid curiosity, contemplating whether to provoke Kobe, thus initiating a vicious cycle. It's merely a fleeting thought. Otherwise, it would lead to an interminable struggle. Having just endured a series of away games, his body has yet to fully recuperate. Fong entered the changing room, donned his attire, and activated the shooting machine. Fong commenced today's training session, focusing once more on three-point shooting, though this time the practice involved shooting from random positions rather than the previously fixed spots. Kobe heard a familiar sound echoing through the training facility and paused momentarily to discern the identity of the newcomer. Upon recognizing Fong, he felt little surprise. Having grown accustomed to Feng's habit of arriving quite early, often even before himself. Observing Feng's shift from stationary shooting to practicing catch-and-shoot three-pointers, he experienced a flicker of astonishment. Yet, he noted the emergence of new skills being honed, which promised delightful surprises in due course. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but notice that the shooting accuracy seemed to have diminished compared to earlier, which struck him as somewhat unexpected. However, he refrained from voicing any thoughts and resumed his own training. Fong, having trained rigorously for an entire day, felt that he had sufficiently acclimated to the enhanced demands placed upon his knees. His proficiency in both three-point shots and mid-range jumpers had grown remarkably familiar. As evening descended, the game between the Grizzlies and the Lakers commenced. Hello everyone, this is Zhang Weiping, and welcome to the broadcast on Tianchao Television. Today, we are live-streaming the Grizzlies away game against the Lakers for the 2005-2006 season. Greetings, this is Sun Jinping. We have just received news that our country's player, Fong, returns to the starting lineup. It appears our previous analysis was correct. The last game was strategically designed to allow Fong to restrict Peyton, which is why he was placed on the bench. One wonders if this will become a regular occurrence. Indeed, it is a possibility, particularly when facing teams with formidable sixth men. However, it does pose a challenge, as such fluctuations could disrupt Feng's rhythm in the game. Absolutely. Transitioning between starting and bench roles can be quite difficult to adapt to. This constant shifting may impact Feng's performance. It remains to be seen if he can adjust. The online forum was abuzz with activity. Feng is incredible. I wonder what surprises he will bring us in this game. I hope he performs admirably. Please, what can he possibly achieve? Let us not embarrass ourselves further. Apart from brawling, what else can he do that doesn't tarnish our nation's reputation? Are you even from Tianqiao? What a disgraceful attitude. Just leave. Even before the game began, the comment section was rife with typical disputes. As the game commenced, Feng was tasked with the responsibility of containing Gasol. It was a daunting challenge. Had this been the day before, he might have been overwhelmed with despair. Fortunately, he had developed a significantly improved speed of movement. No longer the player he once was, Feng felt that while it might be challenging to completely neutralize Gasol, he could still manage to limit his effectiveness. The Lakers started the game explosively, with their players demonstrating a full-on offensive, capitalizing on Kobe's penetrative drives and Feng's ability to stretch the defense. They swiftly established an 8-point lead in the first quarter. Feng managed to score 2 3-pointers through his positioning, but his shooting percentage had noticeably dropped to a mere 40. Smith Barkley. I maintain that Feng's previous performances were mere illusions. Just observe how he has regressed upon facing Battier. Smith seems intent on spiraling further down this path. Barkley observed, "Why do you believe that his earlier performances were mere facades? Naturally, just look at this game. He barely created any open shots, and his shooting percentage is abysmally low. Previously, he had been significantly more efficient. Indeed, his prior shooting percentage had been above 60, while this game has seen a decline to just 40. However, every shooter experiences off nights. Such fluctuations are entirely normal." As Barkley continues his exuberant commentary, he stirs the narrative. There is no need for elaboration. Battier's defense is indeed of the highest caliber. Thus, the Madman can only truly shine against inferior defenses. In the playoffs, he might find himself bereft of any shooting opportunities. However, have you noticed the significant alteration in his shooting technique? Let us await the outcome with bated breath. The Grizzlies have recognized the effectiveness of their defensive strategy against Feng, opting to persist in this approach. Zen Master Feng, your containment of Gasol in the first quarter was commendable. You must maintain this defensive tenacity, yet remain vigilant regarding your shooting accuracy. Understood, coach. Kobe approached, inquiring about Feng's recent dip in shooting percentage. Indeed, Kobe, but have you not observed the transformation in my shooting technique? I have become more formidable. As long as I am beyond the three-point line, I can score. I am merely refining my practice. Soon, my accuracy will astonish you. The Zen Master encouraged everyone to strive collectively to widen the score gap. Feng, you take the court first. Kobe will rest for a while. This is an opportunity for me to lead the team independently. Feng mused. If it falters, Kobe can always step in. He resolved to seize this chance. As Feng stepped onto the court, he held the ball at the perimeter. Aware of Feng's capability to penetrate, Battier refrained from defending him too closely, wary of both his drive and the threat of his three-point shooting. However, Feng's most significant threat lay beyond the arc. Battier understood that such an aggressive defense against a player boasting a 40 shooting accuracy required a heightened vigilance towards his outside shooting. Ultimately, Battier opted for a tighter defense, albeit with a slight distance between them. This defensive approach imposed considerable pressure on Feng, necessitating several successful penetrations to fundamentally alter Battier's defensive stance. Feng commenced his dribble, poised to break through Battier. Smith exclaimed, "My heavens, what am I witnessing? This madman dares to challenge Battier. Is he reckless? Having chosen the path of defiance, he seems determined to persist. What do you think, Barkley? Surely, this lunatic cannot surpass Battier, can he? I believe he is destined to fail this time. Is that so? The madman possesses the ball. My word, his acceleration is astonishing. In a single step, he has bypassed Battier. What on earth is he doing now? He has come to a halt. Is he attempting a change of direction? This is utterly insane. The magnitude of his maneuver is unprecedented. How can his knees withstand such a dramatic shift? Smith, this is tantamount to self-destruction. Even if he surpasses Battier, what of it? If he continually executes such drastic turns, he risks irreparably damaging himself. Look, after his change of direction, he has completely eluded Battier and has reached the basket. He is poised to attempt a layup. Gasol has already come to help. It appears the madman is in for a challenge. He leaps. What is he thinking, attempting to lay up against Gasol? This reflects a lack of experience. Gasol is about to block his shot. What a pity. Look, Gasol is nearly upon him. No, wait. He unexpectedly executed an extreme pull-up in mid-air, evading Gasol. My goodness, what core strength that requires. It is beyond belief. Not only has the Madman surpassed Battier, but he has also skillfully evaded Gasol's defense, scoring successfully. It is utterly insane. As Fong has yet to touch the ground, the Lakers bench erupted in jubilation. Walton, in disbelief, clasped his head with both hands, overwhelmed by the spectacle. There lingers a hint of trepidation regarding his own playing time, which is likely to be further diminished. Smith, momentarily struck dumb, feels no embarrassment. As long as he remains unscathed, the discomfort belongs to others. This offensive display has shattered the Grizzlies' defense. And Feng's performance has been increasingly impressive, leaving Kobe on the sidelines for a full 6 minutes. Thus, throughout the first 3 quarters, the Lakers maintained dominance over the Grizzlies. In the fourth quarter, both Kobe and Feng sat on the bench, ready for a brief respite before concluding the match. However, in the initial minutes of the fourth quarter, the Grizzlies suddenly erupted, delivering a swift blow to the Lakers with a 12-2 run, overturning the score. The Lakers called for a timeout. The Zen master bellowed, "What are you doing? This is a basketball court, not your backyard playground. How could you allow a 12-2 run against you? Sit down and reflect. Otherwise, you won't see the court in the next game." The bench players dared not utter a word, afraid to retort. "Kobe, Feng, you're up. Secure this victory for us." Uncertain whether it is due to the prolonged time spent beneath the basket or some other reason, the starting players of the Lakers have exhibited a disappointing shooting percentage upon entering the game. With only 3 minutes remaining, the Lakers find themselves trailing by 6 points. The Grizzlies, known for their deliberate pace, present a formidable challenge. Yet, the proud Kobe and the indefatigable Feng refuse to concede defeat. The Grizzlies are a team that thrives on physicality, making the contest exceedingly arduous. The climactic battle has commenced. Kobe, with the ball in hand, initiates the offensive, as Battier closely guards Feng, compelling the Grizzlies defenders to double-team Kobe. However, for Kobe, such a double team presents a golden opportunity to penetrate. He deftly maneuvers past both defenders, and as Gasol approaches to assist, Kobe, much like Feng, executes a flawless layup. The deficit narrows to 4 points. Once again, the Grizzlies embark on a set offense, with a guard passing the ball to Gasol. Let not be said that Gasol lacks toughness. If he were truly soft, how could he have achieved such impressive statistics during the Lakers' subsequent championship victories? Feng's defense is formidable. However, Gasol is not to be underestimated. He leaned directly against Feng, employing subtle maneuvers to entangle him, making it challenging for Feng to leap. Gasol then executed a delicate hook shot, sending the ball soaring towards the basket. At that moment, Feng was unable to elevate fully, his fingertips barely grazing the ball, resulting in a failed defense. Chapter 65. The Equalizer Against the Grizzlies. Feng felt a tinge of frustration, acutely aware of the gap between himself and the elite players. Despite his formidable defensive skills, he found it exceedingly challenging to counter such high-level plays. Kobe, noticing Feng's despondency, approached him with reassurance. "It's all right, Feng. Such plays are inherently difficult to defend against. So do not lose heart. Let's focus on executing this offensive play." With renewed determination, Feng concentrated on the forthcoming attack. In a gesture of encouragement, Kobe entrusted the ball to Feng, allowing him to spearhead this critical offensive moment. This act underscored the high regard Kobe held for Feng, particularly in such pivotal circumstances. Feng, with the ball in hand, executed a swift scissors step, attempting to unsettle Battier's balance. However, Battier remained unfazed. Feng could only rely on exaggerated directional movements in an attempt to outmaneuver Battier. Due to the excessive nature of Feng's changes in direction, Battier was unable to effectively defend against this maneuver. Feng, with the ball in hand, maneuvered towards the low post. As he prepared to make his move, Kobe instinctively drifted to the perimeter, aiding Feng by drawing the defensive attention. Gasol swiftly moved in for support, simultaneously attracting the defender originally assigned to Kobe. The Memphis Grizzlies' defensive communication faltered, compounded by their apprehension regarding Feng's potential breakthrough. Should Feng succeed, the momentum would significantly favor the Lakers, making it imperative for the Grizzlies to execute a successful defense. A failure here could essentially seal their fate in the contest. Observing Kobe in a moment of unguarded opportunity, Feng mused that the Grizzlies may have overcommit to containing him, leaving Kobe open. Such an opportunity was too precious to overlook. Fong deftly passed the ball to the wide-open Kobe on the perimeter. Without hesitation, Kobe launched a three-pointer and scored, narrowing the deficit to a mere point. The Grizzlies promptly called a timeout to strategize for their final offensive play. Paul, you take the last shot. They will undoubtedly bolster their defense on the perimeter. Seize the opportunity to attack the basket and ensure we convert, he instructed. Paul was equally determined not to let this game slip away. Zen Master, we must staunchly defend against the Grizzlies' three-point attempts, particularly against Badier. Odom, focus on guarding Gasol in the paint, while Fong, you take on Badier. Above all, avoid fouls. If we can hold them off, victory will be ours. Understood, coach. Let's go, Lakers. The Lakers concentrated their defensive efforts on the perimeter, allowing for some laxity in the interior. Odom remained poised for any necessary help defense on the outside. Badier was relentlessly maneuvering along the perimeter, seeking an opportunity for an open shot. Fong is well aware that the Grizzlies will undoubtedly focus on their interior game, as their three-point shooting percentage is rather dismal. Be cautious, Odom. Fong sensed that the Grizzlies guard intended to pass the ball to the interior player Gasol, and he wished to alert Odom to bolster his defense. Unfortunately, it was too late. Gasol received the ball and executed a swift footwork maneuver beneath the basket, leaving Odom momentarily off balance. Gasol proceeded to score with a layup, narrowing the deficit to 3 points, with 10 seconds remaining on the shot clock. The Zen Master called for a timeout. Kobe, our primary option is you. No one else. Odom, set a screen for Kobe to facilitate his reception of the ball. Once he has it, your task is complete. Remember the movements and the pick and roll we practiced? Odom mechanically affirmed, understood. Fong, you are our secondary option. We have but one chance, to score a three-pointer and force overtime. Kobe, should your opportunity appear unfavorable, feel free to pass to Fong. You must continuously move on the opposite side of Kobe. Do you both understand? They exchanged a glance, a silent acknowledgement passing between them. Let South take the court and aim for overtime. The Grizzlies' defensive scheme was designed to tightly guard the Lakers' perimeter, especially targeting Kobe. Barkley remarked to Smith, who do you think will take the final shot for the Lakers? Is that even a question? It's obviously Kobe. It seems age has dulled your wits. No wonder you've never won a championship, Smith retorted, finally finding an opportunity to settle the score for the previous 10 jersey incidents. Not so fast. Everyone thinks that. I believe the Lakers might have a surprise in store. Let us wait and see, Smith said, dismissing the notion of Fong as a possibility due to his own biases. As the game resumed, the anticipation mounted. Mim initiated a baseline inbounds pass, while Grizzlies players persistently disrupted him from the sidelines. Kobe and Fong darted back and forth on the court, leaving the paint largely unoccupied. With only 10 seconds remaining, a three-pointer seemed the optimal choice. Odom approached to set a screen for Kobe, but the Grizzlies were relentless in their pursuit, denying Kobe any opportunity. Mim failed to find a passing lane to Kobe, prompting the Zen Master to call another timeout, reiterating the previous strategy. His serious expression fixed upon Fong. He asked, if the ball comes to you, will you be ready? There is no choice. The defense on Kobe is impenetrable, Fong replied. I can handle it. Trust me, Zen Master. I can do this, Kobe. Very well. We'll give the ball to Fong. If Kobe finds an opening in the final 5 seconds, pass to him. Understood? I understand. Let's take the court. Go Lakers. Mim now had an additional option, successfully delivering the ball into Feng's hands. Fong skillfully dribbled to a distance a few steps beyond the three-point line, intently observing Kobe's movements. The Grizzlies players believed that the ball was passed to Fong solely to draw the defender's attention and create opportunities for Kobe. Fong, in possession of the ball, engaged in a pick and roll with Kobe, aiming to execute a handoff to him. However, the defense was too tight, leaving no opportunity to pass the ball to Kobe. Fong positioned himself near the three-point line. The Grizzlies players showed no fear of Feng's potential drive, opting instead for close, tenacious defense. With merely 3 seconds remaining on the clock, Fong found himself with no other options. He resolved to initiate an offensive maneuver. Feigning a pass, the Grizzlies defenders were deceived by Feng's ruse, attempting to intercept the ball. In that fleeting moment, Fong retreated, creating space between himself and the defender. Barkley was in a frenzy. Was he truly attempting to take the initiative? Could it be that the Zen Master had orchestrated such a strategy? Certainly not. It was merely that Fong lacked the ability to pass, rendering him unable to deliver the ball to Kobe. Alas, the Lakers were destined to forfeit their chance to equalize and push the game into overtime. Smith's words carried a tinge of regret, yet his face bore a smile, relishing the sight of this yellow-skinned monkey's misstep. As Fong Fong executed a retreating step, he deftly shook off his defender, unhindered by any opposition. He glanced at the three-point line and launched the shot. At that moment, Fong felt an unwavering certainty that the ball would find its mark. Perhaps that is the instinct of a true player. He extended 3 fingers in a celebratory gesture. My heavens, what an extraordinary display. He had already begun his premature celebration. An audacious act indeed. I have never witnessed such a brash rookie. Surely, it wouldn't he go in. Soon, he would be left embarrassed. Oh my goodness. As the divine smiled upon Fong Fong, the audience collectively held their breath, transfixed by the arc of the ball. As the final whistle blew, the ball swished through the net, the sound of leather meeting the rim echoing through the arena. Madman! 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 The fans erupted, chanting Fong Fong's name. The shot had landed, a three-pointer that tied the game. Barkley was astonished. Astonishingly, Fong had made his first clutch shot, a moment of pure madness. A performance of utter insanity. Smith, attempting to mask his disappointment, could only cough twice. Well, all the Grizzlies' defense had been focused on Kobe, affording Fong the opportunity to shoot unchallenged. Others might have made it too. Smith, you've never played. You know not the difficulty of a buzzer beater, regardless of defense. If it were easy, there wouldn't be so many games each season, yet so few clutch moments. No. One can only say that the Madman was fortunate to have scored. Regardless, he made it. An undeniable fact. He is a hero without a shadow of a doubt. Ever since Barkley won that bet against Smith, he has become insufferably exuberant. Domestic fans erupted in jubilation. Fong, you are incredible. I think I'm in love. Hey up there, are you male or female? Fong belongs to all of us. Step aside. Feng Yi, 666. Fong, I want to bear your children. An unharmonious voice interjected. It was just a three-pointer with virtually no defense. What's the big deal? You're just a hater. Go away. Fong, you did it. You achieved the equalizer. Congratulations. Kobe approached to congratulate Fong, embracing him tightly. Kobe, you're squeezing the breath out of me. Could you ease up a bit? Otherwise, I'll be suffocated by you before the haters get to me. Many such moments await us in the future. Fong, in a moment of self-admiration, basked in the glory of the game. Regardless of the extent of his self-praise, it was certainly warranted. The Lakers players rushed towards him, offering embraces and playful head pats aplenty. While hugs were welcome, the head pats were best avoided, as they risked disrupting his hairstyle. Yet, the Lakers players paid no heed to his protestations and continued their affectionate gestures as always. The Zen master approached, suggesting a pause for celebration. After all, there was an overtime period to contend with. Let us rest momentarily and discuss our strategy moving forward, he instructed, with smiles gracing their faces. The Lakers players made their way to the bench. Kobe, you initiate the offensive in overtime. Fong, be ready to receive the pass, but remember, the defensive pressure will be substantial, so stay focused. Understood, Fong replied, as the Lakers players took their respite. Fong and Kobe engaged in a discourse about the match. Although it was not yet concluded, Kobe's perspective on Fong had evolved significantly. Reflecting on his own initial moments in crucial situations, he recalled not having such confidence. Chapter 66. A tie followed by a decisive victory indeed, in 2008. I believe we have a chance to advance further. Standing on the podium is not beyond the realm of possibility, remarked Sun Jinping, as the two commentators began to revel in the excitement of the game. Regardless of Feng's future performance, I am convinced that he will emerge as a pillar of Chinese basketball alongside Yao Ming. As overtime commenced, both teams fielded their starting lineups. Typically, only exceptionally performing substitutes would grace the court at this juncture. Barkley Smith, did that slap come back to haunt you so swiftly? Does it hurt? Barkley's mischievous expression seemed to invite trouble. What has transpired, Barkley? Why's my face ache? Smith, as a commentator, seemed perplexed by the notion of losing face. During regulation time, due to the advantage established in the first 2 quarters, the Zen master had allowed Fong to remain on the bench longer than usual. Fong has yet to experience any physical exhaustion, which allows for an exceptional performance. As the match commenced, the Memphis Grizzlies Gasol and Battier both took to the court. Kobe initiated the offense with the ball in hand. During the overtime, Battier began to closely guard Kobe, recognizing that he is the Lakers' primary scorer, with Kobe's points already reaching 38. Battier was uncertain of the methods Kobe might employ for his offensive maneuvers, as Kobe possesses an extensive array of techniques. Kobe executed a breakthrough with the ball, accelerating with his right foot, only to abruptly retreat, causing Battier to lose his balance. However, Battier, a premier defender, did not relent in his defense despite being momentarily thrown off balance. He exerted himself to trail Kobe closely, vocally urging the interior players to provide support. Gasol, come and help defend Kobe, Battier shouted. Gasol positioned himself directly in Kobe's path. Upon realizing Gasol had adequately positioned himself to defend, Kobe found it challenging to attempt a layup. The initial score in overtime was crucial. Utilizing his peripheral vision, Kobe scanned the positions of his teammates. Spotting an unguarded Odom nearby, he leapt and delivered the ball to Odom, who was poised to make a layup. Just then, Battier, who had been defending Kobe, noticed Gasol moving to assist. To prevent Kobe from making a pass, Battier dashed towards Gasol's defender. Odom, seeing Battier approaching, grew concerned about being defended. However, he noticed he had successfully evaded Mike Miller through deft off-ball movement, creating an excellent shooting opportunity. Spotting Foam, Odom passed the ball into his hands. Foam received the ball, leaping into action without the previous moment of hesitation. He raised his hands high, a flick of the wrist. The shot is taken. Foam turned and raised 3 fingers, preparing to defend. As he lifted his right hand, the basketball swished through the net, hitting the target perfectly. This is his unique celebration pose. I wonder if, after today, many will imitate on the court. I believe they will. Smith, unable to do anything else, could only echo in agreement. Such a wild display had occurred more than once. He shot a 3-pointer and then turned to celebrate. Odom, you ruined my perfect assist. You cannot do this, Kobe remarked to Odom, smiling as he watched Foam turn to celebrate. Indeed, though it was unfortunate, I executed a top 5 play with that pass. Did you not see? If I had made the layup, it would have merely added another assist to your tally. Odom jestingly brushed aside Kobe's grievances. Upon finishing his remark, the two exchanged a knowing smile before turning to re-establish their defense, celebrating with a high five with Foam. Yet, it was once again Odom's moment of misfortune. Gasol adeptly utilized Battier's screen, effectively blocking Foam behind him, while Odom positioned himself to assist Gasol perfectly. However, despite their considerable talents, Odom being dubbed the right-handed magician, the disparity in height and footwork beneath the basket proved insurmountable. Gasol, leveraging his footwork, executed a smooth pivot and lofted the ball high into the air. The shot swished through the net, narrowing the gap to a mere point. The pressure now mounted on the Lakers, as a single failed defensive attempt could lead to a reversal of fortunes. In their subsequent attack, the Grizzlies intensified their defense on Foam with a relentless pursuit, while others positioned themselves nearby to provide assistance. Simultaneously, the defender assigned to Kobe worked to thwart any potential passes, thereby alleviating some of the defensive pressure on Kobe. The Grizzlies recognized that while Kobe's offensive threat amounted to just 2 points, Foam's shots could yield 3. Realizing the lack of opportunities to pass to Foam, Kobe prepared to initiate his own offensive maneuver. Employing his signature back-to-basket technique, Kobe gradually compressed the defender's position towards the paint. With a powerful lean, he created ample space for his shot. The classic, picturesque fadeaway jumper followed, leaving the defender helpless as Kobe rose for the shot. The ball found its mark, swishing through the net. In his iconic celebration, Kobe emphatically swung his right arm, fist clenched in triumph. As the teams switched sides, the Lakers fortified their interior defense against the Grizzlies, compelled by Gasol's formidable presence. Kobe directly confronted the Grizzlies guard, fiercely biting down on his jersey and patting his hand for encouragement. Those familiar with Kobe knew that this was the moment he transformed into an elite defender. The Black Mamba was unleashed. We were on the cusp of witnessing the pinnacle of Kobe's prowess. He had arrived, and the Grizzlies needed to brace themselves for the emergence of the formidable Black Mamba. Just as the Grizzlies players felt the weight of Kobe's aura, he suddenly erupted, executing a swift steal. Seizing the ball, he launched a fast break, culminating in a spectacular one-man fast break slam dunk. Foam stood beside Odom, pondering when this fellow would finally grow old. Even at this age, his explosive power remains remarkably strong. Foam was aware that Kobe's peak was merely beginning. When has this guy ever aged? Odom inquired of Foam. Indeed, after celebrating with a high five with the returning Kobe instead of a chest bump due to the pain, the action intensified. In the overtime, a spectacular display unfolded in the initial 2 minutes, leaving spectators bewildered as Kobe and Foam suddenly faltered, both missing their shots. Only Odom managed to score beneath the basket, leveling the score once more. With possession in the hands of the Lakers and only a minute remaining, it was imperative to capitalize on this offensive opportunity. Phil Jackson called for another timeout. My heart is racing. This match is thrilling. No one anticipated it would extend to overtime, let alone the possibility of another. Barkley exclaimed excitedly. Indeed, it has been exhilarating. Kobe's score has reached 42 points. I hope for another overtime, so we can relish 5 more minutes of this magnificent display. Yes, I wish they could continue playing. I could provide commentary on Kobe and Feng's game all day long. The fervor of the fans surged once more. After the timeout, Phil began devising a strategy for Kobe. Kobe, this time you will go for an isolation play to create space for the upcoming attack. Feng, position yourself at the baseline. Move strategically to open up space, allowing Kobe to penetrate the basket with greater ease. Do you all understand? Understood, coach. As the timeout concluded, Phil reminded Kobe to pay attention to Feng's movements and, if the opportunity arose, to pass the ball to him. All right, Phil. Kobe found himself somewhat perplexed, confident in his ability to succeed without the need for a pass. What did double teaming signify? Nonetheless, despite his confusion, he chose to trust the Zen master, for they shared a singular objective: victory. As the timeout concluded, the Lakers initiated their offense, with Kobe receiving the inbounds pass. With his back to the basket, he commenced a one-on-one confrontation. As he approached within 2 meters of the hoop, instead of executing a direct jump shot, Kobe deftly pivoted, deceiving the defender and drawing him into a leap. With a swift 3-step approach, as he ascended, he spotted Gasol providing support. In midair, he performed a spin and executed a layup with finesse, successfully depositing the ball into the net. The Lakers took the lead, with only 50 seconds remaining. The pressure shifted to the Grizzlies. They launched their offense, and just when everyone anticipated another inside attack, Gasol, acting as the pivot, delivered the ball to Miller on the perimeter. Miller released a 3-point shot that swished through the net. Kobe, possessing the ball, accelerated, aiming to break through Battier's defense. Battier retreated with quick, cautious steps. Kobe's drive drew Battier close, but as he encountered resistance, he abruptly halted. The crowd rose in anticipation, captivated by Kobe's offensive display. However, as he faced obstruction, concern swept through the audience, fearing that this attempt might not culminate in success. Even without creating an ideal offensive opportunity, Kobe was resolute. This was the essence of Kobe. He halted, leaped, and Battier's hand was already poised before him. Unfazed, Kobe focused and released the ball, his right hand gently guiding it. As the basketball departed his fingertips, it traced a perfect arc, finding nothing but net. The crowd erupted in cheers. Kobe, Kobe, Kobe. Oh my goodness, it's in. We love you, Kobe. I've been watching your games since childhood. My admiration for you knows no bounds. If Kobe were to hear this, he would undoubtedly exclaim, that stings. My friend, the Lakers have surged ahead by a single point. Likewise, Gasol remains steadfast beneath the basket. Neither Odom's defense nor Feng's support can hinder Gasol's layup. The ball gracefully descends into the hoop. The Grizzlies have reclaimed the lead, with the score now standing at 99-98. Only 5 seconds remain on the clock, and Gasol's offensive play is nearly consuming the entire 24 seconds. The Zen Master calls for one final timeout. After meticulously devising a strategy, he designates Kobe as the primary offensive option, with Feng as the secondary choice. Most of the Grizzlies' attention is concentrated on Kobe, while Feng, having rarely attempted mid-range shots in this game, finds himself overlooked by the defenders as he approaches the 3-point line. Odom receives the inbounds pass from him. Kobe is incessantly darting about, yet he fails to create a favorable opportunity for a catch. With only 2 seconds remaining, Odom still cannot find a chance to pass to Kobe. Left with no alternatives, Odom takes a gamble and opts to pass to Feng, perhaps also to deflect responsibility. When Feng received the pass from Odom, he found himself unguarded. Feng occupied an open position, executing a shot from mid-range that left no room for error. He leaped effortlessly, releasing the ball with precision. All players on the court came to a halt, their eyes transfixed on the graceful arc the basketball traced through the air. As the final buzzer sounded, the ball swished through the net with a resounding echo. While everyone gazed at the ball, Feng had already raised his right hand in triumph, commencing his celebration. He had clinched the victory with a last-second shot, a true game winner. The crowd erupted in a frenzy, chanting Madman, 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 Madman. It was sheer exhilaration. Moments ago, a tying basket was made, and now, a dramatic victory had unfolded. Barkley rose to his feet, exclaiming loudly, while Smith, holding his head in disbelief, found himself at a loss for words. The score stood at 99-100, with the Lakers narrowly securing their win. The Lakers players rushed to Fong, overwhelming him in joyous celebration, oblivious to Gasol's eyes reflecting a sense of bitter disappointment. Chapter 67. A commanding retort echoed persistently through the arena. Fong can certainly envision that in the upcoming home game, many fans will don a number 0 jersey. Kobe's voice resonated as he urged everyone to raise up our hero and cheer for him. The Lakers players lifted Fong high into the air. Fong cried out in distress, pleading to be caught, for fall to the ground would indeed be painful. Odom, reveling in the moment, continued to toss him several times. The fans erupted in cheers. Fong, you are phenomenal. Not only did you deliver an equalizer, but you also secured the victory with a stunning finish. You are our hero in this match. Odom shouted exuberantly while tossing Fong. As the Zen master approached, the Lakers players fell silent, sensing the gravity of his presence. Fong has finally landed safely, and he swiftly dashed aside to retrieve the game ball. An act of profound significance. This ball not only brought him a last-minute equalizer, but also enabled him to secure a dramatic victory. At this moment, Vujasic approached Fong, holding the ball. Congratulations, Fong. You have once again brought us triumph. This is the game ball. I had the foresight to hide it for you. Master Zen noticed that everyone had paused, and he cleared his throat gently. The match has concluded. Feel free to celebrate, for Fong deserves your cheers. However, do take care not to get injured. After uttering these words, Master Zen departed. Despite the victory, the match had been arduous, and there remained much for the Lakers to address. The bench had yet to produce a standout player, which was a pressing concern that required thoughtful consideration. The Lakers players were still lost in jubilation and celebration. Kobe, while not partaking in the festivities, stood nearby, observing with a sense of joy. Finally, there was someone to share the burden. He no longer felt isolated. A staff member from the Lakers approached Fong. A reporter wishes to conduct a post-match interview with you shortly. Would that be agreeable? Certainly, but I hope it won't take too long. We went into overtime today, and I need a rest. Fong replied, never one to shy away from an interview, understanding that media exposure is essential for aspiring dominance in the league. Hello, crazy one. I am here for your exclusive interview today. May I call you that? Barkley chuckled, his cheeks dancing with mirth. Although I like you, would you not prefer a different title? Fong responded with a teasing tone. I shall call it that, as it is quite convenient. Madman. The first question, is your mid-range shot something you just developed? Indeed, this is what I learned from Kobe. As you know, he is quite remarkable. During Feng's responses, he made sure to mention Kobe, acknowledging the invaluable guidance he received from him during his practice sessions. When asked about the final moments of the game, whether the decisive shot was orchestrated by the coach or a spontaneous decision made in a time crunch, he clarified that the coach had indeed prearranged such scenarios, thereby facilitating his opportunity to shoot. In a lighthearted manner, he remarked on the absurdity of such questions. When queried about his mindset at that pivotal moment, he confessed that he had no doubts. With the ball in his hands, he was confident that he could score, and thus he took the shot. Fong exuded confidence, emphasizing the importance of seizing opportunities when they arise. Following the interview, he returned to the locker room, feeling fatigued after playing for 35 minutes and scoring 20 points. Although he did not surpass his previous record, it was still a commendable achievement. In contrast, Kobe had played for a full 44 minutes, highlighting a significant difference in stamina. Even after the game, Kobe was able to continue training for an additional hour, further accentuating the disparity between them. The prowess of a peak Kobe Bryant is indeed remarkable, underscoring the necessity for enhanced physical training to bridge such gaps. Fong let out a sigh of contemplation from within. Fong once again attended a press conference. Kobe, what are your goals for this season? Kobe's formidable reply, of course, was the championship. Which player does not aspire to the championship at the start of the season? The championship has consistently been Kobe's pursuit each season, save for the one in which he retired. Perhaps that was the only season where the championship was not his aim. Kobe, may I ask, in today's game, neither during regular time nor in overtime did you take the final shot. Does this imply that you fear taking the decisive shot, or that you're growing old? Am I old? Do I fear taking the decisive shot? Perhaps you do not understand the game. I have already made several game-winning shots this season. You should review them yourself. Kobe responded in this manner, showing no mercy to the reporter. Fong, a player from the Grizzlies just stated that your game-winning shots were merely a result of luck. What is your perspective on this? Feng was infuriated by the notion that my shooting skills rely on mere luck. If that is the case, let him attempt a last-minute shot based on luck. Remember, this has become newsworthy once again. So, Feng, does it imply that the Celestial Empire cannot find even 5 basketball players? Does it suggest that individuals with yellow skin are incapable of excelling in basketball? Does it mean that the Celestial Empire is inferior to the beautiful nation? I observe and reflect upon this matter. I do not concur with your assertion. Yao is undoubtedly one of the finest centers in the entire league, is he not? Now, I would like to pose a question to this journalist. The beautiful nation cannot even boast a single proficient table tennis player, and it struggles against Germany. Does that imply that the beautiful nation is inferior to Germany and even more so to the Celestial Empire? Thus, I feel compelled to remind this journalist that every country and every individual possesses their own strengths in certain disciplines while having less prowess in others.